The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. One of the compensations, I'm told, of advanced age is becoming an eccentric. When one is young and on into middle age, eccentricities are regarded with suspicion. We are expected to conform, to be more or less like, or at least similar to others. But in old age, our eccentricities, our oddities and peculiarities are somehow transformed into traits that appear rather dear and delightful, and we can even be loved for them. It's something to look forward to. Not much, but something.
What are you doing there, my girl?
Why, reading the scriptures, sir.
Are you indeed? Let's have a look.
Please, sir.
I thought as much. A mirror. A mirror concealed between the pages. Out! Out with you! Out of this house, you baggage!
Our mystery drama, House Without Mirrors, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Paul Hecht and Norman Rose. I'll be back shortly with Act One. We have said before that eccentricity is tolerated, often affectionately, in the elderly. However, the story we'll bring you now does not concern an elderly person. It's about a man who at the start of our drama is about 35 years of age. But his eccentricity dates back to an earlier time, and it was not tolerated or regarded with affection.
If I could have afforded a house along the riverbank, I should most certainly have lived in one. But as things stood at this particular time, I had to content myself with daily walks along the riverside for a breath of fresh air and an amount of healthy exercise. So it was that I came to notice and be interested in the man who emerged each morning from one of the houses that so happily overlooked that placidly flowing river. Sir, I beg your pardon.
How's that?
I don't mean to intrude, but...
Is there something I can do for you?
Yes, actually there is.
Well, that's your service out.
I walk along the river each morning at the same time, and each morning I see you come out of your house.
It is not my house.
No. Oh, I thought, well, I assumed that...
I am merely a servant in that house.
Oh, I didn't know.
The house belongs to a gentleman named Mr. Oswald Strange.
But I never see Mr. Strange. Of course, he may leave his house at other hours when I am not here to witness his departure.
Mr. Strange never leaves the house.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is he an invalid?
Not precisely.
Not precisely.
Let us say he is incapacitated.
Yes, I understand. Well, anyway, it was yourself who first interested me and has continued to pique my curiosity.
Oh, in what way, may I ask?
Well, each morning you come out of the house after a great jingling of bolts and door chains, which I cannot help but hear on those occasions when I happen to be directly in front of the house. You appear, you step forward and stand upon the doorstep. Forgive me if you feel I intrude upon your privacy.
I do not regard it as an intrusion. There's nothing to forgive. Pray, continue.
Thank you. I shall. Well, standing on the doorstep, I see you look around and sniff the air. And then you come forward. You cross the road, look down into the river. You do it, may I say, with the air of a man accomplishing a self-imposed task from which nothing is supposed to come.
Not entirely true. But go on.
Thank you. Then, Having done this, you cross the road again. Turning on the threshold to take a final inhalation of air, you disappear once again into the house, bolting and chaining the door as if there were no possibility of its being reopened for at least a week. And yet, the very next day, you appear again, unbolt, unchain the door, sniff the air, cross the road, look into the river, and the identical performance repeated day after day after day. You cannot censure me for being curious.
Curious as to what?
As to why you do this each day.
I do it to check on my appearance. That's why I do it.
To check on your appearance. Is that what you said?
That is what I said, to check on my appearance. After all, as valet and companion to a gentleman such as Mr. Oswald Strange, I cannot permit myself to appear unkempt and slovenly.
No, but surely it can't be necessary to look at your reflection in the river. I mean, surely there's a looking glass you could employ for the purpose.
There isn't a looking glass in all that house, sir.
No looking glass? Is that what you said?
It's some peculiar fancy of my master's. There isn't one in any single room in the house. Not one.
How very odd. Why should there be no looking glass in any of the rooms?
Ah, sir, there is the mystery. It's just a fancy on the part of my master. His ways are queer ones. And this fancy about the mirror is one of them. In hiring a new servant, the very first stipulation he makes, has always made, is that about the looking glass. It has been one of my duties to explain the thing as far as it could be explained before any servant could be taken into the house.
But how could you know that there would never be one?
Ah, there's the rub, sir. I could never be absolutely positive, especially with the woman servants. What lies they would tell. They would protest that they didn't want to look into a mirror, and all the while the wench would have a looking glass of some kind or another hid away among her clothes upstairs. Sooner or later she would bring it out, and leave it about somewhere rather, where like as not the master might see it. I well remember one of them. An ugly one she was, marked with the smallpox, something terrible, and forever reading her prayer book at odd times. One day, I came into the kitchen, and there she was, at the table. Arabella?
Yes, Mr. Macy.
This is the day for polishing the silver, is it not?
Yes, Mr. Macy, I believe it is.
Then what are you doing here in the kitchen?
Doing a bit of studying.
Huh? And what are you studying, Arabella?
Why, the scriptures, of course.
And which part of the Holy Book commands your attention at this hour of the morning when you should be caring for the silverware?
Why, Ecclesiastes, Mr. Macy.
Oh, a great book. Full of the most meritorious advice. Don't you think so, my girl?
Oh, yes, sir. Most instructive.
Certainly you won't object if I read a verse or two over your shoulder.
Mr. Macy,
Aha! I thought as much. A mirror.
Mr. Macy,
A mirror concealed between the pages.
I needed to check the part in my hair.
Did you indeed, my girl? Did you think a neat part in your hair would improve your appearance?
Mr. Macy, please, sir, you wouldn't give me the sack, would you, sir? You wouldn't do that.
You fully understood the terms of employment when you took on the position.
Oh, yes, sir, but...
No mirrors of any kind, shape, or form.
Oh, yes, sir, but...
No buts. Go upstairs and pack. Be out of the house within the hour. I watched the poor girl leave, carrying her poor belongings in a battered portmanteau. It was all I could do to keep the tears from my eyes.
Yes, I can well imagine.
Of course, I had to tell Mr. Strange the reason for the girl's leaving. He'd taken a real liking to her. She was most efficient in her work, so I had to tell him her transgression.
And how did he react to that?
A look of infinite sadness came over his face. He sat for some length of time with his head in his hands, his shoulders bowed. I waited motionless until he could bring himself to speak. At last, he raised his head, rose, walked over to me. "Why must I punish others for the sin which is my own?" he said. That is what he said, sir. Then he walked out of the room.
Sin? What sin did he refer to?
That I cannot tell you, for he has never chosen to tell me.
I have a wild desire to fathom the mystery of this man who cannot abide the presence of a mirror. Is there no way you can persuade him to confide in you?
Gentlemen such as Mr. Oswald Strange do not confide in their servants.
But there must be someone, somewhere, who knows, who at least can furnish a clue.
There is one. You might go to see Dr. Garden.
And who is Dr. Garden?
My master's very old friend. He's the only person who might know my master's secret.
And where do I find this Dr. Garden?
In that house right there. Next door to that of Mr. Strange.
Yes, but how do I approach him? What is the tactful way to go about it?
Well, if you like, sir, I will tell him that you propose to call upon him. Dr. Garden trusts me completely. You see, I was once in the service of Dr. Garden. And when Mr. Oswald Strange appeared on the verge of insanity, or even death, he requested me to move in with Mr. Strange and attempt to look after him. And that is what I have been doing ever since.
That's amazing.
Well, then shall I inform Dr. Garden that you will call at his house this afternoon? Say at 4 o'clock.
I shall be there. I shall most certainly be there. I am very grateful to you, Dr. Garden, for permitting me to intrude upon you this way.
Oh, not at all. John Macy told me of your interest in the case of my poor friend.
How is his health, Doctor, as of now?
I'm afraid there is no amendment or any prospect of amendment.
I'm extremely sorry to hear that.
Old Macy has told you, I take it, some details of his peculiar condition, has he not?
He has told me something, and he says you may know all about it.
All about it? No, I'm afraid I don't know all. Perhaps I shall never know. Certainly not unless one day he elects to tell me. I only know what happens when he comes into the presence of a looking glass. But as to the circumstances which have led to his being haunted in the strangest fashion that I have ever heard of, I know no more of them than you do.
Haunted? You believe him to be haunted?
What else am I to call it? Haunted by the past, or some memory of the past? If we could but locate that memory and bring it out into the light, well, perhaps we shall one day, if he lives to tell us.
Suppose you tell me how you came to know Oswald Strange, Dr. Garden. It's as well to begin at the beginning.
Yes. Our quixotic acquaintance started on board an Italian steamer, bound from Civitavecchia to Marseille.
If it is true that our ghosts are but memories of the past, then all of us are, in very truth, haunted, and will be to the end of our days. Still, it is comforting to think that not all our memories are hideous or malevolent or wretched. Certainly, some are tender and loving and merry. So, all our ghosts are not hideous or malevolent or wretched. Quite a few are loving and merry and tender. I'll be back with Act 2 shortly. A man accustomed to walk daily along a certain riverbank has become intrigued by another who emerges each day from a certain house at a certain hour to gaze into the flowing river. Upon being asked the reason, the man replies that it is to check upon his appearance, since the master of the house, whose servant he is, cannot abide mirrors. Wishing to pursue the origin of this idiosyncrasy, the questioner has been advised to call at the house next door where lives a Dr. Garden, physician to the man who abhors mirrors.
It is appropriate that I interpolate here the fact that I aspired to become a writer, a weaver of tales, perhaps one day to earn my living by such endeavors. Anything which stirred my imagination was grist to my mill, and the tantalizing bits which I had gleaned from John Macy about the man who permitted no mirrors in his house excited me enormously. So it was that I found myself in Dr. Garden's study, sitting literally on the edge of my chair, waiting for the good doctor to get on with the story of Oswald Strange.
Forgive my poor manners. I neglected to ask you if you'd care for some tea.
Oh, thank you, no.
There's no trouble. I can ring for some.
No, I'm so eager to learn what I can about your friendship with Oswald Strange that, truthfully, tea would be a distraction.
Our friendship had a most inauspicious beginning, I assure you. The first morning on board the Italian steamer, after a rather uncomfortable night, I was shaving in my cabin. The door was open to improve the quality of the air. Well, sir, suddenly this stranger comes up behind me, glances for a moment into the small mirror before which I was standing, and without a word tore it from the nail and dashed it to pieces at my feet.
Good Lord.
At first his face was livid with passion, a passion of fear, it seemed to me, rather than anger. But it changed after a moment, and he seemed rather ashamed of what he had done. I myself was in a frightful rage.
Yes, no wonder.
I gave it to him in a style of language which I now regret, but which I hope was excusable at the time. Clumsy, lumbering ox. Do you know you've made me cut myself? What the devil do you think you're about?
I didn't mean to.
You didn't mean. You walk in here like a madman, come up behind me without a word, look without permission over my shoulder, and seize the mirror I'm using and smash it to bits. And you say you didn't mean to?
It's true.
It was as deliberate an act as I have ever witnessed. Don't tell me you didn't mean it.
But I didn't.
Impudent fool.
Please, sir, let me speak.
Pertinent idiot.
Sir, I tender you my most abject apologies. Believe me, I'm deeply sorry for what I did.
You've every right to be sorry.
It was pure accident, sir. Believe me.
Accident? You think I'll swallow that feeble explanation?
Well, perhaps not. Call it an uncontrollable impulse, if you will. A sort of seizure which comes over me.
Now look here, I'm a doctor. Garden is my name.
Dr. Garden. I'm Oswald Strange.
What you said interests me. Perhaps on our voyage to Marseille we can spend some time together.
Well, I should be delighted. And take it as some indication that you have pardoned my outburst.
Oh, yes, I have. Now I'll just finish shaving my face without perforce the benefit of a looking glass. I did not altogether lose sight of Mr. Strange on board, or even after we had completed our sea journey to Marseille. I found him a pleasant companion up to a certain point.
Up to a point, you were saying, Doctor?
Well, there was always a reserve about him. He was uncommunicative about his past life. Most especially, he would never allude to his travels or his residence in Italy, which, however, I thought I could discern was a long one. He spoke Italian well and seemed familiar with the country, but disliked to talk about it.
So you continued your travels with Oswald Strange, did you?
Well, more or less, off and on. We would meet and then separate and then meet again. There were times when I, with a pretty large experience, was almost afraid to be with him.
Really afraid?
Yes, really afraid. His attacks were sudden and violent, and there was one most extraordinary feature connected with them all. Some horrible association of ideas took possession of him, when he found himself before a certain object.
May I hazard a guess, Doctor? Was that certain object a mirror?
Yes, quite so. After we traveled together for some time, I dreaded the sight of a mirror hanging harmlessly against a wall or standing on a dressing table.
It begins to sound as though you feared such a sight almost as much as he did.
Yes, you are right. I did. But one night, the worst things always happen at night, don't you think?
Oh, yes, it often seems so at any rate.
Well, Strange and I arrived at a small town in the central district of Auvergne, a place but little known out of the line of railways. The weather had been rather against us. The day had been dull and murky, the heat stifling, and the sky had threatened mischief since morning. At sundown, these threats were fulfilled. The thunderstorm, which had been all day coming up, burst over the place where we were lodged. I have never been persuaded that sudden changes of weather, which have so much effect upon animals and even on inanimate objects, can fail to have some influence on a piece of machinery so sensitive and intricate as the human frame. Do you not agree with me?
I do indeed.
I firmly believe that it was at least in part due to the disturbed state of the atmosphere that on this particular evening I felt nervous and depressed. And when my new friend, Strange, and I parted for the night, I felt as little disposed to go to rest as ever I did in my life. The thunder was still lingering among the mountains, seeming sometimes nearer, sometimes further off, but it never ceased altogether. Oh, I was quite unable to shake off a succession of painful ideas. His image was almost continually before me. You can understand how, with all that had gone before, it would be.
Yes, I think I can.
Well, there was a door between our rooms, and the partition dividing them was not very thick. Yet, I heard no sound since I parted from him that he was there at all, much less that he was awake and stirring. I was in a mood, sir, a mood which made the silence terrible to me. I had foolish fancies that, he was lying there dead, or in a fit, or whatnot. And what with the thunder and all my fancies took possession of me. I could bear it no longer. I went to his door. After listening very intently, but quite in vain for any sound, I knocked pretty sharply. There was no answer. The suspense was becoming unendurable. Without further ceremony, I turned the handle of the door and went in. It was a great, bare room, so imperfectly lighted by a single candle that except when the lightning flashed, it was impossible to see into its great dark corners. But from the moment I entered that room, sir, the action of my senses and the faculties of my mind were held fast by the ghastly figure which sat motionless before a looking glass.
Oswald Strange? A looking glass?
Aye, sir. Oswald Strange sitting before a mirror. I cannot impress upon you how terrible it was. The weak light of the lone candle shone upon his face, lighting it from below. He was leaning forward, his hands upon the table where stood the mirror. He gazed into the glass with a terrible fixity. The sweat was on his face. His rigid features and his pale lips were horrible in that feeble light. He was completely stupefied and lost. Oswald Strange, it is I, Dr. Garden. Don't you know me? Now, come away from the table. Now, come, my friend, come sit in the chair by the bed. Now, don't be frightened. I am here to take care of you. You know that, don't you? No, of course you do. Now sit down. There. No, you are overtired and you feel the weather. Don't you think you ought to be in bed? Now, suppose you lie down and let me try my skill in mixing you a composing draught. How will that be,
I'm better now.
Yes. Well, that's fine. Now, let me go to my room and fetch some medicines. I'll be right back.
No, don't go. In heaven's name, don't go. Don't leave me.
Well, all right. If you wish me to stay.
I do.
Then I shall. Now tell me what I can do for you.
It's the mirror.
The mirror, you said?
That mirror. There, on the table.
Very well, if you insist.
I do. I do insist.
All right. Now, I have it. Now, what shall I do with it?
Hold it up to my face.
You're sure this is what you want?
Directly in front of my face.
Very well.
Now, look into it. Over my shoulder, look into the mirror.
All right.
What do you see? Tell me what you see.
See? Why, I see a very pale face with sunken cheeks.
What?
Sunken cheeks and two hollow eyes with large pupils.
You mean that you see it too?
See what?
That face. That face. That face, which is not mine.
Oh, no.
The face I see always instead of my own.
My dear man, no. I see you. Only you. It was your face I described as I saw it, none other.
Look again. Look in the glass again. Tell me what you see. Whose face is there?
Why, yours, of course. Now tell me, whose face do you see?
His. Only his. Always his. Always his. His. Always his.
And with that, he passed out.
Poor man.
Yes, you may well say so. But I knew what to do now. Here was something I could understand. I had with me my usual small stock of medicines, and I did what was necessary. He was very ill, at death's door for some days, and I could not leave him, though there was urgent need for me to be back in London. Now, when he began to mend, I sent to England for my servant, John Macy.
Ah, yes, whom I met.
I knew I could trust Macy to the utmost. Acquainting him with the outlines of the case, I left him in charge of my patient, with orders that he be brought to this country as soon as he was fit to travel.
Which clearly he did.
Yes, and with some success. Strange was able to lease the house next to mine.
Absolutely incredible.
It is nearly a year now since my poor friend took up residence next door to me. For some months now, he's been daily getting weaker and weaker. John Macy has been his constant companion. Oh, were it not for John, well, heaven knows.
And in all this time, neither you nor Macy has been able to ascertain what face Oswald Strange sees when he looks into a mirror.
Never.
Well, has neither of you asked him, pressed him for an explanation?
I see you know very little of the nature of hallucination.
Little or nothing, I must admit.
To the one who hallucinates, the hallucination is quite real. Nothing in this world and no one can persuade him that what he sees, or hears in some cases, is illusory. What he sees, really sees.
And what's to be done for the poor man?
Very little, I'm afraid, except to wait, to watch him, to make him as comfortable as possible, keep him from getting too excited, ensure him what peace of mind we can, and hope against hope that the hallucination will disappear.
Yes, but will it, do you think?
I do not know. I cannot tell. It is beyond me.
Dr. Gordon! Doctor!
That sounds like Macy. Come in, Macy.
Dr. Gordon! You had best come to Mr. Strange. He needs you badly, sir.
Is he worse?
I think, sir, that he is dying.
We all live with delusions. Why, there's hardly a woman alive who does not believe in her secret heart her appearance has changed only a little since she was 20 or 30. Many men share the identical delusion. But when delusion develops or degenerates into hallucination, then madness may threaten, perhaps even death. I'll be back shortly with our final act. Dr. Garden has been relating to his visitor the story of his erratic friendship with Oswald Strange, the man who cannot endure mirrors. As the curtain fell on our second act, John Macy, entrusted by the doctor with the day-to-day care of his peculiar patient, has suddenly appeared and urged the doctor to come immediately to the bedside of Oswald Strange, who, says Macy, may be dying.
The face of John Macy was ashen pale. A tremor seemed to pass through his frail body. His hands trembled and his voice shook. At this shocking announcement, Dr. Garden sprang to his feet. He, too, was clearly perturbed in the extreme.
What's that? What did you say about Mr. Strange?
I think, Doctor, he may be dying. You'd best come at once.
Of course, immediately.
Dr. Garden.
Oh, yes. What am I to do with you?
Would it be possible for me to come with you?
Why, yes, I suppose that would be all right. Come.
Thank you, sir. I've never seen Oswald Strange in the flesh.
He's not a pretty sight at the moment.
We'll cut across the lawn. It'll be quicker.
Of course, he may be only sleeping, Dr. Garden, but I fear there may be no awakening.
Where is he lying?
On the chaise, in the small room on the first floor. I left the door unlocked. Permit me. Straight ahead, Doctor. You know the room.
Yes, I know it well.
If he still sleeps, we'd best keep our voices down.
Yes, quite right. Speak softly.
There he is, Dr. Garden.
Yes. But he's not dead, Macy.
Oh, thank heaven for that.
He's opening his eyes.
Oswald, it is Dr. Garden. I'm here with you, and so is John Macy.
And who is that other?
Do you wish him to leave? He knows something of your sufferings and is interested. But he will go away if that's what you want.
Let him stay.
Very well. Is there anything you want? Anything we can get you?
Yes. I want a mirror.
A mirror? Are you quite sure you want a mirror?
I'm sure.
Or do you think it wise? You're in a weakened state.
I'm dying. Will you not grant me my final request?
Macy, fetch a mirror for Mr. Strange.
Yes, but there's no mirror in the house, sir.
Well, then fetch one from my house.
Yes, sir.
Now, Macy has gone to get you a mirror.
Ah, good. Prop me up, will you? I speak with difficulty, and I have something to say.
We are listening.
I loved my wife dearly. Her name was Lucy. She was English. But after we were married, we lived a long time in Italy. She liked the country, and I liked whatever she liked. She liked to sketch, too. Had ambitions to be a painter one day. So I got her a teacher. He was an Italian. I shall not give his name. We called him the Master. Yes, the Master. Little did I know.
Oh, no, you're growing short of breath, perhaps.
Do not interrupt, please. I must finish.
Very well.
My wife, my Lucy, had a maid. Had it not been for her, I might never have found out what I did find out.
And what was that?
I'll tell you. Then I can rest. One day, I sent for this maid of my wife's.
You wish to speak to me, Mr. Strange?
Oh, yes. Is the master in the house at the moment, do you know?
Oh, yes, sir. He's in his room.
Would you ask him to come down here for a short while? Tell him I'd like to discuss my wife's progress.
Oh, he's sure to know all about that.
Huh? How's that? What did you say?
Nothing, sir. I'm not sure he would wish to be disturbed at the moment, sir.
And why not?
He's writing a letter.
Is there any reason why he cannot break off writing a letter to speak with his employer? Is it a letter of such vast importance?
It's a letter to your wife, Mr. Strange.
A letter to my wife? But he sees my wife each day. Why would he be writing her a letter?
It's a love letter, sir.
A love letter? Is that what you said?
That is what I said.
You're a vile, insidious woman.
No, sir.
A scandalmonger, a troublemaker.
What I know, Mr. Strange. And I know more than I have told.
You have told enough. Get out of this room. And out of my employ.
I know what I know.
How can you possibly know the things you claim to know?
Because, Mr. Strange, I was once a victim of the master's wiles in another house than this, under similar circumstances. He seduced my mistress, then he seduced me. A treacherous, insidious man he is, Mr. Strange. Under cover of his artistic profession, he takes advantage of every opportunity to conquer and degrade whatever woman comes under his spell. And his spell is very powerful. Take my word for it.
Is it possible that you yourself are still under his powerful spell? That it is the fury of a frustrated girl that prompts you to slander my wife?
It's true. I did love him once.
I can't believe it. My Lucy.
Go upstairs now, Mr. Strange, to the master's room. There you will find the villain writing to your wife.
A frenzy took possession of me as I listened to those words. I am naturally vindictive, you must know that. You must remember that. And now my longing for revenge was like a thirst. A thirst.
You should rest, Oswald.
No. I must go on to the end.
If you must.
When the woman repeated those words, he is writing to your wife. I laid hold of my pistols as by an instinct. I managed to get to his room unobserved. When I entered, I saw him immediately. He sat at the only table in the room, writing at a traveling desk by the light of a single candle. It was a rude table at which he sat, and before him, exactly before him, there was a looking glass.
A looking glass.
I stole up behind him as he sat and wrote by the light of the candle. I looked over his shoulder at the letter, and I read, oh, Heavenly Father, I read, Dearest Lucy, my love, my darling. I pulled the trigger of the pistol I held in my right hand, and I killed him.
My poor friend.
But before he died, he looked up once, just once. Not at me, oh no. Not at me directly, but at my image before him in the mirror.
Oh, my friend.
His face, such a face, full of horror and shock. His face has appeared in every mirror ever since that moment. And mine, my face, is gone.
Strange. Oswald.
He's
No, he's not dead. Simply exhausted.
He's so still.
Hand me my bag. I'll give him a stimulant.
Yes, Doctor, here it is.
Hey, Dr. Gordon, I brought the mirror.
Here, I'll take it.
Now we'll just wait and be quiet till the stimulant takes effect.
Yes, sir. Lucy.
He's coming round.
Amore. La mia esposa. Amore. Lucy.
His wife.
My will. Provision for Lucy. in my will.
Look, Doctor, he's opening his eyes.
Huh? That man. That man. What does he hold in his hand?
It's the mirror you requested, Mr. Strange.
I want it. Hold it in front of my face.
Is this wise, Oswald? Is it good, do you think, to revive this misery of your lifetime when it's so near its close? Have you not punished yourself enough without this?
You must let me have my way in this. For if now, when I look, I see aright once more, I shall take it as a sign.
Hold the mirror before his face, then.
As I held the mirror up to the dying man, as he looked intently into it, the three of us who stood by his bedside saw a look of purest rapture spread over his face, and his frail body relaxed. It left no doubt that the face, which had haunted him for so long, had, in his last hour, disappeared. And the face he saw in the mirror was his own.
And that is the story of an hallucination. That an hallucination is self-induced makes no difference whatsoever. As is the case with all psychosomatic ailments, the pain is very real to the sufferer. For the sufferer, it truly exists. To the sufferer, as in the case of Oswald Strange, it can bring death. I'll be back shortly. Our drama, House Without Mirrors, was adapted from a short story written by Charles Collins in the year 1866 and originally titled The Compensation House. We've altered a few words, even as we have altered the title, but the plot and essence remain the same as they were more than a century ago. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Norman Rose, Robert Dryden, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I know, Gunner. I know all about you. When I look up a man, I make sure there's nothing left to know. I wondered why you dropped out of the automobile business.
Then you know I have no time for anything but to make a living while I continue my search.
I do. That's just why I figure my wife is safe with you.
Until I met Eve, he would have been right. Now I wasn't sure. I had a cold feeling between my shoulder blades, remembering Jimmy's prophecy. That old Aborigine pearl diver knew things no other man did. If he smelled death, it was coming. I could almost taste the stale odor of it in my nostrils.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I've been at a favorite pursuit again, checking a word in the dictionary. This time, the word legend. Webster defines it as any story coming down from the past, especially one taken to be historical, though not verifiable. Well, let's have a look at the one I bring you now and see if it fits the definition.
Oh, how nice. A lovely orchid in a lovely box. I wonder if it could be from Jacques. Let's see. Oh, here's a pin, but no card. Perhaps I spoke too soon. A revolver. .22 caliber. Recently fired. Now, there's a strange birthday present.
Our mystery drama, The House by the Seine, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Marion Seldes. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and X-Lax. I'll be back shortly with Act One. There is a house in Paris beside the Seine, which might have been designed by Palladio. Perhaps it was, for all I know. Who was Palladio? Perhaps the greatest architect of all time. And who lives in this house? Well, if you ask the cognoscenti and the cosmopolitan across the world, kings and lovers, the famous and the infamous, they would tell you the world's most desirable woman, the incomparable and unique Marianne Duvier, friend and lover to half the world, actress and singer, mistress and mother, the toast of Paris.
Excusez-moi, monsieur le gendarme.
Bonsoir, little one. 11 o'clock, eh? You are on the streets late, riding your bicycle?
You will observe, I work. I have this box of flowers to deliver to La Maison d'Abord de la Seine, Rue des Anges, Mademoiselle...
The house beside the Seine. You do not need to tell me the street. All Paris knows where that is.
I do not know. Should I?
Oh, but of course. Because Mamie lives there.
Your sweetheart? How should I know her?
Oh, you're younger than I thought. Everybody, of course, knows Mamie. She is the sweetheart of Paris, of France, of the world.
Why?
Because she is the best actress in France, the best singer in Europe, the most beautiful woman of all ages. So, once again I say it. Her given name may be Marianne Duvier, but every man dreams of her only as Mamie. She is not my sweetheart. She is the sweetheart of all the world.
Is this the residence of Mademoiselle Marianne Duvier?
Yes.
Voila, for Mamie. And the person who hired me to bring this said to wish her happy birthday.
What is the person's name?
Oh, he did not tell me.
Perhaps there is a card.
Perhaps.
All right, you can run along. What are you waiting for? A tip?
No,
Well, come on, what?
all these automobiles that are parked outside. Mercedes, Daimler, Rolls-Royce, even American Cadillacs. So many important people.
Next to Bastille Day, nothing is more important than Mademoiselle's birthday. And some even put Bastille Day second.
Is she? Could I see her? Mamie?
Oh, not tonight. Mamie is just returned from the theater and is dressing.
For her party?
Shh. It is a surprise. She does not know about it. Allez-vous en, petit.
I thought that was more guests. Who was it, Etienne?
A boy on a bicycle delivering these.
More flowers.
There is not only flowers in this box.
What else?
Feel. Too heavy.
What do you think? A bomb?
Oh, don't be silly. Not heavy enough.
No.
It does not tick.
No.
And who would send Mamie a bomb? She has no enemies.
Except women.
Women don't traffic in bombs. Poisons, yes. Bombs, no.
The wisdom of the ages stated succinctly. But then who knows more than a butler?
A French maid, ma chérie.
No time for that now. What do you suppose is in this box besides flowers?
Could be anything. I shall leave it here for her on the table. I don't know if I like that look. Is she nearly ready?
Just putting on her perfume when I came down.
Then I better warn the guests.
Go. I'll see if there's enough champagne on ice.
Annette, the wine is my province. Everything is checked.
I'm sorry.
Etienne.
Mamie.
Mommy.
What is all this whispering going on with you two? Something special about tonight? Some secret?
I have no secrets but my kitchen. I will go see about supper. I am sure I am needed there.
Etienne, you have a strange look about you. Something to say to me, perhaps?
Just that mademoiselle has never looked lovelier.
Thank you. That's a pretty compliment. But older, don't you think?
The rest of the world grows older, mademoiselle. You grow only younger.
You're nicely said, but it can't change the facts. Today especially I've grown older. And shall I tell you why?
You have only to speak, and I listen.
Always the perfect answer. Well, today is my birthday, Etienne, and I'm all dressed up. But nobody has asked me to the ball. Apparently I shall have to spend it alone, since no one seems to know about it.
I wished you happy birthday this morning.
So you did. Oh, what is this on the table?
A box with some flowers which just came for you.
Happy birthday, Mamie. I hope these will ensure your future. Someone else who remembered not to forget. Oh, will you get a car, please, so I can begin to enjoy my evening as planned?
I shall be happy to make sure that mademoiselle enjoys the evening as planned.
Oh, how nice. A lovely orchid. I wonder if it could be from Jacques. Let's see. Oh, a pin, but no card. Perhaps I spoke too soon. A revolver. 22 caliber. And recently fired. Now there's a strange birthday present. Why would anyone... If you will excuse me, Ambassador, for just one moment, I shall be right back. Annette. Yes, mademoiselle. Where is Etienne?
In the wine cellar. Shall I get
No, I don't want to leave my guests too long. But I am concerned about Monsieur Jacques Baron. He must be waiting for me at Maxime's. And...
Oh, no. He knows all about this party. He and Etienne were the ones who planned it.
But he's not here yet. That's so strange. What could be keeping him?
Mademoiselle feels a draft?
Yes, but not a real one. Just a cold shudder, as if a ghost walked by. I'm worried about Jacques.
Why should you worry?
He had another appointment to keep before... I want you to go and get Etienne for me, right away.
Oui, mademoiselle. Shall I answer the front door?
No, I'll get that myself. Bring Etienne back.
Oui, mademoiselle.
Je veux demander pardon. Est-ce que c'est la maison de... Oh, but I see it is. Hello, Minette?
Minette? Nobody knows that name, but... Armand Claudet.
My real name. And now, after all these years, I know yours. Marianne Duvier.
Oh, that everybody, my fans, call me Mamie. Come in, come in.
Thank you.
What brings you to my house, out of the past, tonight?
Well, I have been away, out of the country for many, many years. I am just returned to Paris, and tonight I go to the theater to see the fabulous actress Marianne Duvier. And what do I find out? She is my little compagnon de la guerre from the underground, whose real name I never knew. I tried to come backstage, but they would not let me, so I followed you home.
But why didn't you come in sooner?
Oh, at first I thought, no, she will be tired. I must not trouble her tonight. So I am about to leave, when suddenly all the windows light up, and I can hear this big party. So I think, well, if it is that big, what can one more matter? So I gather heart and ring the bell.
Oh, I'm so glad you did. Where have you been all these years since that terrible night? We thought you must be dead.
Well, I might as well have been. First the Germans, then the Russians.
Prison camp?
Oh, nearly 20 years of them. Then 10 years in America to bring back my strength. Oh, but this is not a night for that. What is the celebration?
My birthday.
Oh!
Yes, but I must get back to my guests. They're waiting for me to blow out the candles on my cake.
How many candles?
Oh, 21. I must be sure to blow them all out.
To have your wish, huh?
Oh, Armand, if I had my wish, it would really be 21.
In the heart of everyone who knows you, I am sure that is what you remain. You do in mine.
Oh, dear Armand. How good you're back again, just at the right moment. I have a feeling, a strange feeling.
Why?
I don't know, but there are too many ghosts dancing tonight, and old memories that whisper to me of death. Come on, Armand. Take me back to my party. I do not want to look back. Something from the grave is yapping at my heels.
Excuse me, mademoiselle.
What? Oh, attendez. I have sent for you because I'm worried about Monsieur Baron. Have you heard from him?
No, mademoiselle.
Well, I asked him to send you to me. I don't know why. I have a strange presentiment. Oh, well, never mind. Tim, you'd better go about your duties.
Pardon, mademoiselle, but I do have a message for you.
From Jacques?
No, mademoiselle. From an inspector of police.
Where? Here?
Yes, and he insists on seeing you. I tried to explain
it. I have been half expecting something like this, I suppose.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Inspector Thibault, Paris Police.
Inspector, I'm having a birthday party. I don't suppose this could wait.
I am afraid not. I am not here on pleasure. I do not have to ask you if you are Marianne Duvier, except as a formality.
I am she.
And you are starring in the play The Changing Heart at the Theatre Elysée?
I am.
And the name of your leading man is Jacques Baron?
Yes.
You will prepare yourself for a shock, mademoiselle. Monsieur Baron is dead.
Shot?
How did you know?
I didn't, I guessed. Am I right?
Yes. He was found half an hour ago in your dressing room with a bullet through his head. I must warn you that anything you say from now on can be held in evidence against you.
Marianne Duvier, named fondly by an adoring public and all the men in her life, Mamie, sweetheart. But apparently, she is that to all men, save only one. Is the gun that nestled under the special flowers that were sent to her a murder weapon? I shall return shortly with Act 2. In the distance, muffled and forgotten now in the face of the news Inspector Thibault has brought, the celebration of Mamie's birthday party continues. But the news of her leading man's death doesn't seem to have been a total surprise to Marianne Duvier, as indeed neither did her surprising birthday present, the gun whose cordite fumes were stronger than the perfume of the orchid underneath which it nestled.
May I ask, when you saw him last?
Yes, Inspector. He came to my dressing room after the show.
And then he left, alive?
No, as a matter of fact, he was still there when I left. Alive.
Wasn't it strange for you to leave him in your dressing room?
Not under the circumstances. He had been going to see me home so I could change, and then we planned to go to Maxime's.
Even though you had a birthday party waiting for you?
No, that was a surprise. I didn't know about it.
I see. And why didn't he see you home?
He had a message, which held him up. It meant he had to make some phone calls, and there is a phone in my dressing room and not in his. So he stayed to make them.
Planning to join you later?
Yes.
Your name and Monsieur Baron's have been mentioned frequently in the papers as, were you lovers?
I don't think I'll answer that question. That, you see, is my business.
As long as both of you were alive, but now that he is dead...
You can have your answer. Yes, I loved Jacques Baron. And I am not surprised at his death. perhaps not even shocked, because he was a man who was very careless of his life. It was suicide?
At the first, one must think so. The gun was fired from very close. So close, the powder marks were clear. The hair was singed. But no, it was not suicide.
Why not?
Because, mademoiselle, there was no gun.
But someone might have removed the gun after.
Do you think it was suicide?
No.
I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to accompany me to the police station, mademoiselle.
Am I under arrest?
Of course not, for the moment. There are certain formalities. I will try to make them as quick as possible.
Very well, but I too must face certain formalities. I have a house full of guests who deserve at least my...
Mamie, are you all right?
Who is it?
Amma, I'm Claude. May I enter?
Oh, yes, come in.
Forgive me if I am intruding.
It's quite all right. You could be just the man I need. Are you still a lawyer, Armand?
Oh, yes, of course.
Oh, close the door, please. This is Inspector Thibault of the Paris police. He is here because Jacques Baron has just been found dead in my dressing room.
What? You mean murdered?
That seems to be what the inspector would like to take me to headquarters to discuss.
Well, I am going with you. It's not that serious, monsieur. Merely preliminary question. You're not going without a lawyer.
Oh, very well, Armand. If you will volunteer.
I'll be in my car and follow you to the station. Oh, I forgot. I came looking for you to give you this, your evening purse. I'll put it on the table. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize there was anything so heavy.
Oh, it's all right. Just give it to me.
I think, please, I would take the purse. It is your purse, Mademoiselle Duvier.
Yes, but...
Do you always carry a gun in it? That has been fired recently. And just the right caliber. I am afraid now, Mamie, you are under arrest. I am sorry we had to detain you, Mademoiselle Duvier.
I won't pretend I found your accommodations deluxe, Inspector.
Pardon, but there is the evidence.
Inspector, look at me. Do you truly believe me guilty?
Ma'am, sir, when I look at you, I can believe anything you want me to believe. But when I look at the evidence, then I must believe what I don't want to believe. I must tell you, as I have explained to your lawyer, that we kept you here to check fingerprints. Only yours are on the gun. And I must warn you that since you opened in this last play, all Paris has been buzzing about your romance with the man who died. And equally, all Paris knows the man and his reputation.
His reputation?
What shall I say? He was a notorious ladies' man. You must have known or suspected.
Are you trying to tell me Jacques was taking advantage of me?
Not exactly. Still, if he was looking in another direction, if there had been another woman, under the circumstances, it would seem incredible, but...
Don't be ridiculous.
I don't try to be. I only say you were in love with him.
Yes. I have already said that. Am I still under arrest?
Technically, yes. Actually, no. I am going to release you in the custody of your lawyer, Monsieur Claude.
How, you trust me that much?
I don't know. I am, do you see, a gambler. I am, how would you say it, playing the odds. This thing is serious, Marianne. No matter what you may think, the police have a strong case.
Nonsense, Armand. Once I tell the authorities the truth, I am in no danger.
What truth? What truth?
What I'm about to tell you, it goes back to those days of the underground. You remember your cover name?
Oh, could I ever forget? Why now, the fox.
I was Mignon.
The kitten.
And the Chevalier? You could not forget him.
Our leader? Oh, never.
His real name was Jacques Baron.
The actor. But we never knew each other's real names.
Except for me. One by one, you all insisted on telling me your real names and who you were in real life. Mon Dieu, what a prize I could have been if the Germans had caught me.
We should have been ashamed of ourselves to put you in such a position. You of all of us, the one we most wanted to protect. Oh, imagine. I'd never dreamed that the Chevalier could have been an actor.
Oh, but lucky for me he was. He started me in the theater. But Jacques was more than an actor.
What?
A patriot. Still, all these past 30 years, he has crisscrossed Europe and behind the Iron Curtain, gathering invaluable information. He was most useful in East Europe. They trusted him, and they thought he was one of theirs.
Is that why he died?
Well, I only know he has had a list of names, which someone had promised to verify as the #1 terrorist cell in France. He was carrying a great deal of money, and he had an appointment at 12:20.
He didn't say with whom?
No. He said he was someone I might know, but that I had carried enough dangerous secrets in the past.
Have you any idea what happened to the list you said he had?
I think Jacques was murdered for it.
The list will be gone forever.
No, not quite. It isn't gone. I have it.
You? Where? With you now?
Oh, of course not. I have it safely hidden.
Why?
Because sooner or later, the murderer is going to try to get it from me. Unless
what?
Unless I am arrested for murder.
Then you could give the names to the police.
Oh, but what use would it serve? A list of names? With the most important name missing?
Who?
The contact Jacques never made. The head man. The triple traitor. We're almost home to the house on the Seine. Come in with me, Armand. I think I know how, if the mysterious traitor doesn't get to me, just how I might get to him.
Mademoiselle.
Etienne, what are you doing up?
I was concerned about you, mademoiselle. After all, it is not every day one is arrested.
Oh, thank you, Etienne. Fortunately, one is not arrested any longer. Oh, you too, Annette.
Oh, ma pauvre petite chère mademoiselle. I was so worried.
No, Annette, it is all right. Oh, Etienne, would you please take Monsieur Claudet to the study and bring some whiskey and soda? And Annette, you must do something besides crying over milk that is not yet spilled.
You have only to ask.
All right, then. You bring me the Paris telephone directory. Armand, I will join you in a moment.
Is Annette all right now?
I hope so. Etienne has taken her to their quarters.
Yeah.
Poor Annette. I'm her baby, but sometimes I don't realize she loves me that much.
Who are you calling?
Pierre Marchand, the florist.
At this time of night?
Oh, he's a friend.
He may not be if you wake him.
Hello? Oh, Pierre. C'est ici Mamie. Yes, it is very important or I would not disturb you. You're sweet. Pierre, did you send me flowers tonight? Oh, no. Did anyone from your shop? Oh, I see. But would you and other stores have records of who bought orchids from you yesterday and where they were delivered? You would. I see. Oh, but not until then. No. That will be fine. Or at the theater, since I have a matinee tomorrow. Thank you. No. I will send someone over for the list. Merci. Mille fois. Bientôt.
What was that all about?
As soon as he gets to his shop tomorrow, he will check with the florist shops in this area who sold orchids, and then he will give me the list.
Well, it is liable to be a long one. Friday is a night for orchids.
But you underestimate my knowledge of who buys orchids for who in Paris. I can cut it down to size.
Well, perhaps. Are you really going to play the show tomorrow?
Of course, why not?
Well, because of you and Jacques. I thought perhaps... you were in love, no?
Come with me to the edge of the balcony, Armand. Now, look. Paris dreams by night. How lovely. How serene. Yes, I was in love with Jacques, but we were not in love with each other. We were a cause. A dream of freedom. Just as you and I were once in love, bound by the same dream. Or have you forgotten?
I have not forgotten. All these years I have been in love too. But not with a cause. With you, Mamie. I could not speak of it in those days because everything had to wait for tomorrow. And my particular tomorrow never came. Now at last we are together. And this time I don't want to wait for tomorrow.
Well, I am afraid we still must, till the riddle of the present and the past is solved. Good night, Armand.
Good night, Mamie. Until That impossible word again.
You won't have to say it again, Armand. It isn't tomorrow. It is already today. I wonder what this one holds for us.
I'm a little puzzled. Oh, I don't think Mommy really murdered Jacques Baron. It is obvious that someone is trying to frame her. But who? And then there is always this consideration. If Mommy had been responsible and perhaps hoped the death would look like suicide, maybe someone made sure she wouldn't get away with it. I'll return shortly with Act 3. Have you been thinking about the murder of Jacques Baron during the intermission? I have. First, let's consider that from the facts, we still don't know it is a murder. It might have been suicide. After all, how much do we really know about Jacques or Armand or Annette and Etienne? The only one about whom we seem to know almost all is Marianne Duvier, called Mamie. And she seems to know about everyone. So let's see what she comes up with.
Come in.
Your performance was wonderful.
Did you think so? Oh, good. Matinees are very important for me to be at my best. I must not disappoint my ladies and the audience. Or myself.
Oh, I doubt if you ever disappoint either. Where is Jeanette?
She was exhausted after last night. I sent her home. Well, did you get the names from Pierre Marchand, the florist?
Of your orchid fanciers? Here. It's a long list.
I don't care about the orchid fanciers. I want to know only who might have a fancy for a gun. Baljean, Tromouille, Brégé, Fragonard. We can cross him off.
Why?
He's a French senator who buys an orchid every Friday night for a different girl in the Folies Bergère.
Oh, he sounds suspicious to me.
No, he's not above reproach, but certainly above suspicion. Now, let me see. Here is Monsieur Deschards. Deschards. Friday was the 17th, no?
Yes.
Then we can count him out. He's my postman, and every year he saves to buy an orchid for his wife on the anniversary. And un moment.
What is it?
You see here? M. Dupin, 1220 Rue Panine, 3e arrondissement. Do you notice that address?
Well, it is not too chic,
but the number. Of course. There he is, our man.
Why?
Oh, don't you see, Jacques told me he had an appointment at 12:20. Well, of course, I thought he meant the time. But now, I must call the police.
No.
Why not?
Because I have a better idea. This Dupont, he can't be the head man.
Why not?
Because he could never have been foolish enough to use his real name when he bought the orchid. Oh, no. He is only an informer, but he can lead us to the real murderer.
How?
The list? You still have it?
Yes.
Then we can make a trade.
The list for the murderer's name?
Why not? Dupont's name is probably on it. Or at least he can put us in touch with Jacques' killer. He wanted the list enough to kill for it.
It's dangerous.
Mama, give me the list. I'll go.
No, I want to come too. Do you have a gun?
Yes, I have one in the car. I am parked by the stage door.
All right, good. Give me time to change. I'll meet you there.
Nearly 45 minutes. I thought you'd change your mind.
No, only my clothes.
But so long.
Well, wasn't it worth it? Look at me.
You are too much. What can I say?
Oh, I don't say anything. I have to be back for the evening performance. We've wasted enough time as it is. Let's go.
Well, this is it. 1220 Rue Panning.
And we are about to meet Monsieur Dupont.
Just a moment.
You brought the gun?
Just in case. Now, shall I knock?
Yes. Is there a bell?
No. I'll knock again.
Very well. There are lights on inside.
Yes, but no one home. I wonder... Wait, let me see. It's open.
Let's go in.
Let me lead the way. Stay behind me. Hello? Hello? Anybody here? Maybe we shouldn't... Oh, the lights, they went out.
What caused that?
I don't know. Overloaded wires, perhaps. Better get out of here. These old buildings are fire traps.
No, just plain traps.
What does that mean?
Oh, why don't you just reach for the switch and turn the lights back on? You know where it is.
I know?
Certainly. This is your headquarters, isn't it?
So, you know.
That you are Monsieur Dupont and the murderer and Mr. Head Spy? Of course.
How long have you known?
I have suspected from the beginning. Known when you made your first major slip.
What slip?
You recognize me from the theater, but not Jacques.
Of course, he had changed. You hadn't.
Ah, but you made a bigger mistake.
What?
You should have removed your name and address from the list you brought me from Pierre Marchand, the florist.
My name?
Yes. Your new cover name, Henri Dupont. And this is your headquarters.
You knew that before you came?
Yes. And now that you are unmasked, do you think we might have some light? That's better.
You are an amazing woman. If you knew I was the one who sent you the orchid and the gun, why did you let me bring you here?
To kill me.
What?
Oh, isn't that what you planned? Oh, I have no doubt you intend to make it look like a suicide. Actress kills herself in remorse over lover slaying. Something like that?
Oh, don't be silly. All I want from you is that other list.
The names of the members of your terrorist cell?
The names of my fellow patriots.
Oh, really, don't be silly, Armand. You are no patriot. You are not in this for glory, but for the sheer thrill of it and the money. You would sell that list in a moment to the highest bidder, and the moment you got it, you would have killed me. Only you won't.
I wouldn't be too sure of that.
I am quite sure. You've no intention of making the same mistake as you did with poor Jacques.
You didn't bring it with you.
That's right, Alma.
You are a fool, Mamie. Now, I have to kill you.
No, Alma. Don't you see that I am on your side? Why would I have risked my life by coming here unless it was to prove that? We need each other. We make a wonderful team. Not only as lovers, but in business as well.
In business?
Of course. Jacques was not in it for my reasons, for excitement, for danger, for money, as you are. That is why we should be good for each other. We are both without morals. We love danger, and we must have money.
You, Mamie? You have all the money in the world.
I am in debt up to my ears. Can you imagine what it costs to run a house beside the Seine? Salons, suppers, galas, constantly. It is the crossroads of the world. And no matter whether they are kings or commoners, my guests dine on champagne and caviar. I make a fortune as an actress, and I spend several times that fortune to remain who I am. A mummy. Ageless, beautiful, unique. Every man's sweetheart, his secret desire, adored by all, possessed by none. Don't you understand that I would beg, borrow, steal, yes, even kill to maintain that position?
Mon Dieu, Mamie, you are magnificent.
And so are you. You have done what I have never done yet. The ultimate, the most dangerous, the bravest. Oh, Armand, it is incredible. We grew up together, you and I and Jacques, in a whole different society. The jungle of the resistance, the fundamental law of nature, kill or be killed. Primitive, simple, real. We were brought up on it. We can never get it out of our blood. And you and I, the strong ones, not the weak-blooding ones like Jacques who babbled of patriotism. A sentimentalist and a fool with no place in our world. I applaud you for getting rid of him. How did you manage it?
Oh, well, it was simple enough. You helped me. I had been following him, and that night I slipped into the theater. When you left him alone in the dressing room, he made a phone call. It was to your house to tell them you were on your way back. I learned about the surprise party then. I knew from your conversation that he hadn't revealed me yet. I moved quietly behind him as he talked, and when he hung up and turned, I shot him through the head. I intended to make it look like suicide.
Magnificent. Resourceful. Ah, what courage. Well, what changed your mind about the suicide?
Well, I needed some hold over you, some lever to get the names. I was on my way to your party to renew old acquaintances, and I had the orchid I had bought with me. I slipped the gun under it, walked out of the theater when I couldn't find the list, and found a boy on a bicycle to deliver my flower. I didn't expect Jacques' body to be discovered so fast. The police got you before I could.
But you did kill him in cold blood.
Yes. Yes, I killed him.
And you don't mind admitting it?
Oh, not to you. The knowledge won't help you.
What?
Oh, you have given a magnificent performance. I would expect no less of you. But I cannot take chances. I trust no one. Goodbye, Mamie. Ah! Don't move, monsieur. There are 12 other guns covering you. Drop your gun. George, Michel, hold him safely. Are you all right, mademoiselle?
Quite. Is he?
No. Just wounded in the arm. You did this, Mamie.
I'm afraid I did.
But how? When I had mademoiselle in jail, she suggested I have a little chat with the Deuxième Bureau. That is our intelligence department. As you may know, they cleared her completely. Then she suggested this little trap for you.
So thoughtful of you and Armand to provide us with this theater for our melodrama. Do you have all you need, Inspector?
More than enough.
Then perhaps you can give me a police escort to my real theater. I have just time to make the evening curtain.
But when? When did you have time to set all this up?
When you left me to get dressed. You are quite uncomplimentary, Armand. You don't really suppose it takes Mamie 45 minutes to make a simple change. Home.
Yes, mademoiselle. Let me take your cloak.
Thank you, Etienne. Just hang it there.
Yes, mademoiselle. Annette has supper for you whenever you are ready.
No, I don't think I'll eat tonight, Etienne. 3 performances in one day, and one of them exhausted me. I'm getting too old, I suppose. I think I will just sit out here on the terrace and look at the moon.
Mademoiselle is tired.
Tired. And sad. It's been a long day. The play missed Jacques tonight. And so did I.
You really were in love with Monsieur Jacques.
I am Mamie. I love all men.
As all men love, mademoiselle. How could you ever choose?
Perhaps that was the whole trouble.
What?
It's already a little too late, isn't it? I'm a little too old to be everything to one man anymore. So I shall just have to settle for being Mamie.
A remarkable woman in the classic tradition of the world's great actresses. Cleopatra, Lady Hamilton, Marie Antoinette, Mrs. Siddons, not all of whom performed on the stage, you will note, but all of whom were capable of weaving magic off stage, as Mamie has proved in this story. I'll be back shortly. Next time you're in Paris, take a stroll down by the River Seine. Cross the Pont du Carrousel and walk back towards the Pont Royal. You won't find the house by the Seine because, of course, it doesn't exist. But think what a lovely spot it would be to have a house. Looking across to the Tuileries, living today in the past. Of course, Mamie is only a legendary figure, but then remember, legends have a way of outliving reality. Our cast included Marion Seldes, Hetty Galen, Gil Mack, and William Griffiths. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Well, I am glad Mr. Chapin lost his temper. It creates time. Now, the passport pictures. The police were taken in.
Yeah. I changed them. On the Chapin's passport is the picture of Mr. Morris. Chapin cannot prove who he is.
Well, not for a day at least. And then he will be too late.
And Mr. Morris?
Well, by now, perhaps the diamonds have been sold. By tonight, we get our money.
And Morris receives half the value. That is right?
Yes. And Morris splits his half with us.
Why does Morris receive only half? Who is getting the other half?
Oh, that I do not know.
Morris has a partner?
Oh, no. He works alone. I have helped him in the past.
Hulda, no, I am in danger.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Some people put great store in a phenomenon called fate. But the truth of the matter is, man makes his own destiny. We ourselves control that vital steering mechanism within each of us that determines whether or not we turn a certain corner, cross a crucial street, choose the right or the left fork in a road. In essence, we control that special moment that will determine the course of the rest of our lives.
What you say is impossible, Professor. I can do it, Your Excellency. I am a scientist, and I tell you it can be done. I can send a man back into time.
Oh, insanity.
And once I've sent this person back, I will have changed everything, because history hinges on just one man.
And who might that be?
You, of course, General. You.
Our mystery drama, A Point of Time, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Victoria Dan and stars Norman Rose and Jackson Beck. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Welcome to the year 2052. Welcome to the celebration. The celebration of what? But of course, how could you know? It's the Jubilee, the 25th anniversary of the new regime of the great North Continent, the commemoration of 1/4 century of perfectly planned peace, of carefully controlled tranquility, in all an era of imperiously imposed rules and regulations. But is such a state so undesirable? After all, personal freedom is not too high a price to pay for prosperity.
His Excellency, the Supreme High Commander of the Great North Continent, spirit and guiding hand of the new regime, General Franklin Ulysses Morgan.
Ladies and gentlemen, loyal citizens, we are assembled here today to observe this, our glorious 25th birthday. A 1/4 century ago today, the great revolution laid to rest forever the cruel inefficiency and waste of the old regime. But all the old ways have not completely disappeared. We must remain eternally vigilant, ever watchful of the malignant seed of dissent that lies hidden, still capable of destroying the cohesiveness of our society. Still, this is a day of celebration, not of fear. Today we are filled with joy,
And so, in the name of the new regime of our great North Continent, I officially open this Jubilee. Let the festivities begin!
Why did you turn the set off?
We have to talk, Otto.
This very minute? I was watching the General himself.
This is serious.
It was most interesting, Lita. He called us the malignant seed of dissent. Not very flattering, is it?
My dear brother, any minute now...
Of course it's not flattering. But I really do believe he means well.
The General means well?
Yes. You see, I understand what motivates the man more clearly now.
You mean you didn't understand before?
I don't believe I've ever seen you so agitated, Lita.
Shall I tell you why, Otto? It's quite simple. Our entire plan hinges on the fact that you understand General Morgan.
Lita, dearest, I actually believe you're losing faith in me.
Oh, I just don't know. This whole idea of yours, it's too fantastic.
Inspired genius, that's what it is.
Inspired insanity is more like it. Too many things could go wrong, and I'm not even talking about the displacement process yet. That's another thing altogether. Those calculations of yours are going to have to be so precise.
I have always been a master of precision, little sister.
Oh, Otto, face facts. We're old. Too old to be revolutionaries.
Visitors approaching from the rear vestibule.
Oh, no.
Too old, you say? Well, obviously not too old to be arrested.
How do you know it's the special police?
I made sure my disloyal remarks were heard by the right ears. Bad news travels fast.
Oh, Otto, please. Let's reconsider the whole plan. I'm frightened.
Don't be, Lita. As you say, I'm an old man. What can they possibly do to me?
Incarcerate you, interrogate you, torture you.
You make it sound so grim.
Discipline must be maintained. They have to make an example of someone. They need a human sacrifice. And what better time than the Jubilee? They're here.
Open this door at once.
Well, Lita, release the auto lock and let the gentleman in.
What if the plan doesn't work?
We have to take that chance.
Open immediately or we'll blast the door open.
Otto, what if the General doesn't agree to your plan?
Open the door, Lita.
But what if he suspects me?
Suspect such a sweet little old lady? Oh, come now.
Oh, it could all be for nothing. For nothing.
We're coming in, Professor. Professor Otto Segram.
Yes?
I'm Colonel Edward Paul of the Special Police.
How do you do?
It is my duty to inform you that you have been charged with treasonous and contemptible acts against the state.
I see.
I'm also obliged to advise you of your rights.
My rights? I wasn't aware one had any rights under the new regime.
But you're mistaken. You have the right to resist arrest, and should you resist, I have the right to shoot you.
Well, I assure you I won't put up a fight, Colonel.
Oh, please, Colonel. My brother is not a well man.
Old woman, I warn you not to interfere with this procedure. Come along, Professor.
Of course, of course.
Otto!
Remember, my dear, remember the Latin, carpe diem.
Oh, yes, Otto. Carpe diem.
Benson.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Close that window.
But, sir...
That infernal racket is making my head explode.
But it's the people, sir.
I don't care.
But it's you they're cheering.
It is giving me a headache. Just close it.
Very well, sir.
Now, what is it?
I pressed your other uniform, sir.
My uniform? What on earth for, Benson?
The interrogation, sir.
What interrogation?
Well, sure, you haven't forgotten. I assumed you'd been informed.
Informed of what?
Believe me, General, the last thing I want to do is provoke another incident between you and Colonel Paul.
Colonel Paul? What does he have to do with this?
Sir, an hour ago, Colonel Paul, accompanied by 2 officers of the elite guard, took into custody Professor Otto Segram.
Who?
Otto Segram, the physicist.
But he's 90 years old.
But they say he's the acknowledged unofficial leader of the underground.
Oh, what is Colonel Paul up to?
I'm telling you what I heard.
Heard from where?
I'd rather not...
Where, Benson?
I have a cousin in the motor pool.
Oh, Colonel Edward Paul thinks he can go around arresting fruitcake scientists and not tell me.
Fruitcake?
An old expression, Benson. It means having a brain baked with crazy notions.
Yes, I think I know what Colonel Paul's game is.
You do?
Otto Segram is a harmless old eccentric, and everybody knows it. But Paul wants to score points with the High Council on this one. He'll goad and deride that old professor into making some sort of confession. A malignant seed of dissent, snuffed out by the illustrious Colonel. And where will I, General Morgan, be when this triumph is occurring? In bed asleep? Well, just don't stand there, Benson. Bring me my uniform.
Yes, sir.
Oh, who would have the gall at this hour?
His Most Exalted Residence.
Johnson, main gate. After security cleared the General's visitor.
What visitor?
Lieutenant Johnson, the General is not expecting any visitors.
Sir, the appointment roster confirms an audience with Citizen Smith at this hour.
Citizen Smith? Oh, yes. Citizen Smith. I'd forgotten. Very well. Disengage inner security screens.
Yes, sir.
Out. General, forgive me, but I had forgotten all about it.
Now, why wasn't I told of an audience?
I'm sorry, sir. It slipped my mind until this moment.
I refuse to see anyone at this hour.
But you have to see Citizen Smith.
Who the devil is Citizen Smith?
Phoenicia Smith, sir. Grandmother of the Year.
Who?
Grandmother of the Year, General. The embodiment of gentleness and virtue. The matron saint of the state. It's traditional. Even the hour of reception is traditional.
I cannot be bothered.
I would caution you, sir, not to flaunt tradition in a Jubilee year. There are many opponents of yours who would happily misconstrue such an action. That's her now. Shall I release the auto lock?
Oh, Benson, is this going to take long?
Well, if I may suggest, sir, do what you do every year. Shake her hand, offer her a toast, and send her away with a personally monogrammed souvenir New Regime pen.
All right, let's get it over with.
You may enter his presence. Your Excellency, may I present Citizen Phoenicia Smith.
Charmed.
This is an honor.
Oh, yes, Citizen Smith, I would like to shake your hand.
Oh, thank you, Your Excellency.
Sir, if you will excuse me for a moment, I will attend to your uniform.
Now, may I offer you a drink, citizen?
Oh, no. No, thank you, sir.
Yes. Well, before you go, I would like to present you with a small token of our esteem.
Oh, an old-fashioned ballpoint pen. How lovely. I'll treasure it always.
Now, I would love to chat with you longer, Citizen Smith, but you see, there are some pressing matters of state to attend to.
I have a confession to make, sir. I am not Citizen Smith.
What?
I am not Grandmother of the Year, although I have her identification ring. I'm Lita Segram.
Segram?
My brother Otto uses a little phrase, Latin, I believe. Carpe diem. Seize the opportunity, grab the chance.
Now, wait, just one moment, please. What is this all about?
That's what I did. I grabbed the chance. Phoenicia Smith is rather comfortably locked away. I took her place. So you see, sir, I shook hands with you instead.
Oh, yes. You mean to tell me that you took all that trouble just to shake my hand?
But of course, Your Excellency. This sweet old lady's little gloved hand shook your uncovered one. Carpe diem. Your skin has already absorbed the chemical film coating from the outside of my glove.
Yes. What are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say, General, that you have just been poisoned.
History and legend are filled with examples of lethal brews administered to unknowing victims in the spirit of goodwill. In a way, then, it's almost an insult to think that the most friendly, amenable tradition, the handshake, can be transformed into a deadly ritual. But the unkindest cut, you cannot even trust a sweet little old lady to be just a sweet little old lady, is nothing sacred. We'll find out shortly when I return with Act 2.
author is Horace, a wise and noble sage who walked the earth 2,000 years ago. What he actually wrote was, Carpe diem quam minimum credula postero. Translation, seize the day. Put no trust in tomorrow. Indeed, the only thing one can trust is the moment. Tomorrow may never come. On the other hand, tomorrow may come, surely enough, but what good is it if we are not there to see it arrive? 100 years or so in the future, the most powerful man in our tactfully unnamed country is faced with an interesting dilemma. What did you say?
You have been poisoned, Your Excellency.
Poisoned? By you?
Oh, it's just like Otto told me it would be, that you wouldn't believe me.
Now, listen, I do not have time for crude assassination attempts, Miss Segram. In fact, my patience with you is at an end.
Well, then it is true what they say. You really do believe that you're indestructible.
Now, I will be willing to forget the entire incident if you would kindly leave, Miss Segram.
I've heard rumors, but naturally I didn't believe them. It cost millions. But you do have something that protects your stomach lining.
Please, Miss Segram, you're a nice old lady. I don't want to put you under arrest.
But nothing will protect you against the chemical you have just absorbed through the skin. It's a different matter entirely. Oh, wait a minute. Old lady? You called me an old lady.
Miss Segram, I am being much more tolerant than I ought to be.
Old lady? Why, I'm the same age as you. Maybe even younger. I admit, with modern science, you look, 50, 55, but you're about 78, 79 now.
Miss Segram, if you do not get... 79? That's ridiculous.
Is it?
I don't know where you get your figures.
You really don't know, do you? You really don't understand yet.
What are you talking about?
Time, General, time. Sooner or later, we all run out of it. But you think you can go on forever.
I want you out of this building immediately. It's merely due to my good nature that you don't suffer anything worse.
It's you who will suffer, General. In an hour or so, you will feel a slight tingling sensation in your fingers, followed by tremors in the arms and legs, and then a sudden dizziness, all of which will disappear shortly. But they are all indications that the poisonous chemical has entered its final phase.
Are you telling me that you would prefer to be arrested?
Listen to me for just 1 minute.
Very well. You have 1 minute, Miss Segram.
What has my brother done that is wrong? I'll tell you, General, though I suspect you won't believe me.
Well, I'm waiting.
He found a way to be young again.
What?
It's very complex. It's chemistry, physics. Oh, I don't know exactly what it is, but it has to do with space. He can take a person, any person, and place them right where they were any time in the past, right into the space they were in a year ago, 10 years ago, 50 years ago.
You have half a minute left.
Oh, how can I explain it? It's like moving figures on a chessboard, except the squares represent spaces in time. And whatever point you move into, you become exactly what you were at that moment. Exactly the same, physically, mentally. A person could even live their life over again. Well, do you understand me? Of course, they would live it over exactly the same, because nothing else in the past had changed.
Miss Segram, your time is up.
You still don't understand? My brother has created a time machine.
Miss Segram, I could not care less.
But you will, General. In a very short time, you will. Because, you see, time is something of which you have precious little.
Sergeant, I gave strict orders to let
no one what?
General.
You seem somewhat surprised to see me.
What are you doing here, Your Excellency?
I might ask you the same question.
I was interrogating the prisoner, sir.
Oh, well, what prisoner will that be?
Professor Otto Segram.
Oh, indeed.
We arrested him this evening.
That's odd. I do not recall signing any arrest certificate.
Well, you didn't. Exactly.
Then whose authority were you operating under?
My own, sir.
Uh-huh. You're taking on a lot more authority these days, aren't you, Colonel Paul?
Well, I'm sure you would have approved if Your Excellency was acquainted with the case.
Indeed. And why was I not acquainted with the case?
Well, I did not wish to disturb Your Excellency at such a late hour.
Oh, how thoughtful.
I would have informed Your Excellency first thing in the morning.
You seem to be taking a lot of initiative lately, Colonel.
Well, I was forced to act quickly, sir.
Oh?
This man is a menace to the state.
Otto Segrib, you must be joking.
He's a known subversive.
Colonel, you've been reading your own press releases again.
I can produce 50 witnesses who will swear.
Oh, I'm sure that you can.
He must be tried and executed.
Of course he must be executed. By tomorrow morning, the public will demand it.
The people want justice done.
Yes, I'm quite sure that you have seen to that.
Now, forgive me, Your Excellency, but I get the impression that you dislike the idea of a public execution.
Oh, I am tired of all these executions, Colonel.
Tired, sir?
How many do we have? 50, 60 a year?
Executions are the safeguard of the regime. Am I to understand that you no longer...
Don't put words in my mouth, Colonel.
Well, I wasn't...
All right. I'm obliged to execute Segram. But between us, Colonel, how is a 93-year-old man a threat to the regime?
There's been talk, General.
Oh, enlighten me.
He has been working on a certain device.
What kind of device?
He remarked to a colleague that he had invented a mechanism that could change the course of history.
Yes?
Well, don't you see? Could only be one thing.
What?
A bomb.
You have evidence, of course.
Well,
I mean, your men searched the laboratory, of course.
Yes, sir.
And?
We didn't find anything as of yet.
Colonel.
Sir?
Colonel, you are a jackass.
Your Excellency, I'm only doing my job.
And mine, perhaps.
General, I have to interrogate a prisoner.
You are dismissed.
But the prisoner...
I will proceed with the interrogation. Professor Otto Segram.
Your Excellency, this is an honor.
Let's dispense with the traditional hard sell and customary torture, and you just confess immediately.
Confess to what?
Criminal and traitorous acts against the regime.
I have nothing to confess.
Well, confess anyway. It looks better.
What do you mean, it looks better?
Well, you know, on the execution decree.
You'd actually execute an old man.
Professor, you are old. I am old. Who isn't old? What does chronological age mean nowadays? Look at me. Just look at me. How old would you say I am? 50? 55?
Yes.
I am 78. That's the miracle of modern science.
You don't feel at all strange?
What do you mean, strange?
A tingling in your fingers?
No.
A little dizziness, perhaps?
I am the one who is doing the interrogating.
Didn't my sister pay you a visit this evening?
Yes. A very attractive woman, for her age. Deliberately tried to provoke me.
She told you...
We spoke briefly, but let us get down to business now, shall we, Professor?
There is no antidote, you know.
You know, I regret having to execute you in the morning, but it's one of those irreversible situations.
So is salicylic dimethyl compound C42, the poison that is slowly penetrating your bloodstream.
So hold on, Professor. Your sister tried to convince me that I had been poisoned, but neither of you understands that...
You seem remarkably unperturbed for a poisoned general.
Let me enlighten you. I am unperturbed because I cannot be poisoned. I am immune.
Is that a fact?
You think others haven't tried to assassinate me before?
General.
I haven't held on to this job for 25 years because I'm lucky. Well, I can tell you, I never get into my car until after it has been checked. I always wear a blast shield, and my stomach lining and skin cells have been permanently treated with a special, unique chemical that immediately neutralizes any corrosive or poison.
I know. I created it some 20 years ago.
No, it was formulated by my scientist general-in-chief.
I know him very well. Old pupil of mine. A bit of a scoundrel, though. Well, since I created the protective chemical, I also created the destructive answer to it.
Huh? I don't believe you.
I think you should start feeling the discomfort by now.
Professor, I have been more than patient with you, and...
But why am I discussing chemistry? Physics. Now, there's an adventure. Distance, space, time, an infinity of wonder in a single point. Oh, something the matter, Your Excellency?
No.
Your hands are shaking?
It's nothing, it's nothing.
Yes, your hands are shaking. The poison has taken effect.
No, you're wrong.
Now, what's the matter with your feet? Can't you keep your balance?
No, I have to sit down for a moment. It's these new boots. I've told Benson 100 times to break them in for me.
The dizziness?
No, it's impossible.
I would give you, on the outside, another 6 or 7 hours.
Oh, my clipboard. I lost my grip.
But of course you did.
It can't be.
And now, General Morgan, we arrive at the logical conclusion, the terminus of this situation.
What do you want?
I ask very little.
What? You tell me.
I want you to let me change the course of history.
It is believed because it is absurd. It is certain because it is impossible. This is commonly known as Tertullian's rule of faith. Notice how we repeatedly refer back to ancient Romans for present-day wisdom. What is absurd, after all? The absurdities of yesterday have become the commonplace of today. And so isn't it only logical that the impossibilities of the present are merely the sure things of the future? And you may be sure of one thing. In the immediate future, I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Else whence this pleasing hope, this fond desire, this longing after immortality? So spoke the poet. He knew, as well as we all know, each of us longs to live forever. The bravest among us can become the most shriveled coward in the face of death. Reduced to our most primitive fear, man strikes out and fights, but more often begs, pleads for an extension of this heavenly loan. The general is dying. There is no antidote, unless it lies in the bizarre request that has just been made.
You want me to allow you, Professor Segram, to change the course of history?
Correct, General.
Well, how can I allow you to do anything? I'm dying, don't you remember?
You're dying now. But not if you let me send you back in time.
Send me back in time?
That's right. Back to a time, a space in which you are unaffected by this poison any moment in your past life. Time is my chess game, General. I can move you around like a grand master.
Yes, your sister tried to explain this gibberish to me.
Gibberish?
Time travel is impossible.
What if I told you it was possible, very possible?
What if I believed you? What would be the point?
The point? How appropriate. The entire universe is a point, General, multiplying itself into an infinite line, becoming upon itself a square, squaring itself into a cube, cubing itself into other dimensions. Space becomes more and more cluttered. Time exists side by side. The past, the present, the future, all from a single point.
Oh, you're crazy.
No, General. The world is crazy, but I remain a fixed point in the maelstrom.
Oh, why have you done this to me? What do you hope to gain?
A new life.
But why do you need me? If you think you can go back in time, why don't you just go?
Because my going back would change little. I would do the same things all over again. But you...
Me? But that's where your reasoning falls apart, Professor Segram. You cannot change history. Send me back, I would do the same things over again, too.
Of course. That is, if all other things remained unchanged, if every incident repeated itself, if you met all the people in your life again. However what? Suppose that events were to be changed just slightly. What if you met a person you didn't meet the first time around? A person who would change your entire destiny.
I do not believe a word of this. You said that I'm dying. There's nothing I can do to change that. But you, Professor, you still will be executed. God!
What will you tell the guard that you have been poisoned? They are all faithful retainers of Colonel Edward Paul. The news will be a source of great rejoicing.
How can I just be standing here calmly talking to you?
Why aren't you torturing me for an antidote?
I don't know.
It's because you know it's useless to fight.
What's the matter with me? Maybe this is all a trick.
You know it isn't.
I don't want to die.
You don't have to die.
But you said...
What is a point in time but a crux of events? A certain hinge on which key decisions swing. A pivot steering through the wave of the past.
Look, old man, none of this makes sense. If I go back in time, I'll be young again. Fine. There's no poison in my bloodstream, right? But there's also memory of the future. I'm not older. I'm not wiser. I'm the same. Exactly the same person I was before at that moment in time. So, it's useless. No one can change the past.
I need you, Morgan. You are the hub. Without you, there would have been no uprising in 21. No great revolution. The country would have had a different destiny. A more gentle, a happier destiny.
Oh, it would have been inefficient, unplanned, lawless.
But would it have been so evil?
Evil?
If you could only see the evil, then you would understand.
Your Excellency.
What do you want, Colonel?
I have most urgent business.
Well, can it wait?
It cannot. The Regime High Council requests your presence at once.
What? Now?
An emergency session, sir.
Again, Colonel, I was not informed.
As you are aware, General, the Council has the undisputed right to convene at any time without prior consent of the Supreme High Commander.
I still want to know...
Are you in some kind of pain, sir?
Me? No. No, not at all.
You don't look at all well.
Colonel, I hate to disappoint you, but you see, I never felt better in my life.
And so, Your Excellency, and fellow members of the Council, because we are all agreed that a state of emergency exists, we urge that this plan be adopted.
Now, let me get this straight. You actually propose to place this drug in the public water system?
Correct, Your Excellency.
But as I understand it, this drug renders the individual docile to the point of near idiocy.
That is not quite so, Excellency.
Then what is so?
Excellency, another outstanding point of this plan is that it avoids the necessity of bloodshed.
You are out of order, Colonel Paul. Well, Council Member McGuinn, does or does this drug not cause permanent damage to the brain?
Sir, are you feeling all right? You appear slightly...
Answer my question.
The long-run effect has not yet been ascertained. However, there is a slight possibility that some minor damage to less important areas of the brain could be attributed...
This entire proposal is insane.
The people must be controlled, Excellency. You've always said that.
Yes, I know, but not as sheep, Colonel.
The regime is threatened, sir.
From where? By who?
Just look around you. From everywhere.
Yes, there is a threat. There always is a threat, but not the way you think. A threat to sanity. A threat to clear thinking. A threat to sound judgment.
I move that we call this proposition to a vote.
Out of order.
Yes, let's call it to a vote. I second the motion.
Yes, I do too. All of you wish to vote on such a depraved idea.
General, we demand the vote.
Very well. Proposed that all public reservoirs in District 8 be treated with large quantities of the nerve drug Boromil. All those members in favor, show hands. Opposed? I see.
The resolution passes.
No.
Your Excellency, you've been outvoted.
I said no.
But the vote was unanimous.
I veto it.
Then we'll call another vote for tomorrow.
And I will veto it tomorrow.
And the day after?
Well, of course I will.
You weren't planning to be absent for any subsequent vote, were you, sir? Because then the resolution would be Immediately carried.
I will be here. Segram, you said that there is some kind of solution, something crazy, impossible but a solution.
Yes, General.
Well, I put my faith in anything now. What is this deal that you want to make?
You let me go.
That's it.
All I need is an hour.
Oh, what can you do in an hour?
Change the course of history.
Keep saying that. I still don't believe that you can.
A point in time. A terminus from which all events radiate.
You really believe that you can take me back in time?
Precisely.
Back to before I was poisoned?
Yes.
You can change events?
That part is theory. I can move you in a space of time like a bubble. Pluck you from one moment, place you into another.
I almost believe that you're crazy enough to be able to do it.
I can place you back as you were years ago.
How many years?
Back to a terrace 50 years ago. Music playing in the room inside. Old-fashioned kind of dance music. You know the kind, don't you?
Oh, yes, I know the kind.
The band was playing inside, but you, alone, unmoved, stood outside, deciding at that instant the course the rest of your life would take. Do you remember that night?
Yes. Yes, I remember. I was 28 years old, going on 29, and I wasn't dancing. How could I? It was her engagement party. I hated her for hurting me that way, but I had to come and see what he looked like for myself.
That's when you decided, wasn't it?
Yes. Yes, that's when I decided.
It was a turning point in your life, wasn't it?
Yes.
You were embittered. And you decided to enter the military and make a career for yourself.
Yes.
You became cold and calculating. But what if you had met someone else that night? Would things have been different?
Who's to say? I didn't meet anyone else, though.
But if you had?
Well, I don't know.
A nice, gentle girl who would have brought out the gentleness in you.
No, it's too late to wallow in conjecture. What is past is past.
Perhaps not. If you hadn't been a general, you might have been a doctor, a writer, who knows, even a president.
There is no presidency. There hasn't been for 25 years.
But there might still be a presidency. The government might still be a democracy if there hadn't been a revolution led by you.
Segram, what's happening to me?
Are the images clear?
What am I feeling? What am I seeing?
You're past, General, like any dying man. Your life is flashing before you.
Don't understand. Why are you doing this to me?
You understand.
Don't let me die, Segram.
But of course you won't die.
Don't let me die. The council votes again tomorrow.
Release me, and I promise that the council will never vote at all, because it will not exist.
Can you really change things?
Yes, it's possible, but you have to let me send you back.
I'll be just as I was. I'll have no memory of the future.
It won't matter.
But I'll simply repeat my life over exactly up to this moment.
Not if I send her back, too.
Send who back?
The girl you should have met. The girl who might have changed your life.
What girl?
If you had stayed on that terrace a few seconds longer, you might have met her. I'm not changing events. I'm altering individual bubbles of space, moving yours slightly ahead, so that you remain on that terrace just a few moments longer than you did so long ago.
But who would I have met? Who, Segram?
My sister Lita.
Lita?
You remarked before that she was attractive.
Lita, but she's old.
She's old now. But she wouldn't be if I sent her back 50 years ago. She'd be 25.
The whole thing's crazy.
You're a dying man. Like the old adage, you're drowning, and I'm throwing you a life preserver. You might not believe in the life preserver, but it's the only one in the water.
I want to believe that you can change things.
Get me out of here so I can send you both back.
I wish I could believe.
Then in the name of heaven, let me try.
God, I want this man released into my custody.
Are you both ready, Lita?
Yes, Otto.
Miss Segrip, if this machine of your brother's actually works, we will be meeting again.
Yes, we'll be meeting again, General.
But neither of us will remember any of this.
I know. That's why it's chance. You see, I like you now.
I like you now.
But will you like me then?
Will you?
Power engaged now. Remember, not everyone can get a chance to change the course of history.
Excuse me.
What do you want?
I didn't realize anyone was out here. Oh, I just wanted some fresh air.
Well, who are you? I don't remember seeing you inside.
It's funny. I just got here. I was about to start a dance with my boyfriend, but suddenly I'm outside here.
Oh, you came with your boyfriend?
Well, he's not really a boyfriend, just a date.
What's your name?
Lita.
Lita?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, very pretty name.
Thank you.
But then, you're a very pretty girl.
Well, you're rather nice yourself, Mr.
Morgan. Ulysses Morgan. You know, a minute ago, I was depressed and bitter, unhappy. But now...
Yes?
I have a question to ask you.
Well, ask me.
Lita, where have you been all my life?
Indeed, where? A very innocent question, but this time the answer might be a little out of the ordinary. Another question we might ask is, have we changed the course of history? All we've really done is put a little romance into young Mr. Morgan's life. But do we have any guarantee that he won't turn out exactly the way he did before? Or is love such a magic ingredient after all? I'll be back shortly. Turn backward, O time, in your flight. Make me a child again, just for tonight. So goes a verse of Miss Allen. Is there really only one moment, one crucial moment, that if lived over differently, could change the course of our lives, and perhaps even the lives around us? We are, after all, part of one great tapestry, and the threads of each individual life weave together to form the whole. Our cast included Norman Rose, Jackson Beck, Ralph Bell, and Evie Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The history of man shows that we find it almost impossible to differentiate between saint and devil. And the smoke of countless fires has consumed the bodies of a considerable number of self-styled healers and mystics who have been condemned by society as devils and burnt at the stake, while their followers mourned them as saints. But no one person in history has aroused the flaming controversy that still surrounds the life and death of a Russian monk named Rasputin.
I am Rasputin, the little father. Confess your sins to me, and you will gain salvation.
But I have nothing to confess, Father.
Oh, then you cannot gain salvation. Come, give me your shawl, and we will sin together and repent together. I will save you in spite of yourself. Now, give me your shawl.
Take my shawl. And the knife.
Huh?
I'll give you death. Monster! Die, Antichrist!
Our mystery drama, Courtyard of Death, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Norman Rose. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. In 1915, the court of Tsar Nicholas of Russia was dominated by a drunken, dissolute monk who had taken the name Rasputin. And it was Rasputin's notorious orgies that ultimately led to his banishment from court, despite the fact that Rasputin wielded extraordinary power over the Tsar and the Tsarina because of his ability to ease the pain of their only child. The Tsarevich, heir to the Russian throne, had been born a hemophiliac, a victim of the bleeding disease. And when Rasputin appeared at court, his hypnotic voice and soothing touch did the Tsarevich more good than any doctor's prescription.
Well, Dr. Lasavet, how is he? How is my son?
The Tsarevich is resting, Your Highness.
Comfortably.
Reasonably so.
Is he in pain?
Oh, it's hard to tell.
You and the other court physicians are incapable of helping my son. But I know someone who can.
Rasputin?
Yes, Lasavet. Rasputin, whose name brings that grimace of disgust to your lips, but whose touch brings comfort to my son.
Your Highness, I dare not presume, but you know I speak out of my love for you and the Tsar. You make a mistake placing Russia's fate in the hands of this charlatan, this drunken debaucher of the ladies of your court. He'll surely bring ruin to Russia.
You will see to it that Rasputin is brought back to court as soon as possible.
We repent us of our sins, O Lord, and we sin only so that we can show you true contrition. A most reverend Father, I seek your permission to open the door, since I know the message will be for me.
How would you know that, my son?
It is an inner voice that tells me. A voice that has never before been wrong. It tells me that there will be a summons from the Tsarina, because the Tsarevich is bleeding again, and he needs me.
Permission granted, my son.
I am here by order of Nicholas, Tsar of all the Russias. I come for the monk Rasputin. His presence is demanded at court.
Once again, little father, the Tsarevich and I are in your debt. You have worked your miracle. My son smiles in his sleep. The pain has gone.
Ah, the miracles are not mine, but the Lord's, madame.
Oh, the devils.
Lasavet, what are you doing here?
Once again serving as a messenger, Your Highness. Colonel Amder seeks an audience.
I'm going to my quarters, madame. The Tsarevich will sleep through the night. A man of God and the chief of the secret police have little to share.
Little father,
I came because I knew I would find you here. What Colonel Amdur has to say concerns you.
But, Colonel Amdur, this is preposterous. I will not tolerate the Okhrana withdrawing protection from the little father here.
Your Highness, as the head of the secret police, I can no longer in all conscience furnish any protection to Rasputin.
You speak of conscience, Colonel. What is it that weighs so heavily upon your sense of duty?
Treachery, Your Highness.
I assume, Colonel, you have some proof of these charges, whatever they are.
Your Highness, here are the documents.
Yes, I can see that these have something to do with medical supplies and the war, but I have no time to read them through.
These documents show that Rasputin has sold millions of rubles worth of medical supplies to Germany, a country which is waging war against us.
And do your documents explain why our little father would do this?
Yes, Your Majesty, to line his pockets. As payment, Rasputin has been given shares in the Süddeutsche Munitions Factory, as well as shares in Taunus Manufacturing and Copernicus Industries in Bavaria. Your Highness perhaps knows of these companies?
Little father, tell Colonel Amdur what you have told the Tsar and me.
Madame, it will make no difference to him.
Tell him.
It is a prophecy, Colonel, and it is this. If I die at the hands of the nobility or members of the court, the Tsar and the Tsarina will lose their crown and their son within 6 months of my death.
Come in. Dr. Lesauver. I arranged for you to be admitted privately, expressly to meet this young lady. Her name is Vavra.
She's most certainly worth meeting, but...
Vavra is going to kill Rasputin.
Why do you tell me this, Colonel? I dissociate...
Yes, Doctor. Very commendable and cautious. But do you think I would risk my position unless I were absolutely certain about this lady?
What makes you so certain?
3 months ago, my sister and I were walking along the Nevsky Prospect. Rasputin was driving by in his carriage. He saw my sister, had the coachman stop, and alighted from the carriage and accosted her. She tried to push by him. He became insistent, and then, despite my screams, he picked her up bodily and threw her into his carriage and drove off. Then neither I nor my family have seen her since.
But we know where she is.
What? Yes, she's in the quarters of Rasputin in the palace.
I brought you here, Doctor, for you to show Vavra exactly where to strike Rasputin with a knife, so that the thrust will be certain to kill him.
Haven't you overlooked the fact that before Vavra can strike, she must be close enough to strike?
Use your eyes and wits, Doctor. Isn't she beautiful?
Extremely.
Don't you know that it's the custom of this lecher to hold audiences just like a reigning monarch every day from 10 to 12 in the morning?
But surely he'll recognize Vavra as the sister.
We can't be certain of that, but even if he does, it's all the better for our plan.
I don't see how.
Vavra will join the line of supplicants outside Rasputin's apartments tomorrow morning. It is his custom to come out and look over the waiting petitioners before he sees them. It is also his custom to select any beautiful young women and take them into his private chamber before he deals with the others. He's certain to pick Vavra, you agree?
Yes.
And suppose he recognizes her as the sister of the girl he abducted. Could there be anything more natural than that she should come to ask about her sister?
To plead, to beg, with tears in my eyes and trembling lips, to ask for grace.
Exactly. And the whole world knows how Rasputin dispenses grace. And where?
In his private room.
Exactly. And when he has you in the room and attempts to take you in his arms, then, Doctor, you will show her exactly where to strike.
Little sister, do I know you?
You remember me? Oh, thank God you remember me.
Come, little sister. The Lord will prepare thy going out and thy coming in.
Then you will tell me how my sister is doing, won't you?
Your sister?
Oh, then you don't remember.
No, you mustn't let those beautiful eyes fill with tears. Try to recall for me.
Nevsky Prospect. It was months ago. I was walking with my sister and you passed by in your carriage.
Ah, yes. The little flower that I plucked off the street and exorcised the devils within her. She is safe, your sister. She has found salvation with me.
Oh, my parents will be so happy to hear that, little father. May I see her?
After we make sure that you are without sin, little sister. Come, we'll pray together. Now, this is the cleansing room. It is here you will find salvation.
But, little father...
Oh, come.
It's so dark. I cannot...
Dark rooms to hear dark tales. You can start by removing your shawl. There's only Our Lady to see you.
Olga, my sister. Where is she?
In good time, little bird, in good time. You must be saved. Give me your shawl.
I'll give you... death. Monster! Die! Christ! I cleansed myself, little father. Your death will bring me salvation. Remember who it was that sent you there as you burn in hellfire.
Rasputin, saint or devil? The arguments still rage, but the single most powerful man in Russia lay on the floor of the palace in St. Petersburg while his lifeblood ebbed away. Was this to be his end? We'll be back shortly with the answer and Act 2. The year was 1915, and the Russian imperial court seethed with intrigue. At the center was the bizarre figure of Rasputin. Dissolute, drunken Rasputin openly boasted of his influence with the Tsar and the Tsarina. Idolized by half the nation as a saint and a healer, Rasputin was loathed, feared, and plotted against by the other half. One such plot resulted in a stabbing which wounded him so seriously he has been hovering between life and death for days.
You will be careful to keep this bandage in place, little father. And you will also refrain from drinking.
Wine makes blood, Dr. Lassauvert. It will be good for me.
For just once, listen to the doctor.
Perhaps it would have been better had I died.
How can you say that?
Had I died, you and the Tsar would be safe. There are many who still plot against me, and should they succeed, madame, you and your family will lose the throne within 6 months of my death.
You should rest more and talk less.
In 10 days, I shall be in Tobolsk.
But that's in Siberia.
My birthplace, little mother. I feel the Lord wishes me to revisit the province where I was born.
Out of the question. I will not be responsible for your health if you undertake such a journey.
I do God's will only. And if God wills it, I shall return.
Oh, you must, little father. You must.
If Rasputin undertakes this journey, it will be against my orders.
I take note of that, Lassauvert.
And risking your highness's displeasure, I remind you that your niece, Princess Irina, and her husband have been waiting in audience with you for some hours.
If they wish to see me, have them shown in here.
But, Your Highness, neither the Princess nor Count Elston has ever met the little father, and I'm uncertain.
But of course, it will be perfect.
What?
The train. Count Elston's private train. He will be delighted to lend it to the little father for his journey.
This is not a task for the head of the Ochrana guarding a train. Lassever, couldn't you have let the scoundrel die?
I'm afraid it was a higher power than mine.
Ah, yes, the picture of the Holy Virgin that saved the life of the holy Rasputin.
Barbara's knife would have pierced a vital organ had it not been deflected by the wooden frame of the picture of the Virgin Mary.
Are you becoming a disciple of the monk then, Doctor?
Not at all. It just seems a strange coincidence.
Of which he's made more capital with Her Highness.
Are you still determined to remove Rasputin?
He's vermin. And vermin must be exterminated. Russia must be saved from him.
And at the same time you save Mother Russia. You ensure your continuation as the head of the Ochrana.
Oh, you know something. What have you heard?
Only the gossip of the court. Her Highness is unhappy with your removal of the guard from Rasputin.
I don't care about my career. You must believe that the first motive I have for seeing that the devil dies is to save Russia.
Colonel Amdur, it's a pleasure to see you again, old friend.
I am honored, Count Elston. Doubly honored by your wife's presence.
The Irina wouldn't hear of our turning over the train without inspecting it and seeing that everything was in order.
And also removing some of my personal belongings. I've heard that this monk isn't the neatest of guests.
Anything you've heard, Princess, is not only true, but also probably understated.
Then, Felix, why are we lending our train to Rasputin?
Because Alexandra asked us to, my sweet.
May I help you on, Princess?
Thank you.
Dr. Lassever, this is the Princess Irina and her husband, Count Elston.
Dr. Lassever and I are old friends. I'm delighted, but also surprised to see him here.
Your aunt insisted that he be aboard to check on your guest's health. You know, of course, that it was his skill that helped save Rasputin's life.
I'd heard. Congratulations, Doctor.
Thank you, Princess.
I'm sure you gentlemen will excuse me. Felix, darling, I shall be in my car if you want me.
Colonel, I have an unpleasant task to perform. I have a message from Her Highness. I wish that she'd chosen some other messenger, but it's my duty to inform you that you are relieved of your duties as head of the Ochrana.
So, it's happened. Rasputin wins. When does this order take effect?
As of now. Your replacement, Major General Orloff, is on his way. Sorry, Sergei.
I, too, Your Excellency. For you, for myself, for Her Highness, and for Russia.
Is that you, Felix? Darling? I do hope you're not annoyed. Who are you?
A man of God, Princess. And a friend of your Aunt Alexandra.
You're Rasputin.
Is it my appearance that surprises you? Surely you've heard about me.
Have you seen my husband?
Not yet, dear lady. I first wanted to thank you personally for your kindness in lending me this train.
Aunt Alexandra told me that you would return our train by the 1st of the month.
Did she also tell you that Rasputin does what he likes, when he likes?
If you'll excuse me, I'll join my husband.
But first, you will sit on my knees and tell me about your sins.
You will take your hand off my wrist.
Oh, don't be ashamed of your sins. If you're wise, you'll accept salvation at my hands. Yes. You will sin as you have never sinned. You will reach heights of ecstasy that you've only dreamed of in your darkest dreams. And then we will repent and earn our salvation together.
I'll kill my husband. He'll kill you.
The Count is wiser than you. God protects me, and the Count knows better than to interfere with God. The devil made your nails sharp.
Get out! Get out of this car before I put your eyes out!
The devil triumphs now, but God will be victorious. Finally.
Irina, are you all right?
Oh, Felix, darling, you mustn't concern yourself about me. I just need rest.
Not concern myself about you? That's like asking a bird not to fly. Irina, it's been 2 weeks since you had the fall on the train, and since then you've rarely been out of your room.
The doctor said I should rest.
I know, but the fall wasn't that bad. He said you just received a bruise on your forehead, and it shouldn't have had this much effect on you.
I'll be all right, Felix. I promise.
My love, you've been such a dreadful liar all your life. What is it? What really is troubling you?
Now is no time to talk about it, Felix. It will pass.
And the nightmares. They don't seem to be improving. Every night I have to wake you and hold you.
Oh, is that so terrible, Felix?
No, not the holding, darling. Never that. But the nightmares and your screams. Something must have terrified you.
Please. Please, Felix. I'll be better, I promise. If you'll just stop trying to find out.
Stop trying to find out what's driving my wife close to a nervous breakdown? Is that what you ask of me?
Yes.
You are afraid. That's where the nightmares come from fear. Now, what is it you fear?
Oh, just stupidity. Just silly little things that you wouldn't understand.
Try me.
No, not now.
Irina, what really happened on the train?
You will be angry.
Perhaps. But wouldn't you rather see me angry than tortured the way I am now?
Rasputin.
Rasputin?
He came to my car when I was packing my things.
And what happened?
Nothing. I'm being stupid. It was nothing. Nothing that a woman such as I shouldn't have been able to handle.
He wouldn't have dared. He knew who you were.
He talked about my sins. He wanted me to gain salvation by sinning with him. And when I refused and I threatened to tell you, he laughed. Oh, Felix, come back. Felix, where are you going?
Your nightmares are over.
Felix, please, if you love me, come back and listen.
No, I'm here.
He laughed because of his power over Aunt Alexandra. He said that if you complained about him to her, she'd believe that you were in league with the devil. As all of his enemies must be.
But Alexandra loves you. She knows that
she loves her son more.
And the bruise. How did you come by the bruise?
When I struggled with him and finally broke away from his grasp, he became enraged. He struck me. I fell. Then he left. But I know he still wants me, and I'm afraid.
Irina, my darling, I swear to you that you have nothing to fear. You have nothing to fear, because now that you have told me this, Rasputin is as good as dead.
And now Rasputin has added a powerful and implacable enemy to the long list of men and women who plotted against his life. But so far, he has survived all the plots and attempts to kill him. However, Count Elston was by far the most powerful and determined of Rasputin's foes. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. The mirror of history reflects the Russian court in the year 1915 as a hotbed of corruption and deceit, overlaid by orgiastic religious hysteria. This last was brought about through the influence of a peasant monk named Rasputin, Rasputin openly lived a life of drunken debauchery, practicing what he preached. In order to find true repentance and salvation, one must sin. Rasputin sinned, and in sinning incurred many enemies, among them one of the most powerful nobles in Russia, Count Felix Elston.
Sergei, thank you for your promptness. I apologize for not delivering the note in person.
I am honored and pleased that you thought of me, Count. How may I help your Excellency?
How many men have you killed?
Well, am I to include those I had executed when I was in command of the secret police?
No. Personally.
3.
I had thought it was more.
I wish to heaven it had been at least one more.
Anyone I know?
I believe he recently carried a scar on his face made by your wife's fingernail.
You insolent dog! You knew about Rasputin and Irina, and you didn't.
Please, Your Excellency, I meant no offense. I wish the devil were burning in hell. I tried to say to him, please let go of my throat.
And Rasputin knew. He found out you sent that woman to kill him, and that's why he had you replaced as head of the Okhrana.
He would have had me dismissed even if I hadn't tried to have him killed. I'm still Colonel Sergei Amdur. I'm sure if Rasputin has his way, I shall shortly be sent to the front to fight the Germans.
I must not let that happen. I need you, Colonel.
What for?
To help me kill Rasputin. No, Colonel, if I may say so, all of the methods you've suggested are too professional.
I thought that's why you wanted my help, because I am a professional.
The picture of Rasputin that everyone paints for me is that of a cunning peasant. Now, I am convinced that cunning peasant has a nose that sniffs out danger to himself and smells plots even before they're hatched.
Perhaps. But he didn't suspect Vavra. If it hadn't been for that painting, he'd be dead now.
True. If we could only find someone whom Rasputin would trust implicitly.
Well, that would have to be someone he knew well.
Or had good reason to trust. This time, Rasputin must not escape.
Then we must have the perfect assassin. And where do we find him?
Here. Me.
You? An assassin?
In this case, a patriot, and one we both can trust.
What makes you think you can gain Rasputin's confidence?
You forget that he's a peasant.
That would hardly seem to recommend you to him.
Sergei, I've yet to meet a peasant who wasn't a snob at heart. From all that I hear, Rasputin is also greedy beyond belief. He'd be flattered to be on intimate terms with Count Elston, the wealthiest noble in Russia. Find me someone to introduce me to him under the right auspices, and I'll wager 1,000 rubles I'm right.
And if you're not?
I'll pay you 1,000 rubles, and we'll have to find another plan.
Come, Felix, drink up. Wine is good for the soul.
Little father, I don't think our acquaintance has progressed to the point where you can call a prince of the blood by his given name.
Huh? Oh, I apologize, Your Excellency. Oh, will Your Excellency suit? Or do you prefer Count?
Count will do nicely.
Oh, you'll be the first aristocrat I've ever addressed by title. I might enjoy the novelty. Drink up, Count.
My head isn't as strong as yours. When I do business with you, I must keep my wits about me.
You aristocrats, you're all alike. Pretending that money is of no importance, but always looking to cheat a poor man out of a kopeck. Well, I won't allow you to cheat Rasputin. You just remember that, Count.
Tell me, little father, why do I have the same feeling about men of God?
Oh, careful, Count. That is close to blasphemy.
What if it is? Can I earn forgiveness if I repent?
Of course. Why don't you start by deeding me the land that we've been talking about for 4,000 rubles?
But we've been talking about the price being 10,000.
But that was before you had something to repent. You must pay for penitence and salvation.
Don't you think the price is a trifle high?
No, salvation isn't bought cheaply. Of course, you have other assets. Your wife, I found
You will not mention my wife.
Huh? Count,
You are very fortunate that I like you. Otherwise, you might find yourself in disfavor at the court. Drink up. I don't like your wine. What? It's the Tsar's best Madeira. I must sample your cellar sometime. My wine cellars are open only to my friends. Then we shall soon be drinking your wine, Count. I never fail to make a friend of a man I like. You'll find the desire for my company growing upon you.
Bravo, Count. Where did you learn to play the guitar like that?
Credit my father. He visited Spain and fell madly in love with the music of the flamenco guitar. Did you know that Rasputin loves music?
Oh, is that important?
Tell me, what do you know about poison?
Well, I've used it on occasions, of course, but it has its drawbacks even for professionals.
What are they?
Difficult to administer.
Not in this case.
And then the killing time. On a quick-acting poison, it's easily traceable. A slow-acting poison always runs the risk of being detected so that an antidote can be administered.
And our poison must be quick. What is the quickest, Colonel?
I'm not an expert, but I would say that it was cyanide. That, of course, has the distinctive odor of bitter almonds, which makes it easily detectable by the intended victim.
You are right. We can count on his gluttony, but not to that extent. There must be other poisons.
Dozens. Why don't we call in an expert?
Count Elston, what do you want me to do?
Furnish us, Doctor, with a quick-acting poison whose taste would be concealed by food or wine.
I must warn you, Your Excellency, that any poison I know will have unmistakable symptoms that would warn the victim and alert any bystanders.
There will be only Rasputin and me.
Well, knowing that Rasputin is careful never to be alone with anyone, even women, I wonder how you think you can arrange that, Count Elston.
That is not your concern.
And this, Colonel, is the door that leads directly to the cellar.
What about footprints? There will be tracks in the snow.
Both going in and coming out. The way I've planned it, Rasputin will presumably have left my palace and wine cellar in good health. I cannot expect to conceal the fact that he has been here, but the Tsarina and the police will know that he left. 6 steps down, and we arrive here at the door to the room where Rasputin will do his last drinking and eating. It's next to the wine cellar there. Colonel, I will want you to see that the table is set for 8. If all preparations for a party aren't set up, that peasant shrewdness of his would smell a trap. Now, the tea and the cake should be on the table. The chocolate will be the poison cake. He has a sweet tooth, and he loves chocolate. And that way, I'll also be able to eat with him without risk. And as you see, my guitar is already on the wall.
What time will you want this room ready?
We'll be arriving about 9. What about Lassover?
Our good doctor is unhappy, but he'll do it. He already has the poison.
Good. You'll both wait upstairs.
The servants?
I've given them the night off.
Shouldn't we wait down here, concealed, in case something goes wrong?
Nothing will go wrong. You and Lassover will stay upstairs until I come for you.
Very well. But I'll feel better if you take my revolver.
You are so ashamed of your association with me that you take me through back doors, Rasputin is not accustomed to that kind of hospitality, Count.
The type of entertainment that you enjoy, little father, is best done secretly.
Well, this seems to be carrying secrecy to extremes, Count. The room is empty.
I told you we'd be early. You wanted to hear me play the guitar. I don't like playing when people are more interested in eating and drinking than listening. So, make yourself at home. The wine which you've expressed a desire to sample is on the sideboard.
All in good time, Count. Will your beautiful wife join us tonight?
I have asked her.
And she said...
She said, little father, that you frighten her.
Oh, she should be more like me and trust in God.
Now get my guitar.
It's always easy to be frightened, Count. Did you know that only today the Tsarina warned me of some new plot against my life?
Wouldn't you like a glass of wine?
No. I see a samovar here. I'll pour myself some tea.
Tea?
Yes, tea. Tea, my dear Count. You see, I am afraid that if I start with wine, I won't be able properly to judge your skill with that guitar that you hold. Now, are you going to play before the company arrives? Or shall we send for the Princess Irina?
I'll play.
Mm-hmm. Rasputin owes you an apology, Felix. And now that I have heard you perform on the guitar, now we are brothers in music.
Thank you.
And now you shall play some more for Rasputin while I eat before the other guests arrive.
Try the chocolate cake. It was prepared especially for you.
Ah, thank you. If I could play the guitar like you, I'd kill myself and take my place beside the angels, playing my guitar to their harp.
How do you find the cake?
Oh, it's delicious. A trifle on the sweet side. I think I'll have some more. Where are you going?
Get you some wine to wash the cake down.
Ah, thank you, Felix, but I want you to play. Play to soothe my ears.
Here's the wine.
Now I get to taste the wine from the cellar of Count Elston. Yes. Felix, a trifle on the bitter side. A trifle bitter. Your music, Felix, is better than your wine. I asked you to play. I'd almost be willing not to have any other guests. Just listen to you play, Felix. Listen to music and eat and drink. When I finish this bottle, I'm sure there'll be another from your cellar. Maybe one not so bitter, Felix. The same vintage, but a different year, perhaps.
Father Grigor.
What? What, Felix? You stopped playing.
Father Grigor, say your prayers.
Oh? Is that a gun? Oh, are you a conspirator, Felix?
Yes, Father Grigor. You'll do no more evil. You'll never again put your filthy hands on my wife. Oh, you are dead! He's finished. The monster is dead.
Were those shots I heard?
Yes, I had to shoot. The poison didn't work.
Absurd. I put enough poison in the cake to have killed 10
He
men.
ate every crumb of the cake and drank a whole bottle of wine, but all that happened was that he got a thick tongue. I had to shoot him. I had to.
Of course.
It's not possible. He should have died. He had to die.
Stop mumbling, Doctor. He's dead and we have work to do.
What could have kept him alive? It's like the picture of the Virgin all over.
Forget it, Doctor. Remember, you will put on Rasputin's overcoat. You'll be driven back to the palace by the Count. Enter Rasputin's quarters, then take off the overcoat and leave, making sure no one sees you.
I think I want some brandy before...
What was that?
Nothing. I didn't hear anything.
Good Lord. He's lying.
It's not possible. I know I shot him.
He's the Antichrist. He is.
You're certain you hit him, Count?
I saw him fall.
Then let's see who or what's making that noise.
I'll stay here.
You'll come with us. Now, come on.
There he is. He's at the door. If he gets out into the courtyard, we're ruined.
He won't, and that's an ironclad guarantee from the pistol. medical expert in the Russian army. Is the doctor all right?
Depends on what you mean by all right. He went through with impersonating Rasputin. He was seen wearing Rasputin's overcoat. Then I took him home and to bed.
Yeah, here's a good place. The river's deep. The bridge railing is low. All right, give me a hand with the body. Come on, drag it. Here we go. All right, there's no one around. Now, get it up on the railing. And over.
Thank you, Colonel. Thank you. I think together we may have saved Mother Russia.
Count Elston was mistaken. Rasputin's prediction came true. Within 6 months after his death, the Tsar and Tsarina had lost their throne and their lives, and the Tsarevich was dead. Ironically, Count Elston and his accomplices, sentenced to exile, found their lives saved by their banishment. I'll be back shortly. Rasputin's place as the religious figure who held sway over the Tsar and his family is unquestioned. Still open to conjecture, however, is whether Rasputin was a maligned saint or a devil. Here is the opinion of the Tsarina Alexandra in an handwritten note she had placed in his coffin. It reads, "My dear martyr, give me thy blessing, and may it always follow me on the sad and dreary path I have yet to traverse here below, and remember us from on high in your holy prayers." Signed, Alexandra. Our cast included Norman Rose, Anne Petoniak, Mason Adams, Gene Gillespie, Jackson Beck, Roger DeKoven. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
What's the matter? A matter? The way you look when you opened that letter. Mary? What is it? Now, let me see that letter.
No, Claudia. I'll just give it to Mr. Hammond when
Mary, please, let me have that letter.
All right.
What? Mary, did you read this?
Well, I glanced at it enough to...
Todd, dearest, of course I love you as deeply, passionately as you love me. And you're right. Claudia does stand between us. So, dearest heart, I've changed my mind. I will go along with your plan to put her out of the way. Signed, Margot.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Our story is concerned with fear. What is fear? We know its symptoms: the chilled blood, shortened breath. But what is the emotion itself, and where does it come from? Well, it is the anticipation of something that has not yet happened. It is the alarm our bodies set up to tell us we're about to be injured. All we really know is that the thing to be feared is not now. It's around the corner. Fear is the voice that says, watch out.
How long have you worked for the bank, Elderby?
Oh, a long time. 12 years.
Here? This branch?
No, I started downtown 5.5 years there. Then I came uptown.
This branch?
No, the river branch.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but I left there 2 years ago and came over here.
Still, you must know it pretty well, the river branch.
I haven't been inside it since they moved me over here.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Mr. Tupper said he was going to get some people who might help to identify the thief. Now, why would anybody in this branch be able to identify a thief in the river branch?
I might as well tell you, Ellerby. On the film, the hold-up man looks like you.
You're kidding.
I never kid.
Our mystery drama, Fear, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Jack Grimes. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and your Singer Sewing Center. I'll be back shortly with Act One. No one lives, has lived, or will ever live without fear. The rich, the powerful, the elite, you think they don't feel fear? I think they feel it constantly, because they are constantly on guard lest they be toppled from their positions. Well, the hero of this story occupies no such position. He is an obscure bank teller, close to middle age, and his name is Edgar Ellerby. But he, too, like the rest of us, is haunted by fear.
I've been afraid all my life. Of what? Of everything. And I mean everything. When I was little and in school, I was afraid the teacher would call on me and I wouldn't know the answer. If I knew it one time, I was sure I wouldn't know it the next. If I asked a girl for a date and she turned me down, I was scared to death there was something repulsive about me that I didn't know about and couldn't correct. If she accepted, I was sure there was something awful about her. Even now, I can't mail a letter without worrying that I've forgotten to put a stamp on it or gotten the zip code wrong. You'll wonder why I became a bank teller. Well, there was something about having to account for money at the end of every single day. You can't go home unless you've balanced everything out. I thought that would be a calming influence. Going home every day knowing that it had all come out even and I was in the clear. And then one day it happened. I think I'm short.
We all know you're short, Eddie. You just finding it out?
I mean short my cash.
How much, Eddie?
$90.
Oh, you're gonna catch it.
God, don't be like that, Hilda. It can happen to anybody.
It's never happened to me.
You want me to count it up for you, Eddie?
Oh, Mary Lou, would you? I've been over it so many times.
Watch it. Here comes old Tupper.
Uh-oh. Wait until he goes into his office.
Right.
Wouldn't do to have the manager find out you can't add.
I'm tired, that's all.
Just shut up, Hilda. Good afternoon, Mr. Tupper.
Miss Grant?
Mr. Tupper?
Step into my office, will you, Ellerby?
Now, Mr. Tupper?
Right, now.
Afternoon, Mr. Tupper.
Good afternoon, Miss Schwartz.
What do you suppose he wants?
He couldn't have found out I'm short in my cash.
Of course not.
I just found out myself.
Bad news travels fast.
Oh, Hilda, don't be so dumb.
This is the first time he's asked to see me about anything.
Eddie, maybe it's about a promotion. Did you ever think of that?
You think it could be?
Well, you've been going to school.
Oh, sure. He's going to make you a vice president with a great big desk up front.
My grades aren't even in yet.
Well, don't worry till you know.
And don't keep him waiting. That's one thing bank managers don't care for, being kept waiting.
You run along, Eddie, and then come back and tell us, and good luck.
Come in. Yes, come in, Ellerby.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Take a chair, Ellaby.
All right.
This is Detective Bradshaw. Bradshaw, this is Ed Ellaby. Hello, Ellaby.
Detective,
Bradshaw.
Bradshaw, very nice to meet you.
Yes, sit down, Ellaby.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Well, I suppose you're wondering why Detective Bradshaw's here.
Well, I'm wondering why I'm here.
Well, I'll come straight to the point. One of our branches was held up this noon.
It was? Held up?
The one over by the river?
That's terrible.
Fella got away with $8,000.
Gee, that makes me feel terrible.
It happened about 12:15.
12:15? Gee, well, that's terrible.
Guy walks up to one of the tellers, says, hand it over. Teller hands it over. Guy walks out, over, done with. Like that.
That's awful.
Where were you at that time, Ellerby?
Well, me? Why, I was here. Oh, no, wait. You said 12:15?
That's right.
Oh, I was on my lunch hour. That's my lunch hour, 12 to 1.
Do you mind telling us where you ate lunch? Which restaurant?
Well, I don't eat in restaurants. I eat... Well, I mean, I bring my own lunch in a lunchbox, sandwich, a piece of fruit, and...
Where do you eat it?
Well, sometimes in the park, but sometimes I eat it here.
Where did you eat it today?
Well, today it was so hot. Well, today I didn't eat in the park. I ate down by the river.
Uh-huh.
But nowhere near the bank. Nowhere near, but blocks from where that branch is. Blocks from there.
Mm-hmm. Anybody see you?
Well, somebody must have.
Who?
Well, somebody. I went right down to the riverbank. I wanted to catch a breeze off the river if I could. I remember I thought of going out on one of the piers, but they were unloading a boat, so I didn't. I just sat down on the bank.
So the guys unloading the boat didn't see you?
Well, they might have noticed me. That they might have. Of course, they were pretty busy, but they... look, you don't think... You couldn't possibly think, or you... Well, you couldn't think that I... No, you couldn't think that.
We are not thinking anything right at the moment.
Yeah, but you must have a reason. I mean, why ask me where I was? I mean, why me especially?
Well, we have a reason for that. You see, we have it on film.
What on film?
The holdup. The monitors are running all the time, Ellaby. Now, you know that.
Yeah, I know that.
Well,
Mr.
it's
Tupper.
all there. The holdup man shows up very clear.
Oh, you think I might know him?
Why don't we roll the film, Mr. Tupper? I can set up right here, if that's all right.
Sure. And while you're doing that, I'm going to get a couple of other people in here who might help with the identification.
Go right ahead.
Back in a second.
Who did he go to get?
I don't know exactly.
Do you need any help with that equipment?
No, thanks. I'm pretty used to it.
Oh. You specialize in bank holdups?
They're part of my job. Not all of it, just part.
I see. Well, interesting work, I imagine.
How long have you worked for the bank, Ellerby?
Oh, a long time. 12 years.
Here? This branch?
No, I started downtown 5.5 years there. Then I came uptown.
This branch?
No, the river branch.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but I left there 2 years ago and came over here.
Still, you must know it pretty well, the river branch.
I haven't been inside it since they moved me over here.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Mr. Tupper said he was going to get some people who might help to identify the thief. Now, why would anybody in this branch be able to identify a thief in the river branch?
I might as well tell you, Ellerby. On the film, the hold-up man looks like you.
You're kidding.
I never kid.
Go right in, girls.
Okay.
Now, everybody, take chairs.
Eddie, what's this about?
Mary Lou, this is Detective Bradshaw, girls. Miss Grant, Miss Schwartz.
From the police?
Yes, well, I'll stand up in the back here. Detective Bradshaw is going to show us a piece of film taken from one of the monitors at our river branch. Now, there was a holdup there today, 12:15, and it's all on film. Now, it only runs about a minute. You'll see the whole thing. The hold-up man shows up very clearly, so pay close attention and see if you recognize him. Detective Bradshaw can stop the film at any point. if you want it to run over again, you just say so. Now, you understand?
Yes, Mr. Tupper.
Yes, sir. Yes, well, I guess we're ready, Detective. Pay attention now.
Oh, my. Look at that. Oh, stop! Stop the picture!
You recognize somebody?
Can you go back?
Sure. Here we go again.
It's Eddie! Hilda! Eddie, it's you!
You're sure, Miss Schwartz?
I'd know him anywhere. Mary Lou! I'd like to see it again.
Okay.
It's plain as anything. It's Eddie. I want to see it again.
Here we go.
Plain as day. Shut up, Hilda. Now, would you stop it, please? That's not Eddie. How can you say that? Eddie's not that tall.
How's that?
You can see that man's shoulders over the top of the counter.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if it was Eddie, you wouldn't be able to. You'd just see his head and his neck.
Well, how do you know all this, Miss Grant?
Well, Mr. Ellerby is 5 feet 1.5 inches tall, and the counter is 4 feet 4 inches high, so standing at the counter, you'd see only as far as his shoulders. You wouldn't see his shoulders at all.
What's your height, Ellerby?
5 feet 1.5.
You won't mind if I check that later?
No, not at all.
And of course, I'll check the counter, too.
Yeah, of course.
All right, folks. All right, that's all.
I'd like to say something else, Mr. Tupper.
That is all, Miss Grant.
Anybody who thinks that Mr. Ellerby would rob a bank is crazy.
Miss Grant, we are just investigating possibilities.
Well, Mr. Ellerby is not a possibility. It's not possible for Edgar Ellerby to be a thief or a liar or anything like that. Mr. Ellerby is honest and sincere and kind and good and a wonderful man.
All right
a
now.
wonderful man. Wonderful.
I just sat there. I couldn't believe what had happened. And I couldn't believe what was happening. I couldn't believe that a man who looked like me had robbed a bank and taken $8,000. I couldn't believe that a camera had taken a picture of the whole thing. And I couldn't believe that Mary Lou Grant thought I was a wonderful man.
One of the most fearful sensations is that of being trapped. In fact, I think it should be put at the head of the list. Illness is frightening. Natural disasters are frightening. The unknown can be frightening. But to be caught in a snare, to be ambushed, that may well be the most frightening thing of all. I'll be back in a few moments with Act 2. Edgar Ellerby has come under suspicion of robbing the bank for which he works, though at a different branch. The bank manager, a police detective, and 2 of Edgar's fellow tellers watched while a film of the holdup was run off. There was no doubt that the thief uncannily resembled Edgar. So said Hilda Schwartz. But Mary Lou Grant quickly and dramatically, indeed passionately, pointed out that the film showed a man visibly taller than Edgar.
Mr. Ellerby is 5 feet 1.5 inches tall. The counter is 4 feet 4 inches tall. So standing at the counter, you'd see only as far as his shoulders. You wouldn't see his shoulders at all. You'd only see his head and his neck.
What's your height, Ellerby?
5 1.5.
You won't mind if I check on that?
Not at all.
Anybody who thinks Eddie Ellerby would rob a bank is crazy. Mr. Ellerby is honest and sincere and kind and good and a wonderful man.
That will be all, Miss Grant.
A wonderful man. Wonderful.
Mary Lou had tears in her eyes when she and Hilda and I left Mr. Tupper's office. It was the first time in my life that I'd been in trouble of any kind. And it was the first time in my life anyone had shed tears because of me.
Don't worry, Eddie. It'll all come out all right.
I hope so.
Believe me.
I'll try.
You got to admit, the man on the film looks like you.
I know.
Looks exactly like you.
I know.
Same nose, same eyes, same upper lip.
Hilda, you know Eddie didn't do it.
Then it was his doppelganger.
His what?
His doppelganger. His double.
I've got a double?
Everybody has. Didn't you know that? Sometimes it's a ghost.
Well, a ghost wouldn't hold up a bank.
How do you know what a ghost would do?
Well, I guess I don't.
Sometimes the ghost doesn't just look like the human double. He sounds like him, too.
Well, the film doesn't record the sound, just the picture. But the teller at the river branch might remember the voice.
And it might turn out to be your voice, Eddie.
Oh, shut up, Hilda.
Sometimes people see their own doppelgangers. Scary, huh?
Very scary.
But you can't get away from the fact that the hold-up man was taller than Eddie. 2 or 3 inches taller.
Sometimes doppelgangers float above the ground. Didn't you know?
Why is that?
Because they're ghosts, little man. Well, I'm going home. It's been quite a day. So long, everybody.
Goodbye, Hilda.
Yeah, see you tomorrow.
Probably.
What does she mean, probably?
Oh, Eddie.
She think I'll be arrested? Does she think I'll be in jail?
Of course not.
Then what? What does she think?
Never mind what Hilda thinks. Listen, Eddie. I found the $90.
What $90?
The $90 you were short. It was a mistake in a deposit slip.
Oh, I should have caught it.
Never mind, I caught it.
Oh, Mary Lou, what?
Eddie, I don't think that you should be alone tonight. Why don't we have dinner together? Wouldn't that be a good idea?
I guess it would at that.
Do you want to come to my place?
Well, I prepared a meatloaf this morning. It's in the fridge. Do you like meatloaf?
I love meatloaf.
I make it with oatmeal.
Oh, it's interesting.
I soak the oatmeal in milk first.
Let's go to your place and have meatloaf.
And I have broccoli.
Oh, wonderful. Come on, let's go.
Funny. This was the first date I'd ever had with a girl that I looked forward to. Not that I'd had so many dates, but the ones I did have never turned out too well. Now, here I was in my own apartment with a girl I'd worked next to for 2 years and never asked to go out with me. Here I was in the only real trouble I'd ever been in, and I was having a wonderful time. Well, the meatloaf will take an hour, so I opened a bottle of wine.
Wonderful.
I don't know if you'll like the broccoli.
Well, of course I will.
Well, I parboil it, and then I saute it in butter and garlic.
Sounds fascinating.
Oh, it's different. Here's your wine.
Thank you. I was just looking at your books.
Oh, yeah. Well, I read a lot.
You read a lot of books like How to Love Yourself, books like that, and Be a Happy Neurotic?
Yeah, well, I've always had trouble in that department.
The loving yourself department?
Well, it's hard for me even to put up with myself.
Well, that's too bad.
Yeah. Well, cheerio.
Cheerio.
You see now, like that. Why did I say cheerio?
Why not?
Because cheerio is for English people to say, not people like me. I'm always trying to impress people, and I don't know how, and I hate myself for trying and not succeeding.
Edgar, do you mind very much being short?
Oh, I'm not crazy about it.
Well, I'm not crazy about having such icky hair.
Your hair isn't so icky.
And you're not so short.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'6", without heels.
That's 4 inches taller than me.
Well, I never figured it out.
Well, that's what it is.
I guess it's been very hard on you not being taller.
It's been a trauma. You know what a trauma is?
Yes, something that hurts.
A trauma is a shock, a disturbing experience. There was a psychoanalyst, his name was Otto Rank. He said that all the trauma you go through later in life are reproductions of being born. Do you believe that?
Gee, I don't know, Eddie. Do you?
Yeah, sometimes I think I do. Sometimes I think the worst thing that can happen to you is to be born. Here you are inside your mother where it's all warm and safe. And all of a sudden she decides she's had enough of you. She starts to get rid of you.
Yeah.
No matter what you do. And of course there's nothing you can do because you don't even know what's happening. You're pushed out. Out into the cold, into the light, and all the noise and clamor and chaos of living.
Yeah.
And you never get over it. Never.
I think I'd like a little more wine.
Oh, sure. Excuse me.
There must be some way to get over it.
Well, I don't know what it is. Though right now, right this very minute, I feel like I'm starting to get over it.
I think I'm getting over it, too.
She liked the meatloaf. And she liked the broccoli. And we had melon for dessert, and she liked that. After dinner, we each had a brandy with our coffee. I was feeling just wonderful. I couldn't stop talking. I tried, but I couldn't stop. It's like a disease with me, trying to be something. Because I feel like I'm nothing. Sometimes I look at myself in the mirror just to be sure I'm there, that I haven't evaporated or dissolved or disappeared.
Oh, Eddie.
I want to show you something. You stay right there and I'll get it. I've never shown this to anybody in my whole life. I never thought I would show it to anybody because it's so silly, but I don't know. Tonight I feel like it.
Well, what is it?
Well, now, you just wait, you see. You just wait. It's so silly. It's... There. What do you think of it?
What is it?
It's a top hat.
What?
A top hat. A high silk hat. It was my grandfather's.
Oh, yeah. I've seen them in the movies.
Yeah, Fred Astaire movies. He made one called Top Hat. He wore a white tie and tails. I used to admire him more than anybody. I still do.
I've seen him on TV.
Well, all I have is the top hat. I never had tails or a white tie. And, of course, I can't dance.
And, of course, you're not Fred Astaire.
No. No, I'm not.
Will you walk me home, Eddie? It's not far.
You have to go home?
Yes.
Well, sure. I'll walk you home. You, say you're 5'6"?
Without heels.
You're not scrunching down.
Not what?
Well, you're not trying to be shorter.
Well, why should I? Eddie? Let's have lunch together tomorrow.
You want to?
I'd love to.
Well, we could go to a restaurant.
Or I could bring a box lunch to work. Enough for both of us.
Would you really like to do
that?
that?
I'd love it.
Well, we could go to the park and eat it.
Yeah, we could do that. We could go to the park, or we could go down by the river.
I left her at the door of the place where she lived. I was like in a daze. All I could think of was having lunch with her the next day. In the park or down by the river. I almost ran home and up the stairs. My door was open. I knew I'd locked it, but it was open.
Hello there.
Hello.
Detective Bradshaw. Remember me?
Yeah, from this afternoon, Mr. Tupper's office.
That's right.
You wanted to talk to me?
You, had somebody here for dinner.
Mary Lou Grant from the bank. You met her.
The one that stood up for you, huh? The one that said you couldn't be the hold-up man because you're too short? 5'1", she said.
That's right, 5'1.5".
She said the counter at the bank is 4'4", and if the hold-up man was you, your shoulders wouldn't show up on the film, only your head and neck. Now, isn't that what she said?
Yes.
She your girl, this Mary Lou?
Yes. No, she's a friend.
She know you wear lifts?
What?
Does she know you wear lifts in your shoes? 3-inch lifts?
I don't.
No? And what are these? I found them in the bureau.
They're lifts.
Yeah. Yes, they are. 3-inch lifts. With these in your shoes, you'd be 5'4.5" wouldn't you, huh? And your shoulders would show above the counter. That's how I figure it, Ellaby. How do you figure it?
Just when the blood has cooled, just when the knots in the stomach have come untied, just when the breathing has slowed down, just as the world has begun to look friendly and life-inviting, just at that very moment, fate can strike a man down with the heavy mallet of fear. I'll be back shortly with the final act of our story. Edgar Ellerby, who stands 5 feet 1.5 inches, seemed to be cleared of a bank holdup when it was pointed out that a man of that stature could barely see across the teller's counter. After an intimate dinner with his friend and defender, as well as fellow teller Mary Lou Grant, Edgar returned home to be confronted by Detective Bradshaw, who had discovered a pair of 3-inch lifts, clearly meant to be inserted in Edgar Ellerby's shoes in order to increase his height. Now it is the following day, noontime, in fact.
It's nice here by the river.
I brought fried chicken and 3-bean salad. You like 3-bean salad?
Well, I never had any.
Oh, it's very good.
Mary Lou, everything's changed since last night. After I walked you home, after one of the nicest evenings I ever spent.
It was nice, I thought.
Telling you about me wanting to be like Fred Astaire, showing you my top hat. I never wore it, you know. I just kept it, kind of a symbol of an old dream.
Yeah, but what good are old dreams? What good are symbols, especially symbols of old dreams?
Like the lifts.
Lifts? What are lifts?
Things men put in their shoes to make them taller.
Look taller.
When I first met you and I realized that you were 5 feet 5 at least, and I dreamed of taking you out, even dancing with you. I thought if I had 3-inch lifts in my shoes, you wouldn't mind dancing with me. I never wore them. I tried them out around the room, but I kept falling down. I couldn't even walk. How could I possibly dance? So I just put them away.
Well, I think you should throw them out. And take me dancing tonight.
I could be in jail tonight. Mary Lou, when I got home last night, Detective Bradshaw was there. He had found the lifts. So now he thinks the hold-up man could have been me. You have to admit the man on the film looked exactly like me.
No, he didn't have your expression.
Well, I imagine your expression changes when you're holding up a bank.
Well, you had enough to eat.
I wasn't very hungry.
All right, well, why don't you pick up the trash and throw it in that trash basket, and I think I'll just walk out on the pier and take one last look at the river.
I started putting the chicken away and the 3-bean salad. I felt so bad. I looked at Mary Lou standing at the end of the pier. She was so slim, so graceful, so pretty, and so tall. Still, she'd asked me to take her dancing. Was it possible she didn't mind being 4 inches taller than me? That I didn't have to mind being 4 inches shorter? I picked up the trash and threw it in the basket, and Mary Lou and I went back to the bank.
The late lunch people are thinning out.
Yeah. Oh, there you are, madame.
Thank you.
Next? Yes? Oh. Everything you've got. Hand it over. What? All of it. This ain't a cap pistol. Well, what are you...
You all right, Eddie?
It's happened.
You look funny.
Quit stalling, Ellaby.
Eddie?
I don't know what came over me. It didn't feel like me at all. I didn't think what I should do or what would happen if I did it. I just stared into the face of what was exactly like mine and heard the voice like mine. I didn't think about doing anything about giving up the money or not giving up the money. I didn't think at all.
Eddie!
You! What I did, I jumped across the counter. Now, I don't know how I did it, but I leaped across that counter. Maybe I flew across it. I don't know, but my hands went right for that throat.
Oh, Eddie!
We struggled on the floor for a few seconds. Then he got away from me and ran out of the bank.
What's happening?
I ran after him. He ran fast. I ran faster. I'd never known I could run so fast. We were out into the street. What's up? Hey, what's up? Thief! You said thief?
Held up the bank.
Where's the police?
Run! They're headed for the river.
Yes, we were headed for the river. I was gaining on him. I thought to myself, maybe he's got lips in his shoes. That's why he can't run so fast. More people on the street stopped. Their mouths dropped open. A few of them ran along with me.
Get him! Get him! I'll call a cop. Do that, lady.
Adrenaline must have been pouring into my veins a barrel a minute. My legs moved like pistons. My short little legs I'd always thought were so useless. I kept my eyes on the man I was chasing, my double, my doppelganger. Or was he a ghost? Whatever, whichever, whatever. He was responsible for the sudden change in my life, and it flashed like lightning across my mind, the sudden change in me. We ran, and we came to the river. He ran out onto a pier, and I ran after him. He reached the end of the pier. He stopped for a second. I was almost on top of him. Then I heard a splash, and he disappeared. I dove after him. Under the water, I opened my eyes. I was desperate to get a look at this imposter. He was starting to seem to me. I was so anxious to see him, I forgot I couldn't swim, but then a pair of strong arms were on my neck, and dimly through the water, I heard a familiar voice.
Relax. Don't fight me. Just go limp. That's it, White. Just let your head fall back. Okay. I've got you.
It was Detective Bradshaw. He towed me to shore and up on the bank. I was so surprised to see him and so happy. I tried to thank him, but he wouldn't listen.
Yes, I'll be around later, Ellerby. Now, the police car is going to drive you home. You just take a hot bath, crawl into bed. Try to relax, little fella. You done good.
I didn't mind that little fellow bit. I liked him saying, you done good. 6'6" or 5'1". What's the difference when somebody says, you done good? I went home and took a hot bath and laid down on the bed and thought, what a nice feeling not to be afraid anymore. Not really because I'd run after the bank robber, but more because I'd found out that I'd had it in me to do something like that. I thought about it till I fell asleep. A couple of hours later, the phone rang. Hello?
Hey, Mr. Tupper here, Ellerby. Are you all right?
Oh, yeah, I'm fine, Mr. Tupper.
I wonder if you'd mind coming down to the bank.
What? Oh, did they find the robber?
No, not yet. They're dragging the river.
Oh, maybe he swam to the other side.
Nobody saw him do it.
Oh, maybe he swam downriver.
The current's pretty strong there. I don't think he'd make it.
Oh, maybe he got washed out to sea.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see you at the bank, Ellerby, about half an hour.
I'll be there, Mr. Tupper. When I got to the bank, Mr. Tupper met me and showed me into his office. It was just like before. Hilda was there, and Mary Lou, and Detective Bradshaw. And the projector was set up in the screen, and Detective Bradshaw was talking.
Now, watch this carefully, please. I have a chair, Ellerby. You all right?
Yeah, I'm fine, thanks.
Good. Now, I'm going to run the film from the monitor as of 1:56 this afternoon. Mr. Tupper, if you'll turn off the lights. Now.
That's Mr. Potter. He made a deposit. That's Mrs. Connor. She cashed a check, $50. Well, here's where the man... Right here. Wait, stop. Where is he?
Want me to go back?
Please.
Here we go.
Mr. Potter. Mrs. Connors.
Then nobody. I see somebody.
There you go, Ellerby. I crossed the counter.
But there was somebody.
Want me to run it again?
Look, there was somebody. Why would I jump over the counter if there wasn't anybody there?
You didn't see anybody on the film, did you?
No, but
I did. I saw somebody.
Now, Hilda.
I did.
Nobody else did.
Not everybody has the power to see ghosts.
Just what did you see on the film, Hilda?
I saw Mr. Ellerby. Only a little taller. I saw Mr. Ellerby's double.
We don't believe in ghosts at this bank, and I don't imagine the police believe in them either.
Then what did I chase down the street? What? Or who dove into the river?
Well, we haven't found a body. I have my doubts we ever will.
Mary Lou and I left together. We wandered down to the river where we'd had lunch just a few hours before. There was the pier where I'd run after what I thought was a bank robber. Where I'd seen him jump in. I'd heard the splash. Where I jumped in after him.
How do you feel, Eddie?
Oh, all right, I guess.
Let's sit down, shall we?
Imagine this is where it all happened, or didn't happen.
Oh, it happened, all right.
What happened? Did I have a hallucination? What was it?
Well, maybe.
Did I make up the whole thing? Was I just showing off or what?
Does that matter?
It does to me.
Why can't you look at it this way? You thought you saw a bank robber that looked like you, except that he was 3 inches taller. Or if Hilda is right, you did see him. You saw your double, your doppelganger. But whichever it was, you didn't fold up or fall over in a faint or even yell for help. You jumped across the counter and you tackled him. And then you chased him out of the bank and down the street, and you jumped in the river after him when you can't even swim.
Yeah, I did that.
Well, do you think that a man who goes out in the dark after a burglar without a gun and all alone is any less brave because there was no robber there in the first place? He thought there was, and he went anyway. Well, I think that's very brave.
You do?
I most certainly do.
We've never been what you'd call really close, Mary Lou.
Oh, I've always felt close to you, Eddie. You just haven't felt close to me.
I wanted to.
You wanted to be Fred Astaire, and I wasn't Ginger Rogers.
You're prettier than Ginger Rogers.
Well, I'm one thing Ginger Rogers isn't. I'm here.
Yeah.
Do you still want to be Fred Astaire and wear a top hat?
Oh, it's better this way.
Yeah. I think it's perfect. We're just you and me. What's so funny? What?
What are you doing tonight?
Nothing. Why?
Well, let's you and me go dancing.
Fear means paralysis. Fear means the inability to act. Fear means being stopped in your tracks. Fear means being helpless as an infant. Fear is the enemy of life. Yet, as we have seen in the case of Edgar Ellerby, the paralysis can be broken. The ability to act can be restored. We can overcome helplessness and move in our tracks. So the real enemy is not fear itself, only the fear of fear. I'll be back shortly. There's plenty in the world today to fill us with fear. We'd be fools not to feel fear. Yet we must move, must act, must overcome paralysis, and stop acting like children. So with fear in our hearts, let us be courageous. Haunted by dread, let us dare to look around the corner, see what's there, and whatever it is, deal with it the best we can. For all we know, it may be a ghost as frightened as we are. Our cast included Jack Grimes, Marion Seldes, Jane White, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. At the end of May this year of our Lord 1977, another legend passed into history. The last of the great Orient Expresses, Europe's most famous railroad train, made its last run. This is a tale of two people who planned to be on that last run from Istanbul, Turkey to Paris, France, and who found out, with Robert Burns' mouse, that even the best laid plans are at the mercy of fate. Or, even worse, men of no conscience.
Put up your hands, please. And don't move.
Now, wait a minute. Whoever you are...
Shut up. Inside.
All right, but... Don't argue with him, Diana. That's a Stalonica 57 he's toting.
What's that, Bob?
A machine gun. Real bullets, too.
Our mystery drama, Last Train Out, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Ann Williams. It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. You must all be familiar with Diana Sherwood. Remember her as the wistful and winning child movie star of the 50s? Then her amazing turn away from success and riches to go to college and take her degree, and later go through a long apprenticeship as a reporter. Finally, the third stage, her return to the public in a new field, in television, as a news reporter and brilliant interviewer. Now, at the peak of her career, she's driving through eastern Turkey on special assignment with Bob Hart, her cameraman-producer, an assignment whose wrap-up is planned to take place on the Orient Express.
Can't you go a little faster, Bob?
Well, what's the hurry, Diana? We're still on vacation.
Oh, vacation. 3 short, glorious days.
Oh, I love you.
All the shows we've done together. All the corners of the world we've poked into. And you wait till here to tell me.
When in Rome. I got here. I learned to talk turkey.
Ooh, I'm not even going to notice that.
Don't. Just concentrate on me.
Oh, I intend to. For the rest of my life.
Hey, I'm going to hold you to that. I want to kiss you.
Not while you're driving.
Well, why not?
No, Bob, don't. Now you... Oh, look out, lame brain. Do you want to kill us?
No, man, but what a way to die.
Just keep your eye on the road.
What road?
The one you're driving on.
Now, you call this a road? It's a goat track.
Well, you were the one who insisted on taking it.
Well, I wanted to be by the water. Very romantic at sundown.
And very late. We ought to get back to the main road as soon as possible. I mean, we really should be in Istanbul by now.
Why?
Because we have a whole section of the documentary to shoot on the Orient Express tomorrow. Remember?
Well, of course, darling. Hey, the road's getting better. I can give her the gun. Huh. You satisfied with what we filmed so far?
Oh, yes. And the train footage should just button it up right.
That's sad to think that romantic old train won't be running anymore.
Yes. A lot of things sad about Turkey.
Not for me. Because of us.
Well, that's private and personal.
Hang on to me, Diana. Hang on!
Bob? Bob? Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. Ooh, it hit my head.
Oh, no, it's bleeding. I can't seem to stop it.
Oh, it's kind of dark. Is that me or
No.
is it...
The sun's gone down.
How long have I been out?
About 15 minutes. Oh, I've been frantic. There hasn't been a sign of another car or anything.
Hey, wait a minute. How are you?
Oh, I'm all right.
You sure?
Oh, darling, I hung on to you, and when you rolled over, you took the worst of it. You saved my life. But I'm so worried.
Oh, honey, ease up. I'm not hurt that bad. Except for the whack on the head and a couple of bruises on my thigh. I'll do.
But you're bleeding.
Well, okay, I need a couple of stitches maybe, but the cut's not deep. Now, look at that. How did I get out of the car?
Well, you were still half conscious. You were able to help me just enough to get you out.
Oh, how is the car?
Oh, pretty much of a wreck.
Thank heaven I left my cameras and equipment to be shipped from Ankara by air.
What are you trying to do?
Get up.
No, Bob, no.
Darling, I'm all right, and I want to take a look at the car.
Look, I don't want you to move. You might have a concussion.
Don't worry, Diana.
Oh, now, if I knew you were okay, you could sit here, and I could walk back to that village we just passed.
Well, let's see if we can ride first. Oh, wow. Whew, it is a wipeout. Front axle's gone, the radiator's ruptured. Oh, and wait a minute.
What is it?
Wait, look up there at the top of the hill, through the trees. Someone just turned on a light. Oh. There's a house up there.
Yes, I see. Look, darling, you wait here, and I'll go up and see if they have a phone.
No, I'll do better than that. I'll come with you. This darn place was farther away than I thought. Hello, we'll just cut across this terrace here. And we'll try the French windows. Hey, the room inside's lighted.
Oh, yes, but they have Austrian blinds.
And wait a minute. There's a chink here. Let me have a look. Yeah. Hey, it's crazy. That can't be.
What is it?
Now, keep your voice down. Take a look.
Two men. Let's look.
Hold it. Take a look at the one sitting at the table.
Yes.
Who is he?
Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, he looks like Sipriakov.
Looks like he's a dead ringer.
Oh, good Lord, Bob. We've really stumbled onto something.
Yeah. A hornet's nest. We're getting out of here.
With a story like this? Do you know who this man is?
Sure. Number 3 or 4 in the Politburo who came here on a little Russian-type lobby trip to Istanbul and mysteriously disappeared day before yesterday.
Or defected.
Well, whichever it was, he has Russia up in arms and the Western world on atomic pins and needles and the Turks in a blue funk. Now, let's not get mixed up in this, Diana. Come on, it's too big.
Don't move.
Hey, now wait a minute.
We had an accident, and we were looking...
said be quiet. Inside.
All right, but
Don't argue with him. That's a Stalonica 57 he's toting.
A what?
A machine gun. Real bullets, too.
Move. What is the meaning of this, Sergei? Excuse me, Doctor, but I found them outside looking through the window.
Doctor? Oh, you're just what we're looking for. My friend is hurt.
Yes, so I see. That is a nasty cut. You will need some stitches.
No. All we need is a phone to get a mechanic and some transportation.
First of all, I must tend to your wound. Oh, allow me to introduce myself. I am Dr. Bülent Agdüz. And you, of course, are Mademoiselle Diana Sherwood, is it not?
You know me?
What educated man in Turkey does not know you, Mademoiselle? Especially since you have honored Turkey by coming here to do one of your fine documentaries about us. Excuse me, Sergei, put away the gun. But I found them spying on you. Sergei, as you ordered, Doctor. You will pardon me, Mademoiselle Sherwood, and...
this is my my cameraman, Mr. Robert Hart.
Yes. If you will excuse me, this gentleman here with me was just leaving. Sergei, please see my patient to the door.
Look, if you just let us make a phone call, you can go ahead with your patient.
No, we were all finished. Sergei? Yes, doctor. Good night, Mr. Cheeman. Now just follow my instructions, and I'm sure you will find your condition will improve rapidly. No, don't say anything. I am more than glad to have been of help. Now then, won't you sit down, Mademoiselle Sherwood, while I have a look at the gentleman's injury?
Thank you. But while you're treating Bob, couldn't I phone for help?
Unfortunately, no.
Well, why not?
I have no phone.
A doctor?
This is my home, not my office. I value my privacy.
Well, you don't seem to get much of it. What about the patient who just left?
What about him, Mr. Hart?
I think what Bob meant is that if this isn't your office...
Shall we say that he is just an old friend who dropped by?
Oh, yeah, okay. Sure, we don't care about him, Dr. Akduz. Now, all we want to do is get to Istanbul by tonight.
I'm afraid that would be very difficult. Please, let me offer an alternative. Why don't you allow me to invite you to be my guest for the night?
Well, I'm afraid that isn't possible.
Oh, why not?
Well, Mr. Hart and I must leave Istanbul tomorrow on the Orient Express.
But the Express does not leave until evening. I really must insist that you be my guest.
Well, I don't think you understand exactly, Doctor. Miss Sherwood and I are on an assignment from International Broadcasting to deliver a documentary on your country.
Oh, I know. I am aware that you have been here already for over 2 weeks.
But the last part of our Turkish coverage is to film the Orient Express in transit.
Yeah, and, as I guess you know, it makes its last trip tomorrow night.
I am aware of that.
So, you see, we must get back tonight.
Oh, I quite understand. But as a doctor, I must tend to that wound of yours before anything.
Yes, Bob, please let him do that.
Okay, fine. As long as while he's patching me up, we make some kind of arrangement to get to Istanbul.
Without a car and no phone, I don't really see how it is possible. There is also the matter of crossing the Bosphorus to the Thracian side.
Well, just get us to the ferry.
But how?
Oh, can't you have your man drive us in?
I'm afraid I can't.
I won't. If you ask me, your invitation to stay sounds more like an order.
Perhaps it is. Sergei!
Yes, Doctor.
Cover me, please.
The man behind the gun.
Yes, Mr. Hart, I'm afraid after all you are right. My invitation is really an order. You recognized my patient, did you not, Mr. Hart?
All right. What if I did?
It is absolutely vital that Comrade Serpiakov's whereabouts remain a secret until we get him to safety. So you will stay as my guests, both of you, until I do.
But, Dr. Akduz, you can't keep us here indefinitely.
I have no intention of doing that. I can promise you, Mademoiselle Sherwood, that you would be free to leave here in the morning.
And to catch my train.
And to catch your train.
Me? The way you said that, what about Mr. Hart?
That is quite different. Mr. Hart will be staying a little longer.
What for?
Shall we say as evidence of your good faith?
My good faith in what?
In a little scheme which has occurred to me and which, the more I examine it, seems the perfect answer to all our problems. Yes, indeed. I think my little scheme will solve this dilemma for all of us.
Diana and Bob exchange a glance. What is the smooth and oily Dr. Akduz up to? One thing has been expressed in the look they have exchanged, a feeling that I'm sure I and you in the audience share, that the insinuating manner of this strange doctor, if indeed he is one, is only a mask that conceals a man who serves no principles except his own, a bad enemy, perhaps an even worse friend. I shall return shortly with Act 2. three of them were frozen as we left them. Diana Sherwood and Bob Hart in the moment of exchanging their glance. Dr. Boulant Akduz, his dark, beady eyes glistening wetly as he considers them both, a secret smile curling one side of his mouth. Now, as the film of our tale starts to unwind again, the protagonists move from their still frame to action.
I think my little scheme will solve this dilemma for all of us.
What dilemma?
Oh, come, Mr. Hart. It is useless to deny it. You have recognized that I am hiding under my roof the most wanted man in Turkey. Lavrenti Serpiakov is being hunted by every communist in Europe. I am committed to getting him to safety. Could I possibly allow either of you to leave here freely, now that you know my secret?
But we'll be beyond Turkey by tomorrow night.
Preserving a discreet silence about the biggest news story on the continent at this moment? The answer is obvious. Oh, no. We are sitting, all three of us, on a bombshell.
Why all the intrigue and the cloak and dagger stuff? Look, why doesn't Serpiakov turn himself over to the Turkish authorities and ask for sanctuary?
The risk is too great. Turkey stands at a crossroads at this moment. Our neighbor to the north, Russia, dominates the Black Sea with her navy. She would demand his return at once, and we are not in any position to refuse.
Well, then go to the American consulate. They'd protect him.
If we ever got him there alive, perhaps. Another point not to be debated, the risk is also too great. An international situation might be created. No, the answer is clear and has been decided. Serpiakov must first be gotten out of Europe to a country where he will be totally safe.
Without a passport, without papers, without visas? No, it's crazy.
The problem was enormously difficult before. But now, fortunately, it is relatively simple, thanks to your coming here providentially, as you did.
Thanks to us?
Yes. Well, actually more directly to you, Mademoiselle Sherwood. You are going to be Serpiakov's safe conduct direct to America.
Me? Oh, I'm afraid you're mistaken.
I doubt it. I'm quite sure you are going to be perfectly agreeable, even anxious to help. When I explain.
You'd better do that right now.
I'm afraid not quite yet. My professional ethics dictate another pursuit for me. You have a nasty cut and quite a few abrasions which need attention. If you would follow me across my hall to my clinic, we would put you in shape.
No. I want to know what you're up to first.
I think you will do it my way. Sergei!
Now, look, just a minute.
No, darling, please. The cut still hasn't stopped bleeding. It's got to be taken care of.
She is quite right, you know. The sooner I can suture it, the less scar it will leave in the future. Well, shall we go and try to get rid of the bad blood between us? There. I think that should do very nicely. No pain?
No pain. Now, I want to know what you're trying to get Diana mixed up in.
Yes. Well, I would prefer to explain that to both of you at the same time. Why don't we go back and join the lady, so I can explain to you both what a blessing in disguise you have turned out to be. So, you would like to know my plan. Very well. Tomorrow evening, Miss Sherwood will leave as planned on the Orient Express. With her will go Serpiakov, traveling as Mr. Hart.
What do you mean, Serpiakov, traveling as Bob? How can he?
Very simply. You have just had a quite serious accident in your car. Very good. We will make it appear a good deal more serious. We will say that Mr. Hart has been injured quite severely about the face and the head. I, a doctor living closest to the scene of the accident, attended him, and quite naturally, since the damage is extensive, have had to bandage most of his head and face. Oh, can I freshen your drink, Mr. Hart?
Hey, well, maybe you'd better.
You see, it occurred to me as soon as I saw you that both you and Serpiakov are approximately the same height and build. Another piece of luck.
This comrade of yours, Does he speak American?
He won't have to. The mouth will be bandaged because some sutures had to be taken. We can even wire the jaws if broken. No. I see no flaws. I think personally it is an excellent plan. Once Serpiakov reaches Paris, arrangements already have been made by other interested parties which will clear him out of Europe safely.
Now, there is just one major flaw, Dr. Octus.
Yes? What is that?
What makes you so sure that I'll go along with your little scheme?
Oh, I have no doubts about that. I'm sure you can both guess why.
You'll be holding me as hostage.
Exactly. And besides, as a doctor, I will travel with her to Paris, ostensibly to take care of my patient.
But to make doubly sure I behave.
Shall we say, cooperate?
But what if I refuse?
How can you? These are desperate times, Miss Sherwood, and make no mistake, I am a desperate man. I lay my life on the line, and I value it highly enough so that I have no compunction about who dies to protect it. Besides, the end itself is good. Once Serpiakov is safe from reprisal, you will realize that he has information of incalculable value to the democracies, particularly yours and Mr. Hart's country.
All right. Doctor, you win. Do you think perhaps you can send one of your men to get our bags from the car?
I will have it taken care of right away. And may I say that I think you have both been very wise. Oh, one other thing. I don't know, of course, how far your regard for each other has taken you, but I am sure you will realize under the circumstances that you will be shown to separate rooms. The judgment is not one of moral principle, just mere precaution.
Yes? Yeah, who is it?
You have a visitor, mademoiselle.
Oh, just a minute. Who is it?
Open the door.
What visitor? Oh!
Serpiakov waits for no one.
What are you doing here?
Comrade Lavrenti Serpiakov, at your service.
The commissar has taken a fancy to you, mademoiselle.
Get out, Kulak. You have been paid. Leave us alone.
Bonjour, comrade. I wish you luck.
Get your hands off me.
Stay in my arms until we are sure he is gone.
What? He's gone.
Yeah, don't be too sure of that. And keep your voice low. He may even be watching.
How?
There is at least one keyhole in every door, and every wall has ears. Sergei is Russian. I do not trust him.
You expect me to trust you? Will you please let me go?
I'm sorry. The masquerade was necessary. I had to see you. I've heard of Dr. Akdu's plan.
Naturally. Where is the doctor now?
Istanbul. He is going to report the accident and set everything in motion. So, I've taken this opportunity to bribe the guard to see you.
Why would you have to bribe the guard?
Do you think I am any less prisoner than you or your friend Hart?
You? Prisoner? Of whom?
Of Dr. Akdus, of course.
I don't understand. He's the one who's helping you escape.
Escape? Once I believed in that, but no longer, because of what you Americans would call the double cross. You have given him the opportunity, you see.
I have.
Oh, not directly. You are the victims of circumstance, of course. But listen to me. If we go through with Akdu's plan, do you think for one moment I would ever get to Paris? I would be lucky to get as far as Stara Zagora or Sofia. Wherever the express stopped in Bulgaria, I guarantee the communist authorities will be alerted and ready to arrest me.
Who would alert them?
Akdus, of course. Do you not see the plan? It is so neat. I will be arrested for traveling under disguise on a false passport, so I can be removed from the train quite legally and quietly. once back in communist hands, I leave it to you to imagine what will happen to me.
They would kill you?
No, I doubt it. We are not under Stalin anymore. All I lost in Siberia, as you see, my ring finger. No, today we are more civilized. At best, I would simply become a non-person, no job, no means of support, a beggar. At worst, a patient committed to an institution. Both living deaths.
Why should Dr. Octus want to turn you back to the communists? Isn't he helping you escape them?
Mademoiselle Sherwood, Dr. Octus is not a man of conviction, except where he himself is concerned. He is an opportunist and a tool of the highest bidder. The only thing he ever wishes to protect is his neutral standing. I am worth more to the communists, but apparently it is only bad luck I fall into their hands. He has his both ways, the money, and if you call it that, his reputation. Do you understand?
Oh, I'm not sure. If you really are a prisoner, how could you come and visit me?
Number one, because I am not supposed to know that I am a prisoner. And number two, because among a certain class of men, money is the magic key to anything. So with a diamond ring, which is worth more than I care to think of, I bribed Sergei.
Wasn't he suspicious about why you wanted to talk to me?
Not since he was half drunk from drinking with me. And because of the reason I gave him. You are beautiful enough for any Russian to understand that.
I see. Well, now that you have seen me, what purpose has been served?
I want you to trust me.
But I do not trust you.
I have no time to try to convince you. I have little time left. But I have a plan for all of us. The only one I can devise, which I believe, which will give us a chance to escape with our lives. Will you at least listen to that?
It was George Villiers, the first Duke of Buckingham, who coined the phrase, "The plot thickens." His actual quote was, "I now, the plot thickens very much upon us," which indeed it does, and has, to a point where I'm afraid we must wait to see what happens until I return shortly with Act 3. Duke of Buckingham, whose thoughts we borrowed so shortly ago, had one other remark that history had recorded. The world is made up for the most part of fools and knaves. Now, while I don't share his pessimism, the world in which we have become engaged here may be a lot nearer to his than yours and mine. Let's return to it and find out just what it is that Comrade Serpiakov wishes Diana Sherwood to listen to.
Very well, Mr. Serpiakov. I'm listening.
If I can pass as Mr. Hart with the head covered with bandages, then so can he pass as me. It is only a matter of changing places.
How can you do that?
Leave that to me. What is important is that he must be ready when the moment comes. Here are bandages. You must get them to him.
How?
I must leave that up to you.
How can I trust you?
Look. You are a woman of the world, and you know that between the grindstones of power, individuals become dust and are lost in the wind. I know that if I follow the doctor's plan, I am doomed.
But if you don't?
I'm ready to take my chances. I have been ready to do that since I walked away from a lifetime spent in a cause in which I no longer believe.
All right. How will the change be made?
Just before they take me down to the ambulance...
Comrade Serpiakov.
The devil. There is no time. You must let me know if you get these to Mr. Hart.
I am coming in. The doctor is returning.
Well, I'll do my best.
You must get word to me if he has them and we'll be ready.
We can't wait, comrade.
But how?
Hurry, think. Put your arms about me quickly. Think.
I'll drop my club by your door.
Good.
You will have to leave your love dreams for another time. The doctor is just returning.
I don't care about the doctor.
But I do. Come.
Your glove.
My glove before your door.
And I trust you slept well, Mademoiselle Sherwood.
I wouldn't put much trust in that, Dr. Octus.
Or in me? Such a pity. Now, I am allowing you to see Mr. Hart on your promise that you will try nothing foolish.
Well, I can promise you that, at least.
After all, everything is arranged. I have reassured your network people that you are, well as can be expected. You have been checked out of your hotel. The accident has been reported, the car paid for, and my private ambulance is waiting to take us all to the ferry across the Bosphorus and onto the train.
Oh.
With the exception of Mr. Hart, of course. His room is just around this corner here. Now, remember to be careful what you say.
I only want to tell him I love him. And please to follow orders.
Hamid, be careful with that gun. And open the door. I apologize for that fool. He is gun happy.
Must he be the one to guard Bob?
Unfortunately, my resources are not unlimited. But your intended husband will be quite safe if he is careful. Wait, open the door, Hamid.
May I see him alone?
Where a beautiful woman is concerned, I am a sentimentalist, but not a fool. After you, mademoiselle. But I will stay back by the door with Hamid.
Diana.
Oh, darling, how are you?
Tolerable. The room's okay, but up until now, the room service was lousy. Oh, honey, you all right?
Oh, yes. Everything is all right.
What'd you just stuff in my pocket?
See, I said everything's all right. Dr. Octus has given me every assurance that you'll be all right. In 36 hours, as soon as we reach Paris, you'll be set free to join me there.
You trust this bird?
What else can we do? I only have a minute, darling. Just hold me. Hold me close. Closer. Before I go, I'll ask for your tobacco pouch. Kiss me goodbye.
Oh, do I have to be asked? What's in it?
A note. Au revoir, darling. It won't be long.
Long enough. I just wish I had a smoke.
I am afraid I must break up this tender farewell. However, at least in exchange, I can offer you some cigarettes.
Yeah, thanks. But coming from you, they'd probably be poison. No, I'd prefer my pipe. Oh, I guess I lost my tobacco pouch in the accident.
Oh, for heaven's sake, I almost forgot. I was just bringing you that.
What are you doing with it?
I don't know. I must have picked it up after the accident or something. I found it in my sling bag. I think it's still here. Oh, yes. Well, glad to get rid of it. Smelling up my whole bag. Here.
Just one moment, please. I will take that. This would not be a gun by any chance, would it?
Well, why don't you open it and see?
One can't be too careful. Of course. A briar pipe and a beauty. And unlike the lady, I like the aroma of your tobacco mix. You must let me try it when we have more time. Oh, your pouch, Mr. Hart. And now, mademoiselle, we really must go. Hamid, the door.
Au revoir, darling. You sure you understand?
Don't worry. I'll follow instructions.
Don't leave this door until you are relieved, Hamid. Khalud Kemar will be here early in the afternoon with some men. Come, mademoiselle. We will go down and have some coffee while we are waiting for Sergei to bring the ambulance. But first, I must see Serpiakov for a moment. This is his door here. Excuse me. Serpiakov? It's Dr. Agduz. Open up. Oh, you dropped your glove, mademoiselle.
What's the matter? Something wrong?
Oh, nothing. I just dropped my glove.
Allow me.
I will get it, you drunken fool. You can hardly stand up. Didn't you drink any of that coffee I sent up?
I don't want coffee.
You'd better get hold of yourself. We're leaving within the hour. Do you understand?
I understand the lady dropped her glove.
All right. I said I would get it. Here. Oh, very well. Get as drunk as you want. It will save me using the anesthetic. But try to stay awake a few more minutes. I will be right up with the bandages.
Be waiting. Got everything ready. Is Mademoiselle...
You need have no worries about her. She sees things our way now. Am I right, Mademoiselle Sherwood?
Oh, yes, indeed. Comrade Serpiakov can be sure I intend to do my part. Dr. Octus, what's wrong?
Serpiakov, the drunken fool, passed out. I had to bring Hamid down with me. Sergei? Yes, doctor. You and Hamid get the stretcher and go upstairs to fetch him. We will have to carry him down.
Mr. Hart,
it's not the invisible man, though I may look like it.
I am Serpiakov.
So I gathered from the headdress.
Come. It is time to change places. We must hurry.
Hey, how did you get past my guard?
He has gone downstairs to bring up the stretcher for me.
Leaving the door unlocked?
A fortunate oversight. Come, you must get to my room and stretch out on the bed. Remember, you are dead to the world.
And what about you?
I will take care of myself. When that fool with the gun who is supposed to guard you comes back, I will break his neck and escape. I still have other friends and other ways. It is the best way. Now hurry.
I'll hurry, but I'm not sure it's the best. Look out behind you!
What?
Hurry it up, Sergei. Get him in the ambulance.
What's wrong with him?
Serpiakov, dead to the world, drunk. Hurry, Sergei. Come on, Hamid. Lift your end of the stretcher higher. No, watch his hand.
His hand?
Yes. What is it, mademoiselle?
His left hand, the fourth finger.
Oh, yes, it is missing. That is an old accident. You are very observant. Thank you. I will take care of bandaging that on the way to the station. If someone had noticed that, Comrade Serpiakov would never have passed for Mr. Hart, would he? All right, Sergei. Hold it a moment and see if that fool has sobered up enough to get him into the wheelchair.
Halt! Stand ready. Dr. Bülent Akdos?
Yes?
Lieutenant Ertan, Istanbul Police. Can you identify yourself?
Certainly. Here are my papers and the passport.
Quite correct. These are Renora. The lady?
Oh, my name is Diana Sherwood.
Oh, yes. Your television crew is expecting you on the train, mademoiselle. But where is Mr. Hart?
If you will come with me, Lieutenant, I will show you. Mr. Hart has met with an unfortunate accident in his car, from which Mademoiselle Sherwood managed to escape without serious injury. As you see, Mr. Hart was not so fortunate. He was quite severely injured.
You are quite sure that man under those bandages is Mr. Hart, Dr. Akdos?
Of course. Mademoiselle Sherwood can verify that.
I'm not asking you, mademoiselle. I'm asking you.
Very well. I am his doctor. Who would know better? Of course, this is Mr. Robert Hart.
I think that will do, Dr. Akdos. You are under arrest.
On what charge?
For the moment, falsifying a passport will do. I do not believe this man to be Mr. Hart. I believe him to be Commissar Lavrenti Serpiakov.
You must be crazy. Mademoiselle Sherwood, tell this idiot that we cannot be held up. That it is imperative for you to...
Lieutenant, he's right. I can't tell you how vital it is to Mr. Hart that we make this train.
Have no fear, mademoiselle. I think if we hurry, we can get to the police station, straighten things out, pick up the real Mr. Hart, and still make the Orient Express on time.
The real Mr. Hart?
Certainly. It was his telephone call that brought us here. And I'm sure by now he has reached the police station in safety.
Istanbul, Paris, here we come.
Bob Hart.
Yes, Diana Sherwood.
Will you stop being cool, collected, possessed, and pompous and explain to me just what happened?
Elementary, my dear Sherwood.
Bob, didn't you get my note in the tobacco pouch?
I did. And the bandages are stuffed in my pocket.
Well?
Well, when Serpiakov came to make the switch, I got to thinking, so I just cold-cocked him.
You what?
Yeah. Listen, up until your try, I figured my chances were 0. You know, Akdurz was going to have me killed the moment his gunsel came back. So, I was all ready with my little weapon.
What weapon?
Bar of soap in my sock. Makes a perfect sandbag. Yeah, I saw it somewhere on the big glass tube. So I conked Serpiakov with it, and I lugged him back to his room before the muscle boys realized anything was wrong.
And when the guard came back?
Well, I was pretty expert by then. I left the door open, and when Hamid poked his knucklehead in, pow! Yeah, well, then I called the police, and darling, here we are.
Oh, but why, Bob? Why? Why take all that risk when the other way...
Because, my love, Serpiakov would never have turned himself in. This boy wasn't reformed. He was running for his life. Anyway, I've always wanted to sandbag a real live communist. But most of all, because... Because I didn't want to lose you. I knew the moment Akdurz handed Serpiakov over to his fellow commissars, he'd have to waste you as well as me. And that's one way. I wasn't going to let this production end.
Oh, darling, I owe you my life.
As long as you feel that way, I'm taking it over from now on.
And that, as they say in the film business, is a wrap, which means the story is told. The last shot is taken. The film is in the can. The actors go home, the studio sets disappear, the lights go out, and the Orient Express fades out of reality and into the pages of history. I'll be back shortly. As it happens, Serpiakov did find temporary sanctuary in Turkey and eventually made it to America, and a kind of freedom he had never known. Dr. Akdurz lost his freedom, of course, on multiple charges, including abduction and forcible detention against a person's will. And Mr. and Mrs. Hart, as Diana Sherwood very shortly became, got an exciting and dramatic ending for their documentary on Turkey. Our cast included Ann Williams, Earl Hammond, Robert Dryden, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Not a chance. And the water's full of sharks. All right, come on below.
Now we better wash out this glass.
I'm grateful for your help, friend.
Oh, that's okay.
I'll have the money for you in a week or so.
Yes, the sooner the better.
You'll get it.
Now, how do you report a thing like this?
There's nothing to it. Guy's stolen $100,000 of negotiable bonds. He knows he'll be exposed. Jumps overboard. No problem.
If you say so.
I do. Now, come on, let's relax.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents...
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, mediator between this world of reality and the other world of illusion, although, admittedly, few of us can keep them straight. The road to hell, they say, is paved with good intentions. And you might justifiably ask, how does this happen? Well, the first building blocks are honest and square. But as you travel downward, the light becomes dimmer and the way narrower. And before you know it, that fine line between good and evil is lost in the darkness. And although you begin by reaching for a star, you end up by falling into the pit.
Jim, we have to call the police. Just sit tight, Billy. Sit tight. But we should call the police. Now, let's not be hasty. Hasty? It's the law. I understand that, but you... But what? Is there a conceivable reason for not doing our duty as citizens and calling the police? Yes, there is, Mr. Congressman. There is. What are you saying? I'm saying if you call the police, you will never be elected governor.
Our mystery drama, Party Girl, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Mason Adams. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and your Singer Sewing Center. I'll be back shortly with Act One. You're about to meet two beautiful people. Let us consider the gentleman first. He's just past 35. He's handsome. He's intelligent. He's rich. He's destined to go far. Or so it seems. The young lady is in her 20s. She is slender, blonde, pretty. Indeed, a fit companion for the gentleman. I'm sorry to say that both these people are just slightly inebriated. They are at the gentleman's summer home, actually in his den. He is a sporting gentleman. He has invited her here to look at his spectacular collection of firearms. And why not? Don't artistic gentlemen invite ladies to look at their etchings? Well, yes. But who ever heard of anyone being killed by an etching?
I don't know the first thing about guns, but I bet I recognize the prize.
You sure did, Suki. That's a Belgian 29 caliber Armand de Vizier.
Armand who?
Say, why do they call you Suki?
Oh, this little revolver is so pretty. I don't know anything about guns, but this is so pretty.
Suki, don't point it, for goodness sake. Even if it isn't loaded, you should never point it.
Like a beautiful piece of machinery.
Hey, you didn't tell me why your name is Suki.
Oh, my father called me Suki.
Is that so? Why?
Well, he had two daughters. He called one Polly, so he could tell her to put the kettle on, and he named me Suki, so he could tell me to take it off.
You're joking, huh?
Oh, Papa. Poor Papa. If he could see what's happened to his little Suki, it'd break his heart.
Oh, don't say that. You're a great little girl.
Papa, I'm sorry. Really, I'm sorry.
You know what I think? I think you need a drink.
Yeah, that's right. I do need a drink. I never used to drink. Oh, what am I hanging around here for?
Well, the evening's young. We're going to have a lot of laughs.
I mean, what am I hanging around on this earth for?
Oh, you're a profound one. What am I hanging around on this earth for?
I mean it, Billy. Is that your name?
Go.
Billy?
Oh, come on. Let's join the others. You'll feel better.
No, thank you. Billy, you're awful cute. But I shouldn't hang around. You know what Papa said? When you wear out your welcome, go.
Come on, Suki. The night hasn't even started.
I'm not welcome in this world anymore. I think I'll leave. And this Armo, whatever its name is.
Don't do that, Suki. You shouldn't, even in a joke. Life, Suki, life is so precious. You shouldn't just make jokes.
Bye, Billy.
No, there's no use pointing it at yourself, Suki. It isn't loaded. Hey, you see?
Well, if at first you don't succeed, try again.
I told you. Now, put the gun down.
And again.
Now, look, Suki, would you put that down before I take it away from you?
And again.
Suki.
And again. Ah!
Suki. Suki. Suki.
Billy, was that a... Oh, my God, yes, it was.
She's dead, Jim. She's dead. Look at her. She's dead.
How did it happen, Billy?
She was fooling with a gun, and it went off.
Just like that?
Jimmy, you've got to believe me.
I want to believe you. I want to believe you in the worst way.
Oh, I don't know. I think she was depressed. She really thought she wanted to kill herself.
Why?
How would I know why? This was the first time I ever met her. Jimmy, we're going to have to call the police.
No. Listen, now, just sit for a minute.
What else can we do?
Shh. Now, you know what happens if we call the police.
Well, what do you mean, if we call the police?
The press, the media, they'll be all over this thing like a swarm of locusts.
But we have to call the police, don't we?
You see, Billy, look, what everyone will want to know is, what was she doing here?
Oh.
That way we've got to think about this from every angle.
Oh, Jim, what are we going to do?
All right, okay, now, the first thing we have to do is to be calm. Calm.
Yeah.
Now, what time is it now? It's 8 o'clock. Now, you're going to have to come down with a headache, a very bad headache.
Oh, Lord, I have got a headache.
All right, now, I'll get rid of everybody at the party.
No, all right. But, Jim, we have to call the police.
I know. You keep saying that. You have to keep saying that.
They all will know that she was here.
No. Nobody knows her. Nobody's seen her. The two of you got here early, and you hadn't made your grand appearance yet. Now, we're covered on that score.
Now, what do you mean, covered?
Billy, just let me handle everything. Now, don't you move out of this room. Don't you show your face. 8 o'clock now. We can't make it too abrupt. We'll have to let the party run for a couple of hours.
Jim.
And once we get everybody out of the house,
what are you doing?
Hi there. Hey, how's it coming? Everybody having enough to eat and drink? Hey, great. Is Arthur around? Yeah, please.
Jim.
Artie, you've got to come to the den this minute. We have got problems.
Who's that?
Now, who would it be?
Oh.
Billy. Artie took care of everything. Now, first he got everybody out of the house, diplomatically and tactfully.
Jim, I've been thinking
You don't have to think anymore. All you have to do is forget.
Oh, yeah, forget.
Well, we got everybody out by 10:30. And then when we were all alone, we arranged the other thing.
Jim, don't use weasel words to cover up. Say what you did. You got rid of the body, right?
We drove her car back to town. We parked it in front of her apartment building. And the police will find her in the front seat.
Oh, Jim, this is wrong.
No, in politics, you see, right and wrong become a matter of time and place. Now, the police will think she was robbed and murdered, and, well, that'll be the end of the matter.
The end of the matter.
What could we have done? She was a foolish girl. It wasn't your fault.
It was my fault. Every gun in the collection, I'm so careful to make sure that they're empty. But there was a live round in one of the chambers of the Armand de Vizier.
All right, but she was a girl who wanted to kill herself.
What I'm not facing up to is the other thing.
What other thing?
Why did I bring her here in the first place?
Oh, you know why. You needed her, and all the others, because you and Cecily are finished.
Well, then why don't I divorce Cecily?
Because if you do, the career is finished.
Oh, the career. It's all the career now, isn't it? It's not even my career. It's the career.
It belongs to all of us.
Look, the way we worked for you, the way we just put everything out on the line.
Yeah, sure.
Billy, please. Oh, please don't throw yourself and all of us away.
Will you just let me think for a while, Jim? Just let me think.
Here we had a homicide last night. You got the report, Ben?
Girl, Captain, 25. Name of Suki Prentice. A model.
Was she a model, or are you being kind to her?
She was found sitting behind the driver's seat in her car, a blue two-door Reliance sedan, which was parked in front of her apartment building at 334 West Palmer. Shot once in the right temple. 29 caliber bullet.
29 caliber? It's a funny caliber.
I wouldn't use the word funny, but I agree. Time of death said at 8 p.m. Body discovered by foot patrolman at 12:18 a.m.
Anybody hear anything?
Nope.
And nobody saw anything.
It's a very quiet residential neighborhood.
Motive?
Apparent motive, robbery. Purse was lying beside her, open and empty. No money inside. Markings on fingers and wrists show evidence of her having worn jewelry.
Yeah, so it was a robbery. Well, why do you say apparent motive?
How does this one look to you, Captain?
Well, I think the report says it. She pulled up in front of her house. Some hood happens by and sticks her up. Maybe she panics, or maybe he's a psycho and he kills her. But you don't think so, I can tell. All right, what bothers you?
The report says she slumped behind the wheel of the car, but the bullet wound is in the right temple. Now, it should be in the left temple. What did the killer do? Reach all the way around inside?
Well, maybe she turned her head.
Well, she'd have to be a contortionist.
Yeah. We'll spend a while on it. I don't know what you can do besides ring doorbells and ask if anyone saw something. It could be a career in itself.
Something else bothers me. Where was the cop on the beat? Hello there, Officer Malone.
Hello, Sergeant.
Malone, how are you as a ticket writer?
Oh, depends on the mood I'm in, I guess. Some nights I ticket everything in sight. And then I have nights where I love all my fellow men. I forgive them the little traffic trespasses.
And how were you last night?
Last night I was a lion raging through the street. Nothing, no one escaped my wrath.
Right here in front of 334 West Palmer, the sign says no parking at any time.
Oh, that is my favorite spot. I call it the quota corner. There's always someone breaking the law right here.
Really? Well, you let someone get away with it last night.
Oh, no. There was a convertible parked there between 7 and 10, and he got his.
There couldn't have been a convertible parked in front of 334 between 7 and 10.
What are you telling me? I know who I tagged.
Because at 8 o'clock, a Miss Suki Prentice was shot to death there in her car. And she wasn't spotted till after midnight when your relief man took over.
No.
So the fact is, you didn't even walk this part of the beat for the 4 hours between 8 and 12. Now, a little bit of cooping on the beat might be okay, but you must have had yourself a slumber party.
Sergeant Clavick, I put in a full 8 hours. I patrol every square foot of that beat.
Not only did you not ticket a car that was illegally parked, but you didn't even notice that a woman was slumped over the wheel dead.
Now, you better listen to this, Sergeant. At 7 p.m., I am in front of 334, okay? A blue NMC convertible is illegally parked. I write him up. I pass by once an hour. He's still there at 8, at 9, at 10. At 11, he's gone, and the spot is empty. So I don't know anything about your two-door sedan with a dead dame in it.
But that's impossible.
You want to see my duplicates? Go on down to headquarters. I turned them in this morning.
She wasn't killed in front of the house, Captain. She was killed somewhere else.
Okay, Ben. That much is obvious.
Well, then, this becomes another kind of crime. It's no longer some hood who spots a mark and moves in. It's something else.
What?
Well, it means it's a killing with a texture.
Come on, Ben. Now, what are you trying to say?
It has a story. It has complications. Somebody had to figure out certain moves.
Okay.
Why was her body brought back to her house? To get it away from the spot where she'd been shot. Far away. Because if we find out where she was killed, we know who killed her.
All right, then you get to work, Ben.
I will, after lunch.
I never knew you to stop for lunch when you were hot on the case.
Well, this is a very special lunch. An old college friend of mine is in town. Has a summer house upstate.
Hey, how come you never got rich?
He may be rich, but he's a great guy. You know him.
Well, how would I know him?
Well, you know of him. He's Congressman Bill Anderson, who's probably going to be the next governor of the state.
All right, and now we have that laid out for you. Bill Anderson and Benny Craddock, two boys who, through an accident of fate, became friends, and through another accident, will become adversaries. Perhaps unconscious adversaries would be more accurate. Well, you make sure you stay conscious, because I shall return in just a few moments with Act Two. She was a party girl, and since a term like that can be defined in many ways, you can define it to suit yourself. She really didn't do anything spectacular when she was alive, but now that she's dead, she could just about set the world on fire for so many people.
Oh, Ben, you haven't changed a bit.
Neither of you, Cecily. You're still a golden girl.
The Golden Girl?
That was my private nickname for you.
And all the time, I thought you were my best friend.
Now it can be told I was madly in love with Cecily.
Were you?
I was madly in love with both of you. And I decided I'd marry the one who asked me first.
You know, I can't believe that the three of us are sitting here just the way it used to be so many years ago.
Bill, I read this stuff that Ben wrote, and I think it is sensational.
What's he talking about, Billy?
Your master's thesis on crime, Ben.
Who in his right mind would be interested
Well,
in...
Ben, I invited you here on business.
Well, if you menfolk are going to talk business, then, now that you know the way, don't be a stranger.
Darling, don't forget the concert tonight.
Of course not.
And give the old man a kiss before you go. And it'll hold me for a while.
See you soon, I hope, Ben.
Now, what is this about business and my master's thesis?
Ben, I want you to join me.
Join you?
Billy has got to be the logical candidate for governor, Benny. Now, he's the fresh, new, dynamic face the people demand. And I want you to do a position paper on crime for me. It's one of the biggest issues.
You want me to do...
You really have something to say. You don't yell, bash their skulls in. On the other hand, you don't insist they're all poor, misunderstood victims of society.
Well, I'm flattered.
Join me. Take a sabbatical from the department.
I'm tempted. But I just started a case.
Well, could someone else take it over?
I wouldn't feel right.
Why not?
I may be wrong, but I have an idea that unless I push this case, it might get sloughed over.
That tells us something about the police department, doesn't it?
Oh, yes. Tells us we're undermanned, overworked, undertrained in things that really matter. So much clamors for attention. So many things keep happening.
Oh, what kind of case is it, Ben?
A girl was found murdered last night.
Oh?
Just a girl. Her name was Suki Prentice.
Yes, I believe I heard it on the news this morning. Wasn't she killed by a hoodlum in front of her house?
No, she was not killed in front of her house.
She wasn't?
She couldn't have been. She was shot at 8 p.m. At that exact time, another car was parked in the space.
Oh? How do you know this, Ben?
The cop on the beat had ticketed another car for being parked there illegally.
Oh, but Ben, it's only one murder. Now, what Billy is asking you to do is to work on the big picture.
I understand. But this girl's entitled to justice.
Sure. But is it more important to work on this one single solitary situation or to devote yourself to the entire system?
The system is only as important as any individual.
Well, Billy's offering you an opportunity to make an impact.
This girl needs me. And I'm the only friend she has in the world.
What are you talking about? Did you know her?
No, but she's dead. And she has become a problem. Everybody wants to be rid of her. She really wasn't very important. Actually, if you want to eliminate euphemisms, she was a prostitute. Why should she use up the money and manpower of the police force? Especially since we have very little real chance of cracking the case anyway.
I think you've just stated the reason for dropping the case and coming to work with us, Ben.
If we refuse to give this girl justice because it is awkward or difficult or more convenient to work on other things, then there is no justice. Somebody has to be on her side.
Ben, I really need you.
I want to be a part of it, Billy. Just let me wind up this case.
I want us to be in touch.
Sure.
Sure, we still want to be able to pick your brains, Ben. So how about lunch on Friday? Huh?
Yeah, if I'm not held up. Well, it was good meeting you, Jim. I'll see you, Billy. I think I can find my way out.
Jim. Hold it. What are we gonna do, Jim? Just don't worry, Billy. We're taking care of it. Jim, I've got a conscience. And you've got to learn to live with it. No, I don't think I can live with this. There's the welfare of the whole state, Billy. You're the best qualified man. Now, are you gonna throw it away for some dumb little hooker? Don't say that. Oh, come on. We've worked too long and too hard. You are a sensitive guy, and maybe you need these moments to search your soul. But snap out of it. Let's move onward and upward.
What do you mean you don't have the copy of the summons? The officer turned it in yesterday morning. He told me so. It has to be there. 7 p.m. the 19th. Yeah, in front of a no parking sign at 334 West Palmer. That ticket has to be there. Well, let me know if it turns up.
Hey, Ben. What hit you?
That summons Patrolman Malone made out for that car that was parked where Suki Prentice should have been. It's gone. It's disappeared.
Well, it may have been misfiled.
No, it doesn't exist. I've been on the clerk's back for the last 3 hours. He's gone through every piece of paper in the house.
Well, don't let it bother you.
It has to bother me, Captain. It's part of the case.
Yeah, but it's not your case anymore.
What are you talking about?
You're off it.
Since when?
Since the chief inspector said so this morning.
Why?
Well, I was going over manpower with him. You know, we have got to be more productive. Now, Sergeant Kravick on this party girl thing, he says, no, Ben's too much detective for that. You assign him to the Morrison murder.
That thing's a month old. Besides, it's Maxwell's case.
Yes, I know, but Maxwell has to go to the hospital for some surgery next week.
Something's wrong.
What?
First, the parking summons. It's gone.
Who says it's gone?
The traffic clerk never saw it.
Well, maybe it never existed.
Malone says he wrote the ticket.
Maybe he feels he had to say it.
Are you accusing Malone of...
Well, he's an old-timer. He's come up to retirement.
Now, look, I know Malone. I like him.
Well, so do I. But that night, he may have shortened the beat. It was hot. He was tired. And then when he found out about the murder, he tried to cover himself. You know, made up a story about another parked car.
I don't believe it.
Yeah, it could have happened.
Why am I being taken off?
Now, look, do you want to tell the chief inspector how to run his division?
Let me have a couple of more days.
Ben, what has got you glued to this thing?
She was young, good-looking, and expensive. The guy she was with must have killed her.
Where's your evidence?
Because only rich and important guys could afford her.
It's all theory.
And it could be the guy is rich and important enough to apply heat.
Are you saying the heat got to Inspector Dennison to take you off?
It could have been a coincidence, and that traffic ticket could have been lost by accident.
Or maybe it was never written in the first place.
I got another lead I want to follow up. Let's just see if I run into coincidences there, too.
How are things coming on the murder case, Ben?
I may have a break. She must have been out with some man that night, and he killed her.
Is that the latest police theory on the case?
It's all I have to go on so far.
Well, what's your lead?
I didn't think you'd be interested in the grubby details of some tawdry little murder. Anyhow, I decided to work on this position paper for you at night.
Oh, Ben, that is great.
Yeah. What is this lead that you have, Ben? I'm fascinated.
Well, an informer of mine, or to give him his proper name, a stool pigeon, is going to meet me at about 4 o'clock, at which time he should be able to tell me who arranged, shall we say, liaisons for Suki Prentice.
I see.
And that way, I'll know who Suki was with on the night she died. Now, about society's attitudes towards criminals...
Well, look, this is between you two eggheads. I have practical matters to arrange for. It's good seeing you again, Benny.
Sure, Jim. Now, what was I telling you, Billy?
Yeah?
Police.
Police, I see. Police, yeah.
What's your name?
Jojo, what can I do for you?
Jojo, I'm looking for Big Margie.
She ain't here.
Now, where would I find her?
How would I know?
Where did you last see her?
I don't remember.
Do you remember a girl named Suki Prentice?
Never heard of her.
She's never been in this apartment?
No, sir, never.
Do you know what being an accessory to a murder can buy?
Oh, yes, sir.
So let us make a fresh, new beginning, Jojo. You knew Suki?
Yeah, she'd come around. I mean, Margie would, book jobs for her.
And the night she died, did Margie arrange that one?
Well, you'd have to ask Margie.
Where's Margie? Well, Jojo, you tell me or you'll talk down at headquarters.
What is it now, 5 o'clock? Well, maybe about 1:30. The bell rings, a couple of guys come in, very well-dressed guys, and I figure they're a couple of Johns. You see what I mean? And I don't pay them no attention.
So
I'm watching the ball game on TV, and they're talking to Margie, and I hear her say, all that money. And then she comes up to see me, and she says, I'm going away for a while. Here's a couple of bills to keep you out of trouble. And she tosses me $500. And then she packs. I mean, she loads up them suitcases like she's really moving on, and off they go.
Did you ask her where?
Sure. I says, where you going? And she says, if I told you, you'd know something.
These men, did she seem to go with them willingly?
Oh, yeah. There was laughing, everything.
And when did she say she was coming back?
Hey, you want to know something? I don't think she's ever coming back.
I said all I needed was one more coincidence, Captain, and I got it. I got a line to somebody who knows where Suki Prentice went that night, and that somebody disappears 3 hours before I get there.
Well, that doesn't have to mean anything.
This Big Margie, she was bought off. There's heat there. There is real heat.
Look, Ben, you got to take over for Maxwell right away. Now, I told the inspector I'd give you a few more days, and this, and he blew his lid.
I'm staying on the case.
Ben, you can't disobey a direct order from upstairs.
Captain, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to leak it to the press.
What are you saying?
Why is the department soft-pedaling the Suki Prentice killing?
Ben.
Who's turning on the heat?
You can't prove anything.
I don't have to. I'll just let the press run with it.
You won't do yourself any good.
Look, if I were out to do myself that kind of good, I wouldn't be a cop.
Well, okay. Take another day or two. I'll hold the wolves off somehow.
Ben, I've turned some of your material over to my speechwriters. They say it is sensational.
Glad I can help out, Billy.
You deserve recognition.
Recognition. It's what paralyzes so many good people. You become part of an establishment. Well, I've got to run.
Hey, stick around. We'll have a few laughs. Like old times.
Not the same kind of laugh.
Sure.
Sure.
Yeah.
What? How about Cecily?
That's all over. We just maintain the appearance.
What? You and Cecily? Oh, no, I can't believe it. I don't want to believe it.
Poor Ben. Eternal romantic. You and I and Cecily. You know, we are not college sophomores any longer.
No, I guess not. I'll see you.
What's your hurry?
I have work to do on that Suki Prentice killing.
I thought you said you were taking off that.
Hey, wait a minute. You can help me, Billy.
Help you?
Yeah, maybe you can lead me straight to the killer.
And he could do it, too. Well, not to the killer exactly, because we know it wasn't a murder, but certainly to the heart of the problem. Obviously, Billy Anderson is going to be kept in suspense. And hopefully, you will be too, until I return in just a few moments with Act 3. What is the basic difference between a lie and the truth? Well, there must be many. But a significant one would appear to be that a truth can stand firmly on its own. A lie needs constant support and nourishment. You can tell the truth and let it go at that. But a lie will continue to make demands of you for as long as both of you live.
Ben, how could I possibly help you with this murder case?
I should have thought of you at the very beginning.
Me?
Of course, Billy. You've always been interested in guns, haven't you?
Yeah.
Sure. Now, this girl, Suki Prentice, she was killed by an unusual caliber bullet.
She was?
Yeah, a 29 caliber.
29?
I told you it was unusual. Now, who would make a 29 caliber handgun?
Who?
Have you ever heard of one?
I'm not sure.
It's not your ordinary weapon, would you say so?
Yes, I would say so.
Hey, Billy, I hope I'm not imposing.
No. Go ahead if I can help in any way.
Now, here's what I know so far. I know that I've got a high-priced party girl. She must have been killed by the guy that she was with. An unusual caliber gun. Probably a custom-made weapon. Expensive, but so what? Her guy is rich.
You seem to see it so clearly.
Well, he has to be very rich, very well placed. I told you about all the heat I'm getting. I don't want to bother you or bore you with more of this.
No. I'm fascinated. How do you plan to move ahead now?
Well, I've got a request out for information. Who makes a 29 caliber? And when I get the answer, I may be able to trace the gun.
That's pretty smart.
Yeah, it's just routine police work. Well, Billy, I'll see you.
You sure you can't stay around, Ben?
I can't get over it.
Can't get over what?
I can't get over you and Cecily.
Guess it's just one of those things.
It can't be. I'm sure that the two of you...
No, we're happy, Ben. We found a way of life that suits us.
Yeah.
Could you finish the paper for me this week?
Is this the detective's room?
Yes, sir. May I help you?
My name's Mainwaring. Write that down for the record. Mainwaring. Now, I'm here about that robbery.
Oh, well, you want to see a man from the larceny squad. One of them should be in soon.
Oh, now, I'm sick of being tossed around from one office to another. You a detective?
Yes, but I'm not the one you want.
Now, don't hand me the old "this ain't my table" routine. My place was robbed the other night. The cop on the beat comes in, takes out his pad, writes something down, I don't know what, and that's the last I hear. Now, what happens now?
The larceny squad will handle it. Come back after lunch.
I can be put out of business. The law says I have to keep a record of every gun I sell. Oh, what am I blowing off steam at you for? Just steer me toward the right place.
Wait a sec. Do you sell guns? Tell me about it.
Well, what do I want to waste my time with you for? You just said you're not the right detective.
But maybe I can help you.
That's crazy. I got the most exclusive gun shop in the country. I sell mostly to connoisseurs, collectors. Who else can afford me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, the other night, my place gets broken into. All the guy does is bust open my safe, where all I got is maybe a couple of $100, and my record book. And that's all he takes.
That's all?
All around him is maybe $500,000 worth of handguns. I mean, I got merchandise there. Lugers, Dumont, Ferrands. None of your commercial junk. Every weapon is custom made.
And all of this is untouched?
All he takes is the couple of dollars and my record book. The book the law says I have to keep on who buys what.
Well, now, why would anyone want to steal that book?
It beats me. You know what I got in that shop? I got the most expensive revolver ever made. The 29 caliber Armand de Vizier.
The what caliber?
I'm the only shop in the United States where you can buy it.
The what caliber?
29. It's a collector's item.
You have a record of the people who bought it?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. The record is gone. And that's why I can be in a jam.
Think. You don't sell such a gun every day.
I don't sell one every year.
Can you remember any of the people who bought them?
I must have sold 3 all told. A guy named Humboldt, who died some years ago. A guy named Witherspoon, his yacht sunk in the middle of the ocean with all hands. So I guess the gun went with him. And the third to a dame.
A dame?
Yeah, a dame. I remember her. She came in. She said she wanted to buy her husband a birthday gift. He was a gun collector. And so, what can you give the man who's got everything? And I said a 29 caliber Armand de Vizier. And she said, wrap it up.
Do you recall her name?
A good-looking dame, youngish, and she had a kind of everyday name. Smith, Brown, Jones.
Thompson?
No, not Thompson. Well, that's close. It ended in a son.
Wilson, Watson.
No, go higher up in the alphabet.
Johnson.
No, but it's Scandinavian.
Carlson, Benson.
Anderson.
Anderson?
You know, I'm going to have to put together my whole list like that. Hey, Detective, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm just fine.
Ian.
May I come in, Cecily?
Of course. Oh, Billy's tied up with Jim or Artie or somebody.
I wanted to see you.
Me?
Cecily, about you and Billy.
Oh, you didn't know. I guess you didn't know till just now. And you're the great detective, too.
Cecily, I want to ask you something.
I don't know the answer.
That's a simple question.
No, it isn't. I don't know what happened to us. Maybe Billy became too famous too quickly. Maybe he's not the same Billy. Maybe I'm not the same Cecily.
Did you ever buy Billy a gun for his birthday?
Did I ever buy Billy a gun for his birthday? Why do you ask?
Did you?
Yes. Do you know why? I thought it would save the marriage. Imagine. A revolver. An instrument of death to keep a marriage alive. You see, I wanted to prove to Billy that the things that interested him were also of interest to me. I read up on guns so we could discuss them intelligently.
Would you remember what kind of gun you bought him?
Would I remember? Oh, it was a custom-made 29 caliber Armand de Vissier. The finest.
Cecily!
Really, what's the matter?
Cecily, you mustn't say another word.
Why?
Let me tell you why.
Don't listen to him.
You both have to listen to me. Because you both have a decision to make. A girl named Suki Prentice was murdered some days ago.
Oh, I think I read something about it.
Looked like a robbery. I went to work on it. And I was stymied at every step. Evidence disappeared. Witnesses vanished.
But why?
It was as if someone very rich, very powerful, with connections everywhere, was applying heat against me. I was even taken off the case. Although that could have been a coincidence.
But what does all this have to do with Billy and me?
Billy killed her.
What?
You see, I had discussed the case with Billy. And every time I mentioned a lead, that lead disappeared.
Ben, are you sure you're all right?
Don't look at me. Look at Billy. Ask Billy here if he's all right.
I don't understand. You have accused Billy of murder. Where is your evidence, your proof?
I don't have any.
Ben, this is monstrous. You, our dear friend, the oldest friend we have. Is this what politics can do? Have you been bought off?
As of this moment, nothing exists to tie Billy into it. But how long can it last? Now, so far, Billy, you bribed somebody at traffic.
Billy, are you just going to stand there and
You paid off Big Margie. But it got a little more serious with Mainwaring. That called for burglary.
Mainwaring? That's where I bought...
You'll have to tell her to deny that. Cecily, are you willing to perjure yourself for Billy?
What does that gun I bought have to do...
It's the gun that killed Suki Prentice.
Oh, I don't believe it.
Why don't we find out? Have the gun examined at the police ballistic lab. Or did you get rid of the gun by this time, Billy? Ask him, Cecily. The beautiful 29 caliber Armand de Vissier. Ask him if he still has it. What are you going to tell her, Billy? It's been lost? Stolen?
There's no proof I ever had such a gun.
That really isn't the answer you wanted to hear, is it, Cecily?
You didn't ever buy me such a gun. Did you, Cecily?
Did you, Cecily?
No.
I could expect you to do nothing less, Cecily. You love him. But she's the least of your problems, Billy. You bribed somebody at traffic. He's a rotten apple in the barrel. How do you know he won't start becoming more curious?
He doesn't know anything.
How about Big Margie? She knows everything. Why should she stay bought? You lay golden eggs. What she knows is worth millions. Or how do you know she won't get loaded one night and shoot her mouth off?
Billy,
Billy, don't lose your cool. There is no evidence.
And now the party's complete. Here's good, true, and faithful Jim.
You can't prove a word of this.
From now on, Jim will take care of everything. Your hands will never be dirty, Billy. Jim has already gone from bribery to burglary. He can also arrange for murder. And it's all being done for you. Did King Henry II kill Becket? No. He only said, who will rid me of this meddlesome priest? All of you have enough Jims and Arties.
Ben, listen. Billy, I tell you, you are in the clear.
Ben, believe me.
What do you want me to believe?
I didn't kill her.
It's a lie.
It's the truth. She killed herself.
Billy.
She was feeling kind of down, you know? And, well...
Do you realize what you are saying, Billy?
Yes. Yes, Jim, I'm sorry. Now, maybe her life was getting a little too much for her, but somehow I left a live round in the chamber, and she pulled the trigger.
That's the way it happened.
Yeah. Ben, what good will it do to expose this? Don't you understand? The state needs him. He is the best man.
He was a week ago. But he's losing ground every day. Aren't you, Billy?
Yes.
You want to get out now, Billy, before you have to get in deeper?
Will you come with me, Cecily?
Yes.
Why don't the three of us go downtown?
You're crazy.
That's right, Jim. He is. But you have to be crazy. How else can you hope to save your soul?
Well, as you might imagine, Bill Anderson retired from public life. There were people who admired him for coming forward. There were people who thought he was stupid for sticking his neck out when he could have gotten away with it. There were those who condemned him for being an adulterer, and those who praised him for not being a hypocrite. What does it prove? You can't please everybody. But I'll be back with some news that should please almost everybody in just a few moments. There are those who say history is shaped by inexorable forces that grind their relentless way, despite our best efforts to shape them. There are those who say history is made by unpredictable, random accidents. Suki Prentice, a young lady of the night. She may have changed history. Nothing changes here, though. 7 times each week, we bring you the best in mystery, terror, suspense, and the macabre. Our cast included Mason Adams, Russell Horton, Evie Juster, Earl Hammond, and Dan Ocko. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
The moment the bottle broke, a great, hairy, black spider with a red hourglass mark on its belly burst from the sharded remains of the neck. For a moment, it teetered on its long, jointed, multiple legs. And then, a second transformation took place. Almost as though it had exploded, the spider blew up into a giant of a man, with a bald head bristling dark blue from shaving, and a body covered with tangled black hair. Dressed conventionally enough in blue jeans, just like I wear normally.
I am your servant, sir. You kept your part of the bargain. Now, I keep mine.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
You said the word, that means you like to do it all. When you say but, you say you care enough to only want the king of beers. There is no other one, there's only something left, because the king of beers is leading all the rest. When you say Budweiser, you've said it all.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. When death comes, he cannot be denied, and life must depart with him, leaving behind an emptiness and a void. That's for most people. There are a few, a resourceful few, who have been able to get around it.
But, Lenore, you can't kill him.
Why not, Frank?
He's a police officer.
Well, does that make him immortal?
You just don't go around killing cops.
He's too curious, too persistent. We have no choice but to kill him.
How can we do that?
You're the idea person in this partnership. I'm sure you'll create a most interesting strategy.
Our mystery drama, Pharaoh's Daughter, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Jack Grimes and Joan Shea. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Carpe diem. Seize the day, said the Roman poet. To which we might add, seize the hour, the minute, the second. There are those who in one great intuitive flash can see the entire workings of the universe. It is a gift given to great artists, great poets, great composers, and great crooks. We're in a large city. It is rather late at night. The doorman of an exclusive dining place whistles up a cab. 3 extremely well-dressed people get in. One is a rather distinguished-looking gray-haired gentleman. The second is a stunningly attractive woman, just entering middle age. The third is tall, dark, and he looks extremely competent.
You know Arthur and I despise taxis, Frank.
Benjamin had to have the night off. His mother died.
Oh, that was inconsiderate of her.
I don't think you should talk this way in front of...
Whom?
He probably means me, lady. Your friendly taxicab driver. You know, I'm one of the plebeians. Well, where do you aristocrats want to go?
Take us to number 87 Barclay. Let me help you. Arthur?
Thank you.
Lenore?
Thank you, Frank.
Say, ain't you Mr. Drake, the Mr. Arthur K. Drake?
Cabby, Mr. Drake is not in the mood for conversation.
Oh, righto.
Arthur, darling, are you all right? You haven't said a word. What's wrong? Frank, look at him. He's so pale. He's breathing hard and sweating.
Arthur, you okay?
Hey, the old gent don't look good.
Something's happened to him. Arthur, I have your pill. Just open your mouth.
You want us to drive to a hospital?
The motion of the cab is upsetting him. Pull over to the curb.
But
do as you're told.
Oh, this is more than just an ordinary attack.
This guy needs a doctor.
Frank, I'm frightened. He's not responding to his pill.
He'll be all right.
No, he should respond immediately.
I still think he'll come out of it.
He can't die now. He can't. Not with the Fleischman deal unsigned and the Carruthers merger unresolved.
Mr. Drake.
I'm frightened.
Mr. Drake.
Arthur, speak to us.
Lenore, he's dead.
What do you mean he's dead?
He's dead?
Wait a second. I took a first aid course in resuscitation. Now, mister, you get behind the wheel, drive the cab to the nearest hospital. It's down the boulevard to Henderson and turn right. You can't miss it.
He's not breathing.
Move over and give me some room. I don't hear nothing. He needs both compression and mouth to mouth. Hey, what are you waiting for? Either get us to the hospital or find a phone and get an ambulance.
Dead.
Now, you never say die.
Yes, he's dead.
What are we going to do, Frank?
Oh, for crying out loud, get help!
You trust me, Lenore?
Yes.
Will you do as I tell you without asking questions?
Of course.
Hey, what's the matter with you two?
The first thing we have to do is kill him.
Kill who?
This cab driver.
Is it necessary?
I don't believe he's the type who can be bribed.
Hey, are you people crazy?
You see anybody about?
No, the street seems deserted.
Hey, what do you want to do with that gun? Are you crazy? Everybody will hear the shot.
What happened to him?
This pistol has a silencer, my dear.
Well, I'm sure he's no great loss to anyone. But did we have to kill him?
Yes. Since I'm old Arthur's bodyguard as well as his personal secretary, this is the stroke of luck. It provided us with a weapon just when we would need one.
But what are we going to do right now, at this moment?
Well, both your late husband and our talkative cab driver are safely in the back seat. Hand me the cabbie's cap. Now, you get back in there with them.
Back in there?
What harm can they do you now? Up the street is a phone booth. I must make a telephone call.
To whom?
To someone I can trust.
Frank,
My dear, the stakes consist of the entire Arthur Drake fortune. You may be apprehensive and uncomfortable for the next 20 minutes, but it'll be worth it.
Yes?
Oh.
What's so?
Is the guy in?
Which guy?
The pawnbroker.
I'm the pawnbroker.
No kidding. I never seen a lady pawnbroker before.
What did you have in mind?
I got this ring.
Oh, everybody's got rings.
It's got a diamond in it.
Well, they all have diamonds. Where'd you get it?
Where'd I get it? What kind of a question is that?
It's a legitimate question.
What do you think? I bought it.
Would you happen to have the sales slip?
I bought this ring 20 years ago.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, well, I just remembered. I didn't buy it. Someone gave it to me as a present.
Excuse me.
Hey, where you going?
In the back.
Well, what for?
Well, I got better light. I got to examine the ring, don't I? Police? This is Mrs. Molly Gordon. I got a shop on East 10th. You know the ring we're supposed to keep an eye open for? It belonged to the cab driver got killed? Well, a fella just walked in with it.
Where'd you get the ring, Eddie?
I found it, Lieutenant Davis.
Where?
In my pocket.
How did it get into your pocket, Eddie?
Well, gee, I don't know.
You don't have any idea at all?
You know me, Lieutenant. I get drunk.
Well, I
shouldn't, but I do. I get a few drinks in me.
Yeah, plus a few pills. Come on, the ring, Eddie.
Well, when I get into a certain state...
Don't stop now, Eddie.
That's all I know. I just get high and then...
And what, Eddie?
I just can't remember what I did.
Should we refresh your memory?
Well, that'd be great.
You killed a cab driver named Joe Paulson.
What are you saying? Why would I kill him?
You took his cash plus the ring.
How did I kill him?
With a gun.
That's impossible. You know me, Lieutenant Davis. I never worked with a gun.
Until now.
I don't even have a gun.
Oh, yes, you do, Eddie. We found it in your apartment.
A gun? But
how... A .32. The gun that killed Paulson.
Yeah, but I don't remember.
If you killed him when you were high, would you remember?
Well, no.
Well, that's it, Eddie. You got the ring and the gun.
Yeah, the ring and the gun.
Now, do you want to make a statement?
I don't remember killing him, Lieutenant, but if you've got all this evidence, I guess I did.
Lieutenant, that Joe Paulson case, it's getting very complicated.
Oh, no, it isn't, Sergeant Gomez.
Look, I was down to the taxi garage.
It's over.
Well, how could it be over?
Sometimes you're lucky and you get something for nothing.
What are you talking about?
You get a case that solves itself.
Oh, and how in the world...
We've got the killer of Arthur Drake and the cabbie. It's Eddie Judson.
Eddie Judson? Oh, you can't be serious.
Look, he had the gun and he was trying to hawk the cabbie's ring.
Oh, no. I don't believe it.
He signed a statement.
You mean he confessed?
Well, he did and he didn't.
Come on, Lieutenant.
When he gets into a kind of drunken high, you know?
Yeah, I know.
And in that state, he doesn't know what he's doing.
Even in that state, I don't believe Eddie Judson would kill anybody.
But the gun and the ring. Solid evidence.
It's not his style.
Look, Al,
it's the quiet hustle as far as he's concerned. A little con game here and there, some quick flim-flam. If he's real hungry, he might shoplift.
Sure, all this is when he's himself, but he gets kind of high on booze and drugs, and he becomes a complete other personality.
He didn't do it.
Oh, come on, Al.
Lieutenant, like I say, I've been to the taxi garage. Things there don't hang together. Now, look, I'm going to drop a name on you.
Now, why don't you relax?
Arthur K. Drake.
Yeah? So what?
A woman, obviously Drake's wife, and a guy who fits the description of Drake's personal secretary were the last fares to ride in Joe Paulson's cab.
Which means what?
Things don't add up.
Why don't they? Joe Paulson was wearing a ring. This ring plus his cash was taken from him by some hood who killed him with a .32 caliber.
Well, maybe that's what it looks like.
The ring plus the murder gun are both in possession of an old friend of ours, Eddie Judson.
Eddie Judson is a harmless nut.
Would you forget it?
But don't you want to know what I found out?
It's a waste of time.
Oh, okay. But I don't believe you got a confession from Eddie.
You want to see it?
No, I want to see Eddie. Well, how are they treating you, Eddie?
Oh, not bad, Sergeant. You know me, I get along with everybody. Hey, when are they going to hold my trial?
Eddie. Did you kill that cab driver?
Yeah, well, sure.
Tell me how.
How? Yeah, well, I don't know.
Well, what do you mean you don't know?
I don't remember.
Then it's possible you didn't kill him.
Oh, no, that ain't possible at all. I killed him all right.
If you don't remember, how can you be so sure?
Well, they found a ring on me, didn't they?
Eddie, would you put your hand on the Bible and swear you killed that cabbie?
Everybody says I killed him. I mean... Well, you fellas, you've always been good to me.
Could someone be trying to frame you?
Well, you guys wouldn't do that to me. I look on you as my friend.
No, I didn't mean cops. I mean someone else.
Well, Sergeant, I got no enemies. Why would anybody want to hang a frame on me?
Okay, Eddie. Okay. Mr. Hopkins?
Yes? Come in.
I'm a police detective. Here are my credentials.
Sergeant Albert Gomez. Won't you sit down, Sergeant? Now, how may I help you?
I would like to speak with Mr. Arthur Drake.
I'm sorry, Mr. Drake is out of town.
Oh. Well, perhaps Mrs. Drake could help me.
May I ask why?
I'm investigating a murder.
Oh, indeed. That sounds grim. How can Mrs. Drake be of assistance?
Suppose I discuss that with Mrs. Drake.
Certainly. Excuse me a moment. Lenore?
Yes, Frank?
A police detective
about the cab driver.
I thought you had arranged that rather neatly. They do have a confession from the killer.
I don't know what this man wants.
Well, what does he say he wants?
He wants to talk to you.
All right. We shall give him that opportunity.
Please, be very careful.
Frank, I know how to talk to police officers. I know exactly how to handle him.
The web has been spun. Its purpose? Well, the spider weaves it to catch the unwary fly. But at this rather early point in our story, we have not yet established who is the spider and who is the fly. That is the general purpose of second acts, and I shall bring you this one in just a few moments. Money. Say what you like, but money is the great emancipator. Money emancipates you from so many petty worries. And a great deal of money emancipates you from practically any kind of care. Mrs. Arthur K. Drake, Lenore, was born to great wealth and married into fantastic wealth. Wealth, it colors your outlook on life and gives you a certain attitude toward people. Would you like to know how Eleanor of Aquitaine or Catherine de Medici spoke to their serfs and retainers? The next few minutes should prove a revelation.
You are Sergeant Gomez of the police.
Yes, Mrs. Drake?
My husband was instrumental in choosing your Commissioner Sellers.
Salters, ma'am.
Well, whatever. Now, what is it you require of me?
Some information.
What information could I possibly have for the police?
Several nights ago, a cab driver was murdered.
Well, they're a surly lot, as you well know. His bad manners may have angered someone beyond all endurance.
You, your husband, and another gentleman, Mr. Frank Hopkins, rode in that man's cab just before he was killed.
That's impossible.
Are you saying you did not ride in a cab driven by Joseph Paulson on the night of...
I don't ride in cabs. I despise them. We always use our own motor car.
I see. Well, I should like to speak with Mr. Drake.
That would not be convenient at this time.
I'm told he's out of town. When is he expected back?
I was not aware that Mr. Drake is accountable to the police. Are you finished here?
Not quite. Good day. I know my way out.
One moment, please. How much money do you make?
It's a matter of public record. You could look it up.
How would you like to leave the police force?
I never thought about that.
And work for me?
In what capacity?
A confidential, intimate capacity.
Oh? How would Mr. Drake like that?
Well, we needn't concern ourselves about Mr. Drake.
And why not?
Whatever you're making now, I'll double it.
I don't think so.
Isn't the offer attractive enough?
Oh, it's very attractive. But, now I know who you remind me of.
Yes?
Pharaoh's daughter.
Really?
A legend says that Pharaoh's daughter became enamored.
Enamored? An unusual word for a police officer.
Some of us are fairly well educated. She fell for, does that make you see it more clearly? A Hebrew slave. She summoned him to her tent. And after he left, he was immediately speared to death.
How exciting.
Thank you for your most generous and exciting offer. Will you notify us when Mr. Drake returns?
Oh, certainly.
As I said, I know my way out.
Lenore, why did you talk to him like that?
He amused me.
You shouldn't have.
I thought you told me everything would go smoothly.
Why did you deny we were in that cab?
Well, it seemed like the smart thing to do.
Who could have told him that? The doorman at Luigi's restaurant.
Oh, Frank, will we have to kill him, too?
Lenore, we cannot depopulate the city. Yes? This is Mr. Hopkins. Now, I'll speak with Mr. Townsend. Yes, Mr. Townsend, Mr. Drake was called out of town on a sudden emergency. But he authorized me to tell you to go ahead with the merger. Thank you. Goodbye. It worked. We can keep doing this.
For how long?
Indefinitely. Arthur always tried to pose as a man of mystery. Well, he's going to become more and more mysterious as time goes on. I just wish...
What do you wish?
I wish you hadn't irritated that detective.
Well, if he bothers you, kill him.
Lenore, you just don't go around killing people.
The daughters of Pharaoh do.
What are you talking about?
You may have to. He may become very, very bothersome.
But why don't we wait and see?
I would do it now. He will pry and probe, disturb the dust
But
until...
you have no way of knowing that he intends to.
I have a woman's way of knowing, Frank. These things are best done early.
I'll just get Davis to move on this. I'll get the evidence and just dump it into his fat lap. Hello? Hello, is Jim there? Yes, Jim. He was the doorman at Luigi's restaurant? Yeah, well, I want to talk to him. What do you mean? Is that a fact? No, never mind. Thank you. Well, what do you know about that?
I don't know why I should be impressed.
The doorman, Lieutenant, the doorman at Luigi's. He said to me that he remembered putting Mr. Drake, Mrs. Drake, and this Mr. Hopkins into a cab that night.
Yeah?
Yeah, so I got to see Mr. Drake.
You went to see Arthur Drake?
Mr. Drake is an ordinary citizen.
Look, a guy with $250 million, give or take, is not an ordinary citizen.
I was under the impression that this was a democracy.
Well, it is and it isn't.
Anyhow, he wasn't in.
Huh, that's a relief.
I spoke to the wife.
So what did she say?
She said she wanted me to become her boyfriend.
Oh, don't go flaky on me, Al.
What she said that I found interesting was that they hadn't taken a cab that night.
All right, so if she said that, then it's true.
But it can't be true.
Why not?
Because that would contradict the testimony of the doorman, Jim Perry. Jim told me he put them in a cab.
Well, he might have been wrong.
So I called back there this afternoon, and guess what? He's gone.
What do you mean, gone?
He took off.
To where?
I don't know. He told Luigi he came into some money and could afford to quit.
Oh, so why couldn't that be the truth?
I called his rooming house, and the landlady said he left, like that, and no forwarding address. Now, you want to tell me this is all coincidence?
Al, my boy, all this messing around with the Drakes can only embarrass you.
But I'm investigating a murder.
What murder?
The murder of cab driver Joseph Paulson.
The case is closed. We already have the murderer.
I don't believe it.
Sergeant, what's gotten into you?
Do you really and truly and sincerely believe that poor Eddie Judson is the killer?
Yeah.
Why? Why should Mrs. Drake deny that she and her husband and this other guy were in that cab when Jim, the doorman, told me otherwise?
Well, does all this matter? Look, I got an assignment for you.
Now, Lieutenant, give me a little more time on this case.
What case? There is no case.
All right, but be advised. I'll work it on my spare time.
Oh, Al, why don't you let well enough alone?
No, Mr. Drake does not approve of that acquisition. Well, not at this time. Oh, yes, he will certainly let you know. Goodbye. Who else is on the line, Norton? Oh, very well. Put him on. Yes, what did you say your name was? Oh, yes. No, Mr. Drake has a policy about publicity. He shuns it completely. Under no conditions would he agree to an interview. Well, sir, there's no law that compels him to, is there? Good day.
Yes, Frank, you're doing very nicely.
He did die at the right time, didn't he?
Considering that he intended to divorce me and fire you.
He had no intention of firing me.
He would have found out about those bonds sooner or later.
Why talk about that now?
Have you arranged for my little matter?
Lenore, are you sure that...
What is the point in having power if you can't use it?
Well, power is to decide the fate of a company, an industry, perhaps the economy of the nation. But what you want is just some personal thrill.
That's what power is to everybody. Personal thrills. It all depends on what thrills you. I want that detective killed. And it's more than a whim. He's dangerous.
Well, if I can't convince you...
I'd like to give him another chance.
I wish you would.
Oh, no. You see, Pharaoh's daughter has her slave killed after he leaves her tent.
What are you doing?
I'm calling Sergeant Albert Gomez to give him another invitation.
Hello?
Is this Sergeant Gomez?
Yes?
Well, this is Pharaoh's daughter.
Well, hi.
The job is still open.
Really?
I thought we might even triple your salary.
I'm afraid I'll just have to refuse.
Why?
There's no future in it.
On the contrary, it's a beautiful future.
It's not quite the one I had in mind.
Well, no harm in asking.
By the way, is Mr. Drake back in town?
No.
I'll keep trying. Goodbye, Mrs. Drake.
Why did you do that?
It amused me.
You did it because you want to be in a position where we have no choice but to kill him.
That's possible.
I can put off reporters. I can put off clients. I can say Mr. Drake is indisposed, but I can't keep stalling the police. Eventually, I will have to produce Mr. Drake, and I can't do that.
Sergeant Albert Gomez is your problem. He's the only curious policeman. Get rid of him.
Just like that.
I'm sure you can devise something plausible.
I'll have to.
Hi, Sergeant.
Oh, hello, Jerry. Fill her up, huh?
Yeah. How's the detective business, Albert?
It's like everything else.
Yeah, well... Al!
What's the matter, Jerry?
Across the street, them guys with masks in Lou's grocery store. It's a stick-up.
Jerry, run inside to your office. Phone the precinct. Quick. Officer needs help. Armed robbery in progress.
Yeah, I got you. Be careful, Al.
Halt! I'm a police officer!
Al! No! I seen them guys, Lieutenant. 2 or 3 maybe in Lou's grocery. They was holding up the joint.
All right, what'd they look like?
Well, they were wearing masks. Al said to call you as he steps out of the car, and all of a sudden they start shooting at him as if...
Well, as if what?
I don't know. It might sound crazy.
Just tell me.
As if they were waiting for him.
Wait. Go ahead.
Yeah, like they were waiting for him because he no sooner steps out of his car when it seems like they shoot from all over.
What do you mean from all over? You said the stick-up guys were in the grocery across the street.
Yeah, might have been my imagination, but it seemed to me the bullets was coming from every which way, you know what I mean?
No.
Like they were waiting for him.
Why would anybody be waiting for him?
I don't know. It looked like he'd been set up.
Why would anybody want to set up Al Gomez?
I said I don't know. I just say that's how it looked.
You know what I say? I say you've been watching too many movies.
But even as he says it, a tiny ache of doubt begins to gnaw at Lieutenant Davis. First, there was a holdup and a killing of a cab driver, which Sergeant Gomez insisted was not really a holdup. Now, a holdup of a grocery store in which Sergeant Gomez is killed and might not be a holdup either. The lieutenant is a hard man to convince, but once you get him in motion, well, that's the concern of Act 3, when I return in just a moment. The habits of a lifetime. How little we realize that they hold us in virtual servitude. For an entire career, Detective Lieutenant Davis has been strictly a book officer. Go by the evidence. Be guided by what exists. not by what might. The ultimate conservative, you could call him. Completely relaxed, comfortable, portly. But now, something bothers him. He's not sure what.
Lieutenant Davis. Oh? Yeah, what does he want? Okay, I'll go over there. As if I don't have enough trouble.
Oh, thanks, Lieutenant. Nice of you to come by.
Now, what do you want to see me about, Eddie?
That's awful about Sergeant Gomez, huh?
Yeah.
I heard it on the radio. I keep remembering what he told me.
About what?
He said to me, Eddie, would you swear on a Bible that you really killed that cab driver?
Well, what about it?
Well, you know, Lieutenant Davis, when a friend of yours is killed or dies, you kind of feel very close to God.
And?
Well, I couldn't put my hand on a Bible and swear that I killed that cab driver.
Eddie, you mean you want to change your story?
I don't want to make it inconvenient for you, Lieutenant. There isn't a person I admire more than you.
Come on, get to the point, Eddie.
A friend of mine was in to see me.
Who?
I'm not a pigeon, Lieutenant. That's something I never done. And she says to me, Eddie, how could you have killed that cabbie when you were with me?
You mean you got an alibi?
Well, not exactly.
What do you mean, not exactly?
If she's got to take the stand to clear me, the DA is going to check her out. And you see, she's on the lam.
Yeah, but if she can put you in the clear,
I told her I got friends on the cops. We are friends, ain't we, Lieutenant?
Well, sure, Eddie.
I mean, there's nothing personal in this. We need each other, so I figure you can get me clear as long as I'm innocent.
Oh, Eddie, what am I going to do with you?
And so since I found out I didn't do it, I've been trying to think. Maybe Sergeant Gomez was right. Maybe I am being framed.
All right, Eddie. I'll look into it.
Lieutenant, we've already spoken to a police officer.
Only unfortunately he's been killed, Mrs. Drake.
Oh, really?
The other night, trying to prevent a holdup.
Oh, how awful. Oh, Frank, that nice young detective, what was his name again? It had an ethnic ring to it.
Gomez.
Oh, yes.
I'll have to make sure I have everything right. Now, you say you didn't ride in Joe Paulson's cab?
We rode in no one's cab.
That's a fact, Mrs. Drake?
Oh, yes.
And Mr. Drake could corroborate it if he was here.
Well, of course.
But he's out of town.
Yes.
Is he expected back shortly?
Well, one never knows with Mr. Drake.
Well, just for the sake of the record, do you suppose Mr. Drake could send us a deposition?
A deposition? To what effect?
Well, just a signed statement saying that he either did or didn't ride as a passenger in Joe Paulson's cab, or any taxi cab on the night of October 28th.
Oh, that's easily accomplished.
Is there anything else we can do for you?
No, I don't think so, Mrs. Drake. I'm afraid the police have taken up too much of your time as it is.
Sure nice of you to get me out of jail for a breath of fresh air, Lieutenant.
We're here on business, Eddie. I want you to think.
About what?
Here. Right under this lamppost is where Joe Paulson was killed.
Uh-huh.
Do you remember being here that night?
I told you. I got on one of them highs. I don't remember a thing.
Eddie, that's not good enough. You got to remember.
Please, Lieutenant.
If you killed him, you killed him here. Now, if you want me to go out on a limb for you, you'll have to cooperate. Otherwise, it's the rest of your life in jail. You're going to remember, Eddie, everything about that night.
I'll try. Honest, I will. I was over to her apartment.
Yeah, where's that?
I told you, she's on a lamb. I'm not a rat.
Where's the apartment?
It's around here, but don't ask me exactly where. I'll stay in jail first.
Come on, Eddie, come on.
She's one of them college kids. We're up in her pad. They're turning on pretty good.
I guess she goes for older guys and kind of her old man. He never even spent any time with her.
Eddie, tell me what happened right here.
Yeah, right here. I'm trying to hold on to it, Lieutenant. I'm trying to capture it. Yeah, well, we were sailing pretty high, she and I, and there was a shot. We hear a shot.
Pistol shot?
A shot, and she says, "Get out of here, Eddie. Don't get mixed up." And she pushes me out of the pad.
Yeah. And, Eddie?
It's kind of hazy. Hey, I'd had too much. I remember walking down the street, and there was this cab near the curb, and I says to myself, "Oh, maybe I better take it home in my condition," and a guy says...
A guy? Who?
A guy says, "Excuse me, sir, did you drop this ring?"
Who was he?
I don't remember. It's all so mixed up.
So for absolutely no reason, somebody gives you a ring and then takes you home?
Yeah. I think that's how it happened.
Why, Eddie?
So they could hang the frame on me. Somebody said, "Don't you worry about a thing, Mr.
Mr. who?
It's like Simpkin. No, Hopkins.
Hopkins?
Yeah.
Okay, Eddie. Time to go home.
Oh, you mean you're taking me back to jail?
For just a little while, Eddie. I hope. You the dispatcher?
Yeah, but we don't need no driver.
Police. This the garage Joe Paulson drove out of?
Yeah. It's funny, the cop will come by a couple of days ago to talk to me about poor Joe. Well, I read where he gets killed in the stick-up, too.
Joe Paulson. What do you know about him?
Oh, Joe's kind of a regular guy, family man.
And the night he was killed?
Well, what can I tell you? Only what I told the other cop. According to his trip ticket, he picks up a fare at Sheridan and Madison.
Sheridan and Madison?
He's hit a cab line there every night. That's for Luigi's restaurant, you know.
Okay, so he picks up his fare. Where does he go?
87 Barclay.
87 Barclay? I was just there. That's where they live.
Yeah? Who?
Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, but he never got there.
How do you know?
Because of what it said on his trip sheet. He makes the pickup at 10:30, right?
You're telling it.
From Luigi's to 87 Barclay is a good half an hour. Even late at night with no traffic.
So?
So, the cops, you guys, you say he was killed at 10:45 or thereabouts. And he's found at 499 Sheridan, just not quite halfway.
You got that trip sheet?
You know I got it. Law says we got to keep him at least a year. They're all filed away in this cabinet. I remember his by heart on account of what happened.
That was his last fare. So the thing had to happen while they were still in the cab.
Hey, that's funny.
What's funny?
The trip sheet. It's gone.
How can it be gone?
Well, it ain't here.
Yeah, sure. That figures.
Well, what are you saying? Why does it figure? Why would anybody want to steal a trip sheet?
Because that trip sheet is worth maybe $250 million.
Hi, Lieutenant Davis.
Eddie, you want to get the people who killed Sergeant Gomez?
I'd do anything for Sergeant Gomez.
Okay, I've been through it all with the commissioner and everybody. We have evidence, but it doesn't exist.
Huh?
A witness who disappears. A taxicab driver's trip sheet that's missing. A deposition with a signature that might or might not be a forgery. The experts can't agree.
Oh, them guys never can.
So all we have is you, Eddie. And I want you to make a phone call. You're going to speak to a Mrs. Arthur Drake.
Who?
Mrs. Arthur Drake.
The wife of that billionaire big shot?
Yeah.
Why do you want me to talk to her?
Because, Eddie, you were framed to cover up the murder of Joe Paulson. And he was killed to cover up what I can only figure out is another murder. That's why nobody's seen him.
Arthur Drake, that's Judy's old man.
Eddie, Judy Drake?
Now, wait, she's really a sweet kid, Lieutenant. Look, wait a minute, my head is clear. It's coming back to me, clear as a bell. Drake. Oh, man, that's the broom that sweeps the cobwebs clean. Now, listen, I ran out of Judy's pad down the street. There's a cab. A guy stops me. He says,
hey, you dropped your ring. You're sick? Let me take you home.
Yeah.
I says, I'll take that cab. He says, you can't? It's taken. And he's right. I look inside. 2 guys are asleep on the back seat. One of them is Mr. Drake.
Asleep or dead?
I don't know. I know they're on the back seat.
Are you sure one of them's Mr. Drake?
I'm positive.
How?
Because I just seen his picture in Judy's place. That gray hair, the white mustache. I'd know him anywhere.
Okay, Eddie, you have to work for us now.
Me? Work for the cops?
Yeah. Now, here's what you have to do.
Well, Mr. Judson, you said on the telephone that you were a witness to a certain event.
Yeah, I was.
Please, be seated.
Oh, thank you.
And, continue.
Has the gentleman arrived, Frank?
Yes, he's about to begin.
Oh, please, don't let me interrupt.
Well, about 10 to 11 on the night of October 28th, I turned the corner onto Sheridan near Desmond, and I seen his cab with a bunch of people around it. So many at that hour of the night ain't usual for the neighborhood.
Yes, continue, Mr. Judson.
Well, I was supposed to be the one who killed the guy that drove that cab.
Haven't you been in jail?
Oh, I've been let go. The DA says he don't have a case against me.
But the gun, the ring.
Circumstantial evidence. But I seen the cabbie dead on the back seat. And also Mr. Drake. And you folks standing around.
Oh, this is a ridiculous accusation.
Who would believe it?
Okay, you got rid of the cabbie's trip sheet. You bought off the doorman at Luigi's, but you can't take care of the whole restaurant. People know you were there. How did you get home?
Benjamin, my regular chauffeur, drove us.
Now, you bought him off, too, plus the hoods who knocked off Albert Gomez. But it's no good.
Do you wish to be bought off, too?
Soon you'll be buying off the whole world. It won't help. You're going to have to produce old Mr. Drake. And you can't do it.
How much do you want?
Nothing. I just think you better give yourselves up.
He's mad.
This gentleman is very dangerous.
Kill him.
What a Pharaoh's daughter you would have made.
Evidently, he's seen through everything. There's no other way.
Oh, yes. There is another way.
It's that police lieutenant.
Lieutenant Davis?
That's right. And I think we got it all down. You know, Mrs. Drake, the other way would have been for you to laugh at him. Deny everything. But I guess it takes more to being a real Pharaoh's daughter than just being born rich. No, they don't make them like they used to anymore.
Even then, bravado, true bravado, could have saved them. But the plot was too far-flung, too many people, too many conflicting interests. And, of course, Lenore claimed she had fallen under Frank's malignant influence, and he made exactly the same counterclaim. Thieves, as you know, must always fall out. But we shall stick together, always. And I shall return in just a few moments. There are those who feel it's their privilege to rule the earth and everyone on it. Ancient kings and even modern dictators have held the absolute power of life and death. But their success depends on how judiciously and cleverly they do it. Our cast included Jack Grimes, Ian Martin, Joan Shea, Nat Polan, and Jordan Charney. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I'm asking you, Lieutenant Pirelli, can we permit this young man to die?
I don't think I understand.
I've already told you what happens to the men who are engaged to this woman. Just before the wedding, they die. Suddenly, violently.
We've been through this before, Dr.
Can you take the chance?
All right, what do you propose we do?
I propose that the police alert this young man. See if reason cannot prevail on him to break this engagement.
Dr. Lindstrom, the police do not have, nor do they want, the right to tell people they can't get married. Now, Dr. Lindstrom, I'm trying to be sympathetic to your problem.
It's not my problem. It's your problem, Lieutenant. What will your position be if this young man also dies before the wedding?
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Listerine lozenges. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, and I preside over these tales of the macabre. All of them are strange and frightening because you have joined me in a shadowy world. Here we encounter the abnormal, sounds that go bump in the night, experiences in ESP, apparitions, all manner of the unexplained. I have a tale to share which begins innocently and then turns into terror. It begins in the year 1885. Ludwig Horace Holly, a student at Cambridge University, is alone in his rooms at midnight. He closes his book and wearily leans back in his chair.
Good heavens. Can't imagine anyone calling on me at this hour. Who is it?
Vinci, open up. Give me a hand, Holly. Iron box.
Here, let me have it.
Yeah.
Weighs a long time. Oh, what's in it?
Proof of murder committed over 2,000 years ago.
Our mystery story is an adaptation of She from the classic by H. Rider Haggard, written especially for Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor. It stars Gordon Gould and Gordon Heath. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Henry Rider Haggard, the author, was a Victorian gentleman who once remarked to a friend that Treasure Island was not so very remarkable and accepted a bet that he could not write anything half so good. In 6 weeks, he had written King Solomon's Mines, which became a worldwide bestseller. Shortly thereafter, he wrote She, again in 6 weeks. It is the story of She Who Must Be Obeyed, and it is through Horace Holly that we experience the terrifying adventure.
I was 22 at the time, studying at Cambridge for a fellowship which I was certain of being awarded. The only friend I had was M.L. Vinci, who was about 30 and wealthy. And there he was at midnight in my rooms, leaning with his hands on a small table, looking very ill, his gaze fastened on a small, heavy iron box, which somehow he had carried through the quadrangle and up to my quarters.
No, Brandy. I'm a dying man, Holly.
Nonsense.
It's the truth.
Let me go for a doctor.
No use. I haven't much time. Listen to me as you've never listened to anyone before. What do you know about me?
You're rich. Came here to Cambridge to study years after most men have left. That you were married. And that you've been the best, indeed the only friend I ever had.
Did you know that I have a son?
No.
I have. He is 5 years old. He cost me his mother's life. I have never seen him since. Holly, if you will accept the trust, I'm going to leave you the boy's sole guardian.
What? Me?
I have known for some time that I could not last. I have been searching for someone in whom to confide about the boy and this iron chest.
But my dear Vincy...
No, hear me out. My son, Leo, is the last descendant of one of the most ancient families on Earth. His 65th lineal ancestor was an Egyptian priest of Greek origin named Callicrates, who was murdered in 339 BC.
Good Lord! 2,200 years ago?
Yes.
And you and Leo are direct descendants of his?
Yes. Callicrates was a priest of Isis at the time of the fall of the Pharaohs. He broke his vow of celibacy and fled Egypt with a royal princess. Her name was Amanatas.
What's the significance of what you told me?
You know Latin. What does the name Vinci suggest to you?
Well, it could be a corruption of Vindex.
Meaning?
Avenger. The Avenger of Callicrates.
An Avenger who has waited for more than 2,000 years, Holly.
Sorry to be dull-witted, but vengeance against whom?
It is explained in the contents of the iron chest. You are not to open it. All I will tell you is that Callicrates and Amanatas fled from Egypt into the kingdom of a mighty queen. She fell in love with him.
And murdered him? Why?
Because he would not give up Amanatas. She escaped to Greece, where she bore a son, named, in Greek, the Avenger.
But good heavens, man, that was centuries ago.
The mighty queen is still alive.
Well, that's impossible.
I once thought so. But after attempting to find her kingdom in the heart of Central Africa, I'm convinced that she still lives. It is an impenetrable, undiscovered country. I failed to reach it, and the attempt broke my health.
And this iron chest?
When Leo is 25, he is to open it and to decide what to do about its contents.
I see.
You're skeptical, Holly.
I am.
Will you undertake this trust, Holly? To keep this iron chest, and when Leo is 25...
Upon your death, yes. God willing, that won't be for years.
God has willed it otherwise. I will be dead by morning.
And the next morning, Vincy was dead. And I became the guardian of his 5-year-old son. Leo was a delightful, golden-haired little boy. We got along from the first. I had my fellowship, and we moved out of my college to comfortable quarters nearby. I had employed a brown-faced young man named Job as nurse, and the intervening years were wonderful for all of us. Before we realized it, Leo was 25.
And this is the momentous day, Uncle Holly.
It's your birthday. That's momentous.
I was thinking about the iron chest.
That...
You did bring it from London.
Yes, with the keys. Shall we have Job in for the dramatic opening?
Job?
Yes, Master Leo.
Come in here. We're about to open the iron chest.
Oh, I've been looking forward to this occasion for years.
Uncle hasn't. He thinks it's all nonsense, don't you?
Not your history, Leo. It's remarkable to be able to trace your roots to a priest of Isis in the court of the last pharaoh. But a queen who was over 2,000 years old? Rubbish. You can understand my skepticism. The key?
There's a wooden box inside it.
Ebony. And here, among the fiber packing, is a letter addressed to you, Leo.
That's a rolled-up parchment in there, Uncle.
It's in Vinci's handwriting, and it's a translation of the Greek writing on this potsherd. This fragment of a broken earthen pot.
And isn't that a scarabus? A scarab?
It looks like a beetle.
It's a gem cut to look like a beetle, which the ancient Egyptians regarded as a symbol of resurrection and immortality, Job.
The letter is from my father. The strange legend is on the potsherd. He determined to investigate its truth. He sailed to the coast of Africa, some distance north of where the Zambezi River falls into the sea, and where there is a headland shaped like a man's head. He learned that far inland there are great mountains shaped like cups and surrounded by swamps. It was there that he became ill and had to turn back. Can you read what's written on the potsherd, Uncle?
I'll try. Now I know why Vinci insisted that both of us learn Arabic. Does your father say anything about that fabled queen?
He says, here it is. I do not believe this is a fable. There is a spot where the vital forces of the world exist. If you find it, you would be ever young, defying time and evil. Translate what's on the potsherd, Uncle.
It's from Ammonatus of the royal house of the pharaohs who fled with, Callicrates, wandered for 12 moons on the shores of Libya. They found a headland shaped like a man's head, were captured by a wild tribe and taken to a hollow mountain to their queen, who led them to the pillar of fire. There she stepped into it and emerged unharmed and yet more beautiful.
Why did she murder Callicrates?
The queen invited him to step into the flames, but he would not. And Ammonatus tells him to seek out that queen and to slay her, bathe in the pillar of fire, and learn the secret of life.
I'm going to do it, Uncle.
Leo, you can't be serious. You don't believe this nonsense?
I have to find out, Uncle. I realize now that all my life has been pointed to this moment. I have all the money I need. I'm young and strong, a good hunter, and my name is Vinci. I must go, Uncle.
Well, if you're going to chase this phantom, I just might go along for the shooting. Always wanted to hunt big game, eh, Joe?
It might be the death of me, sir, but if both you gentlemen are going, you'll want someone to look after you. And I'm not the man to desert you after serving you for 20 years.
Oh, that's great, Job.
Africa, swamps, magic, pillars of fire. Oh, not so great, sir. We must be mad.
And so we left England for the coast of Africa and the Zambezi. We had transferred to a dhow, an Arab lateen-rigged ship with a long forward overhang and an open waist, and it was the latter that did her in. With the rising wind, we had boarded a specially built whaleboat which we had attached to the ship. The wind grew to a gale, and the storm drove our ship onto the breakers and destroyed it. We had cut free in the whaleboat, rescued the tailorman Mohammed from the wild seas, and managed to row to the basin of a narrow, quiet river. And then, at dawn...
Ooh, Lord love me, it's a far cry from civilization.
Do not trail hands in water, sirs. Crocodiles. I'd like to pot one, Uncle.
Look! Simba! Blimey, if that isn't the king of beasts himself.
What in the world? He's been speared. And look behind him.
Our guns, Uncle.
No, hold fire. Hundreds of natives armed with spears. They haven't attacked us, and perhaps they can lead us where we want to go.
Oh, my advice, Professor Ari.
Later, Job. We come as friends. I say, We are friends.
Come to the shore.
Steer us there, Mohammed.
They're as quiet as cats.
Handsome men, tall, good features.
Peace. Who are ye who come swimming on the water? Speak or you die.
We are travelers and have come here by chance.
You are white. 4 suns ago, she who must be obeyed commanded that if white men come, do not slay them, but bring them to her.
Mohammed, our boatman, comes with us.
So be it. I am Bilali, chief of the Amahagar, of the kingdom of Kor. We serve she who must be obeyed. You will come ashore. You will not be harmed. My warriors will bring thy possessions.
Uncle, you don't suppose that this she could be...
I suppose nothing, my boy. We're captives, but we're unharmed, and we have our guns. They may not even know what they are. We must show no fear.
You are my guests. You are protected by she. Do not incite my people. They might transgress. They have a ritual that is most unpleasant.
And who, O Bilali, is she?
Thou wilt learn soon enough, if it be her pleasure to see you in the flesh.
We were carried to a vast cup of green, a green pasture at the bottom of a volcanic cone. The Amahagars lived in caves on its rim. Bilali set out to inform his queen about our arrival. The night he was expected to return, I grew worried.
What's troubling you, Uncle?
Mischief. Have your revolvers ready.
I have my knife.
I'm armed, sir. What mischief, Professor?
Watch their ritual down below. Notice the pot.
It's red hot.
My guess is it's being prepared for someone.
Look! 2 men are holding Muhammad, and another is tying him up with a long noose.
Allah! Help! Save me! Oh, Allah!
They're bringing that white hot pot down on it. Oh, no!
You hit one of the men, sir.
And Muhammad is down, too.
Run for it! They're coming for us! Fire at will!
Those devils won't take me alive. Master Leo's been hit with a spear. He's injured bad, Professor.
Follow me. Save your last bullet, Job. I'm saving mine. I won't be taken alive.
A small iron chest containing a father's legacy, a tale of revenge for the murder of Callicrates, dead over 2,000 years, and a young descendant who is determined to slay the queen who murdered his ancestors. These are the elements in this story of She by H. Rider Haggard, a 19th century writer whose remarkable imagination created this incredible adventure. When I return with Act 2, we will learn who has survived the attack by the Amahagar tribe. Our small party is far upstream and many miles inland in a hidden country shaped like a huge cup, the base of an extinct volcano. Above and lining the green fields are caves dug deep into the mountainsides. This is the kingdom of Kor. Horace Holly continues his narration.
Job and I had no doubt that we were dead men when, as suddenly as the attack had begun, it ended because Bilali, the chief, returned from his mission to She.
Ye shall be punished. She who must be obeyed commanded that these strangers be unharmed and brought to her. At dawn we march to her palace. There your punishment will be made known to you.
It was a march of several days before we entered the cave city of Kor. Job, Leo, and I were settled into a huge vault. Leo was feverish from his spear wound, and a woman named Justine attended him.
Sir.
Yes, Job?
I can't get it through my head, sir, about the woman.
You mean the day before we were attacked? This woman, Justine, came up to Leo and embraced him, and he kissed her.
Aye.
According to custom, they are now married.
Heathen custom. I don't like any part of it, sir. Or for that matter, these natives and these cave dwellings makes me feel like I'm in a tomb.
Uncle Holly?
Yes, my boy.
Where are we, Uncle?
In the city of Kor.
He still hath fever. I shall make him well.
Justine's been very good to me.
You are my husband. If I cannot make you well, I shall plead with she who must be obeyed, and you will be saved.
More magic.
Who is she, Justine?
Our mighty queen.
What is she like?
Oh, no one knows.
No one has ever seen her?
Nay.
But she does exist.
Aye. She has ruled Kor for thousands of years.
Holly, it's the same woman who...
Yes, but we won't talk about it. We are merely travelers, hunters. If they knew the reason for our visit, we'd be dead in minutes. Justine.
Eh?
Everyone in Kor lives in these caves.
Aye, and the dead live on with us.
The dead live on with us?
Preserved forever.
As mummies?
In their natural state, O stranger.
How is it possible to preserve...
Oh, only she knows. She is all-powerful.
I bring good news, Sir Harry. She who must be obeyed will see you now.
Bilali led me to a huge antechamber, about 40 by 40 feet. At the far end of this great room was a curtained doorway. Two women pulled the curtains aside, and Bilali went down on his hands and knees.
Down, Sir Holly, down. We enter the presence of she.
I halted, afraid, but I remained standing. And then she came through the door, covered from head to toe with a filmy kind of cloth. I stared at the figure. Even though clothed, I could tell that she was an unbelievably beautiful young woman.
Why art thou so frightened, stranger? Is there that about me that should affright a man?
It is thy beauty that makes me fear, O Queen.
I see that men still know how to beguile women with false words. How do they call you in thine own country, stranger?
They call me Holly, O Queen.
And I am Aisha. Follow me.
It was a small room, 10 by 12, with a couch and a table. The air was perfumed. At the end of the couch stood a font with water in it. She motioned me to the couch, and she sat close to me.
As yet ye have no cause to fear me. How comest thou speak Arabic, my own dear tongue?
I have studied it. It is a language still spoken in Egypt.
There is still in Egypt? What pharaoh sits upon the throne?
The Persians have gone from Egypt, and the Romans.
And Greece? I love the Greeks.
Yes, there is a Greece.
And the Hebrews?
They are broken and scattered. I am bewildered, O Queen. Thou speakest about thousands of years ago. Thou art a woman, not a spirit. How can a woman live thousands of years? Why dost thou fool me?
Dost thou wonder how I knew you were coming and saved your heads from the hot pot?
Aye, O Queen.
Gaze upon the water in that font.
I see. Leo, Job, myself, Mohammed, in the whaleboat on that narrow river. It's magic.
Not magic, stranger, but a knowledge of the secrets of nature. But tell me about this youth, Leo.
He is very sick. Canst thou do nothing for him?
Is he perchance thy son?
My adopted son.
Of a surety I can cure him. Who nurses him?
My manservant Job, and a woman who embraced him and hath stayed with him, because I understand it is a fashion of thy people. Her name is Justine.
Hast thou aught to ask me before you go, O Holly?
One thing, O Asia. I would gaze upon thy face.
Behold.
I gazed at her face and shrank back, blinded and amazed. I cannot describe, no man could, her great changing eyes of deepest, softest black, her delicate straight features. Even more, her beauty lay in a visible, majestic grace.
Man, where didst thou get that scarab on thy hand?
I picked it up, O Queen.
It is very strange. Once I knew a scarab like that. It hung round the neck of the one I loved. Go. Go now. Later I shall attend to your sick Leo. Go.
What's the Queen like, Uncle?
Terrifying. It must be a hoax. I cannot have been talking with a woman over 2,000 years old. She cannot be mortal. And the scarab, she recognized it, Leo. It hung from the neck of the only man she has ever loved.
Callicrates.
Yes.
Then the legend ain't a legend, but the truth.
Unless I'm mad.
We're in a pickle, aren't we, Professor?
Without doubt, Job. I can't see our way out of this hideous place. We could never find our way back to the whaleboat.
Do you think, sir, that her seeing the scarab has done us in?
Worse than that.
I don't get you, sir.
That scarab hung round the neck of Callicrates in 339 BC. It is 2,100 years old. It holds our fate. And Leo's.
Is someone coming, sir? Oh, look. A woman veiled from head to foot. A walking corpse.
It's she, Asia. That's her name.
I have recovered now, O Holly. Where is this Leo of yours? And this woman? Is she Justine? Bid her leave us.
Justine is not willing to leave Leo.
It is surely the right of a wife to be near her husband when he dieth.
Go. This Leo has a noble... Thou dog, why didst thou hide this from me?
What? What?
Perchance thou didst not know. There lies my lost Callicrates. He has come back to me at last. I knew he would. Callicrates.
Unless thou art able to help him, Asia, he will die.
Oh, why did I not come before? Here, take this vial and pour its liquid down his throat. It will cure him. Swift now, swift!
I forced the liquid down Leo's throat. He gave a convulsive shudder and began to breathe more easily. As I watched Leo restored to life, my thoughts were very black indeed. Asia had waited centuries for this moment, the return of Callicrates. She was unlikely to give up. We were doomed. We would end our days in the hideous kingdom of Kor. A day later...
You told me, Holly, that this woman Justine is married to Leo?
That, I am told, is the custom of the embrace and its return, Asia.
Then she must die.
What? For what crime?
She stands between me and my beloved.
But she is innocent of any wrongdoing.
Call her to me.
Is my lord dead?
No, he lives, Justine. She hath saved him.
Thou hast done evil in taking this man who is a stranger. I spare thee, because thou didst this thing through ignorance. Go back to thy village. If thou breakest this, my law, that moment thou diest. Go!
That night, we were moved to the Queen's quarters. Leo recovered rapidly, but he still was weak from the fever. Job and I were with him, and so was Asia, when he awoke from a deep sleep.
Greeting to thee, my young stranger lord. Had I not saved thee, thou wouldst never have stood on thy feet again. But the danger is done, and it shall be my care that it doth return no more.
Thank you. You are she who must be obeyed?
Yes, my name is Asia. Tomorrow all will be explained to thee. For now, my stranger lord, farewell.
What happened to Justine, Uncle Holly?
I am forbidden to say.
Forbidden? By whom? That madwoman dressed like a mummy? I intend to find out what happened to Justine.
If you persist, Leo, you may be the death of her.
What? Why?
We may find out later, my boy.
She's High Priestess here, Mr. Leo, and the Lord High Executioner.
Job's right, Leo. Let's not anticipate what might happen. If we anger Asia, or if she knows why we have come to this savage place, our lives are forfeit.
But Justine...
She's gone. It does you credit to be concerned about her.
I have a right, a duty, in fact, to find her, or to have her disappearance explained.
Not in defiance of Asia, she who must be obeyed.
You now believe in what we read on the potsherd.
I do. Impossible as it is, this woman has lived thousands of years. She is all-powerful. With a toss of her arm, she can kill. Contain your concern. We must be careful, or we will never escape from Kor.
Who is to say that this marvelous adventure contains no truth whatsoever? The world, even as we know it, contains remote, hidden places where life exists apart from our civilization. Much of Africa still is shrouded in mystery. Back in 1885, the mystery was even darker. What happens next to Holly, Leo, and Job will be revealed shortly when I return with Act 3. Since time first was recorded, there have been many civilizations, many about which we know nothing. Even today we read about unknown cultures and customs. Early Ethiopian man, for example, who dates back 3 million years. Who then can dismiss the possibility of the cave city of Kor, where Horace Holly, Leo Vinci, and Job are the uneasy guests of Asia, she who must be obeyed? Holly continues his narration.
That same night, Justine, in defiance of Asia's banishment, visited us to see Leo. The visit was foreseen by Asia, who appeared, stood very erect, stretched out her arm, and Justine gave a piercing scream and fell down dead. Leo sprang at Asia, but she put out her hand and he fell back.
Forgive me, my friend, if I have shocked you with justice.
Forgive thee, thou fiend! By heaven, I will kill thee if I can!
Thou dost not understand. Thou art my love, my Callicrates. For 2,000 years have I waited for thee, and now at last thou hast come back to me.
It is a lie! My name is not Callicrates. I am Leo Vinci.
You have been reborn, and art mine, my own dear lord.
I had sooner be lord of a fiend from hell, for she would be better than thou art.
Yet, within a very short time thou wilt creep to my knee and say that thou dost love me. Let us put it to the proof.
Oh, she's taken off that shroud, sir.
Heaven help us.
Great heaven! Art thou a woman?
And thine own, Callicrates.
But thou art a murderess.
It is not. Come to me.
She was irresistible. Leo was hypnotized by her striking beauty as I had been, and he declared his love for her. I knew then that we had lost any chance of returning to England and home. Asia then led us to a tomb where, to our amazement, the man who had been Callicrates lay, perfectly preserved. He and Leo looked exactly alike. She kissed the forehead of the corpse, sprinkled some white powder on him, and he disintegrated into dust. It was horrifying.
Prepare thee for a great adventure. We go to the Temple of Truth. To reach it, we climb a mountain, descend, and cross a bottomless volcano where the winds howl, until we reach the cave that contains the spirit of life. And there, O Callicrates, thou shalt bathe in the pillar of fire and live with me eternally.
Oh, the Lord preserve me, sir. I can't even imagine what I'm seeing. A wall of fire roaring through the end of the cave like a forest being swept flat by a mighty wind. Oh, I can't stand to watch it come by again.
Look, Job.
Oh, the Queen's disrobing.
Oh, what a magnificent woman. She looks divine.
Callicrates, do thou likewise. Together we shall bathe in the pillar of fire.
Asia, I cannot. I fear its flames.
Tell me, my Callicrates, if thou seest me stand in the flame and come forth unharmed, wilt thou also enter it?
Yes. Even if it slay me, I will enter now.
And that will I also.
Oh, what, Holly? I thought thou cared not for length of days.
I do now. I desire to taste of the flame and live.
Oh, sir.
See now, I will, for the second time, bathe in this living bath.
It's horrifying.
The flame is approaching her.
Her beauty is indescribable, Uncle.
Look, she's trembling up.
She is dying. Leo, dying.
Callicrates, have pity on my shame. I shall come again and shall once more be beautiful. I swear it.
Dead. Oh, ghastly, Holly. I feel faint. The wall of fire.
He had collapsed. When we recovered, we discovered that Job had died from the shock. The problem now was how to escape. She had left Bilali and his gods at the base of the mountain. After many hours of groping in the dark, we reached the edge of the gorge.
What if Bilali and the guards have left?
All in good time. If they've gone, we are done for. Only the Amahaga tribe know how to find their way through the swamps to the river.
They're still there, Uncle.
Stop a minute, Leo.
What is it?
Our predicament. Can we lie to Bilali about the truth?
He is fond of you, Uncle. Tell him the truth, and take our chances.
I agree. If we don't tell him the truth, he will wonder about she and Job. Yes, I'll confide in him. She who must be obeyed is dead. Even in death, Leo.
I know. Even dead, I could love no other woman.
Welcome, O Holly. Thou hast been in the mountain a long time, and look haggard. And the lion, the man thou callest Leo, his mane was the color of corn, and now is white like snow.
We have had an awful adventure.
And she who must be obeyed?
Dead. And Job, too.
Dead? Impossible. She who never dies? Dead? How can it be?
In good time, Bilali.
But if this is true, then thy danger is very great. The Amahaggar, my children, hate thee as strangers.
Can we escape from this country?
It is very difficult. By way of Kor ye cannot pass. But there is a way over the cliff where they drive the cattle for pasture. Beyond are 3 days through the marshes, and then 7 days to the river. By dawn tomorrow, and through the marshes beyond, this I will do. I will say it is the word of she.
And beyond the marshes?
You must strike out with your own hands.
And it is 7 days to the river?
Through the jungle.
Can we survive?
With courage and good fortune, perhaps.
Leo?
It's our only chance. I'm glad to see the last of the Amahaggar tribe.
If we should get home, no one will believe what we've experienced. And if is a big word.
We have our guns and express rifles and a compass.
And ammunition, about 200 rounds. We can give a good accounting of ourselves.
We head west?
Yes, we must strike out for the Zambezi and hope we make it. There we might be picked up.
Poor Job.
Yes, poor old beggar. If we reach home, we must have a service performed for him, God rest his soul. Well, let's set out, Leo. I'll lead. Carry your gun at the ready. Remember, we're the hunted. I will not trouble you with our struggle to survive, but survive we did. Miraculously. We reached the Zambezi, 170 miles away, and turned southward. At last we escaped and reached Delgoa Bay. 18 months after we had emerged from the marshes of Kor, we caught one of the steamboats that round the Cape to England, and at last sighted Southampton. Back again in our rooms.
No one will believe your history of she who must be obeyed, Uncle.
We know it to be true, Leo.
And of course, we still have the iron chest and the writing on the potsherd.
I have wondered something, Leo, for a very long time.
What?
Is it possible that you are really the reincarnation of Callicrates? Or was Asia deceived by some strange hereditary resemblance?
I don't know.
She has had her revenge, of course.
Has she? That assumes that she is dead.
We saw her disintegrate, Leo.
So we did. But somehow... Well, it sounds foolish before I say it, Uncle.
What are you thinking?
Callicrates married the royal princess Amanatas. But was he really destined for Asia? And I am somewhere, somehow, to meet Asia again? Asia reborn, as I was reborn as Leo Vinci, who is also Callicrates?
You do believe that you are Callicrates, reborn?
I do.
So do I.
After what we went through, I cannot settle back into life in Cambridge.
Then, after I finish the history of our adventure, we'll close up and leave. I suggest Tibet. And that is what we are about to do. If Leo and I return from our wanderings into Tibet, I will record them for you. The world is still filled with the undiscovered and the miraculous. For now, goodbye, and bless you.
And there is Horace Hawley's account of a search with Leo Vinci to find the woman who murdered his ancestor, Callicrates, in the year 339 BC, and who herself perished in 1885 in the Pillar of Fire. Hawley and Leo were never heard from again. They did leave England for the interior of Tibet and vanished. I'll be back shortly. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Many people believe in the transmigration of souls, in reincarnation. It's an idea that must tug at all of us, if only for the hope, the projection, the possibility of making death less final. Out of this human urge, philosophy, prayer, whatever category you may want to put it in, comes this story, with one significant difference from the ordinary conception of reincarnation.
Dr. Field. Dr. Field.
Yes, nurse, what is it?
This man in coma, the one we only know as Walter, he just moaned, and I could swear for a moment he moved.
Well, maybe he's decided to do this devoted hospital a favor and come back to rejoin the human race. Let me have a look.
Our mystery drama, The Lap of the Gods, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Larry Haynes. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and your Singer Sewing Center. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The theory of the transmigration of souls has been variously ascribed to the ancient Egyptians, Pythagoras, Plato, an early Christian sect called the Metempsyche. The Egyptians embalmed their dead to delay or prevent reincarnation. All others believed in it as gospel and to be desired. The idea of the soul reappearing again and again in some other form is as old as man himself. No one wants to die. Everyone wants a future. But how many men longed for a past as ardently as Walter Davis did?
Reincarnation, Captain Billy. That's the answer.
What's a reincarnation, Professor?
Metempsychosis.
That's all Greek to me.
The word is.
Is what?
Greek. Metempsychosis means transmigration of the soul.
If you say so. What I say is there another drink in the bottle against the cold night.
How long shall it keep the night away?
Well, it could warm a fellow up against the wind.
What the bottle holds isn't warmth, but memory and dreams. A jug of wine, a loaf of bread, and thou singing beside me in the wilderness. And wilderness were paradise, and now.
Hey, now, that's pretty.
Now, that's sentimental trash, my seafaring friend. It dragged me down to the gutter to haunt it with you or others like you. If I had the courage, I would end it. But then what hope could I have at all?
Hope?
She was 5'5". She had that special kind of black hair that goes with violet eyes. And there was a shine about her, like a baby when it's just been washed. I loved her so much there was nothing else important in my life. Because the incredible magic was that she loved me in return.
And she left you?
She left me. Yes, she left me without a goodbye note, a kiss, even a touch of the hand.
That's a woman for you.
It was our first anniversary. Paper. I had the loveliest surprise for her. I'd been saving for months. A gold paperclip with $100 in tens for her to buy anything she wanted. And she'd made plans for me, too. I'll never know what she was going to buy. She'd even drawn the money out of the bank and was on the way to get it when my life ended with hers.
What do you mean?
A mugger snatched her bag. Knowing Jane, she would have fought and... Well, he had a knife. And one quick flash, he took Jane's life and mine with it. And that's why the only hope is reincarnation, wouldn't you say?
I don't know, Waldo, shipmate.
What else?
What else is we better get our tails moving? Here comes Officer Kronsky.
All right, gentlemen, on your feet. Let's move along.
There's no need for violence, officer.
Well, if it ain't the Bowery Barometer and old Captain Seaster. I beg your pardon, gentlemen. Had I recognized old friends, I might have acted differently. Like giving you both a good clap on the keister. Now, come on, get off of my beat. And if I find either of you in my backyard again tonight, I'll run you in.
Mightn't be a bad idea. I could use a bed. Even in that flea-bitten bullpen, I could use a good sleep.
Yes. A long sleep. A long, deep sleep. That's what I could use.
Hey, where are we heading for?
The river.
Hey, no, wait. You ain't got any crazy notions.
Oh, no. What? I'm too religious a man to believe that suicide would bring me what I want. Death? Yes, but not by my own hand.
What do you mean, death? Nobody wants to die.
There's nothing left to live for. And maybe somehow, if there is an afterworld, I could find Jane there. At the worst, it would be the end of pain and hopelessness.
When did she die, your wife?
When?
Yeah.
Wait, what's the date?
I don't know. I ain't even sure the year.
The date. Yes, I saw it somewhere. Hold it. Yes, here's a newspaper.
What?
Now, let's see. I know it's Monday because the liquor stores were closed yesterday. Here, see?
Yeah.
It's today's paper. Monday, October 14th.
You all right? You all right, Professor?
Oh, no. Oh, no. Another anniversary. A year ago today, October 14th. Oh, damn. What the devil's the sense of living when you've lost it all?
Look out, Professor!
Why?
Hey! Professor, can you swim? I can't swim, Professor. Do you hear me? Are you all right? I can't help you, Professor. I can't swim. Hey, Captain. You see a car go by here?
Damn right, like to have knocked us down. The professor pushed me out of the way, but he fell.
No, never mind that. Was it a blue sedan?
I guess, but the professor lost his balance and he fell into the water.
Did it keep on going or turn off?
I think it took the next street away from the river. But what about him? He fell in the river.
Hey, Fred. He went by the Charles Street away from the river. You follow on up. I got more trouble here. Okay, so where'd he fall in?
Right here. He caught his heel in the bulkhead of the pier, went right over. Sounded like he might have hit his head.
Now, wait a minute. Hey, I see him.
What?
Oh, wow, he looks like maybe he bought it already. Here, hold my jacket and keep the flashlight on.
All right.
I'm going in after him.
Okay.
I just hope I ain't gonna freeze my ears off for nothing, because it sure looks like I'm too late.
I remember pushing the old captain out of the way of the speeding car, and then losing my balance and staggering out onto the wharf, my back to the river, and the bulkhead catching me at the back of my knees, and falling as I did, the pain through my head as it struck a piling, and the water cold and darker still as I sank deep down toward the mud on the bottom, blacker and blacker, till the whole world was black, and came to an end.
Well, how is he? Nice?
Well, officer, they got the water out of his lungs. He's breathing again. But that was some bash on the head he took. He's in deep coma.
Yeah. Is he gonna make it?
I don't know. Pretty cold water, wasn't it?
Any colder, you could have played ice hockey on it. Poor guy. Shape he was in, the cold was enough to do him in.
What's his name?
Who knows? A drifter like that. They called him the Professor on Skid Row. No identification on his clothes?
No. Just a wedding ring that said, "With this ring, Walter. 10/14/74.
Oh.
Doesn't he have a wife?
Well, the only person I ever seen him with was this broken-down old wino they call a captain. Probably the dame walked out on him. Crazy world, huh?
You can say that again.
I mean, here's a guy trying to drink himself out of this world because it sure don't mean much to him. And here's me risking my neck to save him. And a whole hospital trying to save his neck when he probably don't give a damn and would rather be dead.
That's life, officer.
Somebody sure dealt the professor a bum hand. I wonder what's going on in his noodle right now.
Nothing.
How do you figure?
Because even if they pull him through, his brain is damaged so bad he might as well be a cabbage. He wouldn't be any better than a half a man.
As is the custom in these seas, the storm came out of nowhere. We made a fair attempt to drop sail, but the first blast of wind tore away the halyards and our topsails and split the mainsail in twain. The capstan and anchor lines are completely fouled with the fallen rigging. I have just seen the longboat away with the crew and officers. I will stay to go down with my ship. I shall enclose this log in a tarpaulin bag in the hope that somehow it may be preserved. Signed, this 14th day of October, 1825, Captain Joshua Fenwick.
Did you get the sailmaker's thread and a needle, Jane?
Here, Father.
We'll have to close this wound to staunch the bleeding. Were the Kanakas able to save anyone else?
The surf was too heavy. The boat smashed to pieces on the reef.
Oh, all aboard lost?
Save only the captain here.
And we will be hard put to it to save his life.
God is merciful.
We will need all his help. Thread the needle.
Yes, Father.
I only pray he remains unconscious till I can cauterize the wound. Is the poker hot?
Not hot enough yet. Oh, he is a handsome young man. Must we disfigure him so?
How else may I stop the bleeding?
Malama do that. Malama have ancient herbs from the island. When Mako strike, the medicines of ancient gods, dry blood and cool fever.
Are you suggesting that your pagan gods have better medicine than the one true god?
I know only this paste from ground-up leaves will heal where the haoli is hurt.
No, Malama. You resist all our teaching. You cling to heathen beliefs and witches' fetishes.
But some things that belong to the islands are more powerful magic than any you bring.
I think he's coming around, Father. Oh, don't hurt him any more than he has been hurt.
What is it? Where am I?
These are the Sandwich Islands.
Where? Why is it so dark?
Rest easy, Captain Fenwright. You are in good hands. I am the Reverend Elihu West, and my daughter, Mistress West, is with me. Lie quiet while we minister to your wounds.
What did you call me?
Captain Fenwright.
What is this? What's happening? I'm not Captain Fenwright. I'm Walter Davis. The Sandwich Islands. They're on the other side of the world, and why is it so dark? Is it night?
No, Captain. It's high noon.
Then why can't I see anything?
Oh, hush. You've been hurt.
Hurt? I'm blind, I tell you, blind. Oh, Lord, what is it? Am I dead? What's happened to me? What?
What indeed, Walter? Or are you Walter Davis, who at this moment lies in coma on an operating table in a modern 20th century hospital? You seem to be on one of the islands once called the Sandwich Islands, now the 50th state in the USA, Hawaii. How can you be there as well as here? not only in terms of distance, but time. For the man the Reverend West believes to be Captain Joshua Fenright lies in a grass-thatched hut in the year 1825, 150 years ago. I'll be back shortly with Act Two. In 1975, the body of Walter Davis lies in deep coma in a United States hospital. Some 7,000 miles away, in the same month of October, but back in 1825, on the island of Maui, lay Captain Joshua Fenright, just regaining consciousness after the sinking of his ship. In no respect, in place, in time, in appearance, can these two be the same man. And yet, while the man who lies in coma has no thought process, the one on the Hawaiian island believes himself to be that man who will not be born for over 125 years. I repeat, in no respect can he be the same man unless you believe in reincarnation.
Oh.
Shh, Captain Fenright. Let me make some more cloths for your head.
Jane.
How did you know my given name?
Your voice. Oh, it can't be. And yet, how could I mistake it?
Why should my voice tell you my name?
After all we've been to each other. What color are your eyes?
My mother used to say that they were like...
Like violets.
Yes.
And your hair is black and hangs to your waist.
Indeed, it does not. It is drawn back and tied in a bun.
But if you loosened it, it would hang to your waist.
That's something that only my husband will ever know.
You're not married?
No, Captain.
You're not my wife?
Scarcely. Since we are but just met.
Oh, then this isn't heaven after all.
Of course not. Heaven is a long way from these heathen shores.
You said these were the Sandwich Islands.
Yes.
But nobody calls them that anymore. They haven't been called that in 100 years. This is Hawaii.
Oh, no. Hawaii is the largest of the isles. It lies many leagues to the southeast. This is Maui. The town is Lahaina.
Yes, of course. The tourist mecca for all the big chain hotels up the beach.
Tourist mecca. Few travelers come here except the whalers. Those ungodly men in their reeking, floating slaughterhouses, undoing all our missionary work with the natives, tempting them and their women to sell themselves, bringing disease and sorrow to these peaceful, happy shores. Oh, let me refresh the cold compresses for you.
Something strange and terrible or wonderful has happened to me. But it's too soon to know what, or why, or when, or where. The utter dark inside my eyes is coming back. And I am sinking out of sight.
Good morning, nurse. How's Walter Davis doing this morning?
Pulse good, heart monitoring well, vital signs normal, except...
Still in coma?
Yes, Dr. Field. Never opened his eyes even once.
Well, let's get that dressing off his head. I want to have a look at my handiwork on that cut. I put 20 stitches in.
You think he'll ever come out of it, Dr. Field?
How long is it now? 6 days?
This'll be the 7th.
Hard to tell. No way of knowing how serious the brain damage is yet. Scar will heal nicely if he recovers. I may take those stitches out tomorrow. You're still a handsome man, Walter, whoever you are, if you ever make it.
Do I hear, distantly, voices discussing me in my own time, today? Do I hear voices? Am I alive or dead here, now? Or back there, Oh, where am I? Lost in time. Is that the meaning of death? Voices again. A woman. I can't hear so clearly.
The wound the minister would have cured with fire is healing. I am glad he did not cauterize the wound. You would have carried the mark for life. It would have been a desecration.
Is that you, Jane?
No, Captain, sir. This is Malama.
Malama.
I am of the island. I help care for you. Aloha, Captain Fenright. You are welcome to our land.
Yes, thank you, but I am not this captain, whoever you say I am.
When our Kanakas found you, in waterproof bag you carried writings of your voyage and how your ship was sunk and who you were.
My ship?
The Good Chance, out of San Francisco.
I don't understand.
You must rest for strength. It is only 6 days since the sea threw you on the rocks.
Where is the other Jane?
Miss Jane and her father are at Christian Mission. Today is Sunday.
Sunday? What date?
As the white man reckons, this many fingers in the month called October.
I can't see.
Oh, your eyes are hurt. They do not let in the light. It is the 2 and 1 October.
The 21st?
It is so.
Yes, but what year?
We do not count as you do. But Mistress Dane teaches me to read your tongue. Here the minister keeps a picture of the passing days. And the top is a year. A 1, an 8, and a 2, and a 5.
Still 1825, as Jane said. But how? It is impossible. Where is Jane? I want to see her. I must talk to her.
I will bring her to you when the worship is over.
You're not saying anything, Jane.
What can I say, Captain Fenright?
Oh, please don't call me that. Call me by my first name.
I scarcely know you, but if it will make you feel better. Joshua.
No. I don't mean that. I mean my own. Well, I know you think me mad, but humor me. Call me Walter. Or better still, call me what you used to call me.
Used to call you?
Lord, I'm all mixed up. Please, call me Walt.
Very well. Walt. But you mustn't excite yourself so. You've been badly hurt.
What happened to my head?
You had a dreadful cut from the coral reef.
Or whatever I hit when I fell into the river. Is it deep?
Oh, yes.
Did someone suture it?
Beg pardon?
Was it closed?
Oh, yes. I sewed it together with sail thread.
Sail thread? Were any antiseptic precautions taken? Sulfur, penicillin? Was the wound cleaned out?
My father wanted to cauterize it.
Oh, good Lord. And did he?
No, Malama brought some island herbs. We didn't want you hurt or disfigured. The herbs seemed to still the poison.
I'm not running a fever anymore. I seem to be alive.
Oh, you are alive.
Am I? Where? When? Why? Blind and probably at least half mad. I wish I was dead. Where are we now?
On the beach, above La Haina.
You know, it's a funny thing. I think perhaps only you might understand. Do you believe in reincarnation?
Please?
When the body dies, do you believe the soul does too? The spirit?
No. It goes to join the ancestors.
Yes, and do you think that it can return again in another body?
If the Tikis so will, yes.
Well, could you believe that the soul that has lived in this body for how long since I was washed ashore?
2 moons and more.
Yes, all right. Say 9, 10 weeks, over 2 months. Can you believe that this soul inside me, as you see me, doesn't belong here? Could you believe it possible that a spirit from the future could return to the past?
Whatever the gods decree will take place.
Well, 5 generations from now, what breathes inside this body was alive. I was a doctor, and I had my wife, and I loved her beyond my own life or my own career. She died, and I threw everything away. And yet here I am in another man's body with a life still ahead of me, except that I'm blind. Or is it still ahead of me? Will it last only so long as that faraway man that once was, Walter Davis, lasts? Was he saved from drowning as Captain Fenright was? Is he blind as I am? Where can I find the answers?
In the sands, I will read your fortune. If the answer is there, I will bring it to you. But I do not think you are sent to us only to die. Now I must take you home.
A strange word for a wanderer in the shifting fields of time. Where was home? Where did I belong?
You must be out of your mind, Jane.
Why, Father? I've nursed him for 2 months, enough to know him closer than any man I ever knew. Even you. And I love him.
A remarkable influence this castaway has over women. So does Malamar, who has also nursed him.
But he loves me.
How can he love you? He's never even seen you.
Still, he knows the way I look.
Oh, stuff and nonsense. The fellow is only looking for a safe berth. I will not permit my daughter to throw herself away on a worthless adventurer with no prospects and no future.
How can you say he is worthless?
How can you say he is anything else? First off, the man is either a colossal liar or a madman. Second, he is blind. I have no intention of letting you hang him as a cross about your neck. Do I make myself clear?
Quite clear, Reverend, but you needn't have worried. Within a day or 2, I shall be leaving you. Have no fear about that.
A moment, Captain, or whoever you are. I have no wish to be less than a good Christian. No man of the cloth can turn a blind man loose in a strange land.
You won't be turning me loose. I am in a strange land, out of my own time, but I feel I'm being called back.
Called back? For what?
To die. There is pressure on the optic nerve. That accounts for my blindness. But these new, massive pain signals, fresh interior bleeding. Is this body I now inhabit this Captain Joshua Fenright who is dying? Or my own body that lies in a hospital 5 generations from now? Life supported only by the magic of modern science. If I am being called, will Captain Fenright pass away too? Oh, no. No.
Is that the end of this strange fantasy? Has Captain Joshua Fenright at last succumbed to his injuries? And is he dead? And if he is, has his reincarnation, or the man we know as Walter Davis, died too? I shall return shortly with Act 3. Perhaps this moment is the time to question this strange fantasy. And there is the key word, time. A concept that has possibly more facets or forms than any other. Sidereal, mean, astronomical, solar, standard, daylight savings, and most recent of all, serial time. The classic example of that? A man in a boat passes this point in the riverbank now, and that point later. But the man in the plane sees both spots at the same moment. Just as we see Captain Fenright, who has just groaned and fainted at the very moment that Walter Davis in the hospital groans and...
Dr. Field. Dr. Field.
Yes, nurse, what is it?
The man in coma, Walter. He just groaned, and I swear for a moment he moved.
Well, maybe he's decided to do this devoted hospital staff a favor and come back to rejoin the human race. Let me have a look. Hand me the orthopedic hammer. Here, doctor. Just keep his knee flexed slightly like that for a moment. Don't keep any pressure on the foot.
I understand, doctor.
Nothing. You can cover him up. Where did I put my flashlight?
Here, Dr. Field.
Thank you. Now, let's see. You're sure he moved, nurse?
I thought just the slightest. It looked as if his hands sort of clasped and unclasped for a moment.
I see no change. Come here. You see, I've skinned his eyelid back, and my flashlight is trained right on the pupil. Not a trace of a reaction. He's still in deep shock. Wherever he is, it's nowhere near where we are.
So near the verge, and yet I still pulled back. Why? Why, when it is really the only way out? And yet there is Jane. If I could only unlock my eyes and see again, I know it would be my Jane. But I am not to see. And her father tries to protect her, and he's right. I have no right to tie her to my lack of sight. No right to ask her to be my seeing eye dog for me. No right.
Why
no
not?
right.
Why not?
Jane.
Yes.
Jane, are you there? Oh, that's a silly question. I can sense you. I can hear you.
Then you heard my answer to what you said.
I don't know what I said.
You said you had no right to ask me to be your seeing eye dog, whatever that is. But if you mean your guiding light, I answered, why not?
It wouldn't work. It wouldn't work, Jane. It wouldn't be the same.
Wouldn't be the same as what?
As it was with us. Oh, no, what's the use? It all gets so mixed up. There's such an agonizing gap between us now in every way. You don't even understand the terms I use. How could you? A century and a half divides us.
Nothing divides us. We are here, now. You say you love me. I love you. Why can't we become what you think or dream we are? Or were?
Because I can't allow you to be tied to me now.
Because you are blind?
No, Jane, I just can't. I won't tie you down. I won't allow you to...
I'm sorry to break in so abruptly, but I'm afraid we're going to have to leave for our quarters up in the hills.
The whalers are back?
Yes, the godless, wanton destroyers. We give them the freedom of our seas and our harbors, but that is not enough. Once again, they will be ashore to pillage and rape and destroy.
Well, why don't you stand up to them?
It is not the islanders' way to fight, nor those of us who have devoted our service to God.
Let me talk to them.
No, you don't understand. When these men reach shore, they are no longer humans. They are animals who run wild. They hunt the women of our community as relentlessly as their sea prey. They take the native women as though they had the right of kings.
Any woman.
Oh, no, not you.
I'm a woman. The native ones are easier because they have less protection.
What about Malama?
The whalers recognize no royalty. Where is she, by the way?
I think I know where she has gone.
Then go fetch her quickly. We should take her with us. And you must face the fact, Captain Fenright, that no one of us is safe now that the whalers are back.
And mother of us all, hear my prayer. From across the wide seas you have sent us a man to care for. You have taken his eyes. Take only that, and leave me this man to care for. I have had my heart go out to him, and I wish him to lie by my side.
Malama.
Oh, what is it, Mistress Jane?
You must come. The whalers are here.
Are you afraid of them?
Aren't you?
If they try to take me, I have my spear. They will not find it easy. But you are weak and unprotected. You must run.
I cannot. I must protect the captain.
Trust me for that.
No. Even without a spear, I can help him more than you.
You desire this man.
As much as you do.
You cannot accept him as Malama can.
That remains to be seen. For the moment, we must all run.
Left alone, a strange thing has happened to me since that last wave of pain. Somehow I seem less connected with my future. My brain is going through some process of clearing. Wherever I am in time or place, I'm more conscious of what's going on.
Didn't Jane get back?
No, Reverend.
We've got to get out of here. The crews coming ashore are worse than ever. I've tried to reason with Captain Carter, but this time he's as drunk as most of his men.
Captain Carter?
Obadiah Carter, a great ox of a man who controls the whole fleet by his sheer physical strength.
Well, perhaps I can talk to him. It may be if I'm not who I think I am, he might recognize me. And two birds could be killed with one stone.
I am tempted to risk it. With Jane and Malama missing.
Bring me to this Obadiah and see if instead of taking from you, I can give something in return.
Jane, over here.
Yes, Father, we are coming.
What's happening?
The whole town is in a ferment. We must get Jane and Malama up into the hills where they can hide.
I must speak to their captain.
One man is helpless against
I have strengths that you cannot even imagine.
More than God?
No, of course not. But on a practical level, perhaps more effective. I am 150 years ahead of these men. Shouldn't that give me some leverage?
I wouldn't know how to answer that question. Look, I have horses. We must all flee.
Hold on, Parson. Ladies, Captain Obadiah Carter at your service. I wish to have words with you.
Go, all of you. Let me face him.
Better me, Reverend. I can meet him on his level. Now take the women and go for the horses.
But
I am doomed twice already. Now go.
My thanks and the blessings of God go with you.
Well, we seem to have an interloper here before us. Your name, sir?
I have some doubt of that.
What mean you?
My ship was driven upon the rocks on a lee shore, and I suffered a head injury.
And the name of your ship?
The Good Chance.
By damn. Then you must be Captain Joshua Penwright, one of us.
Yes, I suppose that's correct.
The women, Captain Penwright. Steer us clear. Where can we find them and the best?
You leave the women alone.
You would protect someone.
I would ask you to be a human being.
After 12 months at sea? No.
There is no woman for you here.
Don't tell me such nonsense. The chief's daughter, Malama, or the minister's Jane?
Neither.
You would stop me?
Yes.
How? You have a pistol to match my sword?
No.
As well, I have a pistol, too. Now, how shall you stop me?
Come closer. All I have are my hands.
You must be mad. I am told you cannot see.
That I am blind?
You prefer the term.
It's a word. The condition is something else.
A hopeless one. Back off, you fool.
Listen to him.
Malama.
Put away that spear.
Through your throat. So I missed. I spit on you.
Are you crazy? My eyes.
Malama, lead me to get my hands on her. Have you killed her?
Who cares? Another island woman? The question is, do I kill you?
It might be better if you could, but you can't. I'll have you now, and I'll break you as you thought to break us.
Why do you seek to fight your own kind?
You are not my kind.
We share a common heritage.
What does that mean? The color of our skin or the color of our thoughts?
If you are so pure, will you kill me?
Will you call off your men and leave us in peace?
You have my word.
Then go in peace. And let me tend to Malama.
Yes.
Malama, are you hurt?
I am dying, Master Walter. Too late for me, but not for you.
What do you mean?
Before I die, I say this one thing. May the future blot itself out, and may you find here in this life happiness and joy as I would have wanted, but with Mistress West.
No, Malama. No, don't die.
To each of us, as it is determined in its own time.
common experience shared.
Cut everything off, nurse. Heart, lung, monitoring system, intravenous feeding, catheter. The works. The brain is dead.
Oh.
Everything else about Walter we have been sustaining mechanically. There's nothing more we can do.
I saw the others safe and came back for you, Captain. What happened to Malama?
She is dead, Minister. As I should be too, safe. Oh, my God and Holy Lord.
What is it?
I can see you. I can see you, plain. Am I alive then still?
More alive than I ever saw you. Come, let us be off. Jane is waiting for you anxiously.
Jane?
Who loves you, and against whose marriage to you I will no longer stand, in spite of all.
In spite of all?
Now that you can see again, I will take my chances on the madness fading too.
What madness?
That you were some man come back from the future. That your name was Walter Davis, not Captain Joshua Fenwright.
Yes, that must have been madness indeed. Yes, I know who I am. It's all coming back to me. The storm, the shipwreck, and a long time of sickness. Yes, I am Joshua Fenwright again. And Jane, let me hurry to her quickly. It seems to me we have a lifetime ahead to make up for all that's gone behind.
He died this morning, Captain Kelly. Take you in to see him if you want.
Yeah, just to make my last salute like to the professor, if you wouldn't mind, nurse.
Come with me.
Okay.
Glad to know he had at least one friend.
Yeah.
Here he is. Right on.
What is it, ma'am?
You're a nurse long enough. You think you see everything.
That's the professor. Looks just the same as he always did to me.
That's where we're different. In all the 2 months he lay here in coma, from the moment he was admitted, his eyes were closed.
Yeah, now they're wide open. Maybe there is a world after this somewhere, and some way he found his wife, Jane.
Hard to believe, yet what do we know of the afterworld, or indeed of this mysterious world we do inhabit? Can a man be two separate identities, a half a world apart, with a century and a half intervening? Remember the man in the boat and the man in the plane? In serial time, for which another word is the fourth dimension, many things are possible. As someone wiser than both or all of us has said, nothing is impossible in this most of impossible worlds. I'll be back shortly. Just for curiosity, although I won't reveal my source, I looked up a Captain Joshua Fenwright. He was born in San Francisco in 1796, became a captain, short of 30, and was shipwrecked on the Sandwich Isles. He married Jane West. He never returned to the sea, becoming first an import and export liaison man for the United States. Later, he became a pineapple and sugar plantationer, dying a rich and happy man, surrounded by a large family, who to this day trace their roots to him as ancestor. Our cast included Larry Haynes, Martha Greenhouse, Hetty Galen, William Redfield, and James McCallion. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
They said it was a frame-up. They accused us of collusion to try and keep them from having a D-Day meeting. Did you do it, Doug?
Lucy, I swear I had nothing to do with it. Oh, come on. There's nothing to get so upset about.
Only there is. Because they asked one more question. And I got an answer which I refused to accept.
All right. What was the question?
You ask it. Go ahead.
Ask the machine why there will be no reunion. Please, God, the answer won't be the same as it was the last time.
All right, let's see. Oh, no. The tape says, because one of them will be dead.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Work, said the great physician, work is the open sesame to every portal, the great equalizer in the world, the true philosopher's stone which transmutes all the base metal of humanity into gold. Yes, work is the true magic that turns the trick. And while most of us pay lip service to that belief, so many of us spend so much time looking for an easier, more pleasant magic, which is why we have stories like the one you're about to hear.
Hello?
Is that you, Mr. Harry Lawson?
Yes. Mr. Poole? Well, what seems to be the trouble?
They tried to kill me.
Now, why should anyone want to kill you?
The stone.
Oh, yeah, you're the stone. Well, there's nothing to worry about.
Oh, there's everything to worry about. You'd better get over here.
But I'll lose my job.
You'd better come. They'll try again.
Mr. Poole? Mr. Poole?
Our mystery drama, The Philosopher's Stone, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Russell Horton. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. What a beautiful word is faith. What a heartwarming concept. What a glorious way of life. And yet faith is not only for dreamers and idealists. No matter how cold or cruel or practical you may find the world, it is still fueled and fired by faith. We must have faith that all of us will keep our agreements and perform our duties. Faith that the person who is driving knows enough to keep in his or her own lane. Faith. Let us meet a man who has put faith on a practical, everyday basis. He is Harry Lawson, assistant manager of the Valley Federal Bank.
Are you waiting to see me?
Are you the person who lends money?
Well, it depends on how much you need.
Well, I don't need much.
Well, then I'm the one you want to see, so won't you sit down, please?
Thank you. My name is Poole, Lester Poole. It's an old English name.
Yes. Now, how much money do you need?
Well, how much money does any man really need? But I suppose you require a specific rather than a philosophic answer.
Yes, it would help.
$100.
$100?
Is that too much?
Well, actually, it may be too little.
But I really don't need more at this time.
I see. Well, do you have a job or a source of income?
Well, if I had either, I shouldn't be here for a loan.
Are you saying that you're unemployed?
Oh, no.
Oh, well, where do you work?
At home, on my own pursuits.
Well, can you put up any collateral?
Of what nature?
Well, something that is worth $100.
Are you saying I have to have $100 before I can borrow $100?
Well, I am sorry, but I didn't write the rules. You know, without collateral of some kind...
Oh, but I do have collateral, sir.
Oh, well, in what form? What is it worth?
Well, I suppose you could say it's worth all the wealth in the world.
Oh, what is it?
I have it here in my pocket. I carry it with me at all times. See?
But what is it?
Well, what does it appear to be?
Well, it looks like a marble.
Well, actually, it's made of agate.
Yeah, well, that's what I said. It looks like a marble. You know, the kind of thing kids play marbles with? I mean, is this your collateral? This is worth $100?
Well, first, I'll tell you what it is. Then you can tell me what it's worth. Sir, this happens to be the Philosopher's Stone. Oh, no, surely you've heard of the Philosopher's Stone?
Well, yes, I think so.
It was the most widely sought secret of the ancient and medieval worlds. It could turn base metals into gold.
All right. Right here on my desk, my nameplate. A base metal. Turn it to gold and your problem is solved.
Oh, well, I can't do it.
But you say that thing is the Philosopher's Stone.
It is.
Well, then why don't you use it?
I don't know how.
Well, then how can you be sure it's what you claim?
You think I'm mad?
Sir, I really don't know how I could possibly approve this loan.
I do need the money very badly.
Well, tell me, how can you be sure that it's the Philosopher's Stone?
Oh, sometimes I look into it. I see these cloudy blue and gray colors become misty and dissolve and turn into forms and shapes.
Well, what kind of forms and shapes?
Look for yourself. Maybe you can see them, too. Hold it up to the light. Yeah. Do you see anything?
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Oh, do you see the smoke and the steam? Do you see stone walls of the old alchemist laboratory? Do you?
Well, I don't know.
Oh, but I know. I know this is the Philosopher's Stone. But how to use it? I'm sorry I took up your time, sir.
Mr. Poole. I'm going to make an exception in your case. I'll lend you the $100. I am going to take a chance on you.
But you're not taking any chance at all. Here's the stone.
Well, I wouldn't know how to use it either. Here, fill out this form.
Yeah, but I insist you accept this as collateral.
Well, oh, all right. Now, this is a 30-day note.
No, don't leave it lying around in your desk drawer. Lock it away in your deepest, most secure vault.
It'll be safe enough here, Mr. Poole.
No, there's blood on that stone. Look at it closely sometime. There are those who would kill for it.
Now, just sign the form and I'll give you your $100. And in 30 days, when you repay the money, you may redeem the stone.
But guard it. Please believe me. Guard the stone with your life.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Jeffries. Please, come in.
First, here's your blue tie.
Oh, I thank you.
Now, I borrowed it, and you're thanking me for bringing it back. It figures.
But I told you, Mrs. Jeffries, if you see something around here that you need and I'm not using it, well, just feel free.
Well, the mister needed a blue tie to go with his blue suit. He had to see about a job this morning.
Oh, gee, I hope he got it.
Yeah, he got it this morning. He lost it this afternoon. That's par for the course.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, let's see what else. Oh, yeah. Jason had to have a pen for school, so we come up here and took one of yours. But he lost it someplace, so it's gone.
Oh, well, that's all right. So...
No, it ain't all right, but let's leave it go. Getting down to business, it's already the 10th of the month.
Yes, I know.
So, where's the rent?
Well, can you wait till Friday, payday?
Oh, up to your old tricks, huh?
What do you mean?
Oh, you know what I mean. You've been lending people money again, out of your own pocket. And that's why you're short, huh?
What am I going to do when I know a person really needs the money and can't qualify for a loan?
I thought you was going to cut that out. You're going to lose your job. I mean, that brother of yours, he's going to put up with just so much, and then...
Yeah, I know.
A person walks in, you got to ask for, what's that thing again?
Collateral.
Yeah, well, that's the way it's got to be, understand? Starting tomorrow, you ask for that old collateral.
Yeah, well, actually, I started today.
Yeah? Well, maybe we got an age of miracles coming up.
You should see what I accepted for collateral on one loan today.
Yeah? What?
Mrs. Jeffries, I want you to look at this. Tell me what you think it is.
It's a marble. Like the kind Jason plays with.
Yeah, but hold it up to the light. Now, look closely.
Yeah.
Tell me what you see.
What's to see?
Look closely.
I still don't see nothing.
Well, what are the colors?
Oh, blue and gray.
Yeah. Do they look like clouds?
They could be clouds.
Do they seem to be moving?
No.
You don't see any forms or any shapes?
What do you want? It's just an ordinary marble. Here.
Thank you, Mrs. Jeffries.
For what? See if you can swing the rent by the end of the week, huh?
Oh, yeah, I'll definitely try.
Yeah. Okay. Good night. Oh, how you doing with that Miss Roselawn?
Oh, well,
I know. You didn't do nothing.
No.
I thought we decided you was going to ask her out to dinner.
You know, we compromised on lunch, remember?
So?
Well, I'm working up to it.
Oh, I don't know if I'm going to live that long.
Oh, Mrs. Jeffries, she's really very beautiful. I can't imagine why she would want to go out with me.
Yeah. Why do I even bother?
Well, good morning, Miss Roselawn.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Lawson.
Yes, I understand my brother, Dennis Lawson, he wants to see me.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, well, I'd better go in and see him then.
Yes, Mr. Lawson.
Yeah. Well, it's a very pretty morning, wouldn't you say, Miss Roselawn?
Oh, I would say so.
Harry, will you come in here?
Please, excuse me, Miss Roselawn. Yes, Dennis.
And shut the door.
Yeah, yes, certainly.
Oh, if you'd spend more time on banking business.
I merely paused to pass the
down.
Yes, Dennis.
I promised, Papa. I promised. You'd always have a job in the bank. But you're making it hard for me. Difficult. Impossible. Here, for instance, this. Do you recognize it?
Yes, it's a personal loan for $100.
The fella has no job, no visible means of support. And you give it to him on his signature.
No. Actually, there is collateral.
Where? What?
On the bottom line, 13. You read what it says.
Collateral of one Philosopher's Stone. What is this?
Well, you've heard of the Philosopher's Stone. You know, the device by which the medieval alchemists could turn base metals into gold.
Harry, I've got a very busy morning here.
Yeah, but here, look. This is it.
This is what?
The Philosopher's Stone.
Oh, I don't know how to handle this anymore. I swore to Papa on his deathbed. And before she died, Mama made me swear, too. You'd always have the job. The desk out in the main lobby where everyone could see it. With a nameplate. Harry Lawson, Assistant Vice President.
I'm sorry you get so upset then.
Upset? Who's upset? I go home and I yell at my wife. I smack the kids. I kick the dog. But upset?
Now you promised Mom and Papa you'd give me a job. But I never promised I'd stay here. Now, I could leave.
And go where and do what? Now, listen, Harry. The very next time someone applies for a loan, I don't care if it's for 15 cents. You bring it in here. Do you understand?
Yes, sure, Dennis.
Yes?
Oh, I have a call here for Mr. Harry Lawson. It's from a Mr. Lester Poole.
Switch it to his desk.
Well, this Mr. Poole says he can't wait. It's a matter of life and death.
Yeah, I can imagine. It's for you.
Oh, yes.
One moment, Mr. Lawson.
Hello?
Is that you, Mr. Harry Lawson?
Yes.
Speak another few words so that I may be sure.
Well, what seems to be the trouble, Mr. Poole?
Yes, I suppose it's you. Listen, they tried to kill me.
Who tried to kill you?
I don't know. They.
Well, why should anyone want to kill you, Mr. Poole?
Oh, they tracked me down. They're after me.
But why should anyone be after you?
Oh, the stone, you fool, the stone.
Oh, yes.
Is it safe?
Oh, yes.
If the janitor hadn't heard and called the police, I would have been murdered.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, you must come over here. You must come over here at once.
But I have to be at my desk, Mr. Poole.
Oh, you don't believe me? Please, you've got to come over here.
Mr. Poole? Mr. Poole? Dennis? Look, Dennis, something has come up. I'm wondering, do you suppose I could take the morning off?
You want the morning off?
Yeah, well, it does have to do with bank business.
Yeah, of course. Go right ahead. Take the morning. Take the afternoon. Take as much time as you need. And don't worry. We'll manage to struggle along here somehow without you.
I'll wager they will. So here we have Harry Lawson, not a very efficient or effective person, but can we be sure of that? So far, all we have seen is the surface. Is there something underneath? Is there more here than meets the eye? Obviously. But for that, you must wait for Act 2. Everyone agrees the unexpected always happens. This being so, why do we marvel at it? Why are we always taken by surprise? We read a book, see a film, witness a play, and in many of them we encounter surprises that we reject as completely far-fetched. But why? Think of some of the events that take place almost every day in the so-called real life. What writer of fiction would dare to use them?
Who is it?
It's me, Harry Lawson.
Oh, just a minute.
Yes. Come in. Come in quickly. Were you followed?
Why should anyone follow me?
Where were you?
Well, I don't think so.
Are you sure?
What happened here? Look at this place. All the furniture is knocked around.
I told you. They came after me.
Who?
They wore trench coats and, it must have been stocking masks around their heads.
Oh, how many were there?
2, but big husky fellows.
What did they do?
What they did the last time.
Oh, it's happened before.
Oh, they keep tracking me down. They want the stone. You do have the stone?
It's right here.
Oh, no. No, you didn't bring it with you. Oh, well, you'll just have to go right back to the bank as soon as possible. That's why I gave it to you as collateral, so that it would be safe. Oh, how fortunate. These fellows thoroughly ransacked the place, as you can see.
What can I do for you?
This money you lent me, I shall be able to repay it in 30 days.
I hope so.
At which time I shall reclaim my property, of course.
Oh, yeah, you're entitled to it.
But you've been quite kind. You trusted me. You had faith in me.
I'm really not very smart.
Oh, but you are. You are.
Oh, thank you, but you don't have to flatter me.
Well, you may be very smart without being aware of it. Tell me something. The president of the bank, Mr. Dennis Lawson, he's your brother?
Yes.
I thought so. He looked too young to be your father. It explains a great deal.
Well, just what does it explain?
Well, while I was waiting in the lobby to see you, I had a chance to observe the situation in the bank. I saw Mr. Dennis Lawson come out of the office marked President. I saw him glance in your direction. I saw him shake his head sadly. It told me everything.
Dennis and I, despite certain... Well, we're quite fond of each other. Really.
Here we have two brothers. One is tall, outgoing, with a commanding personality, dominating presence, and the other, if you'll forgive my saying so, is slight, shy, retiring, timid.
Well, I suppose it's how we were born.
And also how you were raised. You were completely overwhelmed by Dennis, weren't you?
Well, I was sickly, and Dennis always looked out for me and took care of me.
And did your thinking for you?
No, that isn't true.
If you say so.
Now, look, I came here in the middle of a busy day to see what it was you wanted.
I wanted to tell you I was grateful. And a tangible token of that gratitude, I want to tell you that you are free to use the stone while it remains in your possession.
Thank you. Now, if you'll excuse me...
Oh, no, don't dismiss me so quickly. Let the stone help you.
How?
I'll tell you how to use it.
I thought you said that you didn't know how to use it.
Oh, it doesn't work for me. But who's to say it wouldn't work for you? Your business is lending money. Your problem is determining whether the loan is a good investment. True?
Yes.
Now, the next time that you're asked for a loan, listen carefully to the proposition and look at the stone.
Yes? And then what?
Oh, that's all.
But what's supposed to happen?
The stone will tell you.
What will it tell me?
Well, it will give you some sort of a sign. On the other hand, it may not give you any sign at all.
I see.
Oh, you still think I'm mad?
Well, aren't you?
Well, would you feel any better if I told you I was completely sane? Remember, sanity is a kind of madness, too. Now, remember, look at the stone. Do you promise?
All right, I will.
And guard it with your life.
What do you want?
Are you the janitor?
No, I'm the King of England. What do you want?
Well, I'd like to ask you about Mr. Lester Poole.
Oh, yeah, the limey.
Well, yes, I believe he is an Englishman.
He's also a loon.
I understand that two men broke into his apartment.
Who says so?
And I understand that you had to call the police.
You, a friend of his?
Yeah, well, I suppose so.
Listen, he's one of them guys that thinks somebody's after him. You see what I mean? Huh? So it's real to him. He sees him in the apartment. He fights with him. Hey, I mean, it gets rough. He even breaks up the furniture. But it's all upstairs, up there in his mind.
Are you sure?
Look, I go through this once, twice a month with the cops. You see, we get up there. The trench coat guys are always gone.
He doesn't work.
Him? Nah, he pokes around with his books all day.
Well, how does he live?
He's a remittance man. You know what that is?
Yeah, I think so.
That's what he told me. He's like the black sheep of this big-time family in England. They send him money to stay away. Every month he gets a letter with money. Hey, I know. I hold it up to the light. I can see the check inside.
And all these attacks, these men in the trench coats who are after him, it's all part of his imagination?
What can I tell you? He's a nut. Nice, but a first-class fruit.
You wish to buy a house and 100 acres where?
On Resolute Road.
Well, that's way out in the northwest, isn't it?
I'd like it to be further, but I can't find anything else, so...
Well, that's desolate country up there, isn't it?
I like it.
Yes. You know, I see that this house is, it's badly in need of repair.
I don't mind. I can do plumbing, carpentry, roofing, electrical work.
Yes, well, how much of a mortgage do you want from us?
$30,000.
Well, Mr. Crumb, would you excuse me a moment, please? I have to see someone. Good afternoon, Miss Roselaw.
Mr. Lawson?
Is my brother Dennis in?
Oh, no, he's not.
Oh, well, will he be back soon?
Oh, no, sir. He had to go to Chicago.
Oh, then he won't be back today.
Or tomorrow either.
Well, then who's in charge?
You are, Mr. Lawson.
Oh, yes. I suppose I am. Well, Mr. Oslon, it's a lovely afternoon. Wouldn't you say so?
Oh, I would say so.
Yes, well, you let me know if something has to be done.
Oh, certainly.
Mr. Crumb, I've been looking over this application of yours.
And?
I'm still looking over it.
I sometimes use one of those things, too.
One of which things?
I call it a worry stone. You hold it in your hand, but that looks more like a marble.
Oh, yes. Yes, it does.
I notice you just keep looking at it.
Yes. Do you hear that?
Hear what?
Mr. Crumb, listen.
To what?
Wait, do you mean you don't hear anything?
No, sir. I don't hear anything. You okay, Mr. Lawson? Mr. Lawson?
Yes. Yes. As I said, I have been looking over your application. Now, you want a fairly large sum of money to buy a piece of property that's practically a wreck. And the acreage is, look, let me put it this way. It's probably the only place in the entire United States where land values haven't gone up. Therefore...
It's okay. Okay, I've been turned down everywhere. I understand. I guess it's crazy.
Well, maybe. But I shall not turn you down, Mr. Crumb.
You won't?
No, sir. I admire your spirit.
Hey, that's great. You mean you're going to give me a mortgage?
Well, I'm going to recommend it very strongly.
I have an opportunity to buy a publishing house.
Yes, well, have you any experience as a publisher?
Well, no, but I've had considerable experience as a person who reads.
Oh, yeah. Well, what makes you think you'd be successful?
Well, I'd publish only books that have literary merit and that are in good taste.
Yeah, well, Mr. Burnside, while I appreciate your ambitions and approve, we are bankers. Now, you're asking for $40,000.
Well, it's not really very much, considering what I can buy for it.
Yes, but how can you secure the loan?
Well, I have stock, 1,000 shares of Western American.
Oh. Well, what was it selling for this morning?
It's been trading at about $20 a share, I believe.
$20? For 1,000 shares, that's $20,000. And you want to borrow 40?
Sir, Western American's a very solid stock.
Well, yes, I agree.
It's grossly undervalued.
Well, yeah, I'm sure.
One day it'll surely sell for $100.
Well, that is what many people say. However, when will that day arrive? I mean, if ever.
I suppose I can guess your answer. Mr. Lawson?
Yeah.
That's a very pretty little marble. Well, you keep looking at it and looking at it. Do you think you see something in that stone? Mr. Lawson?
Do I see something in it? Where's that coming from?
I beg your pardon, Mr. Lawson?
That sound.
Well, I'm afraid I don't understand. I suppose there's no point to wasting any more of your time.
Sorry, what did you say?
It was a dream. I know in my heart I could make a go of it, but I have no way of proving it to anyone. So that's the end of it.
No, I wouldn't say so, Mr. Burnside. I am going to approve your loan.
You'll give me the money?
No, I'll approve the loan. That's all I can promise you. Good morning, Miss Roselawn. It's a beautiful morning. Wouldn't you say so?
Oh, yes, I would say so.
Well, isn't my brother back from Chicago?
Oh, well, he will be delayed. He's in the hospital.
Oh?
They don't know if it's just strain or a nervous breakdown, but he'll have to be there for at least a few weeks.
Oh, I'd better go and see him.
Well, how, sir? You're in charge of the bank.
That's right.
You'll have to approve all loan applications.
Yeah, but my brother said that
Your brother isn't here.
Well, shouldn't I wait for him to come back?
Oh, we don't know when that will be.
I'll have to think about it.
really something to think about. You've heard some of the loan applications. Without being too technical, if you were a banker, would you approve? Because basically, that's what banking is all about. The banker's ability to judge the character of his borrower. And in a larger sense, isn't judgment of character what all life is about? If you don't know the answer, you may find it in Act 3. By the early years of the 20th century, trust had become an ugly word. It referred, in the popular mind, to the mammoth monopolies that were bilking the public out of billions of dollars every year. They were called trusts because originally they had been set up as trust companies, presumably because they were supposed to inspire public confidence and trust. But trust, no matter how it may be abused, is still the basic pillar that upholds our social order. Without it, civilized life would be impossible.
Mr. Lawson! Mr. Lawson!
Oh, yes, Mrs. Jeffries.
Oh, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Well, I come up to find out because I didn't hear you leaving for work this morning.
Oh.
Something wrong?
Well, I've been putting it off. You see, Mrs. Jeffries, my brother's away.
Yeah, I heard. So, this is your chance.
What chance?
To run a bank the way you think it ought to be run.
Oh, Mrs. Jeffries.
You mean it was all just shooting the breeze? Conversation? You didn't mean what you said?
Well, we say a great many things.
Oh, you've got no business saying what you don't mean. You're the one who said banks should give people the opportunity to become something better. A bank should bet on a person's integrity. You did say that.
Yes.
Did you mean it?
Well, I did at the time, but now I am not so sure.
Well, why were you so sure then?
Because I had no opportunity. I mean, I had no authority to put those ideas into actual practice.
Well, now with Brother Dennis out of the way, you do.
Yes. I'm afraid.
Well, it's always good to be a little bit afraid. Meanwhile, you better go to work.
Well, I suppose there's no way out of it.
Still scared of Brother Dennis, huh?
Yes.
You want to be scared of him for the rest of your life?
No.
Good. How we doing with that Miss Rose Lawn?
Oh, well, I haven't asked her.
Why not?
Well, I think I'd die if she turned me down.
Look, you won't die, and it'll be her loss. Just look her in the eye and say, let's go out to dinner.
Maybe lunch?
Just do something.
Good morning, Miss Roselawn.
Oh, good morning.
Any word when my brother will be coming back?
Oh, no, sir. You still have to decide one way or the other on those several loan applications.
I know. I decided that I will approve.
Yes?
And now, Miss Roselawn, why don't we...
Yes, Mr. Lawson?
Why don't we have those applications on my desk for my signature as soon as possible?
Yes, Mr. Lawson.
Come in, Harry.
Dennis, you're back.
Close the door.
Wow, how do you feel, Dennis?
Sit down, Harry.
Well, you look a little bit drawn. You look peaked.
I should have stayed in Chicago. I was having a nice, quiet little breakdown. I was even enjoying it. But I realized that you were here running things.
Well, we're still in business, Dennis.
But for how much longer? Look at these. No, I must be calm. My pulse must not race. My heart must not pound. Harry, dear little brother, why did you approve a mortgage that's 3 times what the house is worth on the open market?
Well, the man who wanted to borrow the money deserved to have the...
You won't answer that question. All right, on to the next. A man wants to borrow $40,000 to go into a highly speculative venture.
Yes, well, I think he has the ability to succeed.
But you cannot secure a $40,000 loan with $20,000 worth of stock.
But it's a good stock. It can go up.
And it can also go down. No, I will be quiet. Harry, what have you done to me?
Oh, I'm sorry, Dennis. I thought what I did was right.
But you don't know what's right.
That is what you have been telling me all of my life.
Mr. Lawson.
What is it?
Have you seen the morning paper?
Oh, what's in it?
Oh, look, sir. The news is out, finally. They're going to build the new international airport off Resolute Road in the Northwest.
Where does it say that?
Oh, it's the headline, sir. Resolute Road. Isn't that where the gentleman borrowed money to buy that house? I believe you approved that loan, Mr. Lawson.
Harry, you know what that man's property will be worth now?
No, you must be calm, Dennis.
Well, I'm starting to feel better.
Mr. Lawson's office? Oh, one moment, Mr. Knight. It's your broker, Mr. Lawson.
All right. Hello, Tom. What? Am I sorry I didn't buy it when you told me to? Buy what? They did. Oh. And you say it's still a bargain at 40. I'll call you back.
Dennis, what's wrong?
Wrong. That stock. The fellow used to pledge the loan, this Western American, they just found oil. The stock's going wild. Harry, how did you do it? What do you know? Tell me.
I told you. It's the stone. It's the Philosopher's Stone.
No joke.
No, it's true.
Oh, I should have known better. Why did I even bother to ask? I'll tell you. In your own quiet way, all these years, you read, you studied, you observed. Didn't everybody know we had to build another airport? Where else could it go except in the Northwest along Resolute Road? And Western American, the most soundly managed company in the world. Everybody knew how undervalued the stock was. Oh, Harry, you're a genius.
But Dennis,
Go out there. Run the place.
Yes. Now, for what purpose do you wish to make this loan?
Well, I want to buy out my partner.
I see.
He's older than I am, but that doesn't mean he's smarter, does it?
Would you excuse me a moment? Now, where's that?
Is something wrong, Mr. Lawson?
No, listen, could you come back in an hour or so? No, just come back later. Mrs. Jeffries! Mrs. Jeffries!
All right, I'm coming. You don't have to keep yelling like that.
Come in here.
Well, what's the problem?
Mrs. Jeffries, now, you know that marble I showed you, the blue and gray marble? So, where is it? I take it to work with me every morning.
Well, why do you take a marble to work with you every morning?
But this morning I forgot. Oh, yes, I remember now. It was right here where I always keep it on the dresser. I need that marble.
Never in all my life since you've been living here did I ever see you get excited.
I have to have that marble. Now, it was put up as collateral for a loan which will be repaid on the 1st. And then the borrower will claim it.
Oh, you ain't running a bank. It's a nut house.
Please, have you seen that stone?
Now that you mention it, I give it to Jason.
You gave it to Jason?
Well, he was going to play in a marbles tournament, and I thought it would be a winner, but I was wrong. It was a loser.
A loser?
He lost it.
To whom?
I don't know. He don't know. There were kids there from all over the city.
Mrs. Jeffries!
All right. No problem. I'll get it back for you, huh?
You've got to. You must.
Yeah. You just sit here. Don't do nothing. Don't go nowhere. Just sit here. Oh, see? I'm back. Now, how long did it take?
Were you able to...
Sure. What do you think? Here it is.
Are you sure this is...
Sure, I'm sure. Jason told me what the kid looked like, and I found him.
Oh, well, I don't know.
But look at it. See? Gray and blue, huh?
Yeah, it does look very much like... But you could have bought one.
Mr. Lawson, Would I do a thing like that?
It had better be the right one. That's all I have to say.
Good morning, Mr. Lawson.
Oh, Mr. Poole. Hey, good morning.
The 30 days are up. I have here your $100.
Oh, thank you.
And you have my collateral?
Yes, indeed I do. And here it is.
What a beautiful little stone. I never cease to marvel at the beautiful blend of colors. Truly one of a kind, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, truly.
Tell me, Mr. Lawson, have you used the stone?
Yes.
With good results?
With spectacular results. Everything I touch with it turned to gold. I mean, figuratively speaking.
Good. Then you don't need it anymore. It's done its job. Actually, there's a reason it's called the Philosopher's Stone. Did you ever stop to think why?
Well, no.
Now, if it turns dross into gold, shouldn't it be called the Magician's Stone or the Sorcerer's Stone? But you see, there's no sorcery or magic involved. It's done with knowledge.
Knowledge?
Yes, it can only be used by a man who has great knowledge to begin with. And what it does is to encourage him to marshal all of his knowledge and to bring it to bear on a single problem.
Oh.
Well, it was a pleasure doing business with you, sir. And since you no longer need my Philosopher's Stone, I shall take it with me. Good day, Mr. Lawson. Mr. Lawson?
Yes?
You seem to be staring at something. Or is it someone?
I wonder if she would actually... excuse me, Mr. Poole.
Gladly, Mr. Lawson.
Well, it's a lovely morning, Miss Roselawn. Don't you think so?
Oh, yes, I think so.
Well, forget it. We've already been through all that nonsense 100 times, huh? Let's have lunch.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're what?
I can't.
Oh. You can't.
You see, I don't eat lunch, but I do eat dinner.
Of course. And they did. And I'm sure they had many dinners from that point on. And then they included breakfasts. A question you really want to ask me, and I can tell, is, did Mrs. Jeffries actually recover the real stone, or did she simply buy another that resembled it? I don't know. Even if I could ask her, would I believe her? I'll be back shortly. Philosopher's Stone. It has come to symbolize the ready answer, the instant solution, the immediate fulfillment. It has always been, and probably shall always be, mankind's most urgent quest. When I say mankind, I don't say it with a cosmic capital letter. I mean most of us. How many of us keep looking for the gimmick, the password, the open sesame that enables us to enjoy the sweet of the goal without enduring the sweat of the journey? Our cast included Russell Horton, Earl Hammond, Ray Owens, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
You have the diction of a man who's been to college.
I have a master's degree in economics from Harvard University.
And you settled for a job as a handyman chauffeur?
One must begin somewhere.
Mm-hmm. You don't sound like an American. Were you born here?
No, sir.
Now that I listen, that's an unusual accent.
Yes, sir.
Why'd you turn here? Smith? Smith, I'm talking to you. This is not the way to Wall Street. Why are we stopping? do you think you are?
Do as she says.
I'll open my purse. Look.
That's a gun.
Yes. I shall hold the gun, but it shall be hidden by my purse. If you give me any trouble, I can fire through the purse and kill you.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The race, we are told, is to the swift. Likewise, the battle to the strong. There is no substitute for victory. Winning. That's the only thing. The only place is first place. The only guy is top guy. The only number is numero uno. As a popular philosopher so recently stated, nice guys finish last. True, perhaps, but there are also some last guys who finish nice. Or should we say, nicely?
This house, this property, it's all worth close to $500,000, and I can't get a dime for it.
Why not?
Because the house is haunted.
Oh, Dumont, that's impossible. There's no such thing as a haunted house.
I'm telling you, this place is haunted.
And I'm telling you it's impossible. Physically, rationally, scientifically impossible. It could... What was that?
Do you still say it's scientifically impossible?
Well, science changes from time to time to accommodate new evidence. That's why it's science.
Our mystery drama, The Secret Chamber, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Ian Martin. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. There are those people who flatly refuse to recognize the existence of ghosts. But, as Mark Twain once said, those are the people who never saw one or heard one. There is something about the sight of a ghost, the sound of a ghost on a dark night in a deserted house that will dissolve the doubts of the most skeptical and make fervent converts of the most cynical. After all, seeing is believing, isn't it? Well, why don't we discuss this matter with a man who's more or less an authority on the subject?
Tattersalls the name. Thomas Tatum Tattersall. Though just plain Tommy suits me fine. Been a real estate agent all my life, though nowadays we have a fancy name for it, Realtor. So, you say you're in the market for fine old colonial, huh? Dating back to the Revolutionary period. Well, I got just the thing, a real beauty, the Hargraves house. Oh, you know about that one, huh? You hear it's haunted. Now, would I sell you a haunted house? Well, the fact of the matter is it used to be haunted, but no more. Can I guarantee that? Well, now, supposing I just tell you the story. No extra charge, and you can decide for yourself, huh? Is that fair enough? Well, now, you got to go back a ways to the war. Well, I guess you'd call it the First World War. I didn't get to go myself. I was just a shade too young. I was also just a shade too young for a beautiful girl named Felicity Hargraves. Anyhow, she was in love with Lieutenant Bobby Lightfoot, who was fighting in France with the Rainbow Division. Well, one morning, Felicity's mother asked me to drop over to the house.
Thomas, you have to help me.
Oh, how, Miss Hargraves?
Bobby Lightfoot is dead.
Bobby Lightfoot?
Yes.
But he just...
Felicity was notified. Bobby fell at a place called Chateau Thierry.
Oh, gee, I feel so bad for Felicity.
Yes, Felicity. Thomas, I'm frightened. You see, when Felicity found out she was standing right here in this room, she didn't say one word. Not a solitary tear ran down her cheek. She stood silent for at least 5 full minutes, and then she turned around and went upstairs to her room.
And she said nothing at all?
That was 3 days ago. She still won't say one word. She won't touch a bite of food, nor sip a single swallow of water.
Oh, what do you suppose I could do?
Oh, I'm at my wit's end. Oh, if only her father, the judge, was alive, and her Uncle Dumont's off in the Navy. Thomas, could you talk to her?
Oh, Miss Hargraves, what could I say to her?
She was always fond of you, Thomas.
Oh, yes, ma'am, but...
She cannot keep sitting in that room forever. What am I going to do?
Ma'am, I sure wish I knew.
Oh, if you'd been a little older, perhaps she might have fallen in love with you instead of Bobby Lightfoot. That's why you've got to help her.
Oh, I wanted to help, ma'am, but I just don't know how.
Just talk to her. Talk to her. That might be enough. Talk to her.
Felicity? It's me, Tommy Tattersall. Felicity?
Yes, I know. Tommy.
Gee, I'm sorry about Bobby.
Bobby? Who? Who's Bobby?
Bobby Lightfoot.
I don't know anyone named Bobby.
Oh. Well, would you like to go for a walk?
No, Tommy.
Oh, but you've been cooped up in your room so long.
I want to stay here. It's such a lovely room, isn't it?
Well, yes, but...
The house is such a magnificent house. I was born here. Did you know that?
Well, yeah.
And so was my dad and his dad before him. I never want to leave this house.
But Felicity, why not?
Because there's death outside.
Death?
Death. Lying in wait everywhere. Death. Now I remember. Bobby. My own Bobby Lightfoot. Didn't I plead with him? Don't go, Bobby. Don't leave. Death is waiting there outside. But he didn't listen. My Bobby didn't listen. But I won't leave this house. I won't go out there. Out where death is waiting.
Now, look, Felicity, could I tell you something?
I'm safe here. These rooms, these walls, these floors and ceilings, they all know me. They all love
Felicity,
me.
But look through the windows. Look out on the street and see how bright and how clear and how lovely everything is.
This house, it shelters and protects me. I'll never
And just
leave.
up the street, you see my dad's office, you see?
I don't want to look out on the street.
Look, start
I'm
tomorrow.
afraid.
I go to work there. Why don't you come by early in the day and just say hello to me?
No,
You can trust me, Felicity. I wouldn't let anything bad happen to you. Just say hello to me at the office tomorrow. Take a walk over.
Well, it'll have to be a very short walk. I'm so afraid to be outside. There's so much death.
And that's how it all began. Every morning she'd come by, say hello, and then she'd rush right back home. Poor Felicity. I was the only one she ever talked to. And what did we talk about?
Good morning, Tommy.
Morning, Felicity. How do you feel this morning?
I don't feel well. I did a terrible thing.
Oh, not you, Felicity.
Yes, I did. I stepped on an ant.
Oh.
I saw him.
Him?
I should have waited till he'd gone by, and I did stop. But then so did he, and I thought he was just going to stay there, and it would be safe for me to... And then I just as I stepped forward, so did he, and my foot... it was too late.
I'm sorry, Felicity. I'm really, truly sorry.
An ant is a living thing. It's one of God's creatures.
It wasn't your fault.
Part of God's plan.
Felicity, it won't be held against you.
You mean that, Tommy?
Of course I mean.
You're not just saying it to make me feel better.
Would I lie to you?
And I'll be forgiven someday?
You've been forgiven already. Felicity Hargraves. Once the loveliest, liveliest young lady in the county. And as time went on, she got no better. I guess you could say she got even worse. So the years went by. She was so tall, so beautiful, and I was so much in love with her. But nothing could ever come of that. So anyway, one night I got a call from Mrs. Hargraves, and seeing her was a shock. I mean, she'd been such a sturdy, well-built, strong woman, Felicity's mother. And here now, all of a sudden, it was like as if she'd shrunk to almost nothing.
Tommy?
Oh, Mrs. Hargraves.
Yes. Oh, you don't know what to make of me. I can't understand it myself. It happened almost overnight.
But what's wrong?
I'm dying. And Felicity's going to need a friend more than ever.
Well, she's always got a friend in me.
Her Uncle Dumont will take care of her financial affairs.
Dumont?
Yes. The judge had him named executor of the estate when I die.
Oh.
I know he'll pay her bills and see that she always has this house. But, Tommy, he won't have time for her. Felicity will need someone to talk to. Someone who will worry about her. Promise me, Tommy? Promise?
Less than a month later, that fine lady was dead. And Dumont Hargraves took active charge of the family money. Maybe what happens next is a story you might have heard before. Why not? Don't it occur all the time? There was all kinds of talk in town that Dumont was running through all the assets, that he was making unwise investments, that he was gambling and, of course, losing heavy. Well, none of this could be proved. But one day, Dumont came into the office.
Morning, Tommy. I'd like to throw a little bit of business your way.
Oh, yes?
Oh, that yes. You ever see a bird look at a snake?
Well, Dumont, watching you, I now see how a snake looks at a bird.
You don't like me, Tommy.
That's true.
You think I'm robbing Felicity of her inheritance?
Well, you are, aren't you?
Well, it looks that way, I admit. But, Tommy, it's not my fault.
Yeah? So what's this business you want to throw my way?
First, I wanted you to understand that I didn't ask for the job of executive.
All right, Dumont, get to it.
Well, I have to sell the house.
The house?
The old Hargraves homestead.
But you can't sell the house.
Why not?
Well, because Felicity's...
Well, what about Felicity?
Oh, well, where will she live?
Where? Where she belongs. In a sanitarium.
How can you say that?
Well, it's true. How can she live all by herself in that big old house?
She manages very nicely.
Tom, I'm her uncle. I love her. I want to do what's best for her. Felicity simply is not right in the head.
Dumont, don't you say that.
Oh, poor Tom. You had a crush on her all your life. And then when Bobby Lightfoot got killed, you might have had a chance, but she went crazy.
I tell you, don't use that word.
Can you suggest another one that describes the situation more accurately?
Look, Dumont, the house, it means so much to her. It's all she has in the world.
It's all I have in the world, too.
What do you mean?
There's nothing left but the house.
Nothing left? How can that be?
Oh, I don't know, Tommy. Here and there, this and that. It all adds up to nothing.
Dumont, I won't let you sell that house. I'll go to court. I'll have you declared unfit to continue as executor.
Sure. And you'd probably even win. But it's too late. Everything else is gone. The court would have to sell the house in any event to satisfy the debts. I'm sorry, Tommy. Somebody has to tell her.
Tell her what?
That she has to leave the house.
Oh, sure. That's right. Somebody does. Somebody has to break her heart, destroy her spirit, and turn her whole world into ashes and ruins, and you know who that somebody is going to be, Dumont?
You, Tommy, you.
Oh, no, this is all you're doing. You're going to tell her. Justice demands it.
But if I tell her, it'll kill her. But if you tell her, well, you can put it in such a way that she'll believe you. She'll actually think it's all for the best.
There are those people who are always pulling chestnuts out of the fire. Somebody else's chestnuts, we might add. Why do they do it? What makes the Tommy Tattersalls of this world tick? Since there's a little bit of Tommy in so many of us, perhaps even in you, why not ponder the problem for a few moments until I return shortly with Act Two? Someone said once that a house is not necessarily a home. That may not be true, but what can hardly be in dispute is the fact that a home has to be a house, of some kind anyhow. It has to have form and structure. It must protect and shelter. It must be fortress and sanctuary. Felicity Hargraves is about to be evicted.
But I can't leave here, Tommy. I can't.
I know it's difficult, Felicity.
Oh, it's much more than difficult, Tom. It's impossible.
Look, Felicity, just
I'll
listen.
die.
No.
Oh, yes, there's death outside. You know that. I'm not safe anywhere else, Tommy.
You'll be safe with me, Felicity. I spoke it over with my mother. You'll stay at our house for a while.
No, I want to stay at my house.
Well, Mother's alone all day, and you'll be such good company for each other. You always liked my mother, didn't you?
Oh, yes, Tommy, very much. I have a wonderful idea. Let her come and stay with me at my house.
But Felicity, she... Please, won't you try to understand?
Understand what?
That it isn't your house anymore.
How can it not be my house?
It's got to be sold.
It's part of me.
According to the law.
Every part of this house is a part of me, Tommy. It knows me. It sheltered me. It kept me warm. It kept me dry. It kept me safe. No, Tommy.
No, but I'm only
sell
trying
the house.
to...
Could I sell part of myself? Could I sell my heart? Could I, Tommy? Yes, I could. But I'd die.
Felicity, I only want to help you. Now you know that, and you believe me, don't
Soon
you?
the war in France will be over, and Bobby will be back. And if I'm not here, he won't know where to look for me.
Well, I'll keep an eye out for Bobby, and if he comes along,
No, don't say if. When?
Well, when he comes, I'll bring him to you. Come on now, Felicity. You come with me.
Now?
It'd be best. Huh?
Tommy, please, let me just stay here one more night, please. Let me stay here tonight and say goodbye to the house. And then in the morning, I'll go away with you, please.
All right, Felicity. I'll come by for you. Early in the morning. Maybe I shouldn't let her stay, but how could I refuse her? Besides, what could happen? Well, a great deal happened. I came by for her in the morning, and she was gone.
Felicity? Felicity? Where are you? Felicity! Sheriff, it's Tommy Tattersall. Yeah, it's Felicity Hargrave. She's gone. Yes, sir, that's what I mean. She's disappeared. Oh, well, I'm here now. Yeah, I searched the house from top to bottom. There's not a sign of her. I don't know where she went. Where could she go?
Where could she go? Well, there was all kinds of talk, foul play, or maybe she might have just wandered off into the woods and beyond them down into the swamp. If she'd gone and done that, then she'd be lost forever. Well, that's what I told people. Because I realized what Felicity had been trying to tell me. That if she had to leave that house, she'd kill herself. That's what all the talk about death had amounted to. And I felt it was my fault. Why had I let her stay that final night? Why had I left her alone? Well, as you might imagine, the disappearance of Felicity Hargraves was a sensation, but like all such sensations, it only lasted a while. We had the elections and the circus come to town and one thing and another, and gradually Felicity Hargraves was forgotten by almost everyone. Except me.
Tommy, you gotta help me out.
Yeah, out is where I'd like to help you, Dumont. Right out the door.
Now, don't be angry, Tommy. It goes against your better nature. I'm in trouble.
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
No, you're not. You're a very kind-hearted person. I still have to sell that house.
I'm not stopping.
Don't you hear what's being said around town? The house is haunted.
It's impossible for a house to be haunted.
Oh, I don't know about that. The way it started was I advertised in the Philadelphia and New York papers. Now, I admit I was trying to save your broker's commission. I admit that. Well, these folks came down, and I took them into the house, and they just loved it. I almost had a deal. And then we heard it.
Heard what?
The ghost.
What do you mean, ghost? How could you hear
it? It was moaning and crying.
Dumont, it's impossible.
There were 3 of us. This man, his wife, and myself. All 3 of us. We heard it.
I still say it's impossible.
Instead of standing there and saying impossible, why don't you go and hear it for yourself?
All right, Dumont. Where's your ghost?
I tell you, we heard it.
I tell you what you heard. You heard the voice of your guilty conscience. You robbed a troubled girl out of everything she owned in this world.
Believe me, Tommy, it wasn't intentional.
Well, it comes to the same thing. Money meant nothing to her, but then you took away the one thing she couldn't live without, this house.
Oh, please, Tommy.
Yeah, go ahead and suffer because you deserve it.
Tommy, my conscience is one thing, but a ghost is something else. There is a ghost. It's the ghost of Felicity Hargraves.
Felicity's dead. She...
Listen. What? Listen, Tommy.
What?
Oh, good Lord. Do you hear it? Do you hear it? You hear that, Tommy? It's not your imagination. It's not the terror on my face. Close your eyes. Don't you hear it? There. Tommy, there. Is it my imagination?
It was a ghost. It was just the way a ghostly voice was supposed to sound. So I'd been wrong all my life. There was such a thing as a ghost, and this was the ghost of Felicity Hargraves. She'd come home. I believed it.
Do something, Tommy. Do something.
Do what?
Tell her to stop.
How can I tell her?
She always liked you, Tommy. That's a fact. No, explain to her.
You're crazy.
Please, Tommy, I have to sell this house.
All right. Felicity? It's me, Tommy. Felicity, are you here?
Did you hear that? It's here.
Shut up, Dumont. Felicity, you shouldn't be here. You only scare folks. Felicity,
Oh, will you forget it, Dumont? It's Felicity's house.
But Felicity's
It's
dead.
her house, dead or alive, and if she wants to live in it, I say more power to her. It was no longer the Hargraves' house. It had now become the haunted house. No one would go near it. Well, one day, Dumont came into the office, and with him was a woman, a tall woman with a sharp and bony face and long, jet black hair. And she wore a dress that was also black, but the blackest black you could imagine. Oh, she was the kind of woman you'd meet in a nightmare. It was broad daylight, and we were in my office. But still, in all, this woman sent a chill up and down my spine.
Tommy, may I present the Countess Di Gennaro?
How do you do, ma'am?
Charmed.
The Countess is an exorcist.
A what?
An exorcist. I am the one who banishes the evil spirit.
Look, what kind of joke is this, Dumont?
Tom, this lady is a great artist.
What is she here for?
I am to exorcise the evil spirit from the house of Hargraves.
Now, ma'am, there's no evil spirit in the house of Hargraves.
There is a spirit. You have heard the spirit.
Now, that's Dumont. You just get taken in by his mumbo-jumbo.
Tommy, I'm desperate.
Mumbo-jumbo? Mumbo-jumbo?
Now, that's what you've done. You've irritated her.
You do not believe in spirits?
Well,
She must return to the grave. She will never know peace.
That's right, Tommy. We're doing this for her own good.
Well, what do you want with me?
Somebody has got to go into the house with Countess Di Gennaro.
All right, that's you, Dumont.
Well, no. I would create a spiritual climate of violence, which the Countess couldn't overcome.
Sure, and you're also scared out of your wits to walk into that house.
That's a secondary consideration.
Why does somebody have to go into the house with a Countess?
A witness is required by astral law.
All right, folks, go ahead. Find yourself a witness. I respectfully decline the honor.
Tommy, you've got to do it. Everyone else in town turned me down. Now do it for Felicity.
Felicity?
Yes. Let her spirit find peace. She can't keep wandering around that house forever. Do you want to be guilty of depriving Felicity of her rest and peace throughout all eternity?
Yeah, but this exorcist business...
Business? He dares to call it business. It is a sacred profession.
It's a fake.
Is it? And do you know everything, young man?
Can you swear that Felicity's ghost isn't in the house? Oh, come on, Tom. What have you got to lose?
Oh, he has a great deal to lose. His arrogance, his intolerance, his ignorance.
All right, I'll go. I'll go.
And here he goes again. Poor Tom. As you have already seen, he does get to run a great many errands for people. But this one coming up looks like an authentic first. Join us for dinner this evening, Tommy? No, thanks. I have work to do. What kind of work? Exorcising a ghost. How's that for a conversation piece? Well, our exercise in exorcism is scheduled for Act 3, which is only a few moments away. Exorcising spirits is a practice that's as old as mankind. However, in practically all recorded cases, the spirits were evil and therefore deserved to be driven out. We have a slightly different problem here. We have a spirit that's kind and gentle, the ghost of a beautiful lady. But evidently that won't help her. Since she's a ghost, out she must go.
All right, Madame Di Gennaro. When do we go to the house and start your little con game?
Mr. Hargraves, I simply cannot tolerate the attacks of this boorish, ignorant lout.
Now, Tommy, in the first place, she's a countess. In the second, it's an ancient and honorable profession.
Yes, but since I'm to be a partner in this deal, all I want to know is when it starts.
When the moon has risen and Venus has approached perihelion.
All right, just give me the time.
At the stroke of midnight, you and I shall stand in the geocentric ordained perimeter of the presence, and the ritual shall begin.
Well, I tell you, it was easy enough to laugh at this dame. But the more she got herself involved in what she was doing, the more she started to kind of scare you. Her black eyes began to send out sparks. You could feel fire in her voice, and before you knew it, you kind of began to believe it wasn't an act. But that there was something dark and mysterious and scary about it. She closed her eyes and pressed her hands against her head as if her mind was on fire, trying to burn through her skull.
Out! Out! I command you! Out! Go! Go! Sever the bonds! Cut! Crack! Break! Go! Spirit, you who in life were Felicity Hargraves, I command you to leave. Within me is the soul of the high priest of the temple. I will now exorcise you. Leave! Go! Or I shall pronounce the ineffable, forbidden tetragrammaton. I shall thunder under the name of... Who is that?
It's the ghost, I guess.
The ghost? The ghost? Oh, no! No!
Countess, what's wrong? She fainted. I somehow managed to get her outside. There was a rickety old rocking chair on the porch, and I sat her down on it. And I waited for her to come to. When she woke up, finally, it was obvious that a profound change had taken place within her.
What hit me?
I beg your pardon?
The slicker outslicked. The flim-flammer out-flim-flammed. You were right about me, pal. Back there in the office when you called it a con game. That's all it was, a racket. Go figure. There are ghosts.
What are you saying?
I'm saying, pal, that you just heard the real article. You heard a ghost.
You know there's no such thing as a ghost.
There ain't. What do you think's inside the house here?
Now, look, Countess, did you know?
Now, let's can that Countess label, pal. The square handle's Molly McGuire from Union City, New Jersey. This ghost racket now, it's a gimmick. A hook to cast the rubes with. But you know something? I see now the rubes were right. Maybe the rubes were always right. Because there are ghosts. And the laughs on the slickers. Like me.
And so the time went by. And the house became more haunted than ever. And then one day, Dumont came in. Oh, he was considerably older now, and he looked the worse for wear, or I should say, the worse for work. Because these days he had to earn a living. And in many respects, he was still the same old Dumont.
Tommy, you've got to help me. I've got a chance. A 1 in a million, once in a lifetime chance to recoup. Yeah. I've been working. Tommy, you know I've been working for years now. Ever since Felicity left us.
Well, whose fault was that, Dumont?
Tom, I didn't come to open old wounds. But now there's a chance. Some folks from New York want to buy the house.
All right, sell it.
How? The house now has a national reputation.
So what can I do about it?
Something. Don't ask me what, but something. Do you, in your heart, honestly believe in ghosts?
No.
Why not?
Because it's impossible.
Well, how do you account for the fact that people actually hear the ghost when they're inside that house?
Dumont, you want to know what folks hear in that house? They hear a loose board on the floor or a gap on the mortar of the chimney, a missing tile on the roof. Every house has creaks and moans and strains, and a fellow's imagination takes it from there.
And you've got to find them. You've got to find that loose board, that missing mortar, that busted tile, whatever it is. You've got to find it. Give me a chance to live out the rest of my life comfortably. Now, please, Tommy.
Well, sir, I went to work in that house. I looked her over from top to bottom. Old Colonel Nathaniel Hargraves, he sure knew how to build. Beams of solid oak, walls of thick and heavy plaster. After all these years, everything was still sound and true. I putted up the windows so no air could blow through. I made sure the shutters hung firm and steady. I oiled all the hardware in the doors, and I was through. A tighter, sounder, more ship-shape house simply didn't exist. And a coat of paint made it so fresh and clean and bright. And I even put in a telephone. No, that was for psychological reasons. After all, a practical thing like a phone works against the very idea of a ghost, huh? Hello?
Tommy?
Oh, yes, Dumont. What is it?
The prospective buyer. He's in town, waiting in his hotel room.
Yes, Dumont.
Tommy, you did take care of the ghost, didn't you? I mean, the house, it's no longer haunted.
I'll see you in a little while, Dumont.
Oh, bless you, Tommy. And just for that, I'm going to give you your full broker's commission.
I looked around the house, that bright place, that cheerful, sunny place. How could anyone possibly believe it was haunted? It proved there's no such thing as a ghost. And then I heard her. Felicity. Felicity. It's me. It's Tommy. Tommy Tattersall. Talk to me. Oh, Felicity, don't you remember Tommy? Felicity. Not another word. She didn't speak another word. Oh, I ran through the house. I searched every room, every closet. I probed through nook and cranny, cellar to attic. But there was nothing. No one. And then I decided to try something else. I stood by the fireplace and very quietly I said, Felicity, it's me. It's Bobby, Felicity. It's your own true love, Bobby Lightfoot. Come back from the war. It's me. Bobby.
Bobby? Bobby?
Felicity, oh, my good Lord. It's you. It's Felicity. You're alive. You're not a ghost.
Oh, Bobby. You've come back to me. You've come back.
How did you?
I had to stay here, Bobby. You'd never find me if I'd left.
Oh, yes, but where did you...
Don't you remember the room? The hidden room beside the chimney. We found it when we were children, where they used to hide the runaway slaves. Remember?
But everyone says it's a haunted house.
Haunted? Oh, you know how sounds go in this place. I was crying. I was calling to you, Bobby.
How did you live?
Live? I didn't have to live, Bobby. I'm dead. Just as you're dead. I'm so happy, Bobby.
I mean, food.
Oh, funny how I still need food, even if I'm dead. On a dark night, you know folks around here, no one ever locks a door. All I ever needed was a crust of bread, a swallow of milk. No one ever missed it.
Felicity, now, come on, let me take you.
You mustn't. You must never take me anywhere. Bobby, Someone always wants to take the house away from me. Don't let them promise. You'll never let anyone take this house away from me. Never. Promise.
I promise.
And you'll come and you'll visit me every day. You can't stay here until we're married, but I'll plan for a big wedding. Oh, yes. It will be a big wedding, the biggest this town ever saw.
Yes, Felicity.
And you won't let anyone ever take this house away from me. You won't.
I won't.
Yes, Mr. Hastings. I'm sitting in Mr. Tattersall's office right now. We'll be by to pick you up. Why, here's Mr. Tattersall walking in right now.
Hang up the phone, Dumont.
Shouldn't take us more than 5 minutes,
I
all
said hang
told.
up the phone.
Yes, sir. You just have your checkbook ready.
Dumont, hang up, will you?
We'll see you right away.
Oh, no. You will not see him right away.
Do you realize what a deal I just worked out for the house?
You'll have to call it off, Dumont.
House and property for $350,000. What do you mean, call it off?
Well, it's all contingent on the house not being haunted, right?
Yes, but that's what you went there to ascertain, to prove, to establish beyond the shadow of a doubt.
Well, it's haunted, Dumont.
It's what?
Haunted.
Oh, nonsense. There's no such thing
Bring
as
your
a
buyer here. I guarantee he'll hear enough to run screaming out of the premises.
No, Tommy, I can't work anymore. I just can't.
I'm afraid you're going to have to.
I've got to sell that house. I've got to.
You can't sell a haunted house, Dumont.
Oh, no.
And the home of Felicity Hargraves is haunted. Felicity died last year. A very old lady. She died in that house she loved. She died in Bobby Lightfoot's arms. And late that night, Bobby buried her in a secret place. Well, now that we have all that ghost story business out of the way, let me show you the finest, the most nicely kept, the best constructed, the most attractive colonial period home in the entire USA. The Hargraves house. Oh, I vouch for each and every beam, board, and brick. And I'll even show you the secret chamber.
Well, if our animal-oriented friends will forgive the expression, there are many ways to skin a cat, and just as many ways to sell a house. People who peddle large ticket items like automobiles and houses are known for their enthusiasm and optimism, as indeed they should be. They are also incurably romantic, and in many cases, they tell a story so convincingly, they actually believe it themselves. I'll be back shortly. You have just heard a ghost story. But what is a ghost story? Indeed, what is a ghost? Mr. Ibsen says we are all ghosts. We are what we have inherited from our departed ancestors. We are all sorts of dead ideas and beliefs. Who knows what lies dormant in each of us? Who knows what we keep locked up in the dark of the soul? Our cast included Ian Martin, Marion Seldes, Joan Shea, and Leon Janney. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Certainteed Fiberglass Attic Insulation. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Won't you join me in the exploration of the rich resources of your own imagination? Modern science tells us we live in a world of waves. Beyond the atom, the electron, the ion, substance itself breaks down into waves. My voice is coming to you now on waves. And that, as they say, is the long and short of it. But what about thoughts? Might not they comprise wave patterns, too? Patterns that linger on after the thinkers are dead and buried. Might not that explain the empty footfall in the vacant house? The rattle of chains, now rusted and broken. And even the sound of voices long ago silenced.
They'll overtake me. They'll put me in irons. And this time, they'll hang me.
No, my dear, no. They can't harm you now. They're all gone. They're all turned to dust long ago.
They'd be after me. You'd not want to see me swinging in the wind, would you?
No, I wouldn't want to see that.
I must have a swift, able ship. In mercy's name, help me. Help me.
Our mystery drama, The Strange Voyage of the Lady D, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Mary Jane Higby and stars Paul Hecht and Augusta Dabney. It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The curious adventure that befell the Stevens family would never have happened if Ellen had had her way. But Ellen was a realist, her husband Richard a romantic. And when did realism ever hold the line against the subtle persuasions of romance? It all began during a visit to one of those cruise-ridden, sun-drenched islands in the Caribbean. A friendly family disagreement was in progress, an old story. It's been going on now for 6 years.
It's the one at the end of the dock, Ellen. There. Isn't she beautiful?
Mm-hmm. Very nice. But you promised her, Richard, no more boats. Well, not until Susie's at least 16 years old.
We'll never see a buy like this again. They're practically giving it away.
Well, then there's something wrong with it. It's got dry rot.
Not this ship. Come on, step aboard, Ellen.
Richard, why do you start these things? You know we're not in the market for a boat.
Oh, but this is such a jewel. Wait till you see the cabin. Plenty of headroom. A beautiful galley.
Can I go aboard, can I?
Oh, all right. But just one quick look. And be careful of your dress, Susie.
Here, let me help you, Susie. There you are. Now, just look at this afterdeck. She's all white oak and cedar. And she's a motor sailor. You know, a lot better than an auxiliary engine. You can run just as well under power as under sail. There are 2 50-gallon fuel tanks below deck.
Mama, look at this kitchen down here. There's even an oven.
Really? Is there an oven?
Of course. The ship is a real home. Ellen, what do you say we take a short run? I have the ignition key. The guy in the boatyard office said I could take her out.
No, Richard, I've had it with boats. And anyway, the question's academic. Even if we bought it, we couldn't get it back to the States.
We could sail it.
Are you out of your mind? It's hundreds of miles.
She has an enormous cruising range. What with the engine and sail, we just watch the weather predictions very carefully.
Well, come on, Susie. We're going to get off now. Richard, you take the keys back to the boatyard man. And I'll get the car and bring it down as far as I can. I'll pick you up at the gate.
Daddy?
Yeah?
I want to take a ride in it. Can I tomorrow, Daddy? Can I? Can I?
What, dear?
Can we go for a boat ride tomorrow?
I don't know. Depends on your mother.
Oh, I wish we could buy the boat. Don't you? Daddy? Don't you?
Don't I what?
Wish we could buy the boat?
Yeah, well, that part's all taken care of. I already bought it. The only problem now is how to break the news to your mother. Now, Ellen, you have to admit, this is the life. Look at that sea. It's like glass.
It's too calm. I don't like the gray mistiness that's settling over everything. I won't feel good until we sight land again.
Oh, it won't be long now. We were clipping right along when we had the sails up. See, that's the advantage of a motor sailor. When the wind died, we could switch right over to power and still maintain our speed.
Except for that panicky half hour when you couldn't get the engine started.
Just a little corrosion around the points. Bit of sandpaper fixed that. Here, Ellen, why don't you take over the wheel, huh? I want to go and look at the chart. Now, the first buoy we pick up is number 12. From there, we'll see a light. If we make it before nightfall, you can take over for a few minutes. Okay, Susie?
I don't like this mist.
You know where we are right now? We are sailing on the Spanish Main.
The Spanish Main?
That's right. These waters were infested with pirates in the old days. Blackbeard and Calico Jack.
Richard, I think there's a fog closing in. Look ahead.
Yeah. Well, just hold a steady course. We'll be sighting that buoy any minute now. Susie, go below and bring up my binoculars. There's a good girl.
The visibility's not any too good.
We can't be far from port.
Richard, I hope we're not running into one of those awful pea soupers.
Now, don't panic. Don't get Susie frightened.
Here's binoculars.
Thanks.
Can you make out anything?
Well, I don't see it yet. But we will.
Tell me more about the pirate.
Okay. Well, Calico Jack Rackham. They call him that because of the fancy clothes he wore. He sailed with Anne Bonny. There were girl pirates, too, you know.
Girl pirates?
Sure. Anne Bonny and Mary Reed. And from all accounts, they were better at it than the men.
The fog's getting awfully thick, Richard. I've never seen one roll in so fast, and the sun's gone.
I'll take over.
No, I can hold her on course. You keep looking for that buoy. We should have been in port long ago.
Well, we lost a little time trying to start the engine.
Are we lost?
Of course not.
I think we ought to start sounding our foghorn.
Not yet. Don't you want to hear what happened to Anne Bonny?
What happened to her?
Well, the pirates all went to jail. They hanged poor old Calico Jack. Mary Reed was dying of a fever, and Anne Bonny nursed her. And then, well, nobody knows just what did happen. In the morning, when the jailkeeper opened their cell, he found the body of Mary Reed, but Anne Bonny was gone. She disappeared and was never heard of.
Richard!
What?
Look! Look what you've done, oh, Richard, how could you?
Well, what? What is it?
This monkey wrench, it's right behind the compass, Richard.
Who put that there?
Who? Who was working on the engine? That wrench will have pulled that compass so far out of line, heaven knows where we are now.
Sorry. I was so glad to get that motor started. Oh, Ellen, I'm sorry.
Oh, if I ever get my feet on dry land
now,
again.
Look, let's keep calm. We are not lost.
Oh, no, we're still right here in the Atlantic Ocean.
I'm sorry, Ellen.
How I ever let you talk me into this expedition.
Just try to keep cool.
Daddy?
All my fault.
We're probably 50 miles off course.
Daddy, there's a big can floating over there.
What? Where?
There.
The buoy. It is.
Oh, thank heaven.
I'll take the wheel. I want to go right up to it. We got to be sure of that number.
It should be 12, right?
I see it. I see the number.
What is it?
3.
3? No, it can't be.
A 3 and an 8.
Oh, no.
That's what it is.
Ellen?
Susie's right. 38.
That's impossible. Take the wheel again, Al. Just idle here by the buoy. There's no 38 on this chart. We're way off course. I have to go below and get the other charts.
Can you still see the buoy, Susie?
Sure, it's right here.
Well, keep your eye on it. Don't let me drift too far away. Darling?
Yeah?
You're not smoking down there, are you?
Good Lord, no. You know I haven't smoked in 10 years.
I smell tobacco.
So do I.
What? Oh, well, let me get at the engine. Maybe there's a short in the wire.
No, it's not like that. It's tobacco. Did you hear that?
What?
It sounded like
somebody laughed.
Ahoy!
It's a ship.
Where? I don't see anything.
Ahoy! Ahoy! Don't answer. Blow the horn. Ahoy!
What ship are you?
The Lady D. We're off course. Can you give us our bearings?
You'd best lay over for the night. Steer north by east, a quarter east. You'll run right down the channel.
Thank you.
I still can't see anything.
North by east, a quarter east.
It was a woman.
Bring the ship around. Slowly, Ellen.
That's right.
I hope she knows what she's talking about.
And I still smell tobacco.
So do I. Was she that close? Funny. I didn't see a thing.
I didn't hear any motor.
Maybe she's sailing.
Now, Susie, how could she be? There's no wind.
And she seemed to get away so fast.
Ellen, go as slow as you can. I'm going forward and keep a sharp watch. We don't know what we're heading into.
All right, I've got her throttled way down.
Hey!
What do we hit?
Quick, put her into reverse! Reverse! Quick, now, put her in reverse. Then we can back off. Now, here, let me try. That's no use.
Oh, we've gone aground.
Yes, and we're stuck fast.
One of the most beautiful yet fearful tales that travelers tell is the Lorelei, the siren who sits on a rock, combing her long golden hair and luring unwary boatmen to their doom. But a siren who smokes tobacco? We'll learn more of this unusual temptress when we return shortly with Act 2. There's nothing so eerie as the feel of a ship gone aground. A living, pulsing body beneath your feet goes suddenly dead. Aboard the Lady D, only Susie slept that night. Ellen and Richard kept an anxious vigil, waiting to see what the dawn would bring. Where were they? How great was the damage to their boat? On the last question hung the safety, perhaps the survival, of the ship and her crew.
Ellen, come up on deck. You got to see this.
What, dear?
Look at that sunrise. Isn't it magnificent?
Oh, darling. You are the one man alive who could run a valuable boat aground in the middle of nowhere and greet the dawn like Shelley.
Some sort of ship is sure to pass by. Meantime, this is a great adventure.
Mm-hmm. Wait till the tide runs out. That'll be an adventure. This boat's going to roll over on her side.
No, she won't. She's built like a sea skip. They used to pull them right up on the beach to unload the catch. So, give us a kiss, Cassandra.
Good morning, darling.
Well, I guess I better go ashore and see if I can find a water supply on our desert island.
Is this really a desert island?
I'm afraid so, sleepyhead. And your father's playing Robinson... Richard, look.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, here comes Friday. Hello! Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. You are it.
What'd he say?
I think he said we're early.
Early for what?
What island is this?
Campbell's Island.
Campbell's Island?
Yes, mistress.
I'm Campbell.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Campbell? I'm Richard Stevens. This is my wife.
Good morning, mistress.
And my daughter.
Welcome.
Did you say we were early?
Yes. Usually September comes before she bring a boat.
Who?
The lady who smoked the pipe.
A pipe?
Yes, a long clay pipe. You did not see her.
No.
We smelled her pipe.
Is Campbell's Island... I mean, is there a town here?
How? Campbell, the only man here.
Oh, we missed the harbor channel.
Campbell's Island. Have no harbor.
The lady said there was a channel.
Oh, yes. Sometimes she say that.
You mean she lied to us?
Maybe. You want your boat. Your boat. She nice.
Oh, well, won't you come aboard?
Thank you, sir.
Can I give you a cup of coffee?
No, thank you, mistress. Oh, your wheel.
I like a good old-fashioned wheel to steer with.
You pay a lot for that. Oh, the compass.
Oh, the ship's well equipped.
This is the ship's bell.
Brass. Moscow steer. You have a radio?
Just a receiving set. Now, Mr. Campbell, about getting off the beach.
You stuck fast, man.
Well, if you have a boat and a tow line at high tide...
No, man. My motor too small. Just a little outboard. I sail to the other island.
Oh, there are other islands near?
8 hours to sail there.
Could they send out a workboat from another island?
Maybe. We have to fetch them. No wireless on Campbell's Island.
You mean go in your little sailboat?
Oh, no, mistress. You and the child must stay here. My boat is small. If I try to keep a big boat, she take it.
You mean...
The lady with the pipe.
Well, now, she has a boat. She ought to be willing to...
No, man. Mistress Bonnie have no boat. That's the trouble. She look for a boat. All the time she look.
Bonnie? Did you say Bonnie?
And Bonnie?
You know about her?
Yes, but she died 200 years ago.
That's what they say.
Do you mean that we were talking to a...
A ghost?
Of course not, Susie. There's no such thing.
I talked to a ghost. I talked to a
Susie,
ghost.
be sensible. There are no such things as a ghost.
Your boat is stuck fast on Campbell's Island. But true?
Why, yes, but...
If the ghost, she don't bring you. How you think you got here?
Mr. Campbell and Susie are certainly getting along together. Look at them striding ahead of us.
He's striding. She's trotting. What a big, powerful man he is. And his skin, like ebony.
How old do you think he is?
Well, I don't know. 40?
I'm eager to see his boat.
I hate to think of your starting out all alone with him.
I have to go for help.
But why can't he go by himself?
I don't know. He doesn't seem willing to do that.
Did you notice the way he examined our boat equipment?
Yeah, like he was taking inventory.
Yeah, but what do they call those people who lure ships to their doom by putting out beacon lights?
Wreckers.
Yeah. You think he's a wrecker?
The thought crossed my mind.
Oh, but we did hear a woman's voice.
Now, look, there could be two explanations for that. Either there is a woman on this island in spite of what Campbell says, or he's a ventriloquist. Look, Ellen, look down there.
Why, it's a castle.
A ruin. A burned-out ruin.
How in the world on this desert island?
I know what that is. I've seen those burnt mansions before. This was a plantation in the slave days. When the slaves rebelled, they burned the house to the ground.
Half of it is still standing.
Yeah. And now the house and the island have found a new master.
Welcome. You like a drink before lunch?
Lunch?
Yes, I give you a nice lunch. You like foie gras, caviar, potted shrimp, any kind of wine?
Nothing, thank you.
A vodka Collins would be just fine.
Vodka Collins. Soon come back.
Mama, Mr. Campbell says there's an ice-cold spring behind the house, and coconuts and pineapples and...
Hey, look in the corner there. Cast bronze and enormous.
A propeller.
That's worth a lot of money.
And that wheel, it's huge.
Must have come off a schooner.
What does it say on this plate, Mama?
Duchess of the Caribbees.
This one says Rita 2. This one is Morning Star at SS. What's this word?
The SS Odyssey.
Oh, Richard.
Yeah. All of ships.
Don't wreckers usually murder their victims?
Ellen, we don't know that he's a wrecker.
You like my house?
Oh, it's lovely.
I have good life, man, since I learned to get along with Mistress Bonnie.
How did you come here in the first place, Mr. Campbell?
I was fisherman, hard work, no money. One night, she take my boat. I swim to this island. I see all these rich things here on the beach. So I come back in a new boat. She put that one on the devil's thumb.
What's the devil's thumb?
Big rock. The devil, he put his thumb up at low tide. Then he pull it down at high tide. Then up at low tide. He hide it again, just below the water. Along come a sailorman. Up come the thumb, right through the bottom of the boat. The devil, I think he good friend of Mistress Bonnie.
Mr. Campbell, you say it'll take all day to get to the nearest boatyard?
In my boat. But they have workboat. Much quicker with power. They return here with you in 2-3 hours.
Then, can we start tomorrow morning?
Yes, man. 5 o'clock to catch the tide. I have things to sell very dear. Better than fish. Oh, yes, yes. Better than fish.
It feels good to stretch out. I'm exhausted.
I was certainly glad to get back to our boat.
Yeah.
I'm afraid I'm too nervous to sleep, though I dread the thought of our separating tomorrow. When I think of you, all by yourself on the sea with that giant of a man, I'm so frightened. Why won't he go alone to get help? That would be perfectly normal, wouldn't it? Unless there's a price on his head. Richard? Richard? Oh, Richard, are you... Oh, Richard. Oh, dear, I'll never get to sleep.
She's a naval ship.
What? Who's that?
Over the side with you, lad. And mind, walk on cat's feet.
Who's there? Tobacco.
Aye, a good seaworthy vessel.
Who's there? Who are you?
Good evening, lady. I'm just admiring your ship. May I come aboard?
There's somebody with you. I heard you talking.
Aye, but they all ran at the sound of your voice. Men, a craven lot. Jack Rackham was the same. But Mary Reed stood beside me, and we held off the king's men till our pistols were empty, and they boarded and knocked the cutlasses out of our hands. Mary died in prison, poor soul. She was with child. But that was days ago.
Days? It was more than that.
Perhaps. I've lost count of time. Will you join me in a pipe?
No, thanks.
A fine, soothing thing to sit on a ship's deck and blow rings at the moon.
I've never seen such perfect smoke rings.
Ghosts.
Ghosts?
Aye. The ghost of wedding rings I should have worn. Calico Jack calls him that. A captivating man was Jack with his black, gypsy wild curls. They hanged him nonetheless. I stayed till Mary breathed her last,
And then? What happened?
Not all the king's men could ever find out. But come, what will you take for your ship?
She's not for sale.
Oh, come, I must have a ship. They'd be after me. You'd not want to see poor Angie swing in the wind like Calico Jack, would you?
No, I wouldn't want to see that, but they can't harm you now. They're gone. All turned to dust long ago.
So put me in iron!
No, my dear, no.
I must have a ship. Listen, I have something worth hundreds of ships. I'll trade it now for this miserable little craft.
What is it?
Rackham and I, we sailed with Blackbeard once.
Blackbeard?
The same. Now, up close, lass. I know where Blackbeard buried his treasure.
Blackbeard's treasure?
A great treasure it was. The booty from 3 rich Spanish merchantmen, laden with gold and silver.
You have a map? A chart?
No need. I know where it is. Come with me, lass. We'll slip out on the next tide.
Aren't you forgetting that you drove us aground last night?
A good storm will set you afloat.
Campbell says the big storms don't come till September.
Aye, but sometimes they do. We'll see to that. So, it's a bargain. You'll sail with me?
No. No, I can't.
You'd abandon me then, betray me?
No, but I
must have a fast ship. They'll be after me. They'll overtake me, and this time they'll hang me. In Master's name, lass, help me.
I can't. There's a great gulf between us, Anne. You're a dream, a figment. And when I wake up, I'll still be here, but you'll be gone. I can't help you because you're nothing. You're nothing but a dream. Anne? Anne? Where are you? Come back! Come back!
There's an apparition for you. A whistling, pipe-smoking lady with a cutlass at her belt. But why did she leave so abruptly? Was she offended at being called a nothing, a figment? Well, none of us likes to hear the truth about himself, least of all a ghost. We'll follow Anne Bonny's ruthless quest for a ship when we return shortly with Act 3. A spectral lady bent on seizing a ship, or a laughing West Indian intent only on gathering up the spoils. Ellen doesn't know which she fears most as she watches the dawn stretch its rosy fingers across the uncharted island where the cruiser Lady D lies stranded in the sand.
That was a damn good breakfast, Ellen.
I had a depressing dream last night.
Oh?
Well, at least I think it was a dream.
Yeah.
Anne Bonny boarded the Lady D, and we had a long talk. And I felt sorry for her. She was frightened.
That scared ghost, huh? That's a switch.
No, well, she was terrified. Oh, darling. I hate to see you go off with that awful man in that little boat.
Now, Ellen, dearest, you mustn't worry.
I wish we could stay together. The sea, it's so treacherous.
Campbell's been sailing these waters all his life.
Oh, yeah. And he's lost 2 boats. He told us so. And besides, You're going out in a tiny boat with a criminal.
He's not. He gathers salvage. That's all we really know about him.
Good morning. She turned now. Time to go.
Toss me a line. I'll make you fast to our stern.
Touch.
Got it.
Come up on deck, Susie. Daddy's leaving.
Goodbye, darling. Take care.
I want to go, too.
So do I, but we can't, darling.
I don't want to stay here.
Morning, Mr. Susie.
Good morning. I want to go with you, Daddy, please.
No, there isn't room for us all. You and Mommy take care of each other.
Don't go, Daddy.
Mr. Susie, you go to my house. You can look at the books, read the pictures.
Now, when I get into the boat with Mr. Campbell, we're going to let you free the line and cast it off. Now, see how quickly you can do it. Here I go. Hurry, cast us off.
There.
Be good now. We'll be back before you know it.
Aren't you going to start the motor?
No, the tide. She take us out. Then I put up the sail.
Oh, darling, you're slicker. A quick shower might come
Not a chance. Look at that sky.
No stormy weather. Not if Aunt Bonnie, she don't whistle up the wind.
What? What did you say?
No storm. Not if she don't whistle up the wind. She do that sometime. Yes, man. Ooh-wee, she do that.
You've stayed too long in Campbell's house, Susie. We should be getting back to the Lady D.
It's still raining.
I thought it was one of those quick little tropical showers, but just look out there.
The water's all ruffled.
White caps.
I'm hungry. Let's go back to the Lady D.
We'll be soaked.
I'll tell you what let's do. Why don't I go back alone and get your raincoat?
No, darling.
It doesn't matter if I get wet. I'm in my bathing suit.
No, Susie, no.
You always say no. Daddy will let me. It's only a little way. Please?
Well, you promise you'll come straight back?
I promise.
No loitering now.
I won't.
Spot. Come aboard. There's work to do.
Are you a real lady? Or are you...
Step lively. A full great tide is coming. Ship will float free soon.
Oh, I'll go get my mom.
No time for that. The wind's offshore and the tides are making.
Mama will know what to do.
Are you frightened? Will you run away and leave your ship to flounder?
Oh, I'm not scared, but...
You'll have to step smartly to save her.
I don't know how.
Come aboard.
I'm going to get my mama's raincoat. I promise.
See there?
What?
She's floating free. But this great tide will drive her further up on the beach.
Daddy put out an anchor on the beach.
The waves will carry her up over the anchor and dash her to pieces on those rocks up there.
Oh, no.
But you could save her if you weren't afraid.
I'm not scared.
Then, up to the mainsail.
I can't put up the sails. I'm not big enough.
Ah, that's a pity. The ship is lost. Lost.
But I can start the engine.
Can you not?
Sure, anybody could do that. You just turn that little key there. She starts right off.
She's saved. Start her up.
I can't lift that big anchor, though.
Cast it off. Cast it off. Better to lose an anchor than a ship.
Daddy says you always start the engine first.
Aye, aye. Captain?
I'm too short to reach the gear shifting. I know. I'll get something to stand on. Here. Daddy's tool chest will do. Now, let's see. He calls this little thing the choke.
Hurry! She's swinging a boat.
I've never done this before. Now, I'll turn the key. See? She started right off. Now I put the motor in reverse.
The anchor on the beach.
Oh, I forgot. I'll go forward and untie it.
Can you free it?
Yes. It's just wound around this little thing.
Steady there. She's rolling.
I have to throw the rope far away. Daddy says...
Never mind. Do it. The ship's rolling. The trough, the waves.
It sure is.
Hurry. Or she'll go up on the beach again.
I don't know what to do now.
Back off and turn the wheel hard to starboard. No, this way. That's right. The stern will swing to port and she'll ride clear.
I did it, but she's going too fast.
A fine helmsman you be. She's in deeper water now. Straighten her out. Head out to sea. Hard to port.
The wheel's so big. That's better. We're not rowing so much. Where shall I go?
Right out to sea.
Oh, no. I don't want to go way out there.
If you don't, you'll go around again.
I don't want to go out the ocean. I'm scared.
Run around the island and drop your anchor on the other side. She can lie in the sea.
I left the anchor on the beach.
Have you not?
No, just a little tiny one for the rowboat.
Ah, pity. Well, go around the island.
I'm trying. I can't. Something's the matter. Look! What's the matter with the wheel? It's just spinning around. It's all loose.
Oh, lads! I greatly fear. Yes, the rubber cable broke. You'll not be able to pilot her now.
What shall I do?
We're caught in a fast current. We'll be swept out to sea. There's nothing for it. The ship is doomed. She's lost. Lost. And I must find another.
There's my mommy on the beach. Mommy! Rosie, what in heaven's name are you doing? Come back! Come back! I can't steer it. It's broken. Miss Bonnie, what shall I do? Miss Bonnie, where are you? Rosie, come back! Mommy, I'm scared. Mommy!
But a ship can't just disappear like that, can it? Without leaving a trace.
Of course not, darling. Mr. Wyatt here has radioed back to the boatyard. They say the authorities are sending out a helicopter. We'll hear from it soon, and when we do, we'll go right to her. This tug is faster than it looks.
No way. It's terrible.
Isn't there anything else we can do, Mr. Wyatt?
I don't know what to say to you folks. We've been around the island several times. There's no sign of a ship.
Baby. I should never have let her out of my sight. I had no idea she'd try to start the engine.
Ellen, darling, don't. We'll find her.
She was only gone from the house just about 10 minutes. I set out right after her.
I know, dearest.
And then when I got to the beach, the boat was out a little way from the shore. And Susie was standing on the deck crying. And the boat was just drifting away. It went around that point of land out there. And I ran to the other side of the island. But I never saw it again.
Oh, dearest, please, don't cry.
There was just nothing I could do until you came back in the tugboat.
I know. We'll find her.
I wish that man Campbell was here. He knows these waters. Why didn't he come back with you?
He dropped me at the public dock and took off like a shot.
The police have had him in for questioning several times. There have been too many wrecks in the last few years, but they never seem to get anything out of him. So, you ran into him too, huh?
Yeah, he told us. Hey, wait a minute. What did he call it? That rock, the Devil's Thumb.
Yes, the submerged rock.
Yeah, do you know where it is, Mr. Wyatt?
Well, there's only one I know of, a very dangerous spot, right in the path of a swift current. And sometimes it's Well, there are shoals to very bad place.
Oh, Richard.
Mr. Wyatt,
Yes, of course. I know about where it lies. Now, we'll run down on it. Best to have a look. This is the tugboat Swallow calling Coastal Police Launch. Tug Swallow to Police Launch. Come in, please. Over.
Police launch to Swallow. I read you. Over.
That's good. I can hardly hear you, but it doesn't matter. We've located the missing cruiser, Lady D. Over.
Is the child okay? Over.
Yeah, it's a miracle. The kid was alone on board. She managed to drop a small anchor onto a submerged sandbar near the Devil's Thumb. I have the boat in tow, and we're heading back to port. Over.
Glad to hear it. Over.
Right. Over and out. Well, Susie, you're quite a sailor. But how did you know that sandbar was there? You couldn't see it.
The lady told me. The lady with the pipe.
The lady?
She's not a real lady. She's a ghost.
No. Well, it's hard to explain.
We don't believe in such things, of course, but...
She went away for a while, but when I started to cry, she came back.
A ghost?
I'm sure there's some perfectly natural
She
explanation.
said to put out a long, long line so the anchor wouldn't drag.
Well, that was sound advice. But I don't understand.
You see, Mr. Wyatt, I've been telling Susie these pirate stories.
And I'd had a very vivid dream, and she heard us talking about that. You know how impressionable children are.
Excuse me. Do you smell something burning?
Something burning?
Yeah, smells like tobacco.
Richard.
Mr. Wyatt, don't you think we better get both these boats back into harbor just as fast as we can?
Well, those were the known facts of the strange voyage of the Lady D. To this day, Susie insists she talked to a ghost. Ellen believes it was a startling example of the power of the imagination. And Richard has been reading up on the dematerialized nature of modern physics. And he wonders if somewhere in space there exists a vast psychological viewing screen, picking up impressions from other times, and through which it was the fate of the Lady D to pass. I'll be back shortly. And now a brief footnote to the story you've just heard. Among seafaring men, there is a belief, as ancient as the art of navigation itself, that when the wind dies down, a sailor may bring it to life again by the simple act of whistling. The mystery concerning the fate of Anne Bonny, as well as her life of piracy with Calico Jack, Mary Read, and the nefarious Blackbeard, is not legend. It is thoroughly documented historical fact. Our cast included Augusta Dabney, Paul Hecht, Corinne Orr, Margaret Barker, and Dan Ocko. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Joe.
Gang?
Joe, there's something crazy going on in this house. Something real crazy.
Now, Amy, honey.
Joe, listen to me. There's something wrong. Jack says he never saw me before in his life.
What?
And never proposed marriage to me, and then he did. And his wife, she came to my bedroom with an axe in her hand.
For chimney's sake, hold it. Amy, you're not making sense.
Oh, I know I'm not, because what's happening here, what's happened to me doesn't make sense either.
Will somebody explain this?
A mistake of some kind has been made.
Mistake?
Your sister, well, I haven't wanted to spell this out in so many words, but since you're here now and can take care of her, Joe, I'm afraid your sister is crazy.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. And I'm ready, if you are, for another mysterious voyage through the shadowy mist of imagination. You ask, what is the world? And most people will answer, the earth, the universe. But isn't it true that for most people, the real world is a certain house on a definite street in a particular town? And for most people, doesn't the real world consist of perhaps, say, 50 or 100 or so faces? And isn't everything and everyone else just a name in a newspaper, an image on a screen, a voice speaking from a small box? Close your eyes, stop up your ears, and there is no world.
I have something to tell you, Harry.
Yes?
You have just become the most powerful man in the world.
Me?
Yes, you. You, Harry Cohen. You have just become more powerful than any dictator, king, or czar. Mightier than any general, emperor, or president.
Are you sure you feel all right?
And listen, in that terrible storm outside.
Yes?
You can end it by saying just one word. Say yes, and the storm will be over.
You can't be serious.
Try it. Say yes, and see what happens.
All right.
No, not all right. Yes.
Yes. What did I do? What did I do? Our mystery drama, The 36th Man, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Ross Martin. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Sometimes, when we are particularly appalled by the flagrant evil, the unspeakable inhumanity, and the dark ignorance that seems to engulf us constantly, we may ask ourselves, why does the Lord permit this most imperfect planet to exist? Why? Perhaps the answer is written in the old Hebrew legend, which tells us that there are, in every generation, 36 human beings whose lives are completely without blemish. And it is for their sake that the Lord allows the world to continue. And since the Hebrew letters Lamed and Vav form the symbols for the number 36, these persons are called Lamed Vovniks. And so long as there will always be 36 of these saintly people in each generation, the world shall not be lost. Our tale begins in the opening years of the 1900s, down in the Lower East Side of New York City, in a tiny candy store.
Harry! Where are you? Harry?
Ruth? I was down in the cellar.
Oh, you were down in the cellar.
I was putting away the empty bottles.
Mm-hmm. And while you're downstairs, anybody could come in and walk away with the whole store.
Oh, Ruth, the people in this neighborhood are honest.
Is that why we're always short newspapers?
Well, maybe when we count them, we don't add right.
And the candy bars disappear off the counter by magic, huh?
Well, you know, sometimes it could be our mistake.
Oh, please, give me a
You know, the
rest.
truth is the human eye, it very often deceives a person. Sometimes you think
Oh,
you see
that's
something...
enough.
Ruth, are you angry?
Who, me? Angry? What would I have to be angry about?
I'm just trying to explain that...
Don't. Whatever you say, it'll be wrong. And I'll lose my temper. I don't want to do that. So just keep quiet.
I know how much you hate this place, Ruth. If you want, I can stay here by myself.
Oh, sure.
I don't want you to come in afternoons anymore. After all, why shouldn't you be free?
Uh-huh. Thank you. Thank you so much for my wonderful freedom. Mr. Enrico Caruso and Miss Nellie Melba are singing at the Metropolitan Opera. Now I'm free to use our box seat.
Oh, Ruth, I wish I could afford something.
And afterwards, I'll be free to join Mr. Diamond Jim Brady and Miss Lillian Russell for supper at Rector's.
Please, Ruth.
Don't just stand there. Bring in the newspapers, will you?
Why?
Can't you hear why?
But the sun was shining so brightly just a minute ago.
It's a storm. Hurry before we lose all the papers.
Yes, you're right. I'm going.
Here, hand them to me.
Why such a storm all of a sudden?
The door. Shut the door. Oh. Look at these papers.
What's the matter?
Look at the comic pages.
Oh.
Half of them torn. Dirty finger marks everywhere. Now, how can we sell? Did you let the kids read the funny papers again?
Well...
Did you?
Oh, but Ruth, most of these children can't afford to buy a newspaper.
Who do you think you are? Mr. Andrew Carnegie? Now, how many times do I have to tell you we're not running a free public library?
No,
Get your head out of the clouds.
Ruth, please.
Now, you can't give away a whole quart of milk in a 5-cent malt.
I know that.
So if you know, why do you do it?
These children are so poor.
Nobody's as poor as we are.
Kids shouldn't grow up without a piece of candy now and then, a toy, a funny paper.
What?
If you could only hear how the kids laugh when they look at the funny pages.
Where do you get this from, this sickness?
They're so happy you don't even notice how thin, how scrawny they are.
Craziness. It doesn't run in your family. Your brothers are sensible. They're rich, important.
Ruth, everything will be all right.
Pick the lemon.
You'll see. Where are you going?
In the back. To look through the bills. I don't know why. There's no money to pay them.
Yeah.
It isn't easy, is it?
No. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear anyone come in.
Hello, Harry.
You say my name as if you know me.
I've been looking for you, Harry.
Why would anybody be looking for me? After all, who am I?
It's been such a long trip, and I'm so tired.
Wait here, please, sit down, huh? Can I offer you a little something? Milk or something?
Let me look at you, Harry.
You're very pale. You're trembling. Mister, are you sick?
Let me see if what they said about you is true.
There's a doctor just up the block.
I think it's true.
He doesn't charge much. If you don't have enough money, maybe I can help, all right?
I'm very old, Harry. My time is up.
Oh, what kind of talk? I'll take you to this doctor.
But I can't leave this world until I find somebody to take my place. Do you understand?
Poor old man. What's troubling you?
Harry, just tell me, assure me that you'll always be just the way you are right now. Tell me, you must. Will you take my place?
So who are you?
Harry, you have to chew the fat with every old bum that walks in. The syrup jars have to be washed.
Yes, Ruth, I'll do it.
And you, Mr. Bum, this is no flop house. On your way.
Oh. Who are you?
I'm one of the 36.
The 36.
There must always be 36 of us, or the world is lost, comes to an end.
You sit here. It'll only take a minute. I'll get the doctor.
Each of us, before he dies, must name the man to succeed him. I choose you.
Here, first, you drink this, huh? You look very...
Do you accept?
You must try to be calm.
Because I'm dying and I have no successor. The world is ending. Here and now, the world is ending.
Oh, no, everything's all right.
I tell you, the world is ending. Look outside. Have you ever seen a storm like this? Have you? It will destroy the whole world.
Excitement, it's not good for you.
The world, it's lost unless there is a new 36th man. Take my place. You must do it quickly. Quickly before I die.
Don't get up. Don't try to get up, please.
Say yes, Harry. Say yes. And suddenly there's an end to thunder and lightning, the wind. Suddenly, every cloud will disappear. A bright sun will shine in a peaceful heaven.
Just rest. Now try to...
Say yes. Only you can save the world. Say yes.
Me save the world?
Yes, you. Only you can save the world. Harry, say yes. Harry.
Yes, all right, yes. All right now?
Yes. Now it's all right. Listen.
I don't hear anything.
That's right. You don't hear. The storm that was sent to destroy the world stopped in its tracks because of you. Stopped because you just became the 36th man.
Fine. Now, let me take you to the doctor.
You must always be 36. And you must never change. Before I die, I have the power to grant my successor one request. Ask for anything. Ask. What? What do you really want in this world?
Oh, I would want for people to have enough.
No. This must be for yourself. What would you really want?
What I'd really want, if it could somehow be arranged, it would be wonderful. If my wife, Ruth... Well, if she just understood me a little better. Is it all right to ask for that?
That's all you want?
That's really all I want.
Then one day she shall. One day, when you least expect it, she will suddenly understand you. Now, goodbye, Harry. I must leave.
Oh, but look at you. You can't even walk.
One need not be able to walk in order to leave this world.
Here, lean on me. Ruth, quick, help me. Ruth.
Goodbye. Lamed Vovnik. Goodbye.
The old man. We have to help the old man. The old man.
Harry.
The old man.
Harry, listen to me.
Harry, listen to the doctor.
The doctor, yes, the doctor. This is very old man in my store, doctor.
No, Harry. We're in the store right now. Now, your wife says you keep shouting for help. Now, what happened?
There was an old man here.
What old man?
He fell to the floor. He said he was dying. I yelled for you to help me. But...
There was no old man.
Well, you saw him.
I saw him?
Yes, you saw him. You asked him to leave the store.
When was this?
When? 5-10 minutes ago?
Now, you sure you're not imagining all this, Harry?
Now, why should I suddenly
Work's
say...
too hard, Doctor. He doesn't get enough sleep. He forgets to eat.
You mean that there was no old man?
Where is he?
He seemed so... just like a real person. We talked to each other, and he just fell dead on the floor.
If he fell dead, Harry, where is he?
Doctor,
Did you ever hear of the Lamed-Vovniks?
Yes?
The old man said he was a Lamed-Vovnik.
Oh, the old man again.
That he had chosen me as his successor.
Harry, it was a hallucination. You thought you saw him.
Oh, no. I saw him. He was real.
To you.
He was in that chair. He was real.
He was in your mind. There are new things, Harry. An entirely new dimension of the mind is being opened, explored. I wonder what that Dr. Freud would say.
Who?
There's a Dr. Freud in Vienna. Something new. He's what they call a mind doctor. I wonder what he would say about your old man.
What could he say? He's never seen him.
I think I'll write to this Dr. Freud. He's involved with everything that happens inside the mind.
But the old man wasn't inside my mind. He was inside the store.
No, Harry.
I know what I saw.
What are you arguing with the doctor? You can't even run your own business. You're trying to tell him all about his.
Look, all I'm trying to say, Ruth,
Never mind what you say. Does the doctor say there was no old man?
Yes, but
Then there was no old man. And that's the end of it.
Oh, she can say that. But you and I, we know that isn't the end of it. No, sir. If anything, it's only the beginning. You will have to give the devil his due. And I mean that literally when I shall return shortly with Act 2. The old Jewish legend tells us that the Lord allows this sinful world to exist so long as there are 36 saintly souls in each generation. And they are known as Lamed-Vovniks. Harry Cohen, a very kind, very humble little shopkeeper on the Lower East Side of New York City, has just succeeded a dying member of the group, thus keeping the roster at the required 36. Ruth, his wife, refuses to take Harry seriously. However, there's always a first time for everything. And right now, Harry is about to be taken very seriously indeed by, well, since you would never guess, I'll come right out with it. The devil. You don't believe it? I can prove it. The very next voice you'll hear will be Satan himself.
Yes? Who? I suppose you might just as well let her come in.
Prince?
Don't use that irritating title.
Well, I can't very well call you the king of the universe. You're only the Prince of Darkness.
So far.
Your district captain in New York hears that the newest Lamed-Vovnik is in his territory.
So?
Well, it might present you with a quick way to destroy the world.
There is no quick way. Slow and steady is how to go. Now, in 8 or 10 years, I'm arranging for a war.
There have always been wars.
But this will be a world war.
Oh, you've had those before.
But not with these weapons. Oh, the weapons they'll have this time. Now, in about a year, there's going to be an invention called the aeroplane. A machine that flies through the sky. You can drop bombs from it. Destroy entire cities. I'm going to let them invent weapons so awful that one man will be able to...
That's always been your problem.
What problem?
You're gadget happy. Now, I have a simple plan whereby you can destroy the world this very afternoon.
You have?
The newest Lamed-Vovnik.
Yes.
Just help him fall from grace, as it were.
Impossible. No one has ever been able to get a Lamed-Vovnik.
You never asked me to help.
Your specialty is wasted. They're mostly elderly men. Long ago, they abandoned the pursuit of earthly pleasure. Or maybe it abandoned them.
This new one is young.
Young?
I even think he's handsome.
Oh, well. This places everything in a brand new perspective. Are you seducing anybody important these days?
Oh, a couple of kings, a few presidents, some generals.
Let's go after this one. What's his name again?
Harry. Harry Cohen.
Harry? Harry Cohen.
What? Oh, yes, Ruth.
What are you doing there?
Oh, I was just reading a book.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Oh, yes, Ruth, it is wonderful. It's a book about bees.
Mm-hmm. Bees, this is a new affliction.
Shows how bees talk to each
other.
Bees talk by the way they dance around each other. You may just think it's aimless, buzzing around without rhyme or reason, but every motion means something.
And while you've got your nose buried in that book, anybody can come in and walk off with the whole store.
Oh, no, Ruth. I was watching.
Listen. I have to go see my brother.
Oh. All right. Say hello to him from me.
Oh, no. The very mention of your name gives him indigestion. Now, just tell me, can I trust you not to give away the store while I'm gone?
Oh, Ruth.
No. Don't answer. I'll just have to pray for a miracle.
Ruth. I just wish I could make her happy.
There it is, Lilith, my dear. The shop of Harry Cohen.
You gonna hang around for the kill, Prince?
I still say you're not going about it in the right way.
Tell you what you do, Prince. You go get yourself an umbrella. 'Cause in 5 minutes, there's gonna be the biggest storm in the history of the world.
I hope so.
Hello, Harry.
Yes, what can I do for you?
Did anyone ever tell you how handsome you are?
No.
Well, you just listen to Mama, Harry, baby.
Well, they never told me because it isn't true. I mean, why should people tell me I'm handsome? As my father used to say, his face is not his fortune.
You just come here, Harry, honey.
Listen, I'm afraid I don't know your name.
Lily, honey.
Lily.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have very much money.
Money?
No.
Oh, sweetie, who said anything about money?
But maybe I can help you.
Help me?
Yes. If you need a few dollars so that you can... So that you can...
So I can what?
So that you can... Quit.
Quit?
Quit this terrible life you lead.
Oh, just wait a minute, Harry.
Lily, I don't judge people. After all, which person has the right? All we can do is help one another, right?
I mean, say, who do you think you're talking to?
I know who I'm talking to. A child of misfortune, a child of sorrow.
Oh, now listen,
but it's
Harry.
not your fault. Something tells me it's not your fault.
Harry, just...
Maybe you didn't have parents.
Harry, relax.
Maybe there was no one to love you, no one to teach you.
Oh, why not enjoy life, Harry?
Yes, exactly. Life is so short. What better way to enjoy it than by helping another human being?
Harry, we could have such a good time, you and me.
Here. A few dollars. It's not much, but it's all I have. You take it.
Harry, you're not listening.
First, wash all the paint and powder off your face, and then buy yourself some nice clothes and get yourself a job.
A job?
There's a factory right down the street. They make shirtwaists.
Harry, let me explain.
They always need girls.
Harry, that's not what I had
It'll change
in mind.
your whole life. You'll feel better.
No.
Here, take the money. Get a new start.
No.
Are you afraid to break with the past? Foolish girl. The good Lord is so filled with love, with forgiveness.
Oh, let me out of here. Let me out of here.
Well, I don't see a cloud in the sky.
That man isn't human.
Ah, but he is. And that's why we will do this my way. Now get rid of those clothes. Get an old black dress.
Black?
A torn black shawl. Put some white in your hair, some lines in your face. You'll be a poor widow lady.
Oh, but I...
And make sure that butter doesn't melt in your mouth.
Oh, but Prince...
And don't call me Prince.
Excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you.
How much for these candies?
Those? They're 2 for a penny.
Oh, well, I would need 4 because there's Joey and Sarah and Tessie and Benny and... Oh, never... Thank you.
Don't you want the candy?
Well, no, because I can only spare 1 penny. You see, otherwise I won't be able to buy milk.
You mean you can't spare a penny for candy?
Well, not this week.
Here. You take this.
Oh, no.
Now take it.
Oh, no.
Why not?
Well, because it's charity, and
Charity, what a beautiful word. It really means love, you know. It's what people should do for each other.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I have my pride.
But you have 4 little children. Shouldn't each of them have a piece of candy?
No, not unless I could afford it.
Why should they pay for your pride? Huh? Now take it. Come on, just take it.
Well...
You're new. I haven't seen you before.
Well, I just moved across the street, top floor. Oh, what's that book on the counter? It looks familiar.
Oh, do you read?
Well, no, my husband did, before he died.
It's a book on philosophy.
Oh, yes, that sounds like what he used to read.
He must have been an educated man.
Oh, yes, he was a man like you, very kind, very intelligent. Oh, he would come home from work at night and he would read to me from the philosophy book. Oh, that's what I miss so much. Well, bye.
Goodbye.
Where's the record for the syrup?
I forgot to keep it. Ruth,
What do you do all day that you can't keep the simplest figures?
I said I was sorry. I'll try to do better.
Those books. That's what you're busy with, this junk.
No, Ruth, now that's not junk.
Garbage, nonsense. In any of these books, is there even one word that can tell you how to make $1?
Ruth, it is written, man does not live by bread alone.
I'll make a bargain with you, Mr. Philosopher. You live on books, and I'll live on bread, and we'll see who lives longest.
Look, let me read you something beautiful from philosophy. Here, listen to this.
No. You listen. You go home. You eat your supper, you go to sleep. Because 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, you have to be here to open the store.
Oh, but Ruth, I just want to read this to you.
All I want in this life is a little peace and quiet.
This is such a beautiful thought. I have to share it with somebody.
Leave me alone, will you, please? I share too much with you as it is.
Just a minute.
Good evening.
Oh, well, good evening.
I brought a bottle of milk for your children.
Oh, you're so kind.
Well, it's nothing.
No, it's everything.
And there's this paragraph in a book of philosophy that I'd like to read to you.
Oh, well. Won't you come in?
Won't you come in? Never did so devious a spider speak such honeyed words to so an unsuspecting a fly. And the battle is on. The ceaseless, the eternal battle between the forces of good and evil. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. You know, of course, that the old Jewish legend tells that the Lord allows this sinful world to continue only because in each generation there are 36 saintly souls called Lamed Vovniks. Should there ever be one less than this required number, the world will be immediately destroyed. Satan, unfortunately, is also aware of the situation, and he has sent Lilith, the seductress, to work her evil charms. The fate of the world hangs on the outcome of the next scene.
Won't you, come in?
Oh, thank you.
My children are asleep. And now, thanks to you, they will have milk tomorrow morning.
Oh, please, say no more about it. I came across this passage in a book, and I just thought you might like to hear it.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, yes. This is what I miss most. Just talking. Having my husband read to me, explain to me. Your wife, she must be a fortunate woman to have a man like you.
Well...
to have a philosopher, a sage for a husband. To live with wisdom every day.
Oh, well, it was just this passage that I came across. It says, "It is truth that turns a hovel into a palace, that makes a youth handsome and a maiden fair, that transforms all the base metal within us into pure and shining gold."
Yes. And there is more than the truth we know. There is the truth we feel, the truth that beats in our hearts.
Yes.
The truth that pounds in our pulse.
It's a little bit close in here, isn't it?
Harry, there is this truth between you and me.
I think I'd better go.
Are you afraid?
No. I just should have been home a long time ago.
Where is home, Harry? What is home?
Well, I live... look, it's starting to rain.
Home is where the truth abides.
Rain? The moon was shining so brightly before.
Oh, don't deny the truth, Harry.
Such a rain. All of a sudden, where did it come from?
Poor Harry. Bold enough to speak the truth, but too timid to live it. Why are you afraid, Harry?
I'm not afraid.
Then obey the command of your heart, your senses. What do they command you to do?
You're so beautiful.
Well, then why are you afraid of me? Didn't the poet say beauty is truth?
Yes.
Come to me, Harry, and learn the truth.
Yes. No, I see you now. I know who you are. No!
Harry!
I know where the rain is coming from. I'll stop it!
Harry, you come back here! Harry, come back!
Well, another brilliant performance that gets us nowhere, my dear.
I give up. He's all yours.
Yes, Lilith. He's all mine. He doesn't know that yet. But soon he will be all mine.
I wish you luck.
Not luck. Skill. If you really want a man, you work on his wife. And she has a brother, a wealthy brother. And tonight, he will have a dream.
Jacob, what are you doing here?
Oh, Ruth, what you just said, it's a knife through my heart.
What did I just say?
You asked me what I'm doing here, with such surprise in your voice.
Well, yes, because you never come here.
And that's my sin. I have one sister. I never visit her. I never ask myself, does she need anything?
Jacob, you better sit. Now, let me get you something to drink, a little soda.
Put a little syrup in it.
You are sick.
I really haven't been a good brother.
Yes, that's true, you haven't.
But now I'm going to make up for it.
You are?
My sister. My little sister. She isn't going to waste her youth and her beauty in a candy store.
Jacob, you want to go in the back, maybe? Lie down?
Am I brother-in-law? Such a splendid person, a man with a heart of gold.
That's true.
And a brain. Such a brain. I'm getting old. I need help. I need a man. A brilliant man who can run my business for me. A man like Harry.
No. What you don't need is a man like Harry.
Harry, what a wonderful person. A man in a million. Now he's ready for real responsibility.
But Jacob...
I want Harry to become my right-hand man.
This is Jacob? My brother?
Send your husband to see me the first thing tomorrow morning.
Harry?
Yes, it's Harry.
Did you go see my brother?
Yes.
Well, tell me. Did you ever suspect such a thing? Look at you. You're still in a daze.
Yes, at his house. He lives in a palace.
He has 5 bedrooms.
He can only sleep in one of them at a time.
Where do you want to live, Harry?
Live?
Of course, live. We're certainly not going to live in this neighborhood anymore.
Why not?
Why not? Because we're going to sell the store.
Why are we going to sell the store?
Why? Well, because... Harry, what did you and Jacob talk about?
We talked about a job, and he...
And what happened?
What happened? Well, the way it ended, he threw me out of the house.
What?
He lost his temper.
What did you do?
I didn't do anything.
What did you say?
I didn't say anything. You know Jacob. He has a very strong temper.
Harry, tell me. Everything started at the beginning.
Well, when I got there, he was already angry.
Why?
Because I was late. You see, there was an old man on the car, and he was afraid to travel alone, so I had to go to his stop with him, and then...
Just tell me.
Well, Jacob said he wanted me to help him take care of his money.
And you said?
I said, how wonderful.
Oh, then you did take the job.
Well, what I said was, what a wonderful opportunity to help people.
Help people?
Well, isn't that the best way to take care of money, Ruth? Feed people who are hungry, clothe people, send an orphan child to school.
I can see where we're going.
He laughed. He thought it was a joke. Can you imagine? He said, money isn't something you give to people. Money is something you take from people.
Harry.
He wanted me to learn about money by starting to collect rent.
You?
And if a person couldn't pay, to put him out.
No, now. You wouldn't have to.
No, I said I couldn't. And then he wanted me to work in his store.
Well, that's better.
Better, Ruth. He cheats people.
How dare you say that about
He charges too much. He doesn't give them right weight.
So, you're not taking the job.
Please, Ruth, please. Please, Ruth. Now she won't talk to me for a whole week.
Hello, Harry.
Oh, hello, Doctor.
How are you feeling, Harry? See any more Lamed-Vovniks lately?
Oh, no, please, Doctor. I don't feel so good right now, huh?
Oh, what's wrong?
Oh, an argument with my wife.
That's what I came to see you about.
Hmm?
I got a letter from this specialist in Vienna. An answer from this Dr. Freud. Very interesting.
Yes?
Now, why do you believe you became a Lamed-Vovnik?
Why do I believe? I know. The old man was here, the storm. He died.
Harry, you needed it.
I needed it?
You manufactured it for your own self-esteem.
What does that mean?
It means you realize deep inside that you failed your wife.
I failed her?
All the things she wants, she can't have. Clothes, theater parties, money.
Those things, they're not important.
Not to you, but they mean so much to Ruth.
Isn't it more important to help one's neighbor?
And so, to give importance to yourself, to convince yourself that what you're doing is right, you make it appear that if you stop letting people walk all over you, then the world will come to an end.
But that isn't what I'm doing.
It could look that way to somebody else. Besides, Harry, what makes you so sure you're the one who's right?
Hello, Ruth. Ruth, please talk to me. Ruth? Why are you handing me this piece of paper? Oh, I see. Harry, I will not talk to you until you go to work for my brother and take your head out of the clouds. All right, Ruth? I'm going.
What?
Tomorrow morning, I'm going.
Harry, you don't mean it?
Yes, I mean it.
Oh, Harry. Oh, we'll be so happy.
Keep saying, who am I to judge? And yet I judge constantly. Where's it written that I, Harry Cohn, must starve on a crust, freeze in a cellar? Now, I've spent the first part of my life giving. I'll spend the rest of it taking.
Harry, what's the matter with you?
Nothing's the matter. No, you won't fool me. The world isn't ending.
Harry, what's the matter with your face?
My face.
It's so hard. Why do you look so mean? I don't like that look.
I've stopped fooling myself, that's all. What arrogance. To think I'm one of the Lord's chosen. Rage and howl, I don't believe you. The world will go on.
What are you saying?
I won't wait until tomorrow. I'll go to him now. The sooner the better. He's a fool. He thinks he knows how to make money. He knows how to sweat pennies from the poor. I'll teach him tricks he never dreamed of.
Harry, no.
No, what? You want money, furs, jewels? An emperor's wife will be a bigger woman beside you.
Don't go.
You think I'm afraid of that storm? Let's go, me. Let's go.
Don't go. I don't want you to go.
You what?
I don't like you this way. I don't want you this way. Oh, Harry. Why do I make you so miserable?
Ruth.
Why do I want to change you? I love you. Just the way you are. Just the way you are.
Yes, Harry.
Ruth.
One day, when you least expect it, she will understand you. Your wife will understand you.
You're the sweetest person in the whole world. I don't care if you're not rich, if you're not important. I love you. Oh, look, it's such a nice night. Go upstairs. Get some rest. Because you look tired.
Yes, Ruth. I am tired.
You look it, Harry.
So tired.
You look as if the whole world is resting on your shoulders.
And according to what is written in one of the old legends, the world is resting on Harry's shoulders. As an additional thought, if a sudden storm should upset the weatherman's predictions for a beautiful day, remember, some one of 36 people may be having a momentary lapse, because, after all, even the saintliest of humans still are human. I'll be back shortly. You may pass him or her on the street without knowing it. You may look at some insignificant, retiring, unimportant person and never know that he, assisted by 35 others, holds your fate, your life, your world. We think the world is saved by the strong, the mighty, the powerful. But no, they can't save it. They can only destroy it. Remember, it is the meek who not only inherit the earth, but maintain it as well. Our cast included Ross Martin, Ann Petoniak, Robert Harris, Carol Teitel, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale,
Every cop in this city is looking for you, top dog.
Dave, don't bait him.
That's okay, lady. I know it.
You really shoot Mrs. Schofield?
She caught me. Caught me going through her apartment.
To shoot an old woman in cold blood?
Well, she seen me, didn't she? No. Listen, baby. I'm a 3-time loser. Now, I got nothing to lose.
But that poor little thing...
Gosh. She could have pulled me out of the file. She seen me. And anybody sees me on the job gets it. Anybody catches me on a job gets it. Hey, that's where you get a break, man. Now, ain't you glad you're blind, huh? You couldn't give him a make on me. Hey, lady. Hey, lady, you blind like your husband?
No, I'm
yes,
not.
we're both blind. So, you seen me too, lady.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Man is beset with irrational fears called phobias, excessive, persistent terror of a particular thing or situation. This morbid fear has no reasonable cause, and therefore cannot be eliminated or even modified by reasoning with its victim. One of the most common phobias takes its name from the Latin claustrum, meaning a closed place. Thus, claustrophobia is an abnormal dread of being kept in a confined space, unable to leave it. Mona Clayton, Broadway star, is so afflicted.
Out. Out. Let me out. The walls. They're closing. They're closing. They'll crush me to death. Help. Help. Help me. Take me out. Please. Please take me out. Out. Out.
Our mystery drama, Who Has Seen the Wind, was especially written for the Mystery Theater by Nancy Moore and stars Michael Tolan and Terry Keane. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The lot of an actor's agent seems an enviable one. All those dazzling actresses for clients. A constellation of stars to set on their courses. Take Gary Stewart. He recently married one of those actresses, Kitty Lockwood. And soon he will try to set on her course another client, Mona Clayton, who is about to receive a coveted British award. We're in New York. All night, snow has fallen. The city this early morning is chastely white, unspoiled by sludge, smudge, and people. In Gary Stewart's Park Avenue apartment, a sudden rude sound. Oh, for... Who the devil...
What time is it, Gary?
How do I know? Turn on the light.
6 o'clock. What maniac would call it 6?
Answer the thing, Kitty.
You answered. I'm asleep.
Kitty, the phone's on your side.
All right. Hello?
Oh, thank heaven.
Mona?
Kitty, darling, I'm terribly sorry to wake you, but
You're up in an airplane. You're on your way to... Are you calling from the plane?
No, that's not until 8 o'clock. And unless you or Gary come over here this minute, I won't be on the plane.
Come over? What are you talking about?
The most absurd thing is... Bobo, do stop whimpering. Kitty, Bobo's so nervous he knows something's wrong. Well, wait, I want to pick him up.
Yeah, muzzle him while you're at it.
Oh, dear, I can't reach him. Oh, hold on, will you, Kitty? Just hold on.
I'm holding. Honestly, Gary, 6 o'clock.
What's going on?
She's picking up that little beast of a poodle so he won't yap into the phone.
I mean, why did she call?
I don't know. She's just babbled so far. Something about she wants us over there.
Over? We were there last night. She's supposed to be on her way to London. Something's going wrong, huh?
I gather. Something about she can't catch the plane unless we... I don't know. Lean in and listen.
Kitty, are you there?
I'm here. Now, what is this all about?
Bobo's all nerves. He catches it from me. He ran under the bed. That's why I was so long.
Mona, I have had exactly no sleep. Now, what is this about?
Come over to my apartment and bring the set of keys I gave you.
Those keys are so I can water your plants. Water them now?
Do stop making jokes when everything is so terrible. Will you just come? You or Gary or both. But the most ridiculous thing happened. See, I set my alarm for 5:45. My service had a wake-up call, but I never trust them. Well, the alarm rang, and the phone rang, too.
Yes, splendid. So did ours.
Well, I got up. I got right up. I went to the door, my bedroom door, and my dear, it would not open.
So?
Don't you see? I can't get out of my bedroom. I cannot open the door. It is stuck.
Mona, for heaven's sake, stop being so helpless. Doors in $2,000 a month penthouses do not get stuck.
But it is.
Well, so maybe it's a little bit stuck. With the slightest effort on your part.
I tried, and I tried, and I pulled, and I pulled. It is stuck. Kitty, it will not open.
Kit, I noticed it last night. It really was sticking.
Is that Gary? What's he saying?
More to the point, what are you saying?
Will one of you come over here before I lose my mind? The wretched door opens inward. If you push and I pull, it'll open.
Give me the phone.
Mona, here's Gary.
Oh, Gary?
Mona, now listen to me.
Mm-hmm.
All you need to do is phone your night porter. He'll get the pass keys and he'll help you...
No, there isn't any night porter or day porter or super or anything.
Oh, Lord, I forgot the maintenance strike.
So will you come, Gary, please? And hurry. I can't stand this much longer. The walls, they just... Come, hurry.
Now, wait. Now, listen. You can yell out the window, help, lady in distress. Get somebody's attention and tell them to go to security. Security can get the keys from...
There is no security either. Anyhow, I can't yell and get any attention. I'm too high up and I am on a court.
Oh, you had to live in a penthouse.
Bo, don't cry, darling. Gary is coming right away. Gary?
That's right. Don't cry, darling. Gary is coming right away.
Oh, you're sweet. You are so sweet. Oh, but I'll miss my plane. I know I will. And I won't get my British award.
Yes, you will. Now, look, you be ready, coated, hatted, booted, and I'll have a taxi waiting.
And don't say take a later plane, because they're having that huge award reception, and the time can't be changed, and I won't...
Mona, hang up. Oh, she is the most Oh, well. Oh, I hate to leave this warm nest and go out into that cold, cold world.
Then don't.
Huh. Don't go? Leave Mona like that?
Leave my closest friend, my award-winning claustrophobic closest friend, locked up like a felon? Sweetheart, my love, I am not saying that. Of course I'm not. I am saying I'll go and you can nestle snug in your bed.
You're kidding.
Mm-mm. Get back in and I will get out. I don't mind. Really, honestly, I don't. Oh, I mind. Mona never should have closed a dumb door she knew would stick, but since somebody has to go, I don't mind.
Kitten, you're being awfully slow. Mona really will miss her playing.
I guess I'm not awake yet. Where on earth is my cherries in the snow lipstick?
Snow on the ground and you have to wear an appropriate lipstick?
Aha! That'll be guess who. Where are you? Why aren't you here?
No, I've got it. This is Gary Stewart on a recording. Sorry I'm not home. After the beep sound, please leave your message, name, and number. I'll get back to you as soon as possible.
Hush, 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 Bobo. Beep. Gary, this is Mona. Where are you? Please, hurry. It's just awful here. On the plane, I can take tranquilizers and 2 sleeping pills, and I can sleep, and I can stand it. But here, and it's a wonder I could call you, because I told the phone company to cut off my phone, because I'll be gone for 3 months, and... Gary? Oh, it's one of those wretched recording things. Goodbye.
She bought it.
Honestly, it's a wonder she knows how to walk across a stage. Gary, how can she be such a good actress? I mean, a scatterbrain, never knows what she's doing.
That's how, by never knowing what she's doing. Brains never got in Mona's way. She's an instinctive actress.
Yeah, whatever that means. Anyhow, it's what I am not. And it's why she won the award and I didn't. Best American actress in a British play.
You're every bit as good an actress. If you'd played that juicy part, you'd have copped the award yourself. Hey, Kit, you're dawdling again.
All right. Hey, wear slacks, don't you think?
I just think hurry. Mona's hysterical.
Yeah, these nice warm red slacks. Red slacks in the snow. And why didn't I play the juicy part? Because my agent, Gary Stewart, sold Mona Clayton to the producer instead of his wife, Kitty Lockwood Stewart.
Now, Kitty.
Yes, I know. The producer wanted a teensy doll baby beauty of a Dresden China blonde, and Kitty is a tall brunette.
For the zillionth time, honey, that wasn't the reason. You're a comedian. The part called for straight drama, tragedy.
All the same, I may kill my tall, plain, dark self. What should I do? Pills, gun, gas, poison, jump? Which is best? Where are my boots?
Last night you kicked them under the bed.
Why did I ever agree to this trek through the snow at dawn?
Because you're an absolutely smashing wife.
Mona got the award, but I got Gary. Oh, my love, my only love. Tell your insecure bride for the zillionth time you're not sorry you married me instead of Mona.
Absolutely not sorry.
Want to bet?
No, give me. This is a recording.
No, she needs to be warned you're not coming. Her big, brave Gary. Mona, I'm on my way as soon as I find my other boot.
Oh, but I thought, Gary, it's been so long. It's so terrible. The walls. The walls, they're pushing in. And Bobo wants his breakfast. Where's Gary? Kitty?
Mona, now just hang on tight. Now, I'm coming right now. Do you understand? Right now. Boy, she's on the ragged edge. I know her. I've seen her like this. I gotta get there fast. Find my other boot while I put on my coat, okay? How could she fall apart so fast?
Yes?
Mona, I just want to tell you that Kitty's on her way. She's gone from here about 5 minutes. In another 5, she'll be walking into your front door.
And opening the bedroom one?
Right. Are you dressed and ready?
Yes, I'm wearing my red suit, the one you like. Oh, you are so sweet to call.
Now, just hang on. Kitty will be there Hey, someone just came in our front. Look, I gotta go. I hope you catch your plane, honey. Have a nice award. Kitty.
Oh, listen, I'm just as freaky as Mona. I forgot to take her keys. Waiting for a taxi, suddenly I realized just thank the Lord I didn't go all the way to Mona.
Well, get the keys and get going, kid.
I don't even know where they are. They ought to be in my purse, but they're not. Just help me look.
Well, they're here somewhere. We came straight in here when we got home last night.
No, I will never call Mona scatterbrained again. I am worse. And, Gary, I can't get a taxi. It's too early. All that snow.
Well, walk then. It's only 5 blocks.
Where are the keys? They're not here.
Hey, your pockets.
What?
That coat. You wore it last night. Look in the pockets.
Oh, my Lord. I really will kill myself for this.
Go, darling. Just go.
Now, precious. Aunt Kitty's on the way. I don't know why it's taking so... Shh. Bobo, the front door. Kitty?
I'm here. Kitty to the rescue.
Hush, Bobo. I'm right here beside the door.
And I'm right here on the other side.
All right. Push hard, and I'll pull. Kitty, what are you doing?
Mona, I am pushing hard.
Well, harder. You have got to do it harder. Kitty!
Hey, it won't budge.
Kick it. Harder.
I'll kick it flat out. I'm so mad at it.
Nothing.
Darling, listen now. It won't open. It will not open.
Well, it has to. I can't stand it. It has to.
Claustrophobia, an excessive, abnormal dread of being in a confined space. Mona Clayton, confined, filled with terror, with torment, and the door remains closed. Such an obsession worsens with the passage of time, thus worsens in Act 2, which will unfold shortly. At the end of Act 1, I spoke of Mona Clayton's obsession. But is that a correct description of her problem? I consulted Mr. Webster. He tells me that the word obsession once had an occult meaning, a person possessed by a demon. That original connotation is now obsolete, but I'm strongly inclined to apply it to what is taking place in Mona. Ask yourself, during Act 2, if she does not seem possessed by an evil spirit.
Now, Mona, listen to me. Now, stop crying and listen.
Yes.
I've pushed the door as hard as I can. Now, don't get scared when I stop talking to you. I have not deserted you. I'm just going into the living room to find something to ram the door with. Mona?
I hear you. How could a door stick like this?
I don't know. Is it damp, maybe? I don't know. Now, just hang on to the doorknob, and I will be right back.
Don't stand there. Come back. Gary. Yes. A phone. Yes. Oh. Ring. You're not ringing. It's dead. They shut it off. Oh, no, not yet. Oh, please, not yet. Gary, fix it, please fix it. Make it ring.
Mona?
They've cut off the phone. It's dead.
Mona, listen to me. Come back to the door. It doesn't matter about the phone.
It does. I can't call Gary.
You do not need to call Gary. Now, listen. I've got this chair now. I can run at the door with it. It'll ruin your Chippendale antique. It's a battering ram now. Now just stand back from the door and don't be scared of the sound. Okay?
Yes.
1, 2,
Wait.
Nothing!
I'll try again.
It won't work. Nothing will work. I will be trapped here forever. I told you!
I don't believe this. The chair broke, but not the door.
You're not trying.
What?
You're not. You're not. You want me to miss my plane.
Mona!
You don't want me to get the award.
Mona, stop that. Now, just stop it.
You are jealous. You're jealous because I won and you didn't.
Of course I would like to have won, but if it couldn't be me, I'm glad it's you.
You are not. You are not glad, and you are jealous. You are jealous of the award. You are jealous of Gary and me. He loved me first. You know he did. You are jealous because we had an affair.
He says you didn't, and I believe him.
We did.
I don't care if you did. I do care that you are working yourself into a frenzy. Now, you think you've missed your plane, and I'm afraid you have, but we still...
I don't care about the plane. I just want out of here, and you won't let me out. The walls are closing. They are closing, and you will keep me here forever.
Oh, no.
No one will come. Everyone will think I'm in London, and I can't phone, and you will leave me here to starve and die and be dead.
Mona, shut up. Now, I'm about to go and get somebody to break this door down. Somebody in the building, somebody in the street, somebody...
Then why don't you go? You just keep talking and talking.
If you want to know, I'm afraid to leave you alone when you're like this.
You see that? You see that? You don't want me out. You want me to go crazy. You tell me that I'm crazy.
You're talking crazy, that's all. Now, I'm not going out of here until you make me a promise. You promise me you will not go near the windows. I want you to get in bed, and I want you to stay there. Will you promise?
I don't want to go near the windows.
I have your promise.
But what if the walls close too tight?
They are not closing at all, Mona. You imagine it. You are to stay away from the windows. Yes, Mona?
Yes.
Now, you've got Bobo. You talk to him while I'm gone.
But he's asleep. How could he be asleep? He doesn't care what happens to me either.
Mona, you were getting better for a minute. Count backwards from 100, okay? Anything to keep the awful thoughts out. Yes? All right?
All right. Go. Just go. 75, 74. The walls. 73, 72. I could get out through the courtyard. The snow. It's deep and soft. And I'd be out. Out! No. Kitty would like it if I... It's what she wants. Don't go near the windows, Mona. You're talking crazy, Mona. Windows. Kitty, where are you? Why haven't you found someone if you really want me out? You hate me. God, I am talking crazy. Kitty's my friend. 65, 64, 63. Three windows. There are 3 windows. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, Kit, you're back. I got coffee all waiting for you. Mona on her way?
Listen, get your coat. I couldn't get the door open, and hurry.
Good Lord, Mona's still shut in that room?
Don't talk, just come. She is wild.
Well, why didn't you phone me? Oh, I know her phone is up. You could have used one of those street phones instead of coming all the way back to the apartment.
I didn't have change. Not one single dime, 1 nickel, 1 quarter. I couldn't phone.
You mean you
Stop asking questions and come on. We can talk on the way. Can't get a taxi either. For heaven's sake, will you come?
All I can say is thank God we're joggers.
Who can jog in the snow? Oh, Gary, I've been away from Mona for hours.
Kit, not even 1 hour has passed since Mona first called. It's 5 to 7.
I can't believe it.
Well, believe it.
But to a claustrophobic locked in a room, 1 hour is a lifetime.
Yeah. You mean you couldn't find one person you could take into that apartment?
Gary, I told you, I rang and I knocked on both apartments below Mona, and I just gave up. Either everybody's in Florida or asleep or afraid to open the doors at 7 a.m. So I tore down the street and... How many people do you see on a snowy morning on Park Avenue in New York City at 7 o'clock?
All right, sweetheart, take it easy.
I'm sorry, I can't. I can't jog another step. I mean, jogging around Central Park in good weather is one thing. Through foot-high snow, I can't.
Okay, well, take it easy. We're almost there anyhow.
Gary, did you have an affair with Mona?
Oh, for Pete's sake.
All right, don't answer
I
that.
certainly won't. You know the answer.
Do I?
Kitty, is this the time and place? Anyhow, we've been down this road a dozen times. And will you please not look like that, huh? All crumpled and sad. You're my happy girl, my girl that's 1,000 laughs.
Oh, yeah.
Now, will you please?
How's that?
Beautiful. You're marvelous.
I'm an actress.
Well, anyhow, it brought us right to Mona's building.
I think Lord Byron said it. And if I laugh at any mortal thing, 'tis that I may not weep.
Mona, we're here. The shoulder of Gary Stewart, former football star, against your door, and you're out of jail.
Less boasting, more action, darling.
Shut up, Bobo. Now stand back, Mona. Here I come. Mona?
Mona.
The window. It's open. Oh, my God. She's there. 16 stories down.
In the snow. Wearing a red suit. Cherries in the snow. Oh, Mona, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
You were asked to consider if Mona Clayton was possessed by a demon. In the light or the dark of what has happened, how do you answer? She had everything to live for: youth, beauty, talent, fame. Yet she went out a window because she could not go out a door. Claustrophobia or an evil spirit? In Act 3, we'll find the surprising answer. And if I laugh at any mortal thing, quoted Kitty Stewart, 'tis that I may not weep. But she cannot hide her tears with laughter anymore. It is 4 hours since Mona's death. Kitty lies in her own darkened bedroom, Bobo beside her, phone off the hook to avoid the intrusion of reporters and friends. But suicide is a police matter, and she can no longer avoid official questioning. Gary has just opened the bedroom door.
Kid, I've told Lieutenant Hench all the details. He's promised he won't keep you long. Just routine. Will you come now?
Routine for him, not for me. What's he like?
What you'd expect. Efficient, reasonably bright, a little bored, maybe. Seen too much, heard too much. But very impressed with who you are.
Who am I?
Honey, don't talk like that. I'll tell you who Hench says you are. Broadway's favorite comedian.
Charming. I must go to any lengths to make him laugh. Is he also impressed with who Mona was?
He didn't happen to mention that.
But Mona will be mentioned when I walk into that living room, won't she? Oh, Poor Bobo heard Mona's name. See, if I stop holding him for 1 second, he begins to quiver. I think he knows what happened.
Kit, are you sure you want to keep him? You never really liked him before.
How could we not keep him? You know how Mona felt about this little creature. Bobo? Bobo, you promise Aunt Kitty you won't cry?
Oh, for Pete's sake, not baby talk. You sound like Mona. I'm sorry, I can't think of her as...
Dead is the word, Gary. Mona is dead. And the fault is Kitty Lockwood's.
Kitty, in the name of heaven, don't say things like that to Hench. All that junk you've been saying to me. It's nonsense. We both know it.
It's not what I know. I know it's my fault she's dead.
I can't stand here and argue and keep Hench waiting any longer. Now, please come, darling. And please be careful what you say.
Broadway's favorite comedian with red eyes and red nose will now make an entrance and try to remember not to say the wrong lines.
Real pleasure, Miss Lockwood. Mrs. Stewart. I saw you in Dust Off That Dream. Best show around last fall.
Then you missed Mona Clayton in Who Has Seen the Wind.
Well, yes. In my line of work, there's enough tragedy. I like comedy.
She won an important British award for her performance. If it weren't for what happened this morning, almost at this moment, she would be accepting that award.
Lieutenant, can we get on with this?
Yeah, sure. Mrs. Stewart, if you'll just describe for me the events as you know them before the suicide.
Lieutenant, I've said this to you twice before. Mona Clayton did not commit suicide.
And I've said to you that she went out a window 16 stories up, jumped to her death of her own volition. That is suicide.
She didn't do it to kill herself. She did it to get out of her room. What sent her through that window was claustrophobia, not a death wish.
You are both wrong. It was not suicide, not to escape a room. It was murder.
Oh, Kitty.
Oh, Mrs. Stewart, your husband warned me you might say something of this sort.
Lieutenant Hench, I murdered my friend as surely as if I pushed her out of that window.
And he explained why you would say such a thing. Shock, sorrow, undeserved guilt, because you weren't able to help her.
Undeserved guilt? Will you listen to my sins of omission, Lieutenant? I was slow dressing. I left this apartment without Mona's keys, had to come back. On the street again, I could have stopped an occupied taxi and explained the emergency. I didn't. I walked instead.
Honey, don't rehearse all this.
I have to. When I got to Mona's, I didn't push hard enough on the door. Then I didn't ring enough doorbells to get help. Back on the street, I hadn't the sense to bring even a dime in my purse. And again, I didn't look hard enough for somebody to help or flag a cab. I ran to Gary again.
Mrs. Stewart, none of that is murder. Bad luck, bad planning, but it's not murder. Regret for these things is understandable, but taking blame for your friend's death, no.
You really don't think that I...
No one could possibly think that, Mrs. Stewart. Now, Mr. Stewart, I believe your wife should go back and lie down. I can question her another time.
No. You've made me feel better. You really have, and I thank you. So you ask me whatever you need to.
That's better. Go ahead, Lieutenant. Finish.
All right. Mrs. Stewart, suppose you describe Miss Clayton's state of mind when you got to her apartment.
The fear kept increasing, especially when she found out the phone was disconnected. She was a little out of her mind, Lieutenant. She was talking crazy. That's why I didn't want to leave her. I mean, without someone to talk to, even on the phone, she'd be more afraid. But if I stayed, she was still locked in. So it was go, stay. It was a terrible decision. Did I make the wrong one? I don't know. I just don't know.
Sweetheart, you made the only one you could.
Can Lieutenant Hench say that to me?
I can and do. At any time, did Miss Clayton threaten to go out the window?
Never. But she did keep saying that the walls were closing in.
I believe that's a common delusion of people with her kind of phobia. How long had you known Miss Clayton?
Oh, over 10 years. I knew her very well. That's how I knew what she was going through this morning, and I failed her.
Lieutenant, isn't this enough?
Yes. Thank you, Mrs. Stewart. Sorry I had to put you through this.
I'm not. Because you have made me feel less guilty.
Mr. Stewart, will you stay a moment longer?
Right. All right, kitten. Now, I'll try to sleep.
I'll try.
Good. I won't come in till you call me. Kid? Wake up. Come on, wake up.
Oh, Gary, you told me to sleep. Why are you waking?
You've had quite a long sleep. Were you dreaming of Mona?
Mona. For a little while I could forget. Why did you wake me?
I have a report I think will interest you. It interested me.
A report?
I've been doing some investigating. It began by accident. After Lieutenant Hench left, I discovered I was out of cigarettes. I looked in your purse. I found not cigarettes, but something you didn't have. Change.
Money? Coins? You mean all the time?
3 dimes, 2 nickels.
All the time I could have phoned you?
Yes.
It must have been nerves caught from Mona. I rummaged too fast in my purse. I panicked. I ran for you. Oh, Gary.
Before you left Mona's building, you said you rang 2 doorbells. The apartment's on the floor below. Yes?
Yes.
But the tenants were asleep in Florida or afraid to answer the bells at that hour. Isn't that what you thought?
Well, I guess there could have been some other reason.
I rang those same doorbells. 16A, no answer. But the live-in maid at 16B did answer. She said she was up at 6 this morning and no doorbell had rung until I rang it.
Darling, what on earth are you... Are you suggesting I didn't go to those apartments?
It does seem a little odd, wouldn't you say?
No. The live-in maid could have been running the water. It could have been in the shower, couldn't she? Did you ask her that?
No. No, I had a lot of other puzzles in my mind. For example, your offer this morning to go to Mona instead of me. At the time, I thought it was very sweet of you.
And now you think?
That it was unnatural. You hate getting up early, you hate the snow, and I was the obvious person to go. Do you deny any of that?
No.
Second puzzle. Considering Mona's emergency, you were very slow dressing. Why? When you're always a fast dresser.
I told you I was half asleep, Gary. I was. Have you more puzzles?
You left here, went down to the street, stood around for 5 minutes or more waiting for a taxi when you could have walked to Mona's in that time. And then suddenly, or not so suddenly, highly efficient Kitty realizes she's forgotten to take Mona's set of keys.
I did forget them. I was worried about Mona, not thinking straight.
You don't find it odd that they were in your coat pocket all the time?
I don't find anything odd in a crisis situation.
Those several delaying tactics aren't odd?
I can't stand much more of this, Gary.
And not an odd coincidence that while you were dressing so slowly, you spoke of the fact that I, as Mona's agent, got her the envied role in Who Has Seen the Wind and did not get it for Kitty Lockwood?
Well, it is true, isn't it?
And not another odd coincidence that you asked me that tired, beat-up question? Did I have an affair with Mona?
To which you've always answered that you did not. But in the horrible light of what you've been saying to me now, I'm beginning to wonder.
You've always wondered. You never believed me or Mona. And you think the affair never stopped.
Well, then we're even, aren't we? I can't believe you've been faithful, and you can't believe I tried to save Mona this morning. That is what you've been saying, isn't it?
I could believe you tried. Believe all your answers to my questions except for one fact. You could have opened Mona's bedroom door yourself.
What?
It took hardly any strength at all for me to open it. You could have done it almost as easily. If you wanted to.
That is not true. I tried with every ounce of strength I had. If you believe I didn't try, then why haven't you said so before?
I didn't give it any thought when it happened because that's when we found Mona. I only realized it since I began putting all the bits and pieces together.
So what is my devoted husband saying now that he's put them together?
You know what I'm saying. That fake confession of murder to Lieutenant Hench wasn't fake. It was fact.
No.
You've been jealous of Mona for years. Her looks, her acting, her success before yours. The fact that I loved her first. For her to win the British award was a blow your ego couldn't take.
Stop it, Gary.
Well, maybe at first you only meant to make her miss her plane. Miss all that public glory in London. And then standing by her stuck door, the phone out of service. Yeah. You realized what else you could do.
No. Oh, all right. Maybe subconsciously I did want her to miss her plane, but that's all. I swear I pushed her door as hard as I could. I even told her not to go near the windows while I was gone. I said that. If I wanted her to... Would I have said don't go near the window?
Yes. Neatly putting the idea in her head. Jump, Mona, jump.
Stop saying that. I won't listen. It's a lie.
Admit it, Kit. You hated her. You wanted her dead.
She said that. Did I? I don't know anymore. I did hate her, I think. I didn't realize till now, but want her dead. Want to drive her to out the... Did I? Could I?
Well, did you? Could you?
No. I didn't do it. Or make her do it. And you can't prove I did. Oh, you'd like to, wouldn't you? You were always on her side, always got her the best parts. She gets the part in Who Has Seen the Wind. She wins the award. Well, lying there in the snow, that's winning.
You killed her, and you know it. Now, it can't be proved. But you'll live with what you've done for the rest of your life. Alone. I won't be around. Goodbye, Kitty.
No. I didn't do it. Don't go, please, please.
I'll come for my things when you're not here.
Gary! Come back! Gary! Gary!
So, not Mona, but Kitty is possessed by a demon that has destroyed one and soon will destroy the other. At no time did Kitty's conscious mind think, I will be rid of Mona and never be accused of murder. No, the workings of her subconscious were dark and secret as it manipulated its creature to commit a deed never thought possible. I'll return shortly. Kitty Lockwood's motive for murder was hidden, even from herself. But we have been given strong evidence and a warning that when hate rules the psyche, all manner of other evils are released and flourish. Who has seen the wind? The wind of envy and jealousy, of hate and vengeance that can destroy a mind. Our cast featured Michael Tolan, Terry Keane, and Carol Teitel. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. The book tells us there's no new thing under the sun. Long before medical science discovered quinine, primitive peoples knew that fever could be brought down by chewing the bark of certain trees. They were also aware of the curative properties in various roots and herbs. The Caesarean operation was named after Julius Caesar, because that's how he was born. Yes. We can say there is really nothing new, except perhaps a variation on that which has been forgotten long, long ago.
Look at this thing, Ballard. It's an iron spearhead. So, this piece of iron, smelted by a primitive people, is harder than any metal we know in our own 20th century.
No, I don't believe it.
They have a certain formula. It could revolutionize the technology of the world.
I don't believe that either.
It could be yours for $1 million.
Our mystery drama, The Magic Dust, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Tony Roberts. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Man has always placed a premium on precious metals, gold, silver, platinum. But why should gold, silver, and platinum really be valuable? They are not nearly as useful as, say, iron, zinc, or tin. There is actually no satisfactory answer to this question. What it all comes down to is this. They are valuable because they are valuable. Period. And people will kill for them. Not just individual people, but entire nations. In today's high-technology society, other metals are becoming valuable, dangerously valuable. Some of them are metals you may never have heard of.
Ellsworth! Ellsworth! Yes, sir. Let me shut this off. You're back from Europe, Mr. Ballard.
Obviously. What are you doing?
I'm conducting stress tests, Mr. Ballard.
I can see that. On what?
Well, this metal will be part of an airframe. It's taken the equivalent of thousands of hours of constant flight.
And, the results?
Well, there isn't the first sign of metal fatigue.
What did you treat it with, Ellsworth?
Asphenate.
Is that what you've been using?
Well, you see the results. It's miraculous. I believe I've come up with just the right balance.
Should I fire you now or later?
Fire me?
After what I've just discovered?
What did you discover, you fool?
That asphenate retards mental fatigue.
We always knew that.
Well, theoretically, but in my formulation...
You don't freelance in this company. You're part of a cooperative team. You exchange information. You check each other. Pool your knowledge.
But,
You thought you could come up with something and grab all the credit for yourself, right?
Mr. Ballard, I don't need this abuse. I know what I've got. And if you don't want it, I can go elsewhere.
Well, good luck.
You mean you're going to let me walk out of here with the discovery I made on your time, with your facilities and your money?
I certainly am. And then you'll really make a discovery. Nobody will want it.
Why not?
Because you're dealing with the most expensive mineral in the world to produce.
Yes, but it could double, even triple the lifespan.
Even allowing for that.
Mr. Ballard, with research...
Everybody knows about asphenate. They call it the miracle mineral. Because it's a miracle if you can refine a ton of it for under $1 million. So, for all practical purposes, what did you do? You reinvented the wheel.
Do you have a request?
Huh? What?
Do you have a favorite tune?
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Hey, everybody's got to have a favorite. What do you want me to play?
Oh, whatever you like. What songs do you know?
Oh, I'd say I know at least 1,000.
Well, just pick one at random.
Am I bothering you?
Well,
I'm supposed to chit-chat with the customers, and you're the only one in the place.
I lost my job today.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, let's see. Do I know a special song for somebody who's just been fired?
I wasn't exactly fired.
No?
No, but the handwriting's on the wall. You could say I was weighed in the balance and found wanting. Why did I do it?
Why'd you do what?
Oh, something stupid.
Everybody does something stupid now and then.
Yeah, but this was self-destructive.
Oh, yeah?
There's a metal called asphenate.
I never heard of it.
Well, the average person, I'll wager, has never heard of most of the metals.
That's so. Well, there's iron, copper, tin, nickel. I guess I'm scraping the bottom of the barrel. Oh, gold and silver. Well.
Well, how about promethium?
Oh, you're kidding.
Yeah, protractinum and samarium, tantalum, erbium.
That could make a pretty good song.
But asphenate.
How do you know so much about it?
I'm a metallurgist. I could change our industrial society.
Oh, for the better?
Well, of course. How can you even ask such a question?
Well, it never hurts to ask.
Well, the problem is, it costs a fortune to produce.
It does?
So it's economically impossible.
Well, better luck next time.
What made me run those experiments? I mean, what was I thinking about? Why did I completely overlook the economic factors? Why?
Are you asking me?
Well, I have to ask somebody.
Why don't you go to a shrink?
I've been to one. All I want to talk about is my childhood.
Well, maybe that's where the answer is.
Well, why should I want to relive my childhood? It was unhappy enough the first time.
Oh, why?
You sure you want to hear the story of my life? Shouldn't you be playing the piano?
I'll give you a little obligato.
You know what I'd like to hear?
Name it.
A Strauss waltz.
Which one?
Anyone. It doesn't matter.
Well, how about...
Yeah, okay.
Why did you ask to hear this?
I don't know. Today there's so much I don't know. Why did I commit to those experiments with asphenate when I should have realized it was a practical impossibility? Couldn't I see I was only proposing to cut my own throat?
Maybe you have a death wish.
Well, there must be a reason. I'm not stupid. I'm not impractical. What was the reason?
Well, let's see. You said you managed to make it through your childhood and into college. Did things get better there?
Yes, because at school I could lose myself in study. And I did. I discovered science. Oh, you've been playing,
Yes, I've been playing.
What's your name?
Diane.
Diane, what were you playing?
Vienna Life?
I've heard it before. Where?
You could have heard it anywhere. In a movie, theater.
No, I don't go to those places. I don't have the time. But I heard that song. I know I did.
Well, if you don't listen to music, then why did you ask me to play a Viennese waltz?
I don't know.
Are you Viennese?
No.
Were you ever in love with a Viennese girl?
I was never in love with anyone.
Oh, why not?
Don't have the time.
You don't seem to have time for very much, do you?
Still, why did I ask to hear a Viennese waltz?
Did you ever know anyone from Vienna?
No. Wait. Yes, I did.
Who?
Francesca Platek.
I knew it. Dig deep enough and you'll always find a girl.
Oh, she wasn't a girl.
Francesca Platek wasn't a girl?
Well, she was a woman.
Oh, it's even better.
A professor of anthropology. Yes, I had to take a course in anthropology in order to graduate. It was a small class, and sometimes I'd go to her apartment.
Oh, then you did have a romance.
No. The class would meet in her apartment.
Oh. Was she pretty?
Well, she was an old lady.
How old?
Well, maybe she wasn't an old lady. It's just that when you're 20, a woman who's 40... Anyhow, she was very plain, but she was very pleasant. And very Viennese. And after the lecture, she'd serve coffee and Sacher Torten. Oh, I can taste them now. And one day, I remember, she asked me to stay after everyone else had gone. I remember that day very well now. It was when I was a senior, back in college.
Shall you have another cup of coffee, Mr. Ellsworth?
Thank you, Professor Platek.
And help yourself to another toast.
Thank you again.
You are wondering why I asked you to stay,
Yes, Professor.
You do not care for my course. Anthropology, it bores you, no?
Well, I guess I'm just not interested.
It is the study of primitive man and his culture.
Oh, well, the truth is, I guess I just don't care about primitive man. I'd rather study about modern things.
You are a scientist, no?
I hope to be one.
I see by your card that you hope to specialize in metallurgy.
Yes, Professor.
You may be interested then in the Colossus.
Who?
A West African people. Do you know why?
No, Professor.
They are a small tribe, but they were never conquered. Do you know why?
No, ma'am.
The superior quality of their iron weapons.
Oh.
Should this not be of interest to you as a metallurgist?
Well, yes.
Somehow they had learned to, I suppose you could say, fortify their iron spear points with a metallic ore called aspinate. You have heard of it?
Yes, I think so.
Now then, I have been told that this ore is fantastically difficult and fabulously expensive to refine. And yet this tribe, which had just entered the Iron Age, has discovered a technique.
Are you sure of this, Professor?
I make this claim from observation at first hand.
You mean you were there?
Oh, yes. You see, the refining of the ore, it is done as part of a secret religious ceremony.
Religious?
Oh, yes. They call it the magic dust. And no outsider is permitted to witness.
But weren't you an outsider?
Oh, no. I asked for and was granted permission to join the tribe. And so I learned the secret of the magic dust. You see this spear? It is fashioned of iron and treated with the magic dust. There is nothing as hard, as strong as this in our modern technology. Modern science has been unable to construct anything as durable. You don't believe it?
No.
I didn't believe it. How could I believe it? So I forgot about it. Or I thought I did. That was 20 years ago. But it stayed with me. In my subconscious. Maybe without knowing it, in that time, I did come to believe it. And that's why I committed myself to the asphenate. Because I knew there was an answer, a way to refine it.
Well, all I can say is you can thank old Johann Strauss.
Do you realize what this means?
Oh, sure. You're going to make a bundle.
Oh, I don't care about the money. This could mean tremendous things for the economy.
Well, you just make sure you get yours.
Hey, is there a phone in this place? Oh, I see it. Excuse me.
Hello?
Mr. Ballard, this is Joe Ellsworth.
Do you know what time it is?
Mr. Ballard.
I've just about made up my mind to fire you, and this isn't helping.
You must listen to me.
Why?
I have to talk to you.
Well, see me in the office.
Oh, it can't wait.
Why not?
I found it.
Oh, what did you find?
The dust. The magic dust.
Are you crazy?
I'll be at your house in 20 minutes.
The magic dust. It sounds like a hustle, a scam, a flim-flam. But don't we have all this on the authority of a highly respected college professor of anthropology? Well, you never know. And besides, who says it isn't possible? In this world of ours, can't and doesn't anything happen? The second act will happen shortly. If we seek the truth, we must endure the consequences, which is why so few people actively pursue it. After all, I search after truth. If it turns out you may not like it once you find it. Indeed, you may not even recognize it. The problem is age-old and quite familiar. What is the truth? We shall have some wrestling with this as our story continues.
The long and short of what you're telling me, Ellsworth, is that this woman knows how to refine asphenate.
Well, she said she did.
Now, what's his tribe again?
The Colossus, something like that, of West Africa.
And they have iron spear points that are harder than anything ever made.
Well, that's what she told me.
Well, how does she know?
They're treated with this magic dust, which we know as the ore of asphenate.
Oh, never mind all that. How can we find out? Where can we get a Colossus spear point?
Oh, I don't know that, but she has one. Oh, that is, she did.
Well, then get it.
But I haven't seen her in 20 years. I don't even know if she's still alive.
I said get it.
But why should she let me have it?
Make up a story.
How can I...
If you can't come in with that spear point, Ellsworth, don't bother to come in at all.
Of course I remember you, Mr. Ellsworth. Some coffee? And I recall you used to love these Thornton.
Oh, thank you.
And a little music. So, what have you been doing with yourself?
I did become a metallurgist.
Good. It is not everyone who can realize a youthful dream.
Dream? Well, sometimes. It's a nightmare.
Oh?
Professor Platic, I'll come right to the point. That is, the spear point.
Yes?
Do you suppose I could borrow it? The Colossus spear?
Oh? But why?
In the interests of science.
How?
You say that it had been treated with the magic dust.
You remember?
Mm-hmm. So therefore it's stronger and more durable than anything that had ever been created by modern science?
You remember that too?
Well, that idea, yes. It had always, I suppose you might say it had haunted me.
Really?
And so I wonder, would you allow me to test your theory?
My good Mr. Ellsworth, it is not a theory. It is a fact.
Professor, a theory cannot become a fact until it is tested.
And what do you propose to do?
Well, I would subject it to various stresses and determine just how it responds.
Oh, you would destroy it.
Oh, no. Merely prove that it is what you claim that it is.
But I need no proof. I believe it.
Why?
Because I am a true believer.
All right. Then how would you like to make a true believer out of me?
Well, why not? Why not indeed?
Ellsworth! Ellsworth!
Yes, Mr. Ballard.
How's it coming?
Look at this. Look at it.
It's impossible.
Maybe it's impossible, but it's true.
This chunk of iron, this primitive spearhead, it cannot have taken this much punishment, this much stress, this much heat.
You have the evidence of your own eyes.
All right, I'm convinced. I'm a believer. This woman, this Professor Francesca Platek, she knows a way to refine asphenate?
Yes, sir.
Well, then find out what it is.
Oh, find out? Well, how? It's a secret.
Offer her money.
Oh, I don't think she'd take any.
I'm not out to cheat her. There's enough here for everybody.
Yes, but this is a religious...
Ellsworth, you'd be surprised at how much religion you can buy for $1 million.
$1 million?
Uh-huh. And we'll go higher if we have to.
No. I am afraid not.
But, Professor...
I have been sworn to secrecy.
You have no idea what this could mean to society.
Yes.
But the beneficial effects are almost impossible to calculate.
Really?
Just think. Metals will last longer, which means we'll use less of them and thus conserve more of them. Not to mention the fuels needed to refine and transport and convert them. I mean, they'll be harder, safer, more efficient, more effective. You understand?
Of course.
The magic dust, as you call it. This is the key. Evidently, your tribe, the Colossus, know of a cheap way to refine it.
Yes.
And you know it too, don't you?
Yes. I know it.
You won't be the loser. You can name your price.
My price?
Well, it could be worth millions to you.
Millions?
Mr. Ballard is offering you a blank check.
Tell me, Mr. Ellsworth, what would I do with millions?
But the world needs this magic dust. Name your price.
The price, my friend, is my life.
Your life?
You see, Mr. Ellsworth, I have been inducted into the Colossus. I am a sister. I have sworn never to tell anyone the secret or use it for my own purposes. If I were to give away the secret of the magic dust, I would die immediately.
Die? How? Why?
Because I took my oath, and I invited the spirits of the ancient Colossus people to strike me down dead if I ever betrayed it.
Well, how can you believe something like that, Professor? You're a modern 20th century woman, a professor of anthropology.
All the more reason to believe it.
Isn't there any way that I can convince you?
No.
But this is merely a formula.
Yes, I know.
I wish that I could convince you of the value.
Another cup of coffee, Mr. Ellsworth.
What do you mean she said no?
She isn't interested.
What kind of nonsense are you giving me?
She turned it down.
That's impossible. No rational, intelligent human being can say no to $1 million.
No, she did.
I don't believe it.
Mr. Ballard, there are those people who live in a world of their own, and nothing else matters to them.
What was I thinking of? Sending a boy on a man's errand. Where does this woman live?
I can only say to you what I said to Mr. Ellsworth. No, Mr. Ballard.
Did Ellsworth tell you that price was no object?
Money is not the issue.
Money is always the issue.
There is my honor.
Honor is a commodity like anything else. It can be bought and sold.
Then let us say I fear for my life.
You mean this This mumbo-jumbo about being struck down by the avenging spirits of the colossal people?
It is not mumbo-jumbo.
Madam, you have a formula, is that true?
Yes, true.
It can be reduced to a piece of paper. You have probably done that already.
And what if I have?
I want that piece of paper, in return for which I shall give you this piece of paper. You see what it says? Paid to the order of... You just fill in your name and the amount. My signature is already on it.
My answer is no.
Call the bank. Ask them how much I'm good for.
Shall you have another cup of coffee, Mr. Ballard?
Now look here, Professor Platek.
I am sorry, Mr. Ballard, but this must be the end of it.
Oh, no, Professor, not the end. Just the beginning. Go see her again, Ellsworth.
She simply won't discuss it, sir. You met her. You know how she is.
There has to be a way.
Well, I'm sorry, but I don't think so.
Oh, you don't think so?
No, sir.
Well, I can think of a way.
Well, what's that?
There isn't any reason for you to know.
Mr. Ballard, if you're thinking of...
Of what?
No, nothing. Nothing.
Go back to the lab. Do something productive.
Mr. Ballard, are you...
Well?
I have to check on some tests.
Caraway? Yeah, Frank Ballard. You told me that you know some very reliable people? Yeah. Well, there's something that I need.
Look who's here. How'd you make out with the Viennese professor?
Oh, all right.
The old spark still there?
I don't know. I don't know what to do.
Oh, about what?
I don't know. Something would have happened to her. I could never forgive myself.
What could happen to her?
Maybe I better warn her.
Warn?
No, I guess advise would be better.
About what?
That's what I'll do. I'll call her right now.
What is it? Oh, the telephone in the middle of the night. Hello?
Professor Platek?
Who is this?
It's Ellsworth.
Ellsworth?
I know it's late, but...
Yes, but...
Please be careful.
But I am always careful. Is this why you call me at midnight?
Yes.
I watch when I cross the street.
You could be in danger.
Danger?
If I were you, I would make sure my doors are always locked and...
Oh, what are you trying to say to me?
Listen, why don't you go away on a trip?
A trip? Where?
To Vienna.
I have seen enough of Vienna in my lifetime.
Well, somewhere else, then.
Why? I am very happy here.
Well, just be careful, huh?
Of course. And, thank you for your concern over an old lady. Good night, Mr. Ellsworth. What was that? Who is out there? Oh, someone is in the other room. Who are you?
Shut up, lady.
Why are you ransacking my room? What do you want? I called the police.
Down that phone.
Oh, help me! Help me! Things have become violent, as somehow we suspected they would. Professor Francesca Platek lies on the floor. She's dead. In a little while, the police will be here. The coroner will note that she died of a heart attack brought on by extreme fright. The room has been ransacked, and it will probably become just another incident in the voluminous files of the police. But we need another act, and it shall arrive shortly. wanted to help her, poor Ellsworth. So he telephoned her in order to warn her. But in so doing, he woke her up from a sound sleep. And that's when she noticed that there was a burglar in her room. The burglar had no original intention to kill her. We know why he was there and what he was looking for. Just think. If Ellsworth hadn't called her to warn her, she would have slept through the attempted burglary, and perhaps she would still be alive. But that's why we have stories.
She's dead. Yeah, I read about it in the paper. I understand some burglar...
No, not just some burglar. A specific, a definite burglar.
Oh, yeah?
Who? You mean you don't know?
How would I know?
You didn't hire somebody to ransack her apartment?
Well, why would I do that?
To find the formula.
What formula is this?
The formula for the magic dust.
And what is that?
Aspenate, that rare and difficult to refine metal. How can you pretend?
Now listen, Ellsworth. I don't know this magic dust or whatever it is, and you don't either.
But
I never heard of this Professor Francesca Plater.
I told you about her.
Well, I'll deny it.
You went to see her.
You can't prove it.
Mr. Ballard.
It was one of those unfortunate things. A very skillful and competent man was assigned to steal her papers. She was fast asleep. It was going very well, and then do you know what happened? The telephone rang.
The telephone?
Somebody called her. At midnight.
At midnight?
Yes. And that woke her up. So she became hysterical. The fellow tried to shut her up, but, well, what can you do? So then, that's the end of it. And you must have lots of work to do.
Hey, can I talk to you?
Sure.
There's no one else I can really say this to.
Whatever it is. Are you sure you can say it to me?
I killed her.
Who?
Professor Francesca Platic. I knew he was going to hire somebody to ransack her apartment.
Who was?
My boss, Mr. Ballard.
But why?
No, to find the formula. The formula for the magic dust.
The magic dust?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, okay. What else?
So I'm a party to it. I'm an accessory. Don't you think?
Do you want me to believe you?
Yes.
Okay. If I believe you, then I have no choice but to call the police.
Maybe that's all for the best.
Why don't you go home and sleep it off?
But I'm not drunk.
Yeah, I see. That's the problem.
I'm going to turn myself in.
Where is he, Lieutenant?
He insists that we hold him in a cell.
Yes, it's my fault. I've been working him too hard lately. He's been under a great deal of pressure.
Yeah.
There's a connection between this poor murdered old lady, what was her name, Professor Platek, and Ellsworth. She used to be his teacher back in college many years ago.
That's what he keeps saying.
If you want to know what I think, the news of her sudden death must have shocked something in his mind. She taught anthropology, you know, primitive peoples, magic, formulae, and whatnot.
Do you actually believe that?
I don't know. But it's as good a theory as anything else.
Well, we can't keep him here indefinitely.
My company will see to it that he gets the best of care. Hello, Ellsworth.
Hello?
You feeling better?
No. I'll never feel better.
Oh, come on now.
And neither will you.
But I don't feel bad at all.
Well, you should. You killed her. The fact is, you killed her for nothing.
No, I didn't kill her.
Well, you had her killed.
You keep telling this kind of ridiculous story, you see where it gets you. Into a sanitarium. You want to stay here for the rest of your life?
You're responsible for her death.
All right, that's enough.
You're going to pay for it.
You're not doing yourself any good.
I'll find a way to make you pay for it.
Look who's here. Where have you been?
Away.
That little problem. Get it settled?
Oh, sure.
Everything gonna be okay?
I think so.
What happened?
Well, you showed me how to handle it.
I did? When?
Just now.
Oh, yeah?
I was listening to you play the piano.
And that did it for you?
Yeah. The song.
How?
Oh, if I told you, you'd really think I was a nut.
I think you're a nut anyhow.
Do you?
Mm-hmm. But a nice nut.
Good night. I'll see you when I get back.
Oh, from where?
Africa. You? Hello, Mr. Ballard. Well, what are you doing here? I'm allowed out. May I come in? Well, what are we going to do about the magic dust? Well, what can we do about it? She's dead. But does the secret have to die with her? What do you suggest? Well, how did she find out about it? How? She was an anthropologist. She went into the field. Oh, wait a minute. Where is all this leading? To the Kalasa tribe near the west coast of Africa. Why don't we go there? Well, what for? Well, to discover the secret of the magic dust. How? I looked through my old school papers. I found the notes I took in my anthropology class. Listen. Oh, now, what is this nonsense? I spent time with the Kalasa tribe. This is Professor Platek speaking. I said to Chief Leoto, Chief, I would like to become a member of the tribe. And he said, then you must become my sister, and we shall have the ceremony when we burn the magic dust. You see that, Mr. Ballard? Well, what am I supposed to see? That is where and when they refine the asphenate, and all who join the tribe are told the secret. How would you like to become a member of the Kalasa tribe? Me? And learn how to refine the magic dust. You know what you're saying? Do you realize what that could mean to the company? Yes. But how could that be arranged? Pick up the telephone, Mr. Ballard. Have your secretary make arrangements for us to fly to West Africa. We have company branches along the way. Have a local manager arrange for us to travel to the territory of the Kalasa tribe. We can be in West Africa by the day after tomorrow. What's that? Drums? What kind of drums? Well, the guide told me the chief is being informed of our arrival. Hey, where is everybody? Our guide? They left us, all the local help. You mean they've deserted us? No, and we're in no danger. It's just that we are now in the Kalasa country. So, well, it's considered a place filled with magic and spirits and so forth. The country here must be rich in asphenate. And the trick is to know how to extract it. And that's what I'm going to find out. Hey, somebody's coming. Well, that must be the chief. All right, you're on your own, Mr. Ballard. Before it's too late, are you sure you want to go through with this? Why shouldn't I? Because once they teach you the secret, you're not allowed to betray it. The spirits of vengeance... Oh, please, spare me. You are... My name is Ballard. You have come here? Yes. Why? To bring the news of my sister's death. Your sister? She is also your sister. She is? She was Francesca. Francesca? Yes. And she's dead? How did she die? At the hands of a thief. Has he been brought to justice? Not yet, but he will. We shall ask the aid of the spirits of vengeance. Francesca was your sister by adoption, and she was my sister by blood. You and I, then, are brothers. We must become brothers. I have come for that purpose. You can still back out. Are you crazy? Now that I'm so close, I can taste it. Yes, but I'll make a confession. I tried to set you up for this. I had hoped you'd learn the secret. And then, when you tried to use it for yourself, you'd just fall down dead. What are you saying? To pay you back for her murder. But I can't go through with it, Ballard. Let's get out of here quickly. You should never have left the sanitarium. The secret will kill you. I'll see you later. Here
is the place where the waters meet, the land that is rich in the magic dust. Here only the brother and sisterhood may meet. Here is where the dust is made. Here is how the dust is made. Light the fires, the great fires. You, Ballard, speak. Yes. You were about to become my brother. Speak. Swear. Say, I swear by my life. I swear by my life. I shall never betray. And I shall never betray. The secret of the magic dust. The secret of the magic dust. This is the dust that forms the body and soul and spirit of the people. This is the spirit of our weapons. It must never be used for anything else, save to make a colossal spear. Swear. I swear it shall never be used for anything else, save a colossal weapon. If I lie or break the faith, may the spirits of the colossal people take away the sight from my eyes, the breath from my mouth, and turn my heart to stone. I swear. See how it is made, my brother. See how the sand that is washed by these waters is added to soil. Yes, yes. Then ashes from the trees that are found on the bank. And now the fires. Are we ready? Is all the raw material here? Yes. But then I'll have to feed the formula into the computer. Don't, Mr. Ballard. The moment you do that, the spirits of the colossal people will take vengeance. You are a hopeless nut. Now move aside. I have to punch this out. No. There we are. Now watch.
Mr. Ballard, you cannot do that.
Who says I can't?
I do. I am your sister.
I have no sister. Who are you talking to? Can't you see? It's Francesca. Who? She's standing right beside you. How could she be standing here? She's dead.
You must not use the formula.
Nonsense. Nonsense!
So as the sight shall be gone from your eyes, the breath shall be taken from your mouth.
That's nonsense. Mr. Ballard.
And your heart shall turn to stone.
I don't believe it.
Shut down the computer.
Never.
Very well then.
Mr. Ballard. I can't see. What's wrong? I can't see. Stop the computer. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Mr. Ballard. Mr. Ballard.
Poor Mr. Ballard. We could say he broke his word to the sacred brotherhood of the colossal people, and the avenging spirit did him in. Or we could say that the prospect of making so much money was so exhilarating that his heart couldn't stand it. Depending on your own outlook, either way makes sense. I shall return shortly. The past may be forgotten, but it never dies. And not just the human past with its fantastic network of memories, but the past of the earth itself. Yes, within the waters, the rocks, the mountains and deserts are the eternal secrets of earthquakes, floods, and other catastrophic upheavals. And these follow certain rules of logic that no human mind can ever hope to understand. Does a grain of sand, a droplet of dew, have a mind of its own? How can we answer that question? Our cast included Tony Roberts, Arnold Moss, and Evie Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of our next tale.
Here's one of Laura's house slippers. I used it for comparison with plaster casts of footprints from the murder scene.
Splendid. Give it to me, please.
It's all bloodstained.
Much the better. Now, I go back to that night of April 3rd. Yes, I see it.
What?
I see the blood. Now, a face. Yes, I see long, black, curly hair, a very pale face, a sad, droopy mouth, pale blue eyes, almost white. It is the face of the murderer.
Hey, wait a minute. That sounds like Stevie Harrison.
He is your murderer.
No way. Not Stevie. He couldn't kill anyone. Well, I've known Stevie since the day he was born.
Yes, my dear Sheriff. But have you read the fellow's mind?
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by White Westinghouse Appliance Company. This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.